Hiss. Pain. Tian rubbed his throbbing head as he surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered gaze. Suddenly, he sprang out of bed, his eyes brimming with vigilance as he incessantly scanned the room. Once he took in the familiar scenery, the look of alertness on his face faded, replaced by confusion and perplexity. Why does this place feel so familiar? The familiar surroundings stirred long-forgotten memories within Tian as a wave of nostalgia swept over him. Isn't this the very room before the outbreak of the apocalypse? Wasn't I fated to be killed? How do I find myself here? He looked around in bafflement, and in the mirror he saw an image both strange and familiar, making everything seem surreal. Could it be that I'm dreaming? He reached for his phone and checked the time, July 28, 20XX. Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Staring incredulously at the time on his phone, as if recalling something, he pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! Pain! He rubbed his reddened thigh vigorously, the searing pain affirming that this was no mere dream. Have I been reborn? Taking a deep breath as his chest heaved, he instinctively swallowed, his eyes wide with shock. After confirming his rebirth, a faint smile appeared on his lips, gradually spreading into hearty laughter. Since heaven has bestowed upon me a second chance, I must seize it. I shall rise to stand at the pinnacle of this world. I will have my revenge. The mere thought of vengeance contorted his face into one of bitter hatred, his eyes gleaming with murderous fury. The memory of his murder played in his mind as if it had just unfolded. In his previous life, Tian was merely an ordinary evolver without any remarkable abilities. After 10 grueling years, he'd barely managed to ascend to the rank of an 8th-stage evolver. Yet no sooner had he attained the 8th stage, still elated by his breakthrough, than a sharp dagger thrust into his heart from behind. With great difficulty, he turned his head to behold a face that shocked him to his core. It was his beloved woman who had taken his life. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, anger, resentment, despair. A maelstrom of emotions overwhelmed him. Soon an icy numbness seized his body and darkness claimed him. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find himself transported back 10 years. He burned with the desire to confront her and demand the reasons. They had never harbored any ill will towards each other, nor had Tian ever possessed any treasures to incite avarice. Together, they had forged ahead side by side since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Realizing that returning to the pre-rebirth time was futile, Tian quickly regained his composure, though a deep reluctance simmered within him. If I cannot kill the you of the past, then I will slay the you of the present. Revenge. The very thought of retribution filled him with burning hatred. Although he had known her only after the apocalypse, he had never questioned her past, leaving him unable to trace her origins. The time was July 28, 20XX. Merely 1 month remained until the apocalypse. 1 month later, 9 colossal stone pillars would descend from the heavens. In his previous life, no one could fathom the mystery of these structures, though once they arrived, countless monsters surged forth from within. The monsters attacked immediately. Anyone bitten would swiftly transform into one, rendering the horde seemingly endless and insurmountable. In the apocalypse, surviving alone is nearly impossible. No matter how strong one may be, one cannot oppose an entire world alone. Not only must one face the monster onslaught, but also the treachery of fellow survivors. In such times, the most fearsome enemy is not the monsters, but humanity itself. A lone individual can hardly hope to withstand exploitation from larger groups. To truly survive and thrive in the apocalypse, one must establish a formidable faction of one's own. Deep in thought, Tian pondered. He was the only one aware of the impending apocalypse. How best could he exploit his advantage? What does it take to build a faction? Undoubtedly, it takes people. In the apocalypse, commanding others requires not only formidable strength, but also abundant resources, both indispensable. Leveraging his rebirth advantage, he could preemptively identify emerging elites and absorb them into his team before they rose to power. Of course, Tian would not recruit just anyone. He sought only the elite, fully embracing the principle of quality over quantity. Perhaps one day, he would even employ countless ordinary evolvers to rebuild civilization. In his past 10 years, no one had managed to construct lasting cities. Only temporary congregations emerged, not due to a lack of ability, but because the apocalypse harbored horrors far beyond mere monsters. He now even doubted whether humanity could ultimately endure. Time waits for no one. The immediate priority is to stockpile vast amounts of food and water. In the apocalypse, what is most precious? Undoubtedly, it is resources. More precisely, food and water. Once the apocalypse erupts, order collapses and humanity loses its basic means of production, reducing limited nourishment to the very key of survival. For a single loaf of bread, people will fight tooth and nail. For a solitary sausage, men will toil to serve you. One might even forfeit their dignity for a bottle of mineral water. Countless women might even sell their bodies for a morsel of food. Those glamorous celebrities with captivating figures and fiery popularity would see their dignity vanish before starvation. The lucky ones might even become the playthings of a powerful figure, while the less fortunate end up as mere outlets for a group's fury. Such is the apocalyptic world. In this realm, there is nothing but raw self-interest devoid of any rules. I must also consider where to store these supplies. I need a large cold storage warehouse. Lost in thought, Tian suddenly heard a voice within his mind. Ding. Congratulations on activating the apocalypse survival system, binding to the host. Binding successful. Tian was momentarily stunned before his face broke into overwhelming joy. A system. He could hardly believe he now possessed one. As a reborn individual, how could he be deprived of such a boon? Instantly, Tian opened the system interface. A display visible only to him materialized before his eyes. The interface was simple, divided into sections: character enhancement, skills, rewards, and storage. Character. Tian click for details. Enhancement permits binding and upgrading of a non-living item. Skills none. Rewards under certain conditions. System rewards may be granted. Storage capable of storing all inanimate goods with time suspended. Tian first clicked on his character panel. Name: Tian, a level 0 upgradable, using energy consumption, strength 18, adult average 10, agility 12, adult average 10, constitution 15, adult average 10, ability 0, charm 90, encompassing looks, physique, temperament, out of 100, higher values, command, trust, potential SS level graded, FEDC, BAS, SSSSS, with higher potential yielding more efficient energy conversion. Tian was astonished to see his potential rated at the maximum, implying his energy conversion efficiency surpassed all others. Could it be that he was truly an underrated genius? Then he shook his head, reasoning that the high rating was due solely to the system, without which he would have been nothing more than a failure. As for the 0 in abilities, he simply dismissed it. Having yet to awaken any special power, it rightly remained 0. After the apocalypse, humanity would be divided into evolvers, and those with supernatural abilities, the latter undoubtedly far stronger. Tian then proceeded to click through the remaining panels, and when he noticed a symbol beside the storage option. Gazing at the familiar symbol, he surmised that it signified infinity. With a deep breath, Tian sought to steady himself. With trembling hands, he clicked on the storage option, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer capacity of the system's storage. Within his perceptive mind, an invisible and boundless space existed. Indeed, it was infinite. Tian leapt up in exhilaration, dancing with joy at the limitless capacity. Could I perhaps store an entire planet? With that thought, Tian sprang into action. Brimming with excitement, he dashed into the street, pressing his palm against the ground, and bellowed. Collect. No response. Could it be that my posture is off? Collect. Collect. Tian tried various postures, yet none elicited any reaction. Meanwhile, passers-by on the street stared at him with astonishment, some even pointing and whispering. What is this man doing? I don't know, perhaps something's wrong. One passerby remarked while gesturing towards his head. Another bystander looked on sympathetically. Oh, damn it, they've mistaken me for a lunatic. I'm not insane, you all are. Cursing under his breath, Tian returned to his room. Surely this shouldn't be happening. In that fleeting moment, his phone inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Within the system space, visible only to him, a phone appeared out of thin air. Then, surveying the room's tables, chairs, and other items, he methodically collected them one by one, each effortlessly absorbed, until he reached his computer desk, which curiously showed no response at all. Tian realized that the space did not reject items arbitrarily, but likely imposed a volume limit. Items exceeding a certain size simply could not be absorbed. Yet rather than feel disappointed, he was elated. If he ensured that no individual item exceeded the volume threshold, the space could theoretically store an infinite amount of supplies. Moreover, time within this space remained frozen. For example, a freshly prepared hot dish placed inside would even 10 years later emerge still steaming hot. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tian realized that with this infinite time-stopped space, any food he stored would remain perpetually fresh. With only 30 days remaining until the apocalypse, even though a month remained, time waits for no one. Realizing that stockpiling supplies would require precious time, Tian immediately set out to procure them. Before the apocalypse, Tian was the owner of a logistics company. Possessing considerable assets and having risen from orphanhood by building his company from scratch, he was a true inspirational figure. His company managed several warehouses, and he was intimately familiar with a variety of suppliers. Descending into the underground parking lot, he pressed his car remote. Following the sound, he located his sedan. Even after 10 years, he had almost forgotten where it was parked. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Tian had rented several large remote warehouses located in different areas. Reluctantly, he signed a 3-month contract with an unenthusiastic landlord, not because he didn't want a 1-month lease, but because the minimum rental period was 3 months. Flipping through his phone contacts using vague recollections, he found Chen Jianshu. Hello, Mr. Chen, please arrange for 100 tons of pork to be delivered immediately to warehouse No. 3 on Fumin Road. 1000 tons. Startled Mr. Chen, who had just been teasing his female secretary, leaped to his feet in shock. Listening to the words on the other end of the phone, Chen Jianshu felt a sense of incredulity. Nowadays, pork is hardly cheap, with the market price for both skin and meat reaching 16.8 yuan per gene. A tenth the Sandan order of pork amounts to over 300 million. However, for an order of this magnitude, it naturally cannot be based on the market price. Are you sure it's 10,000 tons? Chen Jianshu asked again, fearful that he might have misheard. Yes, the sooner the better, but you must offer me a discount. I will pay a 50 deposit up front, and the remaining balance will be paid in full next month. Yitten gave a cold smile. A full payment in 1 month. In 1 month the apocalypse will break out, which essentially means you won't have to pay at all. If Chen Jianshu's memory served him correctly, the early days of the apocalypse had even targeted him. At that time, with a vast stock of pork, Chen Jianshu had rallied many followers to work for him. They coveted his girlfriend and openly or covertly intended to kill him. In the end, he fought desperately and escaped with his girlfriend. Having been granted a second chance, he decided to shortchange him on pork as a sort of interest, planning to settle the account once the apocalypse began. Pork was the meat Yitten consumed the most, and since it was one of the more affordable options, he immediately stockpiled a sufficient supply. All right, no problem. I'll arrange it immediately. Upon receiving this enormous order from Yitten, General Chen grinned broadly like a blooming lotus. The female secretary, normally flirtatious, cheerfully set about dispatching the delivery trucks. He was quite familiar with Yitten and knew where his company was, so he wasn't worried about the balance payment. The female secretary coquettishly said, General Chen, who would order as much as 10,000 tons of pork. There's no way one can sell so much pork at once. What is he after? Is he out of his mind? General Chen remarked nonchalantly. He who really knows. Why concern yourself with his intentions? Perhaps he dreamt that the apocalypse was near, or maybe he just has money to spare and is buying for fun. As long as I make a profit, that's all that matters. General Chen is truly ingenious. After hanging up with General Chen, Yitten immediately called General Zhang, a wholesaler of packaged foods. Hello, General Zhang, please arrange for someone to deliver a batch of fast food packaging supplies to the warehouse at No. 7, Mingdong Street tomorrow. Any kind will do as long as it's edible, like instant noodles, sausages, various frozen dumplings, etc. Hello, General Li, please assist me the day after tomorrow. Yitten made one call after another, arranging deliveries to different warehouses, all with a promise to pay the full balance 1 month later. As for whether they would actually receive the money after a month, that was none of Yetten's concern. He had no intention of defaulting. If they were still alive and the bank could transfer funds, he would certainly settle the account. And if they were unfortunately devoured by monsters, or for any other reason became unreachable, then it would no longer be his problem. After finishing call after call, Yitten turned to his personal assistant and instructed her to commission a motorhome under the company's name, the specifications having been sent via his mobile. He also ordered dozens of tanker trucks filled with gasoline under the company's name. He then added that all the gasoline in the tanker trucks should be transferred into barrels and that an empty warehouse should be used to store the fuel. It almost felt like setting up an investment. Could it be that gasoline prices were about to soar? Especially when his own boss casually provided his name and age and ordered him to locate someone. Though the assistant found these demands perplexing, she still carried out the task. Approximately an hour later, the first batch arrived. 20 large trucks belonging to General Chen, each loaded with 100 tons of pork. The 20 trucks paraded in majestic formation, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. For an order of such magnitude, General Chen had come in person, not only to sign the contract with Yitten face-to-face, but also to see exactly what Yitten was up to. The delivery driver parked the truck at the warehouse entrance, and when Chen Jianshu saw Yitten, he hurried over to greet him warmly. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. The first batch of your ordered pork has arrived. The remainder will take some time to be arranged. This initial batch amounts to 2000 tons. Please check it. All right, I have complete trust in your reputation, General Chen. Please kindly help unload the pork into the warehouse. Yitten greeted warmly. Very well. Chen Jianshu promptly instructed the workers to begin unloading the cargo. It had been prearranged that Chen Jianshu would handle the unloading. Normally, delivery drivers wouldn't be responsible for this, but Yetten's order was simply too massive to refuse. Once the cargo was delivered, Yitten inspected the pork. Although he expressed trust verbally, his experience with frozen meat made him wary that General Chen might substitute substandard, zombie meat to deceive him. The so-called zombie meat refers to stock meat frozen for decades. While it might not be lethal, it is far from acceptable. With such an enormous quantity, Yetin couldn't inspect every box, so he conducted random sampling. Finding no trace of zombie meat, he nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that General Chin's business reputation was commendable, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the risk. Pardon me, supported his business. General Chun watched Yetin's methodical inspection without comment, still smiling amiably as he casually asked, Mr. Why buy so much pork? Nothing much. I had a premonition that pork prices would soar, so I stocked up to make a hefty profit when they rise. If you trust me, General Chin, feel free to stock up as well. General Chin thought to himself, I wouldn't trust you for a moment. Chun Jianshu inwardly cursed, yet with a smile he remarked, Mr. You have such nerve. I can't keep up with you young folks. I just want to quietly tend to my small territory without all the fuss. It's just a hunch. I don't know if it will come true, and if not, at most I'll take a small loss. Alright then, Mr. I must attend to the remaining cargo. We'll talk next time. Alright, General Chin, goodbye. After an entire day of work, the 10th Santan delivery of pork was finally complete. Once all the pork had arrived, Yetin handed each unloading worker a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, prompting smiles and heartfelt thanks from everyone. After seeing off the unloading crew to prevent the pork from spoiling, he swiftly began to secure it in the warehouse. Essentially, the moment his hand touched a box, it was promptly stored. His pace was remarkably fast. By the time Yetin had secured all the goods, dusk had fallen. To avoid suspicion, that warehouse was temporarily rendered unused. Under no circumstances must anyone know that his space could store such a vast quantity of supplies. Such knowledge in the apocalypse is tantamount to self-destruction. On the second day, with 29 days remaining until the apocalypse, General Zhang's batch of fast food packaging supplies arrived at another warehouse. Instant noodles in various flavors, ratatouille vegetables, frozen dumplings, frozen buns, and more. On the third day, with 28 days left, Yetin spent his time continuously seeking temporary storage, ordering supplies, and storing them within his system. Soon after the apocalypse erupted, due to a shortage of maintenance workers, power plants failed, leading to widespread blackouts and water shortages in the city, while all production ground to a halt. At that time, with perishable foods no longer able to remain fresh, Yetin also ordered beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, and various other meats, spending a total of 500 million. Not for any other reason, but simply to ensure a more abundant variety of food after the apocalypse. In his previous life, Tian, even so, this was considered a culinary delight compared to what many others consumed, expired food whose shelf life had long since passed. By the time the evolutionary era arrived, people's physical resilience had improved to the point where they could eat almost anything without fear of harm. If one could find a can of meat from 7 or 8 years ago, it would fetch a high price. And possessing a jar of Laogan Ma could even make beautiful women flock to you. Now that Yi Tian had the chance to live again, he certainly would not endure such hardships once more. He ordered vegetables by the ton, cabbages, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers, and various greens, spending a staggering 200 million. With the system's infinite storage space, there was no need to worry about capacity. He also ordered a large quantity of fruits, primarily apples and oranges. Apples were nutrient-rich, while oranges provided essential vitamins and were inexpensive. Of course, he did not overlook other fruits like bananas, grapes, pears, watermelons, and coconuts, especially since watermelons and coconuts could serve as alternative sources of hydration. Altogether, the fruit cost him another 200 million. Yi Tian made a special purchase of a vast supply of compressed biscuits. Though these biscuits might lack flavor and could be difficult to swallow without water, few foods could satiate hunger as effectively. In the post-apocalyptic world, compressed biscuits were the undisputed king of foods. Easy to carry and filling, they were highly sought after. When his own faction was established, he could use these biscuits to feed those he did not fully trust, ensuring they wouldn't starve, while reserving the tastier food for himself and those he deemed trustworthy. He also mortgaged his company assets to secure a significant loan, preparing to buy a massive supply of drinking water. Whether in bottles or jugs, he wanted it all. Water is the essence of life. Without food, a person can survive for 7 days, but without water, they can last only 3. Once the apocalypse erupted, water sources would quickly become contaminated and unfit for consumption. Drinking polluted water could lead to illness. Initially, some might still risk drinking it, believing it better than dying of thirst, but soon those who consumed tainted water would largely perish, leaving only a few lucky ones with the right medicines to survive. Once water is contaminated, no purification system can rectify it, leaving one to hope for rain from the heavens to provide drinkable water. Thus, Yi Tian prepared to stockpile water as a top priority. On the 10th day, with 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, Yi Tian first arranged to purchase 2,000 rural stainless steel water tanks, each capable of holding 5 tons of water. Each tank was equipped with a tap for easy access, intended for storing water for daily use. After paying a 50% deposit and agreeing on a delivery date, he proceeded to a bottled water company, where the receptionist greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. Are you here to buy water? The receptionist was quite attractive, and upon hearing her inquiry, Tian replied, I want all the water you have. Stunned, the receptionist stared at him with wide eyes. Tian raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Is there an issue? You just said you want all the water. Exactly. Upon hearing his confirmation, she scrutinized him, clearly unsure of whether he was joking. Sir, are you pulling my leg? Why would I joke? Bring your boss here, I'll pay the deposit on the spot. Seeing that he was serious, the receptionist reluctantly fetched her boss. Upon learning that someone wished to buy all the water, the boss could hardly believe it. Surely only a fool would do something like that. After a friendly introduction, the boss quickly calculated the total for the 500 milliliters bottled water at a wholesale price of 0.6 yuan each. We have 5,000,000 bottles for 1L. After tallying the total, the price came to just over 5,000 yuan. Tian promptly paid the 50% deposit. Given their lack of familiarity, he understood the necessity of securing the deal. After confirming the delivery schedule, Tian continued to a second company and followed the same procedure to purchase all their water as well. By the end of the day, he had spent nearly 10 million on water alone, marveling at how inexpensive it was, considering that the most costly component was merely the bottle. On the 11th day, with 19 days until the apocalypse, once he finished purchasing water, Tian moved on to acquiring various beverages, including Wanglaji yogurt, Red Bull orange juice, and cola, leaving no drink untouched. However, the unit prices of these drinks were significantly higher than that of pure water, costing him almost 100 million in total. On the 12th day, with 18 days remaining, Tian stocked up on various snacks, candies, jellies, chocolates, and chips, though he didn't buy too much, just enough to stave off boredom in the future. He then drove to a wholesale market to purchase a large quantity of salt. Salt, often taken for granted in daily life, would become a vital commodity in the apocalypse, as the human body requires salt to avoid hyponatremia. Soy sauce, vinegar, and all sorts of spices, such as chili powder and pepper, were also essential, along with various seasonings for cooking, hot pot bases, and barbecue mixes. Additionally, he made sure to buy ample amounts of Lao Gan Ma, spicy condiment that would prove to be a gourmet treasure in the apocalypse, a true luxury in such dire times. When his eyes fell upon various canned meats, they lit up. These had long shelf lives and tasted decent. He bought out their entire stock on site, though he didn't touch the canned herring, a taste he simply couldn't bear. Through Tian's nearly frenzied stockpiling, many suppliers found themselves sold out. Fortunately, Tian's rampant shopping spree eventually came to a halt, not due to lack of space, but because his funds were dwindling. Even though he promised to settle the remaining payments in a month, he had already paid 50% deposits. No one would dare sell him so many supplies without securing any upfront payment. Though his money was rapidly depleting, Tian felt immense satisfaction. Only spent money held true value, while unspent cash was merely worthless paper. After the apocalypse, currency would be utterly meaningless. He had considered waiting until the apocalypse to seize supplies without cost, but that was risky. He couldn't guarantee he would still be around, nor could he safely traverse so many locations post-apocalypse. With a sigh, Tian realized that had it not been for his dwindling funds, he would have continued hoarding supplies regardless of the amount. As the apocalypse would hit, agricultural production would suffer the most. Nearly all farmland would become unplantable due to the myriad of monsters lurking outside. One certainly wouldn't risk their life for crops. Moreover, after the apocalypse, animals and livestock would begin to mutate. Consequently, it would become increasingly difficult to find various vegetables and meat products. Each consumed would be one less available. Hence, it was prudent to stockpile as much as possible while he still could. After finishing his shopping for groceries, Tian felt a pang of hunger and drove to a restaurant for a meal. During the first few days, he had prepared simple dishes at home, which, while lacking in flavor, were tolerable after adjusting to subpar food in the past. However, now it was different. As he gazed upon the array of colorful and aromatic dishes, Tian couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly diving into his feast. To the astonishment of those around him, he devoured an entire table of food within minutes, unfazed by their stares. With a satisfied burp, he rubbed his stomach, leisurely picking at his teeth. After the apocalypse, he likely would never enjoy such delicious meals again, and he felt a pang of regret. But then an idea sparked in his mind. He approached the owner of the restaurant and said, "Boss, your dishes are quite delightful. I plan to place the orders for our staff meals here from now on. They'll give you an address, and I hope you can deliver them there." Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes lit up. "Thank you for your kind words. Rest assured, I will deliver on time." After leaving the restaurant, Tian had a sudden thought. Many other restaurants nearby were also taking orders under the guise of staff meals, so he decided to have them deliver to his designated location for some time. This way, even after the apocalypse began, he could still enjoy delicious meals. "I am truly clever. After some contemplation, Tian decided to sell off. This would provide him with some much-needed funds. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, houses would become useless, so it was better to sell them now and obtain useful supplies in return. Having tasted those delectable dishes, he felt he could never go back to the inedible food he had been consuming. He was now fixated on all kinds of gourmet food. On the 16th day, with 14 days remaining until the apocalypse, after paying a 10 commission, the paperwork for selling his house was completed and the funds were transferred. He went on a spree ordering all kinds of culinary delights: fried chicken hamburgers, roasted duck, spicy duck intestines, various marinated dishes, and more. In the eyes of the bewildered delivery personnel, Tian loaded these meals into the warehouse, and once inside, he quickly stored them in his system space. Ignoring the strange looks from the delivery workers, Tian felt no shame. He had spent his hard-earned money, and he wasn't worried about anyone questioning him. Was it wrong to provide better benefits for his employees? Was it wrong to take care of the sanitation workers? If all else failed, could he not just pretend to be a lunatic? For several consecutive days, Tian continued this routine. As long as the fast food and restaurant meals arrived, he would load them into the warehouse. On the 17th day, with 11 days left until the apocalypse, Tian arrived at the secluded house from his memory. This place was already in a decrepit neighborhood, and both the facilities and the sturdiness of the buildings had fallen behind the times. Most residents here were either elderly or workers seeking cheaper rent. This building was one he had purchased years ago, a two-story structure occupying less than 200 square meters. Looking at his small house, he realized this would be his base after the apocalypse. Even if he took in others, they would have a place to stay. At least it would serve well as an initial base. However, the house was quite old. For the sake of his safety, Tian thought carefully and found a renovation company that night. With his funds in place, the construction began immediately. They cleared all the junk from the rooms and demolished any walls that could be taken down. He purchased a super sturdy security door. According to the contractor, this door could withstand even a bomb, offering multiple unlocking methods, including mechanical locks and facial recognition. He also ordered a batch of reinforced steel plates and welded them over all sides, including the roof. They covered the steel plates with a layer of inconspicuous anti-tile stickers, making it appear as if the place had been refurbished. For anyone unaware, they would think it was just an ordinary security door. The windows, including those on the second floor, were replaced with bulletproof glass, transforming the house into a veritable fortress. He instructed the workers to create several 10-square-meter partitions on the first floor, each furnished with a simple bed and basic furniture. The second floor would host his large bed and comfortable furniture. In the future, no one would be allowed upstairs without his permission. He even had a security door installed at the staircase entrance, just in case. During the renovation, Tian somehow acquired a large number of solar panels and covered the entire roof with them. Satisfied with the solar panels, Tian nodded. This way, even in the event of a power outage during the apocalypse, he would still have electricity. He also bought dozens of diesel generators. As for why he bought so many, he thought if one breaks, how would he fix it? That was beyond him. The only tricky part would be obtaining diesel. He planned to casually acquire a can of diesel from a gas station once the apocalypse began. After organizing all of this, Tian decided to find a hotel to stay in for a few days since his new home was uninhabitable. However, upon arriving at the hotel, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never anticipated. On the 18th day, with 12 days remaining until the apocalypse, with his last property still under renovation, Tian had no choice but to check into a hotel. The Dihao Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Yuzhong City, stood before him as he approached the front desk. I'd like to book a presidential suite. After all, money would soon become worthless, so he saw no reason to save. Although he was spending lavishly, his philosophy was that money was only valuable when spent. If it couldn't be spent, it was just waste paper. Moreover, he had borrowed extensively from dozens of online lending platforms and various private lending sources totaling millions. So money was not an issue. After the apocalypse, he would likely never have the chance to enjoy the luxury of a presidential suite again. He might as well indulge now. Upon hearing his request, several guests glanced over. While the presidential suite wasn't excessively expensive, it was still uncommon for ordinary people to book it. The front desk staff, professionally trained, displayed no sign of surprise. Good day, the presidential suite is priced at 198 per night. This price was quite reasonable for the hotel. In fact, the presidential suite was not as expensive as people often imagined, especially when compared to those that cost tens of thousands per night. Very well, let's book it for 15 days. Tian did not hesitate, calculating that it would total under 300. Quite a bargain. After confirming he was serious, the front desk clerk swiftly processed the booking. Once the room was secured, Tian was pleasantly surprised by his room attendant, who left him momentarily stunned. She was about 172 centimeters tall, graceful, and radiantly beautiful. more attractive than his girlfriend. Of course, Tian was not captivated by her beauty. Having been betrayed by women twice, he had no interest in them now. What left him dumbfounded was her identity, Yunjie, one of the 9 future sovereigns. Her name and power were renowned throughout the world. She had formed a legendary all-female army that would dominate the apocalypse. Among all factions, she was a leading figure. Tian had only seen her from a distance before. Noticing Tian's gaze, Yunjie was not offended as she was used to it, and continued smiling as she said, "Sir, this is your presidential suite, which includes a swimming pool and gym." As her voice trailed off, Tian gradually snapped back to reality. "I apologize, I was lost in thought. Your name is Yunjie, right?" Although he was certain he hadn't misidentified her, he asked again for confirmation. "How did you know?" Yunjie inquired softly. Tian pointed to her name tag. "I saw your name on it by chance. Oh, I almost forgot about that." Yunjie blushed slightly, noting Tian's handsome features and immediately harboring no ill feelings toward him. Tian pondered how to approach her and tentatively asked, "Can you cook?" "How did you know?" Yunjie asked, intrigued. Just a guess." "Can you really cook?" "Yes, I just became a certified 5-star chef. Actually, I've been wanting to learn how to cook recently, but I've been busy. Would you be willing to teach me at my place? I can pay you the highest market rate." Tian looked at Yunjie earnestly. After scrutinizing Tian's eyes, Yunjie found no ulterior motives there. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "But I can only come during the day. Oh, I must leave by 6. Yunjie preferred to be cautious, feeling safer during the day. "Of course." Tian readily agreed. After exchanging contact information, Tian retired for the night. Knowing she worked in the hotel and that they had established a connection, it was highly likely that this future queen would become one of his subordinates. Thus, Tian settled into the hotel, going out to procure supplies at regular intervals. On the 20th day, with 10 days to go until the apocalypse, Tian drove out as usual to gather supplies, but halfway there he noticed the brake warning light had come on. When he attempted to press the brake pedal, it felt incredibly stiff, as if the brake had jammed. Despite the malfunction, Tian remained calm, a habit cultivated during the apocalypse. In times of trouble, keeping a cool head was essential to devising solutions. Fortunately, his speed was moderate, around 40 km/h, allowing him to maneuver the vehicle safely past other cars. Suddenly, he spotted an auto repair shop on the roadside, and an idea struck him. He quickly steered his car toward the shop. As he approached the entrance about 10 meters away, he shifted to neutral and engaged the electronic handbrake. Even if the foot brake failed, the electronic handbrake could still function. He just needed to hold it in place to signal the system that it was intentional, prompting it to lock securely. Gradually, the car slowed and stopped right in front of the repair shop, as if it had been calculated perfectly. In truth, it was indeed Tian's careful planning that brought him there. After turning off the engine, he stepped out of the car, only to be greeted by a sturdy man who came to assist him. Upon seeing the man, Tian's pupils constricted. It was him. The city is truly a hidden gem, teeming with talent. This burly man, named Xiong, though not one of the 9 great kings, is nonetheless a top-tier master. His abilities and temperament are as fiery as his name suggests, and it is said he is a retired Special Forces soldier. Even in the apocalypse, Xiong enjoys a high reputation for his loyalty and decisive temperament, albeit he has a somewhat irritable disposition. To everyone's surprise, he is the owner of an auto repair shop. Tian handed a cigarette to Xiong and said, "Boss Xiong, my car has a problem with the brakes. I can't press down on them. Could you take a look?" Upon hearing this, Xiong chuckled, delighted at the prospect of business. Taking the cigarette, he smiled and said, "Seems like we have a regular here. Don't worry, it's a minor issue. You must have some experience, as you managed to stop right at my doorstep. Most people would have panicked long before that." "Huh. This is nothing compared to what you can handle, Boss Xiong." "Haha. Just take a seat for a bit, we'll have it ready in no time." Tian found a chair and sat down, not minding the dirt. Xiong skills were indeed impressive. "Boss, it's all fixed now. It was just a loose screw which caused the power steering to malfunction. Fortunately, that screw was stuck, preventing you from pressing the brake." "Thank you, Boss Xiong. Could I have your contact information? If anything happens on the road, I might need to trouble you again." "Haha. The cars I fix shouldn't have the same issues, but other problems are hard to predict." The two exchanged contact details. Tian's intention was to establish a connection with Xiong, as he could easily have his assistant handle any car troubles. In the following days, Tian frequently visited Xiong under various pretenses. He showed no airs of a billionaire and quickly became familiar with him, almost like brothers. On the 22nd day, with just 8 days until the apocalypse, Tian arrived at his office, listening to his assistant's report. "Mr. Yi, as per your request, the RV has been modified and is currently en route. The steel materials you requested are stored in the warehouse, and we have a total of 46 fuel tankers ready for distribution. Once the assistant finished, Tian asked, "You've done well on these matters. Have you made any progress with the people you contacted? I've already hired a private investigator, but..." "Speak." The assistant trembled. Despite Tian's youth, he exuded an inexplicable pressure. "However, the clues you provided are too scant. The response from them is that they need more time to investigate, and there are no results yet. Press them again. Money is not an issue. Offer them an extra $1 million to expedite the results." "Understood, Mr. Yi." Tian was searching for the woman who had killed him in his past life, Xia Shui. With only a name and an age lacking contact information, or even a photo, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had tried to commission a drawing, but strangely, although he could vividly remember her face, he was unable to articulate it. His descriptions were completely off. It was utterly bizarre. Tian sighed, fully aware of the difficulty ahead, but he had no other options. If all else failed, he could only return to the places where he had encountered her in his previous life and hope for the best. After giving his instructions, Tian visited the gasoline storage warehouse, removing all the gasoline and confiscating the keys, advising that the warehouse should not be used for the time being. On the 23rd day, with just 7 days left until the apocalypse, the RV Tian ordered had arrived. Despite spending an exorbitant $2 billion, it was modified within just 20 days thanks to the commitment to settle the remaining payment shortly. The modified RV not only boasted a sleek design, but also had power comparable to a heavy-duty truck. Its engine was powerful enough to rival that of a large truck, with a hybrid system capable of reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour when fully powered. The interior was spacious and luxuriously decorated, featuring genuine leather sofas that could be converted into a bed along with all necessary appliances. When parked, it could expand further, increasing usable space inside. The battery was replaced with an ultra-high capacity version, and all tires were changed to puncture-proof ones. Additionally, there was a layer of spare tracks inside that could automatically attach when needed, making it suitable for all-terrain use. The exterior was specially reinforced with an extra layer of armor installed. The windows were replaced with bulletproof glass, and a collision bar was added to the front. This vehicle would serve as a crucial means of transportation, and it was essential to fortify it thoroughly to avoid being trapped by monsters on the road. Gazing at the fully armed RV, Tian felt a profound sense of security. He opened the system interface and selected the binding option for the RV. After making his selection, a prompt sounded in his mind, detected that the host will bind the RV. "Do you wish to proceed?" Tian confirmed internally. "Confirm binding." Binding successful. After the prompt, the binding interface transformed into a miniature version of the RV. Clicking on its icon revealed detailed information about the RV. Name: Armored RV, can refill fuel from system space. Level LV107500. Energy consumption can be used for upgrades. Protection value 1000. As long as the protection value is above 0, the RV will not be damaged. After exiting combat, consuming materials or energy can restore protection value. A 1 kilogram of material or 1 energy point restores 1 protection point. Space 50 square meters. The RV's appearance is unrelated to internal space. Weapons not equipped. Functions: medical LV1 can quickly heal minor injuries and zombie viruses by consuming medicine or energy. Upgrade conditions not met. Ding. Detected initial binding of a core item. Reward skill: Eye of Insight. Ding. Detected the host has acquired a skill for the first time. Reward skill: Hostile Perception. Upon hearing the system's prompts, Tian opened the skill panel, and indeed 2 new skills appeared. Eye of Insight. Using this skill allows viewing the basic information of living beings. Hostile Perception. Passive skill that enables the host to sense hostility directed at them. Tian was quite pleased with these practical skills. Just then his phone rang, and upon answering, a girl's voice came through. "Tian, I've been busy these past few days and haven't had time to check my messages. What's up?" The caller was none other than his current girlfriend, Yang Ying. In his previous life, Yang Ying had claimed she was on a business trip, but during that time he had been unable to reach her, which made him anxious as he sent numerous messages without a reply. Hearing her voice, Tian smirked coldly, though he maintained a calm demeanor. "Nothing much, I was just a bit worried about you." He hadn't heard that voice in a long time and was momentarily taken aback. "I told you I'm on a business trip. If there's anything, we can talk when I get back. Goodbye." With that, Yang Ying hung up. Tian nonchalantly tucked his phone away. If she hadn't called, he might have almost forgotten he had a girlfriend. This call served as a timely reminder, and with that thought, Tian smirked coldly. Driving the armored RV through the city would draw too much attention, so he first towed it to a secluded parking lot not far from the safe house, covering it with a tarp to conceal its identity as a heavily armed vehicle. On the 24th day, with just 6 days until the apocalypse, The end of days was fast approaching, and time was of the essence. This time he drove according to vague memories from his past life, heading to a very secluded alley that was just wide enough for a vehicle to pass through. He halted at an even smaller intersection. After getting out of the car, he walked down the alley, as per his recollection. The sides of the alley were cluttered with debris, barely allowing room for a single person to walk through. The debris had likely been there for ages, covered in dust, and in a state of decay, with some emitting a foul odor. However, to Tian, this was hardly an issue. He had endured much worse environments in his past life, making this seem trivial. Arriving at a dilapidated wooden door, he knocked in a rhythmic pattern that resonated loudly in the stillness of the alley. After a moment, a tall, lean man in his 20s opened the door, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He eyed Tian and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I was sent by Lao Fong to pick up some goods." "Recommended by Lao Fong, which item number?" The lean man remained cautious. If Tian couldn't respond correctly, something would be off. "Item number 2. Upon hearing this, the lean man glanced behind Tian. Not spotting anything unusual, he replied, "Follow me." Without waiting for Tian to respond, he turned and walked inside with Tian following him. As soon as they entered, the door closed automatically behind them. Tian remained unfazed. He had heard Lao Fong boast about this place during his previous life. This was where he had crafted his weapon. In the early days of the apocalypse, that weapon was nothing short of a divine artifact said to cut through steel effortlessly, supposedly forged from a precious metal passed down through generations. He detailed the time, place, and process of picking it up, and now, with the apocalypse imminent, he saw no harm in revealing this information. The lean man led Tian through a convoluted path, eventually arriving behind a large tree, where he cleared some brush to reveal an underground entrance. Tian marveled inwardly at how hidden this entrance was. Without guidance, who could possibly find this place? After entering the basement, what caught Tian's eye was the array of cold weapons hanging on the walls: knives, guns, swords, curved blades, and even a powerful crossbow. No wonder this place was so secretive. If someone were to be caught here, they would certainly face imprisonment. Inside, a burly man was heating a red-hot piece of iron over the furnace. He merely glanced up at the commotion, and upon seeing the tall, slender figure, returned his focus to the iron. The tall man ignored the burly figure and took a sword off the wall, handing it to Tian. "This is your item 200000." Tian accepted the sword, his eyes brightening. As he drew it, a cold gleam flashed along the blade, exuding an icy chill. With a flourish, he swung the sword and struck a nearby piece of iron, cutting into it by a full centimeter. It should be noted that Tian's body wasn't enhanced at the moment, and a centimeter was quite impressive. If he were enhanced, the cut would surely have gone deeper. "Good sword." Tian nodded in satisfaction, declaring it his own. As for Old Fong, who was Old Fong? He had no clue. Tian sheathed the sword with fluidity, a skill honed through countless life-and-death battles in his past life. The tall man observed Tian's seamless actions and realized that he was far more formidable than he appeared. Tian pointed at the crossbow on the wall. "Is this for sale?" Narrowing his eyes at the crossbow, Tian indicated. The tall man replied, "Yes, but it's pricier than ordinary crossbows. It's made from high-strength steel. You can try it out first." Noticing Tian's smooth handling, the tall man's tone became markedly more polite. He wouldn't have been so courteous with an average person. Tian nodded, removed the crossbow from the wall, loaded a bolt, and aimed at a distant target. With a soft, muffled thud, the bolt shot forth, piercing through the target with ease. Tian's eyes lit up. What incredible power! This crossbow could fire multiple shots, and with such strength, it was akin to a nuclear weapon in the realm of cold arms. Especially given its near-silent operation, it greatly reduced the attention it would attract from monsters. Monsters were notoriously sensitive to sound. "Impressive. He'll take it. Name your price." 1 million along with 500 bolts. Tian nodded. Given the weapon's power and the number of specially made bolts, the price was quite reasonable. He promptly transferred the payment for both the sword and the crossbow. He named the sword Starlight Sword, as its blades sparkled like stars, a fitting name indeed. The tall man's demeanor brightened as he received the money, becoming noticeably less rigid than before. "Do you have any other good items?" Tian glanced around the wall, but found nothing particularly eye-catching. The tall man hesitated, exchanging a glance with the burly man, who pondered for a moment before subtly nodding. Tian observed this exchange with keen insight. He had been through more in the apocalyptic world than they could imagine. Their actions were child's play compared to his experiences. "There are some other items. Follow me." The tall man led Tian to a side area, pulling aside a curtain to reveal a bed clearly meant for sleeping, adorned with a disheveled blanket. He lifted the blanket and pressed a spot on the bed, revealing a hidden compartment beneath the bed frame. What lay inside was not just of higher quality than the weapons on the walls, but appeared to be exquisite. Among the items were a powerful bow, a pair of iron hammers, a suit of armor, and a dagger. Tian picked up the powerful bow and pulled back on the string, finding it quite taxing, indicating its formidable strength. After setting it down, he lifted one of the iron hammers, testing its weight. It was remarkably heavy. Tian focused on the armor and chainmail. The armor looked somewhat ornate, but according to the tall man, its protective capability was considerable. He wondered what purpose such robust armor served in this era. Surely one wouldn't wear it into battle, would they? He tried it on, finding it a decent fit, while the chainmail was a bit oversized, but he didn't mind. "He'll take all of these. Name your price." The tall man's eyes brightened noticeably at this declaration. These items weren't easy to sell, and who would need such equipment? In the end, Tian paid 5 million, rounding down to the nearest whole number. Having cleared out these pieces of inventory, the tall man appeared quite pleased, and along with the burly man, helped Tian load the items into his vehicle. Once they departed, Tian swiftly stored everything in his system space. These items would serve as invaluable weapons in the early days of the apocalypse. The chainmail and armor would protect him from being injured by monsters, with Tian planning to use the armor himself, while finding suitable candidates for the chainmail and other weapons, hence purchasing everything. After placing the weapons in his space, the system notification chimed again. Beep. Detected host acquired weapons rewarded with 1 weapon enhancement. Tian opened the system reward details, able to designate 1 weapon for enhancement, with the effects post-enhancement being unknown. He was momentarily torn between enhancing the starlight sword, the bow, or the crossbow. The starlight sword was already a fine weapon, and its enhancement would surely amplify its power. However, its limitation was evident. It was only effective in close combat. Ultimately, Tian chose to enhance the crossbow. It allowed for ranged attacks, and he preferred to avoid close combat whenever possible. Beep. Crossbow enhancement successful, upgraded to infinite crossbow. With a thought, he retrieved the infinite crossbow from his system space. A far more ornate version of the crossbow appeared in his hands, and as he held it, detailed information flooded his mind. Infinite crossbow capable of shooting arrows with powerful penetration, auto-reloading, with infinite arrows available. The higher the user's agility, the greater the damage. Eager to test the enhanced weapon's power, Tian quickly drove to a secluded corner and aimed the crossbow at a dilapidated stone lion. With a swift motion, an arrow shot forth like a meteor. With a soft thud, a dark hole roughly the size of a thumb appeared on the stone lion, wisps of smoke curling from the edges. Astounded by the destructive power of the arrow, Tian couldn't help but marvel at its ferocity. The only downside was the loading speed, which took about a second for each bolt, though otherwise it would have been akin to a machine gun. Nonetheless, Tian was thoroughly satisfied. It was vastly superior to its former iteration. On the 27th day, with only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, Tian had been tirelessly preparing for these past few days, and his preparations were nearing completion. After spending time together, he had established a preliminary trust with Yunjie. Although learning to cook wasn't his primary goal, it inadvertently led him to consider a crucial matter. The dishes he had ordered would eventually run out, and what then? His own cooking didn't hold a candle to hers, and he would be back to eating less appetizing meals. Absolutely not. Thus, Yunjie would be the perfect candidate to cook for him in the future. Through his careful approach, she had come to trust him considerably, and while they weren't yet close friends, they had formed a solid friendship. That was enough for Tian. He had no desire for romance. This relationship was satisfactory. As for Xiong, he had also cultivated a good relationship through intentional efforts. The safe house had been completed, providing him with a secured refuge for the coming apocalypse. The ordered water barrels had arrived long ago, and he had filled them to the brim over the past several days. The only thing left was to hear back from the people he had contacted. On the 30th day, with only 1 day until the apocalypse, Tian checked out of the presidential suite. While he would prefer to stay there for comfort, tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse. He was absolutely certain the cataclysm would erupt around noon the following day. Deep down, he harbored a sliver of hope that the apocalypse might not occur. Although he had stockpiled considerable supplies, it would seem a loss if nothing happened. However, these supplies could be sold for money, and he didn't wish to see the world descend into hell. Considering his experiences from the past life, humanity seemed destined for extinction. Ultimately, all would perish. With that thought, Tian sighed deeply, his gaze hardening with renewed determination. As he checked out amidst the astonished expressions at the front desk, he ordered all the dishes from the hotel's kitchen for the following day, specifically requesting the chef's creations to be delivered to a designated location. Since he had already paid, they didn't question him further. Who would refuse money? They quickly assured him that everything would be delivered on time. Yi Tian took out his phone and called Yun Jie. Could you come to my place before noon tomorrow and teach me how to cook? It was not saintly compassion that motivated him. Yun Jie would one day be a ruler and later a subordinate under his command. She cooked well. To prevent unforeseen complications, he wanted to recruit her early. Though some argued that bringing her in after she had endured the world's cruelty would make her more compliant, Yi Tian had already taken steps to cultivate a relationship in advance. Of course, things rarely go as planned. Yun Jie apologized. I'm sorry, Yi Tian. I have something tomorrow. Could afternoon work? Afternoon would be too late, he thought. He could not say that, so he urged her obliquely, be sure to bring extra food and drink, stay in your room, and lock the door, wedge something against it, and, most importantly, be alone in the room. Yun Jie, puzzled, nevertheless agreed. After hanging up, Yi Tian called Xiong Lai. He hinted that he had received information about a possible large-scale demonstration tomorrow and suggested Xiong Lai stay home. Whether Xiong heeded that warning was beyond Yi Tian's concern. Oh, by rights, Xiong Lai should be safe. Next, he dialed Chen Jianshu, the pork supplier who had cheated him. The meat had been sold was in Yi Tian's calculus, a debt of interest due for repayment. Chun, Yi Tian said, I found a problem with the pork you delivered. Let's meet tomorrow morning at the warehouse. He'll wait there. Hanging up, Yi Tian smiled coldly. If he remembered correctly, his girlfriend would return tomorrow as well. In his previous life, she had been with him just before the cataclysm began. It had felt like fate then. He drove to the appliance market. He had one last thing to procure: electrical goods. Although the power would fail when the catastrophe came, he had stockpiled generators and intended to keep a few essential appliances. He bought many freezers, chiefly to make ice for summer relief. Rice cookers, induction stoves, and other kitchenware followed. Cooking would still be easier with gas, yet acquiring large quantities would be impossible without proper credentials, so he would wait for opportunity after the collapse. Citing employee benefits, he purchased thousands of power banks, dozens of phones, and a dozen laptops. He emptied the computer mall of readily available resource drives, filling them with single-player games, TV series, popular variety shows, and study materials. Diversions for future idleness. Night fell. He stored the pork at warehouse No. 3 on Fumin Lu and returned to his safe house to rest. 31 days after his rebirth, the first day the apocalypse broke. At dawn, Yi Tian received a call from Chen Jianshu. He rose, rubbed his face to wake himself, and looked at the sky. There was no sign that anything had changed. The apocalypse had arrived without prelude, erupting abruptly. He had no time for rumination and drove to the warehouse. From a distance, he saw a car parked there. Mr. Yi, you're finally here. What's wrong with the meat? It's top quality, no defects. Chen insisted. If there were defects, no one could easily see them. His confidence rested on the fact that his meat was not contaminated by the undead. Calm down, Chen. Come in, and you'll understand, Yi Tian replied with a smile that veiled lethal intent. He asked lightly if Chen's beautiful secretary should come along. Chen, unsuspecting, brought her with him into the cold warehouse. The temperature was frigid to preserve the frozen meat, and the secretary shivered in her scant attire. Yi Tian closed the rolling door, startling her. Why did you close the door, Mr. Yi? She asked. So the warm air won't spoil the meat, Yi Tian said, smiling as if reciting a trivial precaution. Chen felt something amiss, but did not suspect murder. Which crate is the problem? Chen demanded. I guarantee my meat is prime. That one, Yi Tian said, indicating a box deeper inside. They moved closer, and Yi Tian drew the Xingqian sword from the system space concealed about him. Chen and his secretary peered at the chosen crate, puzzled. There's nothing wrong, Chen murmured, turning. In an instant, before Chen could brace himself, Yi Tian thrust the sword through his chest. Chen clutched his heart. Instinct made him grab the blade too, and a painful scream echoed through the warehouse. The secretary's face went ashen. She clamped small hands over her mouth, tears spilling uncontrollably. Why? Chen gasped, bewildered and furious. He could not fathom any reason. He had not crossed Yi Tian. Go ask Yama, Yi Tian said with a cold smile, and drew the sword free. Chen clung desperately to the blade, as if preventing its withdrawal might save him, eyes bloodshot and filled with rage and disbelief. He fell with a thud, his final gaze locked on Yi Tian. Blood dripped slowly from the sword's tip. The secretary collapsed, shrieking, and then sobbing, her ample chest heaving as she tried to calm herself. Any ordinary person witnessing such slaughter would be stunned. Here was a fragile woman utterly undone. She began to beg, pleading for mercy, proclaiming ignorance. You can do anything to me, I won't resist. Please don't kill me. She took off her outer garment in frantic appeal, convinced her body was her only leverage. As she finished, Yi Tian drove the sword's tip into her bosom. Blood stained her white blouse. She opened her mouth to scream, and the sword came out. She slumped and lay still, the crimson pool spreading. A phone rang abruptly. Yi Tian did not flinch. In a world-ending killing had become commonplace, he answered. Hello, Mr. Yi. The dishes you ordered at our hotel have all been delivered. Are you available to collect them now? The delivery person wore a smile filled with utmost respect. Normally their hotel did not provide delivery services, but it was a different story today, as Yi Tian had paid exceptionally well. Yi Tian had booked every dish in the hotel, and encountering such a wealthy client meant that with no other customers to serve it was only natural to provide a delivery service. Just a moment. Yi Tian hung up the phone, casually storing 2 corpses into his system space to deal with later. He walked to the front of the warehouse and forcefully pulled up the roll-up door. Whoosh. As the door rose, the hotel's delivery vehicle was parked right outside. Hello, Mr. Yi. The delivery person greeted him enthusiastically. Hello? Have all the dishes been delivered? Everything is here. A total of 16785 dishes, all prepared by experienced chefs, ensuring that each one will satisfy your palate. Yi Tian nodded. Please take them inside. Thank you for your hard work. He wasn't worried about anyone noticing the bloodstains. That area was tucked away, and it was impossible to see unless one turned in that direction. Not a problem at all, the delivery person said, waving his hands dismissively. He thought to himself, this young tycoon is both rich and polite, no wonder he has so much money. After the hotel staff unloaded all the dishes, Yi Tian closed the door and turned around to store the food and pork into the system space. Just as he finished, his phone rang again. Yi Tian, why didn't you tell me you were selling the house? A frantic, shrill voice erupted from the phone. Hearing the angry outburst, a cold smile flickered across Yi Tian's lips, his expression one of disdain. The call was from Yang Ying. Although he wore a look of scorn, his voice was soft and sincere as he spoke. My dear, please don't be angry. Don't be angry. Do you have any idea that I returned from my business trip today and couldn't even get into the house? I only found out from someone else that it was sold. What do you want? If you don't want to be together anymore, just say so. Break up. Yang Ying's voice suddenly rose an octave. Wait. My dear, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I sold the house to surprise you. As Yi Tian's panicked voice came through the phone, Yang Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk. She found this tactic effective against him, and it had always worked. Though she felt a sense of triumph, she didn't relent. A surprise. Huh. More like a fright. Listen here, Yi Tian. You must give me an explanation today. If you can't clarify this, we are far from done. My dear, I sold the house because I bought another villa, and it's in your name. I didn't tell you in advance because I wanted to surprise you. Really? Yang Ying asked suspiciously. Yi Tian suddenly buying her a villa. Was he planning to propose? Of course it's true. How could I dare to lie to you? I swear on my life. Yi Tian kept assuring her, but Yang Ying could not see the icy coldness in his eyes, nor the growing chill of his demeanor. As she listened to his assurances, Yang Ying's smile widened. That's more like it. Where are you now? To her, Yi Tian was like the Monkey King in Buddha's palm, forever unable to escape his grasp. So when he spoke, she believed him without a hint of doubt. In his previous life, Yi Tian had indeed been like that, but what she didn't know was that the current Yi Tian was no longer the same. I'm at warehouse no. 3 on Fumin Road. Come find me. I'll take you to buy that handbag you love. Really? You're so sweet, my dear. Just moments ago, her face had been stormy, but now it was radiant, adorned with a brilliant smile. With a villa and a handbag, wasn't this the rhythm of a proposal? Yang Ying had previously told Yi Tian that once they married, all his money would be entrusted to her, and the house would be in her name. She said this would make her feel secure, as men with wealth could easily go astray. She planned to find ways to transfer Yi Tian's assets after marriage. The thought of their future together made her happier still. Okay, I've reserved a spot, so once you finish here, I'll take you over. Just come over. All right, I'm on my way. Moi. Yang Ying blew kisses into the phone. Listening to the kisses, Yi Tian remained unfazed, his eyes cold and unyielding. Yang Ying was indeed very beautiful, rivaling stars on television with a captivating charm. She had curves in all the right places and a slender form where it mattered. Had it not been for her beauty, Yi Tian in his past life wouldn't have been so infatuated that he turned a blind eye to her betrayal after the apocalypse. If it weren't for someone saving him, he would have died that day. In the apocalypse, he had cared for her, as he always had, fearful of her suffering even the slightest harm, always going out to find food for her only to be met with her disdain for its taste. In the end, she betrayed him for what she deemed a safer and more secure life, taking away the hard-earned supplies he had gathered. The thought of this made Yi Tian's gaze grow even colder. Suddenly, he remembered something and dialed his assistant. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? Have you heard back from the person you were investigating? Not yet. Yi Tian understood the predicament. He hadn't held much hope to begin with. The assistant, sensing the silence, worried that Yi Tian was upset with his slow efficiency, hurriedly added, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'll follow up again. Enough. I'm not angry with you. Now listen to me. Issue a notice. Everyone in the company is on leave. On leave. But what about the goods? All work is to be put on hold. Everyone is to take a break. Just say they should spend time with their families, including you. After sending the notice, head home immediately. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll get the notice out right away. Yi Tian was no saint. He couldn't oversee everyone in the company. However, he wouldn't just stand by and watch them wait for death. Giving them a heads up to spend time with their families was the least he could do. As for those who refused to heed his advice, there was nothing more he could do. As for his friends, having been an orphan, he had never had any. Now his acquaintances were merely business partners, more like drinking buddies, and he didn't even want to involve his assistant, much less anyone else. After finishing his call, it wasn't long before Yang Ying arrived outside the warehouse in a taxi. Yi Tian opened the roll-up door, instantly replacing his cold expression with a warm smile completely unrecognizable from moments before. My dear, you're here. Come in. Yang Ying frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to take me to buy a handbag? Hee, I'm just finishing up a little business. Please come in and sit for a moment. How much longer? Yang Ying asked impatiently. Very soon, my dear. Just come in and rest. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out. Yi Tian felt disgusted as he spoke these words, but to lure Yang Ying inside, he had no choice. For now, he couldn't afford to be blatant about his intentions. Yang Ying, trusting him, followed him inside, since there was nowhere to rest outside. However, upon entering, she found the entire warehouse empty, devoid of anything. There wasn't even a chair. Seeing this, anger flared in Yang Ying's eyes. She turned to confront Yi Tian, but just as she did, he closed the roll-up door with a loud clang. Yi Tian, what do you mean by this? Why are you closing the door? Yi Tian did not answer. Instead, a chair appeared in his hand, which he placed right in front of Yang Ying. His face was icy, his gaze chilling. Yang Ying watched this astonishing scene, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yi Tian. Yang Ying pointed at Yi Tian, stuttering and at a loss for words, completely oblivious to Yi Tian's expression at that moment. This chair was the very one Yi Tian had collected during his experiments at home. Observing Yang Ying's bewildered demeanor, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Yi Tian's mouth, yet he remained silent as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Though still in shock, Yang Ying gradually sensed something was amiss. Yi Tian's expression had turned icy, devoid of the warmth and friendliness he had once shown. Instinctively, she felt a wave of panic. Yi Tian, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Words tumbled out clumsily, fear gripping her heart. She had no idea what Yi Tian intended, only a primal sense of dread, an overwhelming fear. Yi Tian exhaled a smoke ring and addressed Yang Ying in an icy tone. My dear, tell me, in the past few days, who were you on a business trip with? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I was on a business trip with my colleagues. Yang Ying replied, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with a facade of calm. Then tell me, who is Peng Xing'an? Upon hearing Yi Tian's question and recalling his tone, Yang Ying's face drained of color, only to be swiftly replaced by a burning rage that eclipsed her fear. You were spying on me. Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if she had been stripped of her most profound secrets. She shouted frantically, how dare you invade my privacy? I could sue you. Remember, I'm not married to you yet. Even if I have dealings with someone else, it's merely normal socializing. What right do you have to monitor me? Suddenly her voice faltered, as if choked, coming to an abrupt halt. For in Yi Tian's hand now glimmered a sword, reflecting a chilling light under the illumination. Yi Tian had not been spying on her. This revelation came from the day Yang Ying betrayed him during the apocalypse. The man she had been involved with was none other than her boss Peng Xing'an, who had accompanied her on the business trip. With his influence in the company and a barrage of empty promises, Peng Xing'an had convinced everyone that the government would surely come to their rescue. In due time, they would return to their jobs, and he would remain the same old boss. This manipulation had garnered him dozens of followers, yet Yi Tian had no means to exact revenge on him now. Yang Ying found Yi Tian utterly unfamiliar, so foreign that it instilled in her an acute fear, as though he had transformed into a different person. As Yi Tian brandished the sword, he gazed silently at Yang Ying, who felt as though she were being stalked by a ferocious beast, a chill running down her spine. Her face was devoid of color, her legs trembling. Only one thought flickered in Yang Ying's mind: to seek Yi Tian's forgiveness. Yi Tian, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. Please don't act impulsively. It'll change, I promise to be devoted to you. We can get married tomorrow, okay? I'll give you a healthy son, I'll even. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside. The ground shook violently, sending waves of panic through her body and quickening her heartbeat. Then came a tremor, as if the very earth were quaking beneath them. Yang Ying's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly disheveled. An earthquake. It's an earthquake. She cried out trembling as she scrambled to her feet, desperate to escape the warehouse. Meanwhile, Tian sat calmly in the chair, leisurely exhaling smoke rings, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, remaining steadfast and immovable. He watched silently as Yang Ying struggled to rise, intent on fleeing. In that moment, all Yang Ying could think was to escape quickly. Staying inside during an earthquake was perilous, leaving no room for concern about Tian. However, just as she brushed past him, the tip of a sword suddenly pierced through her heart. Yang Ying froze, a sharp pain seizing her, blood gushing from her mouth as she pointed at Tian, wanting to say something. With a swift motion, Tian withdrew the sword, causing blood to spurt forth. Yang Ying's body weakened, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips as she moved them, seemingly wanting to utter something, but ultimately no words came. After killing Yang Ying, Tian felt no stir of emotion. He wiped the bloody blade on her body before stowing it away in the system space. He was well aware of the chaos unfolding outside. The apocalypse had arrived. At that moment, chaos reigned beyond the walls. Just moments ago, an enormous stone pillar had unexpectedly appeared in the sky over Yuzhong City. Descending at a terrifying speed, the pillar crashed violently into the ground in the blink of an eye. A terrifying wave of earth and debris surged outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the surrounding area with ferocity. Then came a colossal, thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. The entire Yuzhong City shook as if struck by an earthquake. Countless windows shattered almost simultaneously across the city, and many fragile structures collapsed, trapping their occupants within, oblivious to their fates. People in shopping malls and markets surged toward the exits in a frenzy, resulting in a stampede as the once bustling spaces fell eerily silent. Vehicles on the roads lost control amidst the tremors, leading to numerous car crashes at once. Amidst the chaos, shouts, cries for help, explosions, and screeching brakes intertwined, while smoke billowed from countless cars, plunging Yuzhong City into utter disarray, paralyzing all traffic. Countless individuals dialed emergency services, but the lines were overwhelmed and many calls went unanswered, leaving those who managed to connect waiting in vain for help while they wept helplessly. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared, enveloping the city in a tense atmosphere. Fortunately, the colossal pillar did not land in the city center, but on a mountain peak, or no one would have survived. The descending giant crushed the entire summit. The massive stone pillar towered into the clouds, resembling a colossal support beam stretching endlessly into the sky. Its diameter measured about a kilometer, adorned with intricate carvings that dazzled the eye. What the citizens of Yuzhong City did not know was that they were not alone. 9 such pillars had descended across the nation at the same time. Countless tragedies unfolded simultaneously in 9 locations, plunging the entire country into chaos. Fortunately, the 9 pillars coincidentally landed on different mountain peaks. Except for those within a few dozen kilometers around each pillar, who perished from the shockwave, the impact on other areas remained manageable. This was a stroke of misfortune amidst fortune. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as the pillars descended, a multitude of monsters surged forth from within them. It was as if they had emerged directly from the pillars, a sight both uncanny and horrifying. From a distance, these countless creatures resembled swarming ants, an endless tide of them. Though their movements appeared slow, reminiscent of elderly individuals, the first of these monsters soon detected something that ignited their excitement. Hiss! With a chilling roar, the creatures charged forward. In front of the monster lay a collapsed pig farm, obstructing their path. The trapped pigs inside were still grunting and squealing, while others scattered in different directions. Monster! Monster! Ow! A terrified scream erupted from one of the workers, causing those who were chasing the fleeing pigs to turn in confusion towards the source of the cry. The worker's face was ashen, filled with dread, his mouth quivering uncontrollably, and his legs trembled incessantly, a puddle forming beneath him. With a shaking hand, he pointed outside, prompting several workers to follow his gaze. What they saw left them pale and weak-kneed, a sight they would never forget. A multitude of grotesque creatures was slowly approaching them. These monsters stood on 2 legs resembling humans, but with only 3 sharp toes that curved like daggers into the ground, their knees and ankles bending unnaturally backward. Their calves were slender, while their thighs were thick and adorned with sharp spikes. Their arms were long, nearly reaching their knees, with barbs along the forearms and hands. The palms were robust, and their fingernails were razor-sharp. A vertical slit ran down the monsters' bellies, akin to an open mouth, emanating a faint glow. Their mouths extended from the nose to the sternum, flanked by rows of jagged teeth, exuding a menacing aura. On either side of their mouths protruded long tusk-like fangs. Their ears were pointed and erect, and they possessed glowing eyes. On their foreheads sat a peculiar white orb resembling stone, with grayish-white hair cascading down. The overall appearance of the creatures was utterly terrifying. "Monster! Run!" Someone shouted, and suddenly several workers seemed to awaken from a trance, sprinting forward. However, the worker who first spotted the monster remained frozen, his legs quaking uncontrollably. His forehead beaded with sweat as he realized the monster was drawing nearer, increasing his panic, yet he remained immobilized, as if his legs were nailed to the ground. "Xiaohe, run!" At that moment, an older worker rushed over and pulled him along, finally coaxing him into motion, though he could barely run. As the monster drew closer, the older worker grabbed a shovel from the ground and swung it hard at the creature's head, knocking one down instantly. By sheer luck, he had struck the monster's weak point. Seeing that it was possible to defeat these creatures, he swung at another one. This time he missed as the monster blocked the attack with its hand. The elderly worker was quick to react, reversing his strike towards another monster. But there were simply too many of them. Before long, the older worker was overwhelmed by the swarm. Several monsters opened their gaping jaws and lunged at him. He let out a pained scream, and then he was torn apart by the newly arrived creatures. Blood splattered everywhere. "Uncle Zhang." The previously paralyzed worker Xiaohe witnessed this horrific scene, his eyes reddening with tears. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of strength propelled him to his feet. He dashed forward, but the monsters were too close. Even with Uncle Zhang buying him a little time, more creatures had already closed in. Suddenly, Xiaohe felt a searing pain as one of the monsters slashed his back, blood gushing out. With a jolt of adrenaline, he sprinted forward, finally shaking off the monsters and desperately trying to catch up with the fleeing workers ahead. Several of them glanced back, and upon seeing Uncle Zhang being devoured, their faces turned pale, some even gagging in horror. Seeing Xiaohe break free from the monsters, they instinctively slowed their pace, waiting for him to catch up. They soon realized that the monsters' movements were sluggish, allowing them ample time to escape, diminishing their initial terror. The unknown was the most frightening. With the knowledge that the creatures were slow, they suppressed their fear. "Xiaohe, hurry up. We'll drive to the authorities." Xiaohe was too breathless to respond, nodding vigorously. Sweat dripped down his pale face, whether from pain or fear, he could not tell. Unbeknownst to him, the wound on his back had stopped bleeding and was beginning to itch, a hint of green seeping from it. But his mind was blank, completely unaware of the anomaly in his injury. The group frantically piled into a van, flooring the accelerator as they sped toward the city, determined to report this terrifying sight to the authorities for action. They firmly believed that the government could eradicate these monsters. Xiaohe sat at the back, gulping down water from a bottle, his chest heaving as he remained visibly shaken. Suddenly, his expression froze. He began to spew large amounts of green liquid from his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. He looked utterly monstrous. The others in the van, still reeling from the memory of the horde of creatures, failed to notice Xiaohe's transformation. Then a horrifying and unfathomable event occurred. In a matter of moments, Xiaohe morphed into a creature identical to those that had just attacked them. The only difference was that he lacked the stone-like orb on his forehead. The newly transformed Xiaohe let out an ear-piercing roar. He lunged at the worker sitting in front of him, his sharp claws piercing the man's body. The worker screamed in agony. The others, hearing the commotion from the back, turned in shock. Their faces paled as they screamed in terror. The driver, seeing the chaos through the rearview mirror, lost control, swerving sharply and causing the van to overturn. In their final moments, they were filled with confusion. Wasn't Xiaohe the one sitting at the back? How could a monster suddenly appear? This question would remain unanswered. Meanwhile, Tian, even from a distance, caught sight of the stone pillars. He chose not to linger in the warehouse, realizing it wasn't safe, and that his secure shelter would be a better option. He wondered about Xiong and Yunjie, but trusted that they were strong enough to be safe. The apocalypse had begun, and he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. He aimed to ascend faster than anyone else, capitalizing on his foresight, especially concerning that woman, Xia Shui. She had been the love of his life in his past life. They had faced the trials of the apocalypse together, believing they were each other's lifelines, only for him to die at her hands in the end. Ironically, the very knife that brought about his demise was one he had painstakingly procured for her. It was a bitter twist of fate. Xia Shui's talent surpassed his, so he needed to evolve faster than anyone else to seek revenge. Time was of the essence. Tian drove a heavy truck he had prepositioned here toward his safe house. The warehouse was not guaranteed to be secure. This truck, meticulously chosen from his company, was reinforced with a strengthened bumper, making it safer than smaller vehicles during these perilous times. He sped along the road, crashing through any immobile obstacles. As he turned a corner and prepared to accelerate, a young man in the middle of the road shouted, "Driver, please help me get to the city." As he shouted, he waved his hands frantically. Yi Tian remained expressionless, showing no intention of slowing down, continuing to accelerate forward. The young man, seeing Yi Tian's aggressive approach, jumped aside in fright and yelled, "Are you blind? I'm telling you to stop, and you still want to run me over. Just wait. I've memorized your license plate. I'll have my brothers take care of you, you bastard." The young man cursed vehemently, his anger boiling over as if he could devour Yi Tian alive. He had just been startled, and even if he wasn't rushing to help, at least he could have slowed down. However, just as he finished cursing, the heavy truck came to a halt, and Yi Tian stepped down with his usual impassive demeanor. Initially, he had considered the young man just another passerby unworthy of his attention. Yet Yi Tian could not let the young man's words slide. He had no doubt that the young man would seek revenge if given the chance. In this post-apocalyptic world where everything had collapsed and only the law of the jungle prevailed, it was wise to eliminate potential threats. The young man approached Yi Tian, still cursing, "Are you blind? Can't you see me?" Before he could finish, Yi Tian swiftly drew a knife and slashed across the young man's throat. Blood gushed forth as the young man clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yi Tian, his face frozen in shock. He had never imagined that a simple confrontation could cost him his life, but he had no time to ponder, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, motionless. Yi Tian paid no mind to the corpse in a world now filled with bodies who would care about one more. As time passed, the monstrous creatures slowly closed in on the city, their growls finally drawing the attention of the people. "What's that sound?" someone asked in confusion, his vision. But as the creatures drew nearer, the growling intensified, and they finally understood what was coming. Monsters! A piercing scream erupted. Seeing the horde of creatures, many turned pale, frozen in fear, their legs refusing to move. Yet the monsters cared little for their paralysis, howling with excitement as they lunged forward, eager for their feast. A well-dressed young woman, her face drained of color, watched in horror as a creature charged at her. She trembled, overwhelmed, and weeping, instinctively attempting to flee into her car, but her legs gave way, and she fell. As she pondered her next move, the monster pounced, tearing a chunk of flesh from her beautiful face, transforming it into a grotesque mask of terror. The horrific and bloody scene shocked those nearby, and under the pressure of death, people began to frantically rush forward. Some jumped into their cars, flooring the gas pedal, and honking madly, crashing into any vehicles blocking their path, desperate to escape this hell on earth. Most, however, had no time to reach their cars, and could only run, losing shoes in their haste, but they pressed on regardless. Even the most pampered women, with their feet bleeding, gritted their teeth and pushed forward, but human endurance is finite. The monsters, although slow, pursued relentlessly, undeterred by obstacles. Cars weighing several tons and heavy trucks were pushed aside like ants moving their nest. Those already injured or paralyzed by fear became the first victims of the ravenous creatures. Screams and cries filled the air, a cacophony of terror. Those who had exhausted their strength collapsed, but still they dared not stop, scrambling forward on hands and knees. "No, please no, help me." Finally, those who had succumbed to exhaustion became the second batch of prey for the monsters. Others who had not yet run out of stamina were closely pursued by the creatures, their growls echoing ominously in their ears. Many were scratched by the monsters' claws, yet they pressed on desperately. Suddenly, one runner's eyes widened in horror, his body transforming within moments, joining the ranks of the monstrous horde. Before those nearby could react, the newly transformed creature attacked, knocking another victim to the ground. Panic swept through the remaining survivors as they witnessed this transformation. What just happened? How did he turn into a monster out of nowhere? Before anyone could answer, more injured individuals began to morph into creatures, causing the horde to swell even further. Those who had been slower in their escape ultimately became part of the monstrous army. Some who had looked back were now pale as they ran, warning others of the unfolding horror. Can people really turn into monsters? What causes this? I suspect it's from being scratched by a monster. We must find shelter. If we just secure the doors, the monsters won't get in. This realization struck those around them, prompting the terrified crowd to flee towards nearby buildings. Most doors were now reinforced with steel or security locks, providing some semblance of safety. Temporarily, the monsters were stalled outside, banging against the doors, unable to break through. The more timid screamed at the sound of the monsters, inadvertently drawing more attention to themselves. In this vicious cycle, the monsters eventually broke down the weakened doors, surging into the rooms with wild excitement. This gruesome scene played out across the city of Nanyu, transforming the urban landscape into a hellish nightmare. Xiaoxua, look outside. What is that? A girl pointed in terror at the approaching creatures. Xiaoxua followed her gaze, her face paling in fear. Shuang, are they all monsters? Look, there are people being eaten. Both girls paled, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the horrifying scene and share it online. Countless others in nearby buildings began to do the same, not just in Nanyu, but across the nation as similar horrors unfolded in different cities. In an instant, the internet erupted in chaos. If just one or two people had posted, it could have been dismissed as a prank, but when thousands shared the same horrific images, it was undeniable. Panic spread nationwide as people feared whether the monsters would reach their towns. Many rushed home, ignoring their bosses' threats to stay at work. Who cared about a job when man-eating monsters were on the loose? The two initial witnesses remained in their room, terrified, quickly locking the door. Together they pushed a sofa against the door, feeling a bit safer after their efforts. Xiaoxue, you think these monsters will be eliminated, right? This is terrifying. Shueying, her face pale, shook Xiaoxue's arm anxiously. Shueying, they will. The government will come to save us. These monsters will definitely be dealt with. Xiaoxue, despite trembling with fear, offered comfort to her friend, unsure of what else to do. Xiaoxue, named Xiaoxue, was delicate and charming with refined features and fair skin. Though not very tall, standing at around 5'7", her figure was quite attractive. Unbeknownst to her, someone was desperately searching for her. Shueying, whose full name was Su Ying, had just graduated from university and was temporarily living in this rental accommodation with Xiaoxue. As Shueying gradually calmed down, a secret resolve formed in her mind. The same scenes unfolded in various places across the nation, with everyone hiding in their rooms, firmly believing that the country would come to their rescue. Indeed, the government responded swiftly, issuing announcements on the internet and television. Dear citizens, in the face of this sudden disaster, we express our heartfelt condolences to our fallen compatriots. We urge all citizens to stay indoors and secure their doors and windows. We are actively preparing for rescue operations. Such a significant event could not be concealed. The only course of action was to prepare for countermeasures. The military was promptly dispatched to the front lines, but faced with the seemingly endless horde of monsters, the commander could only grit his teeth and order the soldiers to hold their ground with all their might. The barrels of the guns glowed red from continuous fire, and artillery shells rained down indiscriminately, accuracy no longer a concern. Fighter jets soared through the sky, taking off, dropping bombs, returning to base for refueling and rearmament, and then taking off again. The relentless bombardment continued, and the sustained high-intensity fire, while bearable for humans, was unbearable for machines. Many guns exploded from overheating. There were simply too many monsters. 9 towering stone pillars were ominously distributed across 9 different locations nationwide, from which monsters surged forth in all directions. For reasons unknown, although the monsters moved slowly, within a few hours they had spread across the entire country. It was incredibly eerie. The monsters tore through anything that stood in their way with their razor-sharp claws. Countless animals in the forest were driven to flee toward the forest center. Fortunately, the resilient vines and thorns could somewhat hinder the monsters, a small mercy amid the chaos. The animals at the forest's heart managed to escape the worst. After nearly 10 hours of fierce resistance, the military could hold out no longer. The commander, with no other choice, ordered a retreat and the consolidation of defenses. The overall commander in Kyoto gathered intelligence from satellite imagery regarding the situation of the stone pillars across the nation. He received reports in real time, observing the countless monsters pouring from the stone pillars and correlating them with frontline reports. The commander was reluctantly forced to make a grave decision. Order all units to consolidate their defenses. The forces near Kyoto will establish 5 defensive lines centered around the city. Other units will form defenses centered on their respective military bases. We must leverage natural barriers and bridges to protect key cities as best as we can. Yes, Commander. What about the other cities? Other cities are to be temporarily abandoned. Kyoto is the political center of the nation. As long as we hold Kyoto, our military bases, and key cities, the other cities can eventually be reclaimed. The country will recover its strength in due time. Execute the orders. Yes. After issuing the command, the overall commander closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners as his gray hair seemed to multiply in that moment. Those around him were also visibly affected, their eyes reddened. Those were their compatriots. They had not anticipated that the monsters were seemingly endless. No matter how many they killed, more monsters continued to surge forth. They never expected the military to crumble in just a few hours. Furthermore, they received intelligence that it wasn't only them. Every country around the world was facing the same monstrous tide, mirroring the situation in Huagua. Thus, no international assistance could be expected. For the sake of long-term strategy, the commander's orders were understandable, even if they seemed cruel at the moment. At least the monsters had not yet surged into buildings in large numbers. They were merely pressing forward, leaving those inside relatively safe for now. It was wise to conserve their limited strength and see how the situation developed before deciding on a course of action. Countless individuals still held out hope for rescue, many remaining in the same room, chatting amiably with familiar faces. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Yunjie felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Uncertain of the cause, she informed the manager and returned to her room to rest. As the exclusive housekeeper of the presidential suite, she had her own dedicated lounge in the hotel for 24-hour service. With no guests currently in the presidential suite, Yunjie was not required to serve, and the manager readily agreed to her request. Xiao Yi, feeling unwell. Would you like to go home and rest? The manager leered at Yunjie, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a balding head, having long harbored inappropriate thoughts about her. However, Yunjie skillfully avoided being alone with him, especially with a supervisor currently reporting to the manager. The manager could not overstep his bounds. No thank you, manager. A short rest is all I need. It wouldn't be good if a guest arrives while I'm away. Yunjie declined the manager's offer, wanting to leave no room for exploitation. If a guest checked in while she was absent, the manager would have grounds to withhold her wages. After leaving the manager's office, Yunjie's thoughts wandered back to her client's check-in, and she couldn't help but recall Yi Tian's strange phone call from earlier. Amused, she prepared to lie down in bed when the commotion outside caught her attention. Furrowing her brow, she peered out the window. From her high vantage point, she could see the densely packed monsters below. Her expression shifted dramatically as Yi Tian's warning echoed in her mind: bring more food and drink, lock the door when you get back to your room, and stay inside if possible. She understood Yi Tian's implications now. How did he know something was about to go wrong? There was no time to ponder further. Yunjie quickly opened her door and headed to the storage room. Seizing the moment before others reacted, she loaded a cart with several large bottles of mineral water, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and instant rice back to her room, filling it to the brim. During this, a cleaning staff member spotted her. "Mijia, why are you taking so much food?" Yunjie's face flushed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "Oh, it's nothing. I often get hungry at night, so I stocked up a bit." Having fabricated an excuse, she returned to her room, locked the door, and braced it with furniture. Once everything was in place, Yunjie released a sigh of relief. She didn't disclose her suspicions to the staff member, not out of cold-heartedness, but because she was uncertain of her own instincts. What if she was wrong and made a fool of herself? If she turned out to be right, how would she explain her knowledge? Every explanation seemed inadequate, so she opted for silence. After all, self-preservation is paramount. Thinking of her family possibly still outside, she hurriedly called her parents, urging them to stay indoors and not venture out. Once that was done, Yunjie sighed again. She wanted to call Yi Tian to ask how he knew, but after some contemplation she decided against it, wondering what he was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was driving his heavy truck down the road where cars were haphazardly blocking the way. He maneuvered past them effortlessly. In addition, scattered monsters were beginning to appear on the road. Upon hearing the rumble of Yi Tian's truck, they roared and charged toward him. Some monsters that had been pursuing other humans from hundreds of meters away turned back and raced toward the truck in a frenzy. The sound of the truck was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating waves. Facing the oncoming horde, Yi Tian remained unfazed and stomped on the accelerator. Boom. The roar of the engine grew louder as the truck surged forward like a ferocious beast, plowing through the dozen or so monsters blocking its path, sending them flying into stationary vehicles and crushing them in the process. Yi Tian pressed the accelerator again. Boom. Once again, a thunderous crash accompanied by the piercing sound of tires grinding against the pavement echoed through the air as the obstructing vehicles were forcefully shoved aside by the heavy truck. The blocked path was rudely cleared by Yi Tian. As for the monsters sprawled on the ground, they were mercilessly crushed into a puddle of flesh. Charging through the chaos, Yi Tian felt no pressure. The heavy truck he was driving had been meticulously selected. Ding Nuwa is officially activated. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster, energy value 20. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster, energy value 20. The system notifications echoed persistently in his mind. After the initial flurry, Yi Tian found them bothersome and decided to mute the alerts, intending to check them later when time permitted. Upon arriving at his safe house, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief and finally had the opportunity to examine his system log. Curious, he opened the log. The first entry mentioned the activation of Nuwa's intelligence, but he found no apparent features. The subsequent entries were densely packed with notifications about killing monsters and gaining energy. He also noticed a new value in the bottom left corner of his system interface: energy value, 420 points. In fact, beneath the orbs on the monsters' foreheads lay crystalline cores with colors ranging from white to gold, denoting 9 different levels: white, yellow, green, blue, orange, purple, black, red, and gold. The monsters' levels were easily identifiable by the color of the orbs on their foreheads. The same color scheme applied to the levels from low to high. Monsters were guaranteed to produce crystalline cores, a fact Tian only learned much later in his previous life, and humanity took 6 months to discover the core's significance. Although the system could automatically convert cores into energy values, Tian worried about what would happen if he needed the cores directly. Would he then have none left? Host need not worry. Our cores can be converted into energy value, and energy value can equivalently transform back into cores. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Unlike the initial mechanical tone of the system, this voice sounded almost human. Are you the system? Tian asked uncertainly. I am Nuwa, the system you refer to. There is no need for you to vocalize your thoughts. Nuwa knows what is in your heart. Testing his newfound ability, Tian thought about opening his panel, and indeed it appeared before him. This was far more convenient than his previous manual clicks. Nuwa, do you possess any other abilities? The extent of Nuwa's power shall be revealed to the host in due time. There is no need for further discussion now. Rather aloof Nuwa. Yet Tian understood the explanation regarding energy value. This meant that when he required cores in the future, he could simply convert energy value back, which was quite delightful. As time progressed, first-tier cores would lose their value for higher-tier evolvers. Low-tier cores would be nearly useless. However, for him, collecting numerous first-tier cores and converting them into higher-tier cores through the system was a promising strategy. He quickly tapped the plus sign next to his level, and instantly his energy value decreased by 50 points, leaving him with 370. A warm sensation engulfed his body. Once this feeling subsided, a tremendous change had occurred in him within such a brief moment. The contours of his face became sharper, his overall appearance more handsome, and his muscle definition more pronounced, with a white vertical line emerging on his forehead, gradually fading from the center of his brows upwards. During battle, evolvers displayed a vertical line on their foreheads ranging from white to gold, corresponding to their 9 levels. When not in combat, evolvers could choose to hide their rank. The vast majority opted for concealment. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel the surge of strength within him, a powerful force ready to explode. His level had risen to the first tier. The overwhelming sensation made Tian slightly close his eyes in enjoyment as he accessed his character panel in his mind. Name: Tian. Level 10, 500 energy value can be consumed to level up. Strength 27, average adult 10. Agility 18, average adult 10. Constitution 22, average adult 10. Ability empty 15. Skills: I have insight, malice, perception. Gazing at his panel, Tian nodded in satisfaction. His attributes had significantly advanced. Feeling the changes in his body, he instinctively swiped to the side, and an eerie scene unfolded. A dark crack appeared abruptly in the air. This was the ability Tian had awakened, space manipulation. Unfortunately, its current power was too feeble, only effective against first-tier monsters, rendering it a rather weak ability. This small fissure had drained his energy entirely, now serving merely as a surprise tactic. Yet Tian felt elated. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary evolver with no unique powers. In this life, he had awakened the extraordinarily rare ability of space manipulation. In his past, he had only heard of such abilities, he had never encountered one. According to his information, only one person had possessed this space capability. He felt as if his rebirth had altered something fundamental. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Focusing on improving his strength was paramount. No one in this world would advance faster than him. While others were still exploring their abilities, he could steadily progress using the memories of his past life. The gap in speed was insurmountable. He was one step closer to revenge. It was essential to note that others had to rely on absorbing the energy from cores to level up, and the effectiveness diminished with lower-tier cores. Moreover, absorption efficiency varied greatly. An SS rank potential individual might absorb perfectly, while an A ranked could waste most of the energy absorbed, and the process would be slower. From his experiences, transitioning from 3rd to 4th tier was a significant threshold, as was moving from 6th to 7th tier. Previously, he had been unaware of this. Now he suspected it was related to potential value. Those with lower potential would have a diminished probability of crossing these thresholds, and not everyone could succeed. He recalled a misfortunate soul from his past life who had been stuck at the 3rd tier for 4 long years, unable to break through. Not everyone could become a high-tier evolver. As for Tian, he could ascend as long as he had sufficient energy value. With his SS rank potential, he imagined that these thresholds would present little challenge to him. After reviewing his upgrade information, he returned to the second floor of the safe house, sitting on the tatami mat by the window. A plate of roasted chicken, a plate of steak, and a plate of sweet and sour carp were laid out before him, accompanied by a bottle of orange juice. As he ate, he leisurely gazed at the mass of monsters below, as if they existed in a different world. He commented while munching, most of these monsters are first tier. That one in the floral skirt must be a transformed man, how bizarre. Oh, there's even a second-tier monster over there. From his vantage point, he could also see the situation in a nearby residential complex, which had descended into chaos. The security guards had failed to respond quickly enough, leaving the main gate open for monsters to flood in. Tian had actually warned the guards in advance, but they had dismissed his concerns, telling him not to meddle. With that, there was little he could do. He had already done his part. Fortunately, each apartment building had an iron gate, and only a few buildings were breached by the monsters. Most residents had reacted swiftly, shutting their doors as soon as the situation turned dire. The monsters, hearing the screams from within, relentlessly attacked the iron gates. They were immensely strong, and a collective assault from numerous monsters could potentially break through. In such circumstances, the best strategy was to remain silent. The monsters would cease their attacks in the absence of sound. However, the general populace seemed unaware of this principle. After observing for a while and losing interest, he felt utterly secure in his location. The monsters could not infiltrate here, and the armored RV parked outside had been safely stored within his system space, rendering it completely safe. Indeed, after advancing to the first tier, he had experimented with collecting larger items, and astonishingly, he had succeeded in storing the RV. Tian had long suspected that the size limit for items he could collect was related to his level as an evolver, though he was uncertain about the exact dimensions he could manage. At that moment, he had no means to conduct further experiments. After finishing dinner, Tian pulled out his phone and sent messages to Yunji and Xiongli, asking them to update him on the current situation. The networks were not completely down yet, so communication was still feasible. Both were future powerhouses, and Tian was quite invested in them, as they would eventually become core members of his team. Yunji quickly replied, "All is safe. As you advised, I've gathered food and water, and I'm staying alone in my room with the door blocked." "How did you know monsters would appear?" Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked. "I just had an uneasy feeling, as if something terrible was about to happen. My instincts have always been quite accurate. You're my friend, so I mentioned it, although I had no idea the monsters would be this terrifying." Tian crafted a reasonable explanation, knowing he could never reveal the truth about his rebirth. Though Yunji sensed something amiss, she accepted his reasoning since she couldn't fathom any alternative explanation. "Thank you. You've saved my life. If we ever meet again, I'll thank you in person." "You're welcome. We are friends," Tian replied with a smile. "Yes, we are friends." Yunji resolved to trust him. She felt that these monsters wouldn't be easily dealt with, and having a seemingly mysterious yet reliable friend was a form of security. Xionglei's response was much more straightforward. "I'm with my wife, child, and a few employees." Seeing this message darken Tian's expression, he had already advised him to stay alone. However, after some thought, he understood. In times of crisis, one instinctively thinks of family. He realized he had never heard of Xiongli having any family in his past life. It was likely that something had gone wrong. Tian simply replied, "Be careful," and said nothing more. He couldn't possibly tell him, "Your family might become monsters." There was no way around it, as Xiongli was probably fine. Tian just wanted to establish contact with him in advance, and if worse came to worst, he would have to look for another partner. Having survived the brutalities of the apocalypse, Tian understood that unless one had truly faced life and death, trust was hard to come by. Even then, caution prevailed. Only in the presence of family could one feel entirely at ease. If not, he wouldn't have been caught off guard and killed in his past life. After checking in with the two, Tian decided to rest. He had received their locations via phone, but he wouldn't attempt a rescue just yet. They needed to experience the harsh realities of the apocalypse before he would step in, which would likely take 5 or 6 days. This would give him time to gather more supplies. Tomorrow, the monsters would recede like a tide, leaving only a handful behind. Furthermore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the vast majority of people would likely become infected and turn into zombies. Based on Tian's deductions, the virus brought by these monsters was responsible for the infection among humans. This virus enhanced the physical attributes of all living beings, but those who transformed into zombies simply couldn't withstand the change. Certain individuals with special genes could endure this transformation, emerging stronger than normal humans. These individuals were known as evolvers, and a rare few would awaken their abilities at the first tier, making them often more formidable than regular evolvers. Some people, for various reasons, would remain unaffected by the virus, retaining their original physical qualities. After finishing dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Tian lay comfortably in bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, appearing quite content. The network was still operational, and he used his phone to keep abreast of the situation outside. Most reports concerned the monsters, offering little valuable information. After a brief perusal, he decided to sleep. On the second day of the apocalypse, around 7 a.m., Tian rose early and had a simple breakfast of fried dough sticks, meat buns, and soybean milk. Today he planned to venture out and scavenge for supplies while others remained oblivious. As he ate, he scrolled through Douyin, but once again found nothing of value. Just advice for people to stock up on food and water and to stay home awaiting rescue. When he came across a live news broadcast, a bizarre scene unfolded. The host, seemingly without warning, began to mutate. Her eyes turned bloodshot and bulged, her skin rapidly decayed, and her teeth elongated into sharp fangs. She appeared monstrous, her fingers sprouting long, deadly claws at a visible pace. Ugh! A sound reminiscent of something only seen on television emerged from her mouth, saliva mingled with blood dribbling down. Her eyes turned a ghastly gray, veiled by a thin, ashen film. Nearby people instinctively gasped, drawing the host's attention. Her head snapped toward the source of the noise, and she lunged, knocking the person to the ground and tearing into them. The scene was gruesome, filled with screams early in the morning. Many staff members nearby instinctively shouted for help. This outcry seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing numerous others to begin mutating, all rushing toward the sound. In no time, the broadcast was abruptly cut off. Scrolling to the next video, this one was from an official media source. The screen displayed footage, but no host, just a glaring headline. The government is organizing rescue efforts. Citizens are advised to stock up on food and water, remain indoors, and await assistance. Tian shook his head dismissively. Rescue? It would be a miracle if he could save himself. From his recollection, after the monster's rampage yesterday, the vast majority of humans would likely turn into zombies today, just like that host. The military would be no exception. Most would have become zombies, leaving only a few survivors. At this moment, the government was too preoccupied with its own plight to offer any real rescue. So wait for help. Ridiculous. With a global population nearing 20 billion, even a typical frontline city could have millions of residents. Even if there were surviving troops, organizing any armed force would be futile against several 100,000 or even millions of zombies in one city, not to mention the monsters. In such a scenario, even an entire army would be sending soldiers to their deaths. He continued scrolling through the next video, which depicted someone turning into a zombie and attacking people this morning. The footage showed the individual gagging multiple times, tears streaming down his face as he fought the urge to vomit. The comments section was flooded with viewers indicating the person had a significant following. This morning, why are there zombies everywhere? It's terrifying. My dad has turned into a zombie and is banging on my door. What should I do? Should I kill him? I need help. This is urgent. My girlfriend has turned into a zombie too. I'm thinking of letting her bite me so we can become zombies together. My bank account number is XXXXX, password XXXX. Any lucky soul who sees this can inherit my fortune. Xiaoyer, who can save me? I'm willing to be their girlfriend. One comment made Tian chuckle. Streamer, am fighting the urge to vomit. What's the deal? I'm just swallowing it back, just for fun. Beneath that, another witty reply followed. Once I let it out, I'm not eating it. What's the deal? I'm just holding it back, just for fun. Let it out, and I won't eat it. What's the deal? I'll just blow on it. I'm afraid it's too hot. Reading through the comments, Tian couldn't help but smile. Even at the end of the world, people still found the time to joke. Before he realized that time had slipped to around 10 a.m. Seeing no further useful information, Tian decided it was time to head out. Tian looked down from the window. The street in front of the main entrance was nearly devoid of monsters, with only a dozen or so remaining. However, not far off, a few straggling creatures wandered, spaced out intermittently. He peered out from the back door, where only two first-tier monsters lingered, both of them relatively weak. A cold smile crept across Tian's face. They'll offer you two as sacrifices. First-tier monsters had physical attributes sufficient to leap from the second floor without injury, but since the window was secured with anti-theft bars, jumping out was not an option. He donned a suit of armor. Though confident in his abilities, Tian was cautious by nature. It was better to be safe than sorry. The armor's joints were flexible, allowing him to move quietly if he tread carefully. Opening the window, he retrieved his infinite crossbow and swiftly shot one monster in the head, then swiftly dispatched the second. The fluidity of his actions stemmed from countless battles in his past life. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster. Energy value 20. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster. Energy value 20. After opening the back door, he cautiously navigated the street, skillfully avoiding the monsters. As long as he kept his movements minimal, they wouldn't notice him. First-tier monsters were primarily sensitive to sound, lacking developed olfactory senses, and their vision was nearly non-existent. After carefully circumventing the monsters, Tian retrieved his armored vehicle. The roar of the engine echoed through the desolate street like a beacon in the night, drawing the attention of nearby monsters as well as hidden survivors. The creatures began to converge slowly. With a press of the accelerator, he surged forward, crushing a nearby monster beneath his vehicle. "My apologies, didn't see you there," Tian muttered, unfazed as he continued to trample forward, colliding with a cluster of monsters. "Monsters, is this your idea of polite? You owe me for emotional distress. Don't leave." Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster. Energy value 20. Tian paid no mind to the monster's thoughts. As he drove along the street flanked by residential buildings, survivors caught sight of his armored vehicle, resembling a military supply truck, and their faces lit up with excitement. Yet they understood that the monsters were sensitive to noise, so they refrained from calling out loudly for help. Many survivors found materials to leave visible SOS signals on their clothes or bed linens. Tian ignored these signals, treating them as if they did not exist. In this dire time, who had the luxury to attend to others? It was merely inviting trouble. As he drove, Tian witnessed individuals trapped in high-rise buildings forced to jump from windows out of desperation. This was not an isolated incident. People were leaping one after another. The already struggling survivors faced an even bleaker reality, with only a few lucky ones evading disaster. The world had transformed into a hell on earth. Among those who had not turned into zombies, a small fraction began to undergo subtle changes. Within about a week, these few would inevitably evolve into first-tier evolvers. These innate evolvers could, through the consumption of crystal cores to absorb energy, also have a chance of becoming acquired evolvers. It was unclear who was stronger, but innate evolvers typically absorbed energy at a faster rate. After a quarter of an hour, Tian arrived at his destination as per the map he had drawn. It was a large warehouse, deserted even in ordinary times, let alone now. He forcefully pried open the warehouse door. Inside, the warehouse was filled with cardboard boxes, a layer of dust covering them, suggesting it had been a long time since anyone had visited. In reality, it was simply because few ever came here. The warehouse measured nearly 1,000 square meters. He casually opened a box, discovering it packed with canned meats, luncheon meat, braised pork, beef, and various other types. He picked up a can, feeling its weight in his hand. In the post-apocalyptic world, these canned meats were a valuable currency due to their long shelf life and delicious taste, making them highly sought after by survivors. There were probably thousands of boxes in this warehouse. Tian certainly would not be polite. He directly stored everything in his system space. Time was of the essence. After collecting the goods, he hurried to the next location, clearing various warehouses along the way, all pre-identified on his map. Soon he reached the wholesale market for foodstuffs, where an array of condiments awaited. He walked into a shop that hadn't yet closed its doors, and the shelves were lined with all kinds of hot pot base ingredients. These were treasures. Without hesitation, he emptied the store of its hot pot supplies in just a few minutes. After spending nearly an hour clearing out some scattered monsters and zombies, he completely vacated the market. Tian's next target was the warehouse for Matai liquor, the most prized spirit in Hua country. Even after the apocalypse, Matai maintained its elevated status among survivors. This warehouse served as the central supply point for all of South China, so it was sure to hold a vast quantity of liquor. He rammed his armored vehicle through the glass doors of the exhibition hall. He chose this entry point because he was unaware of the actual entrance to the warehouse, yet he surmised that there must be a passage leading to it. Upon exiting the vehicle, Tian surveyed the hall. There were no zombies or living people in sight, just rows of wine display cabinets. Behind one counter, he spotted a door. Pushing it open revealed a long corridor, which indeed led to a sign indicating a warehouse. However, the warehouse door was locked. Such doors were notoriously difficult to breach by force. Tian exited to circle around, discovering the general manager's office. The manager, whether fortunate or unfortunate, was in the midst of an unspeakable act with his secretary. Both had since turned into zombies, frozen in their compromising positions. This visually disturbing scene was only witnessed by Tian. Upon hearing him open the door, the two zombies instinctively surged towards him, maintaining their previous postures. The manager lagged behind while the female secretary charged ahead, her form swaying as she advanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian drew his infinite crossbow and dispatched both zombies in one swift shot. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy value 10. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy value 10. The notifications indicated that the energy yield from zombies was lower than that of monsters. However, Tian was curious about the energy ratio between monsters and zombies at higher tiers. Suppressing his disgust, Tian rummaged through the manager's belongings and found the key, then returned to the warehouse to unlock the door. Inside the warehouse was densely packed with cardboard boxes, all labeled with the words, National Liquor Matai. Without a moment's pause, he spent over 10 minutes clearing the warehouse entirely, and by the time he finished it was already noon. One could only imagine the sheer volume of liquor contained within. After grabbing a quick meal from his space, Tian continued to his next target. This time his target was a large cold storage facility. Driving swiftly, he arrived at the imposing structure following his hand-drawn map. The cold storage's entrance remained tightly shut, but Tian, expressionless, slammed the accelerator to the floor, crashing into the door with unrelenting force. In any other vehicle, such a collision would likely result in disaster. However, with a resounding bang, the door shattered as if made of paper before the armored vehicle. Beep. Armored vehicle defense value 1. Tian grinned. He was exhilarated to discover that wreaking havoc could be this thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. With the armored vehicle roaring, he barreled into the cold storage, the thunderous noise echoing in the vast exterior, drawing the attention of the monsters within, which began to emit a chorus of shrieks. Unbelievably, there were monsters behind the iron doors of the cold storage. He couldn't fathom how they had gotten in. Could they possibly fly? Before he could ponder further, he noticed the creatures gathering from afar, their shrieks growing louder as they converged on his position. There were an estimated 40 to 50 of them. Tian flashed a smile and pressed the accelerator hard, charging straight into the mass of monsters. Beep. Armored vehicle defense value 1. Beep. Armored vehicle defense value 1. One by one, the monsters were sent flying from the impact, crashing to the ground motionless. Beep. Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy value 10. Beep. Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster. Energy value 20. For those that remained barely alive, Tian drove the armored vehicle back and forth, ensuring their demise before crushing them again. He meant no harm. He simply wanted to confirm they weren't merely playing dead. Thus, he careened through the area, sending monsters flying and repeatedly running over them. The monsters, lacking intelligence, recognized nothing of heavy trucks. They charged at him, instinctively clawing and howling in a frenzied assault on the armored vehicle. Seeing the enemy not only refusing to surrender, but also daring to provoke him further, was intolerable even to his aunt. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Second Lieutenant, bring my Italian cannon." "Oh no, I mean my armored vehicle." "Crush them." After about 10 minutes, the area was devoid of monsters and zombies, who all had bravely perished. The armored vehicle's defense value had dropped by only 58 points from the onslaught, leaving it with 923 points, which pleased Tian greatly. The armored vehicle's protective capabilities were undeniably robust. Tian then deliberately ran over a few more monsters, not out of a peculiar preference, but to attract any lingering monster's attention. Once he saw no more monsters emerging, he halted the armored vehicle and opened his status panel. His energy value had risen from 370 to 950 points. He first replenished the vehicle's defense value, bringing it to 873 points. Next, he upgraded himself, realizing that the higher his level, the stronger his ability to protect himself. Name: Tian. Level 2nd, level 04000. Energy value can be consumed for upgrades. Strength 54, average adult 10. Agility 36, average adult 10. Constitution 45, average adult 10. Special ability, empty 30. Skills: Eye of Insight, Hostility Perception. The vertical line on Tian's forehead had turned yellow, piercingly bright. The next level required 4,000 energy points for an upgrade, and Tian was mentally prepared for the challenge. Though the energy required for each advancement was uniform, the disparities between each tier were substantial, especially between the 3rd and 4th and the 6th and 7th tiers. These were significant dividing lines. As for the 8th and 9th tiers beyond the 7th, they represented an insurmountable gap. Despite being merely a tier apart, 10 7th-tier beings could not contend with a single 8th-tier entity, nor could 28th-tier beings stand against one 9th-tier being. To reach the 9th tier was a feat achieved by only a few. Tian exited the vehicle, surveying the cold storage. He was in no rush to enter. The commotion he had caused was significant. If anyone were inside, they would surely have noticed. Thus, he walked slowly, keenly observing for any signs of movement within the cold storage. It was preferable if no one was present. If there were, well, he wouldn't mind silencing them. He intended to take all the supplies in the cold storage. Even if those inside did not witness him collecting the goods, the sudden disappearance of supplies would inevitably lead them to suspect him. The fact that he could gather substantial resources must remain a secret even from the core members of any future team. In dire circumstances, he would only reluctantly share a small portion to ensure the stability of the group. At that time when the team grew, it would require unified management, perhaps a point system or some other method. In any case, he would not allow them to partake in the spoils freely. Even in dreams, they should be thinking about how to serve him, otherwise why would he toil tirelessly to gather so much? In the apocalypse, weakness is a sin. There is no right or wrong, only the will to survive. Meanwhile, within the cold storage, 5 individuals had indeed noticed Tian, 4 men and 1 woman. The men were all robust movers from the company, appearing strong and formidable, likely in their 20s or 30s. The woman, a warehouse manager, was quite attractive, a solid 7 out of 10 with a slim figure. During the turmoil, they had been scrolling through their phones when they stumbled upon videos posted online, complete with addresses indicating their own city. Terrified, they hid, instinctively gravitating towards the highest room in the building where they converged. Once they barricaded the door, it wasn't long before they witnessed a scene that filled them with dread, a seemingly endless horde of monsters outside, their faces pale with fear, unable to sleep for fear that the creatures would breach the door and devour them. They spent the night engulfed in terror, and by morning they were astonished to find the number of monsters had dwindled, and fortunately none of them had turned into zombies. Still, they hesitated to venture out. Having seen footage of monsters devouring people online, they were not eager to meet their doom. They maintained a belief that the government would send rescuers, finding solace in their collective safety as they drifted back into a restless sleep. In the midst of their dreams, a loud crash startled them awake, and they beheld the sight of Tian driving the armored vehicle, crashing into the monsters. The female warehouse manager watched with exhilaration as Tian's armored RV crushed all the monsters. "Did you see that? He killed those monsters. We should let him rescue us." One of the porters responded, "I agree. His RV is spacious enough to fit all of us." Another shook his head. "Even if he wants to take us, we won't get far. Haven't you seen the accidents in the city? We can hardly drive far, and what if we run into monsters along the way? I think we should stay here and wait for help." "Exactly. I've seen plenty. Even if there aren't as many monsters as yesterday, there are still a lot around." "No way. I have to get home. I never expected things to turn out like this. If I had known, I would have fought my way back. I have a wife and kids waiting for me. I don't even know how they are." A middle-aged porter looked distressed, regretting not leaving earlier. "I want to go home too. His RV is far better than our small cars. I feel it's safe." The youngest porter chimed in. "Even so, why would he take you home? People don't just offer rides for no reason, especially now when it's risky." "I suspect he came here to transport supplies." The youngest one's expression hardened. "I think we should take that RV. That would solve all our problems." "Yes, with so many of us, how could we be afraid of just one person?" "I think that's doable. Even if it's not the end of the world, he's stealing supplies, which is already a crime. We're just stopping him. This is self-defense." The female warehouse manager remarked, "Didn't you see his armor? He looks tough." The young porter pondered, "Hey, race the plan. You distract him while we control his arms and legs. No matter how tough he is, with so many of us, we can handle him. After all, we're all strong." "All right, let's do it. You use your charm, and we'll sneak in." The mention of charm made the female warehouse manager blush. Wasn't that just selling her body? Any woman would be embarrassed to hear that. But realizing the urgency of the situation, she quickly agreed. They hurriedly moved aside the obstacles blocking the door and rushed downstairs towards Tian. Tian raised an eyebrow, pausing his actions to watch them silently. The female warehouse manager struck a seductive pose and said in the most alluring voice, "Hey there, could you take us home? I promise to repay you." She then feigned shyness, turning away with a coy expression. While she spoke, the 4 porters crept closer to Tian. They exchanged glances, each understanding the plan, and split up. 2 aimed for his arms and 2 for his legs. They moved quickly, soon reaching Tian, filled with triumph at their unexpected success. But in an instant, 4 cold glimmers flashed, and all 8 hands were severed in unison. "Off!" The 4 porters screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. The female warehouse manager, hearing the commotion, turned in horror. Upon witnessing the scene of severed hands, she gasped, her face draining of color. "Please don't kill me. We mean no harm. You thought I was just playing with you because you looked decent. Did you really think there was no malice when 4 of you attacked me?" "No. We just wanted to invite you to our home." "Oh, is that so? You should have said so sooner," Tian replied with a playful smile. Seeing that Tian had no intention of letting her go, she decided to fight back. I should tell you that I'm the woman of Brother Leopard. You should find out who he is here. If you offend him, you might as well wait for death. I'm so scared. What's your name? Tian feigned fear. The female warehouse manager smirked, confident that Brother Leopard's name would intimidate him. Listen well, my name is Sunan. However, she barely managed to finish her sentence before, in her terrified gaze, a sword severed her head, which rolled on the ground, eyes wide with fear. She couldn't fathom why Tian killed her so suddenly. Did he not fear Brother Leopard's revenge? Soon her consciousness faded. They had no idea that Tian had intended to kill them from the start. Even if they hadn't attacked, their fate would have been the same. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must strike first, even against the weaker, for it is said that a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Waiting until others are ready before acting is already too late. Rest assured, when I meet that Brother Leopard, I'll send him to join you, Tian mused after dispatching the group. With the cold storage likely devoid of others, he drove the armored RV into the facility. Once inside, Tian couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary light. The supplies within the cold storage were invaluable to those in the apocalypse. He carefully surveyed the area, noting sections for meat, frozen fruits and vegetables, and seafood. Opening the first door marked for meat, he was astonished to find it filled with boxes upon boxes of ribs, estimating at least 10,000 neatly stacked. With a wave of his hand, he stored them in his system space. Upon opening the second warehouse, his expression brightened further. It contained crates of pig trotters and various pig innards. Initially, he only stocked up on pork, so these innards were a perfect supplement. Continuing to the next warehouse, he discovered frozen whole chickens and ducks, which he also stored away. In the following warehouse, he found foam boxes filled with shrimp, easy to cook by boiling or steaming with a bit of soy sauce. He happily added them to his collection, discovering some frozen crabs as well. While not king crabs, they would still be delicious when steamed. As he searched further, he encountered a warehouse filled with frozen fruits and vegetables, estimating at least several tons. Without hesitation, he packed everything up. By the time he finished collecting from this warehouse, it was already afternoon. The cold storage was immense, and just walking through it had taken considerable time. After gathering supplies, he headed to the last destination of the day, the New World Shopping Center. The New World Shopping Center was a notably large establishment, the largest in the area, comprising 5 floors in total. Upon arriving at his destination, Tian did not drive in immediately. Instead, he meticulously observed the surroundings of the New World Shopping Center. The area around the shopping center resembled the others he had encountered, desolate, littered with vehicles crashed into one another and bloodstains smeared across the ground. At the entrance of the New World Shopping Center, several monsters and zombies lingered. During the day, zombies preferred to remain in shadowy corners, so there were fewer of them visible outside, leaving the street eerily quiet. However, upon seeing the entrance of the New World Shopping Center, Tian's brow furrowed. The entrance was completely sealed. All the glass roll-up doors had been pulled down. He had noted during his reconnaissance that these roll-up doors were electrically controlled and could only be closed from the inside. Only the main entrance could be closed remotely from the outside. This indicated that there were survivors still inside the shopping center. Tian circled the New World Shopping Center in his RV, searching for any alternative entrances. After a round, he discovered that a window on the second floor was ajar, likely left unlatched during an earlier incident. However, this window was positioned at least 4 to 5 meters above the ground, making it difficult for Tian to enter without tools. After all, he was merely a second-tier evolved being at this moment and could not jump that high. Yet Tian had a plan. He opted for electric power, maneuvering his RV beneath the window. This vehicle could operate on both electric and gasoline power. The electric mode reduced noise, while gasoline provided greater thrust and explosive power. Using electric power would effectively minimize the zombies' attention. As for the few zombies he could not avoid, he decided to disregard them for now. They posed no threat to his RV. There was a skylight above the bed in the driving compartment, which he could use to exit. After positioning the RV, Tian parked it, donned his armor, opened the skylight, and with a push emerged onto the roof, easily climbing through the window. The RV was under system control. Unless he authorized it, no one could drive it away. He used the system panel to close the skylight, preventing any unwelcome entities from entering once he was outside. The control panel also allowed for remote operation similar to a smartphone, but Tian had never needed to use it. Upon entering through the window, he found himself on the second floor of the New World Shopping Center. As he ventured further inside, he stepped into a supermarket. Upon reaching a corner, his enhanced senses detected a faint sound of labored breathing. Just as he rounded the aisle, a knife suddenly swung at him. Tian focused and realized it was a middle-aged man, eyes shut, wildly flailing the weapon. To Tian, the man's movements appeared clumsy. He merely sidestepped slightly and tripped the man, causing him to fall. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, realizing he was facing a human clad in armor rather than a zombie, and sighed in relief. Although it was odd to see someone in armor during such times, it was still better than facing a zombie. The man was clearly dressed in a supermarket uniform, suggesting he was an employee. Tian recognized him from his earlier visit. In a nearby corner, 3 other men, also in supermarket uniforms, were hiding, clearly fellow employees. After sizing up Tian, the middle-aged man asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "You don't need to know who I am. I just came to take something and leave." However, upon hearing this, one of the men in the corner protested, "Get out. You can't take anything from here. It's all ours." They had surmised that the apocalypse had begun with monsters roaming freely yesterday and inexplicable transformations into zombies occurring today. Having narrowly escaped the zombies, they believed that the supermarket rich in supplies could sustain them for a year or 2. They had intended to stay there long term. If they allowed Tian to take supplies, their own resources would dwindle, and with another person consuming their provisions, their survival time would diminish. Tian found their bravado amusing. They quaked before monsters, but acted tough against a fellow human. What gave them such courage? Yet Tian thought differently. He had already scanned their information and found their potential values to be mere 2s and 3s. Even with the supplies, they wouldn't last long because zombies and monsters evolved. In this world, there were no rules. They wouldn't survive much longer. Rather than let their supplies go to waste, it was better to allow him to utilize them effectively. Tian coldly replied, "Are you sure?" With that, he reached behind him, producing a dagger, a tool head retrieved from the system space. The 3 men exchanged glances, hesitating upon seeing the dagger in Tian's hand. The middle-aged man with the knife quickly grabbed several kitchen knives from a nearby shelf and handed them to the others. Once armed, the 3 men felt a surge of courage, as if the knives bestowed them with power. They completely overlooked the fact that even with knives they could hardly penetrate the armor Tian wore. "We just heard the sound of cars outside. Did you drive in through the window? Hand over the vehicle, and we'll let you go." Now, with 4 armed men, they felt emboldened, thinking their numbers gave them the upper hand. Tian found the absurdity of the situation amusing. He had come to rob them, yet they were attempting to rob him instead. He shook his head, swiftly slashing the dagger towards the middle-aged man who had spoken. With memories of his past life ingrained in him, although his physical abilities had not returned to their former glory, he still retained his foundational skills. The middle-aged man stood no chance against Tian. The dagger sliced open his abdomen, causing him to scream as he fell, intestines spilling out, hands instinctively clutching his wound, eyes filled with despair, knowing he was doomed. The other 3 men turned pale upon witnessing this, exchanging glances before nodding and charging at Tian. To Tian, their attempts were riddled with flaws. He sidestepped and effortlessly sliced one man's throat, causing him to collapse lifeless. The remaining 2, witnessing their companion's death, were momentarily stunned. They hadn't anticipated that a seemingly frail individual could kill without mercy, dispatching them as easily as one would butcher a chicken. They were civilized individuals, unprepared for such brutality. Quickly they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Looking down at the 2 men pleading before him, Tian remained expressionless, raising his hand to end their lives. In this apocalyptic world, only the strong survived. If he showed mercy now, they might seek revenge when given the chance. He could not leave such a potential threat. Just as he dealt with, the 2 sounds emerged from the staircase leading down from the supermarket. "Haha, bang bang." Tian cursed under his breath, turning his head to look at the stairway. A few seconds later, 2 contorted zombies slowly emerged from the stairs. Without a second thought, Tian drew his infinite crossbow and aimed at one of them, releasing an arrow that swiftly exploded the zombie's head. The other zombie, seemingly noticing Tian, let out a fierce shriek, its grayish-white eyes bloodshot as it lunged toward him. At that moment, the arrows from the infinite crossbow had yet to regenerate. Tian sidestepped the zombie's attack, and as it lunged at him again, he exploded into action, expertly plunging his dagger into the creature's forehead, burying it deep within. The entire sequence unfolded in just a second or 2, swift and clean. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a Tier 1 zombie. Energy value 10. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a Tier 1 zombie. Energy value 10. With 2 notifications chiming in succession, Tian exhaled lightly. The current threat from the zombies was manageable, posing little burden. Not rushing to collect his spoils, Tian made his way to the first floor, tapping the handrail of the staircase to create noise and attract the zombies' attention. After a while, apart from the zombies outside the supermarket, there was no further movement inside. Clearly, these were the only 2 zombies in the supermarket. Tian knew that the power was still on and the surveillance cameras were functioning. However, since he was clad in armor, others couldn't see him. If it came to it, he could simply discard the armor later. Starting from the first floor, he began to scour the area, leaving no item unclaimed. First, he passed the cashier's desk, collecting rows upon rows of premium cigarettes and alcohol. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't carry the cashier's desk itself, he would have taken that too. The first floor was the food section, filled with various drinks, breads, cookies, canned milks, spicy chicken feet, vegetables, and fruits, instant noodles, and more. Tian didn't even glance at them, sweeping the entire supermarket shelf into his inventory. He could easily store a motorhome now, so these shelves were no problem. For some reason, as he collected these supplies, he felt a rush of exhilaration that far surpassed any satisfaction he had felt when purchasing food previously. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was simply because these items were free. Ah, how delightful. After clearing the first floor, Tian ascended to the second, noticing the escalator was no longer operational, presumably shut down by the supermarket owner. On either side of the elevator to the second floor, there were piles of goods, which he collected as well. The second floor was the daily necessities section, filled with pots, pans, cups, laundry detergent, shampoo, body wash, and more. Initially, he hadn't even considered these items, not even thinking about buying them. Having experienced a life where taking a shower was a rare luxury, he had completely forgotten about such things. Tissues, collected. Towels, collected. Perfume, collected. Sanitary napkins, collected. Pillows, collected. Wait, that seemed a bit out of place. Tian didn't dwell on it, as long as he saw something he took it. Soon the entire second floor looked barren, even a mouse would have to leave in tears. Continuing to the third floor, which housed the electronics and hardware sections. He collected all sorts of refrigerators, televisions, rice cookers, induction cookers, microwaves, and so forth. In the hardware section, he gathered various tools, nylon ropes, flashlights, screwdrivers, pliers, and more. What a thrilling experience. Collecting supplies was truly exhilarating. Tian had never felt such a rush, neither before nor after the apocalypse. Once he finished with the third floor, he prepared to head back down, when he heard a faint noise not far off. Following the sound, he spotted a fire door. Tian glanced over and noticed a sign that read, "Warehouse restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out." Oh, he almost forgot such an important place. Supermarkets typically have their own warehouses, and what lay outside was merely a fraction of what they stocked. As for why this supermarket's warehouse was on the third floor, he couldn't say. Approaching the door, he pressed his ear against it and listened intently. Indeed, there were people inside. He certainly couldn't overlook such an important location. Sooner or later, someone would come to loot the supermarket, and rather than letting others take it, why not let himself take it? Retrieve it. Tian knocked vigorously on the door. Open up. It's the water meter inspector. Hearing this, a youth with yellow hair inside twitched his mouth. Who's still checking water meters these days? Inside the warehouse were several young men, with the yellow-haired one seemingly in charge. On the floor lay a middle-aged man, looking disheveled, battered, and bloodied, with swollen eyes and blood trickling from his lips. He appeared to be on the brink of death. The noise Tian had heard earlier was the result of this middle-aged man attempting to signal for help. In a desperate bid for survival, he had slammed his head against the door, which caught Tian's attention. "Brother Huang, should we open the door?" one of the young men whispered to the yellow-haired leader. "Open my ass. Do you have any idea how many of them are out there? Are there monsters? Is he infected? We don't know anything. If we open the door and a monster gets in, we're all dead." Huang scolded in a hushed tone. "What if they rush in? This guy's on his last legs. If he dies and they call the police, we're finished." Another youth said, his expression anxious. At this moment, the apocalypse had just begun, and people still instinctively thought of the police. "What are you panicking for? If he dares to come in, we'll take him out together," another young man said fiercely. Huang glanced at the panicking youth, disdain evident on his face. "Do you even realize what kind of world we're in? There are no damn police left. With all these monsters around, this is the apocalypse. The police won't come. If he steps in, we'll just kill him together." Noticing that they had no intention of opening the door, Tian spoke again. "Comrades inside, please open the door. We're here to rescue you." Still there was no response. Tian sighed. It seemed he would have to resort to brute force to break the door down. The door was locked from the inside, and being a fire door, it was exceptionally sturdy. His sword wouldn't be able to slice through it. Tian extended a finger toward the lock and drew a line across it with strength, instantly creating a deep black crack that appeared in the air. With the emergence of the crack, the door lock shattered, cleanly razor sharp. This was Tian's skill, a rudimentary form of spatial slash. It was no problem to deal with Tier 1 monsters, but it consumed a lot of energy, so he typically refrained from using it. The people inside felt nothing amiss, as the spatial slash was silent and invisible. After activating the skill, Tian pushed the door, which swung open. Huang and the others stood there dumbfounded at the sound of the door creaking open. One of the men instinctively exclaimed, "How did this door open?" Amidst their stunned gazes, a figure clad in dazzling armor appeared before them momentarily, leaving them in awe at the sight of such splendid gear. "Who are you? How did you open the door?" "I told you I'm here to save you. I am a holy knight. Stop pretending. Brothers, attack. Let's kill him." Seeing that Tian was alone, the group of young men rejoiced and charged toward him. However, to their astonishment, as they reached Tian, they were all sent sprawling back by a single kick. They returned to the ground as they came, each collapsing while clutching their chests, wailing in agony. "Little brother, save me." A middle-aged man lying on the ground heard the voice and struggled to open his eyes. Though his vision was blurry and he couldn't make out Tian's figure, he recognized the voice as belonging to someone young. Tian glanced at the fallen man, his expression impassive. In this apocalyptic world, why would he save a stranger with no ties to him? Such people served no purpose other than to waste resources. These individuals had never experienced the cruel realities of the apocalypse, had not tasted despair, nor felt the pangs of hunger. They were accustomed to a life of comfort. Moreover, in the early days of the apocalypse, anyone with enough courage could easily scavenge for supplies to survive. Now, if one told them to follow and be a subordinate, they would either laugh it off or question your sanity. Even if they felt gratitude, it would be fleeting, and any bond would be weak. Only those who had truly faced despair, who had starved and reached their limits, would feel immense gratitude at the sight of a loaf of bread or a bottle of water. At that moment, recruiting them into a team would yield far better results. It was only in such moments that they would obediently comply. Thus, even if Tian had the ability to save Yunjie and Shon Lai, he chose not to intervene, deciding instead to wait until they had witnessed the apocalypse's brutality for themselves before offering his help. However, from the current situation, Tian could discern that the middle-aged man had clearly been tortured by the young men, and he appeared on the brink of death. Even if Tian saved him, it would ultimately be futile. He was not a healer. Upon realizing that Tian remained silent and motionless, the man sensed his impending demise. Yet he clung to one hope: if not for the chance to see his daughter again, he would not have ended up in this dire state. The middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket. When the apocalypse erupted, he had been inside the store. His employees, sensing the danger, fled with the customers and never returned. He remembered that the supermarket doors had not been closed, so he returned to secure them. Just as he was about to shut the door, he saw a horde of monsters. Seeing that the young men were about to be caught by the creatures, he, out of humanitarian instinct, opened the door to let them in. However, there were too many monsters. Fearing they would breach the entrance, he and the young men retreated to the storeroom on the third floor, which offered some semblance of safety. At that time, the internet was still operational, and they had seen videos online of those monsters devouring people. Shortly after, he received a call from his daughter, who was still in Shanghai. Desperate to save her, he urged the young men to accompany him outside. To his dismay, they refused. With no other option, he decided to let them leave while he locked up the supermarket and went in search of his daughter. Unexpectedly, the young men turned on him, mercilessly attacking him with fists and feet, and eventually wielding a steel pipe to beat him further. Now he was on the verge of death. The middle-aged man managed to utter through labored breaths, "Little brother, I might not make it. I only ask you to deliver this to my daughter." Struggling, he pulled out a black wallet which appeared quite upscale. He attempted to pass it to Tian. "Please help me. Give the bank card to my daughter." His injuries were severe. His hand fell weakly, losing grip on the wallet, which tumbled to the ground and opened. From Tian's angle, he could see a prominent photograph of a girl nestled inside. Tian glanced at it casually, at first intending to disregard it, but upon seeing the girl's face, he was taken aback. It was her. How could it be her? Because at this moment, Xia Shui bore a distinct difference from the Xia Shui of his previous life. Tian hesitantly asked, "What is your daughter's name?" The middle-aged man, misconstruing Tian's inquiry as a sign of agreement, brightened his voice, gaining strength as he joyfully replied, "Xia." "Xia." He strained to get the name out, his face turning a deep crimson, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. His injuries were fatal. If one could see, they would notice that his insides were already ruptured, blood pooling throughout his body. The final word never left his lips, leaving him with unfulfilled desires as his breath ceased. Although he did not articulate the complete name, Tian had already deduced the truth. This man was Xia Shui's father. The beautiful girl in the photograph was indeed Xia Shui. That this man was her father was beyond his expectations. Xia Shui. She was the person Tian had desperately sought before the apocalypse, and ironically the very woman who had caused his demise in his previous life. Until the outbreak, he had found no useful information regarding her, and now, by sheer happenstance, it had come to him. Truly, he had traversed a long and arduous path only to stumble upon this fortune. Tian's gaze turned icy as he glared at the group of young men. "You all deserve to die." With that, he drew the star sword from his spatial pocket, and in their terrified eyes struck each one down, leaving no one alive. Such people were nothing but a drain on resources, air, and land. After dispatching the few, Tian inhaled deeply, bent down, and picked up the wallet from the ground. He then began to search the middle-aged man's body. Before long, he found a mobile phone in the man's coat pocket. Using the man's fingerprint, he unlocked it and opened WeChat, where he immediately spotted Xiaoshue's contact. His hands trembled with anxiety as he scrolled through their chat history, filled with mundane exchanges. Tian remained patient, and after extensive searching, he finally found the information he sought. Is she at Shanghai First University? That's quite a distance, over 1,000 kilometers. Yet Tian's expression soon solidified with determination. No matter how far I must go. Having finally obtained Xiaoshue's whereabouts, he knew he had to make haste. The chance for revenge might not come again for a long time. He discarded the fortified shelter he had painstakingly created. In his heart, nothing was more important than finding Xiaoshue. This was his unwavering obsession. After making up his mind, Tian swiftly began to gather all the supplies stored in the warehouse, which were all neatly packed in cardboard boxes. He casually opened one box to take a look. Oh, it's all ham sausages. Regardless, he collected everything. The rest of the supplies were also packed into boxes, and he didn't bother to check them further. He took them all, planning to sort things out later when he had a team. Once he finished collecting the supplies, Tian left the supermarket and continued his zero-cost shopping experience by visiting various stores. When he stopped at a furniture store and came across a cabinet, he hesitated. It was a storage cabinet typically used for blankets and similar items. The surroundings were quiet, and with Tian's keen hearing, he detected a faint sound of breathing from inside the cabinet as he approached. Tian drew his dagger and abruptly yanked open the cabinet, thrusting the blade forward. But at the very moment he was about to attack, his hand froze as he took in the scene before him. Inside the cabinet lay a girl, clearly unconscious, leaning against the side. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Although she was curled up inside the cabinet, it was evident that she was quite tall, at least around 160 to 70 centimeters, with a curvaceous figure, long and straight legs, a slender waist, and large expressive eyes. Her hair partially obscured her face, but her features were exquisitely delicate, with a pure and charming visage, pale and supple skin. What was she doing unconscious in a cabinet? Luckily, she hadn't been discovered by the zombies. Shaking his head, Tian activated his exploration ability to check her status. Name me Do. Level 0, can level up by consuming energy points. Strength 12, average adult 10. Agility 14, average adult 10. Constitution 15, average adult 10. Ability 0. Potential SS rank. Potential is graded from FEDCBASSS to SSS. The higher the potential rank, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm 98 points. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and temperament with a maximum of 100. Higher charm makes it easier to gain others' trust. Tian was taken aback by her exceptionally high potential and charm. Just then a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering a special individual with qualifying potential and charm. Successful binding will grant you 1 random skill enhancement. Tian noticed an additional binding option appeared next to Do's panel and curiously clicked on it. Binding failed. The individual is currently unconscious and cannot be bound. How can I bind her? Tian inquired. To bind an individual, they must willingly choose to follow the host. Once bound, you can randomly obtain one of their skills for enhancement, and they will be wholly loyal to the host, never betraying. Nuwa's explanation was straightforward. It seemed he would have to wait until she woke up, and the system required her to willingly follow him. He originally intended to recruit some elite individuals to build his own team, and with Do's SS rank potential, she would surely be worth cultivating. By Nuwa's hint, was it the case that only individuals with sufficient potential and charm could be bound? Tian muttered to himself, not wanting to dwell on it further. He carefully lifted Do out of the cabinet and took her to the next store that sold bedding, laying her down on a bed. Then he left her be. It was already evening, and Tian was feeling somewhat hungry. He casually sat on a sofa, dragged over a cabinet to use as a table, and pulled out a takeout meal from his system space to eat. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the New World Shopping Center, in a self-service restaurant far from the stairway, about 20 people were gathered, indulging in a feast that others would hardly dare to imagine. The tables were laden with various seafood like prawns, crabs, and fish, as well as beef and pork, filling several tables to the brim. Around one table, several men were drinking and eating. One with yellow hair casually picked a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, talking to a scar-faced man. Scar, do you think that girl ran away or got eaten? Scar shook his head. Given the situation, it's probably more likely she got eaten, and the chances of her escaping are slim. What a pity, such a tender girl. Another man with a beard chimed in, I'm not so sure. I saw her running down earlier. It was chaotic, but there was still a chance she could escape. True, it was chaotic, but it was relatively safe down there. It's not impossible. She got away. A bespectacled man nodded in agreement. Listening to them, a burly man glanced at the other survivors dining nearby and asked who's in charge of monitoring. Is there any news? A young man who was eating stiffened at the burly man's words, shivering slightly as he stood up. I was Leopard. I was watching before eating and didn't notice anything unusual. Nothing unusual? Yes, Leopard. Leopard frowned at his response. It shouldn't be this quiet. There should have been some activity by now. Could it be that she really got eaten by zombies? Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression darkened. He turned to the young man and said in a low voice, if you were here, then who's monitoring now? The young man felt a surge of dread at Leopard's expression, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Leopard's gaze. Nobody. Leopard's voice shot up several octaves as he grabbed a bowl and hurled it at the young man. The bowl smashed against the young man's head, blood erupting, and the bowl shattered into pieces. Do you still have the face to eat here? With no one watching, why aren't you going to check? If that girl really escaped, I swear I'll chop you up and feed you to the zombies. Yes, Leopard, I'll go right now, I'll hurry. Ignoring the blood streaming from his head, the young man hurriedly promised and dropped his bowl, rushing towards the monitoring room without delay, not daring to hesitate or resist. Witnessing the scene, the other dozen or so survivors dared not utter a sound, bowing their heads to count the grains of rice in their bowls, fearing they might inadvertently invite trouble. They knew Leopard was ruthless. He had once been a thug, a lawless man, and now in this apocalypse, he was even more unrestrained. Leopard then turned his attention back to the other survivors and shouted, "And you lot. After you finish eating, get downstairs and bring food. Anything edible, bring it up. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for tossing you to the zombies." The dozen or so survivors hurriedly nodded in agreement. They were just ordinary shoppers caught in the supermarket when the monsters suddenly appeared, unable to escape. Yesterday, there had still been dozens of people in the supermarket living in relative peace. However, after many had turned into zombies this morning, they realized the apocalypse had begun. Without hesitation, they chose to ally with Leopard. What they didn't know was that Leopard had no good intentions in taking them in. He merely regarded them as cannon fodder. Otherwise, why would he waste food on them? Unfortunately, they had no other choice but to walk down this dark path, gritting their teeth, hoping that following Leopard would spare them from death. They understood that resistance would certainly lead to their demise. Don't worry, Brother Bao. We will keep a close eye on them and ensure they don't slack off. One middle-aged man in a security uniform quickly assured, nudging another guard beside him to express his agreement. The younger guard promptly stood up with a smile, saying, Yes, Brother Bao, leave it to us. They wouldn't dare to be lazy. If they try, we'll give them a good beating. Relying on you lot to watch them. Just don't end up slacking off yourselves. Brother Bao expressed his skepticism about the guard's loyalty, wearing a look of disdain. Oi, my Brother Bao, how could we dare? Rest assured, with us around, they absolutely won't dare to slack off. The middle-aged guard hurriedly guaranteed. Better not. After speaking, Brother Bao picked up his chopsticks and began to eat a piece of meat. At that moment, the scar-faced man turned to the guards and said, Hurry up and eat. Stop dawdling here. Finish and get back to work. The guards immediately bowed their heads and started to eat, fearing that eating slowly would earn them a scolding. The scar-faced man then looked at the two female college students in the corner who were reasonably attractive. As for you two, today you let that girl escape and still owe us money. Don't think this matter can just be swept under the rug. The bespectacled man smirked and said, You two should hurry and eat. Once you're done, clean yourselves up. We'll have a good time later. Hee, what Glasses said is right, hee. You guys have fun. Oh, I've had my fill of those too. That girl was a real catch, but sadly these two idiots let her escape. Scar, let it go. In times like this, having anyone is good enough. Besides, they aren't bad either, or we can make do. Then let me go first today. After I'm done, you can have your turn. All right, Scar, you go first, ha. Listening to their conversation, the two girls huddled in the corner turned pale, fear evident in their eyes, yet they dared not speak. They had grown terrified from the torment inflicted by these men. They were originally university students who, seeing their better-off classmates wearing designer brands and using expensive cosmetics, couldn't help but want to buy some too. However, with only a fixed allowance of 200 yuan a month, they found themselves resorting to campus loans advertised as no collateral credit loans. Little did they know that the 100 yuan they borrowed would only yield 500 yuan after deductions, and due to compounded interest, they now owed 100 yuan. Unable to repay such a large sum, and too scared to inform their families, they were left with no choice but to use their bodies to settle the debt under threats and seductions. However, they were unable to satisfy the men's appetites, as they were merely average-looking. They had promised that if they could bring in another attractive female student, their debts would be forgiven. In this dire situation, they conspired and decided to lure Mi-Do, who was renowned for her stunning looks and figure, into their dorm. Given their relatively good relationship, they concocted an excuse to deceive Mi-Do into coming out. Everything was going smoothly until they witnessed Mi-Do drinking the special beverage prepared for her. But suddenly chaos erupted and monsters began attacking indiscriminately, causing Mi-Do to escape in the confusion. They had also considered fleeing, but were cornered by these men. Today they even witnessed someone inexplicably turning into a zombie and another being devoured alive in front of them. This terrified them. They felt they could not escape and had no choice but to comply. These men were originally thugs who specialized in loan sharking, and having anticipated catching the exquisite girl, they were furious at the two fools for letting her slip away, thus deciding to vent their frustrations on them. Unbeknownst to them, Mi-Do had trained in combat arts, and it was no surprise she got away from these two. Initially, they had never imagined their friend would betray her, which led to their downfall. After a while, satisfied with their meal, the group headed toward the two female college students, ready to have their way with them. However, before they could reach the girls, the young man responsible for monitoring rushed over, excitement written all over his face. "Brother Bao, we've got a situation." Curious, the survivors who had been eating turned to look at the young man. "What's going on?" Brother Bao asked impatiently. "That girl has been found." Upon hearing the young man's explanation, everyone hurried toward the monitoring room, with Brother Bao leading the way, the first to see the footage. It showed Tian carrying Mi-Do as they passed the camera. "Who is this guy? He's wearing armor. Do we have anyone like that here?" The scar-faced man mused, rubbing his scar. "Whoever he is, he dares to take the girl I've set my sights on. I will skin him alive." Brother Bao said fiercely. "This looks like the second floor, huh? Who would have thought she'd be hiding up there?" The bespectacled man speculated, stroking his chin. "Hey, you lot, go down and bring that kid and the girl back up to me." As Tian disappeared from the monitor, Brother Bao, in an explosive mood, ordered the guards. "Brother Bao, don't worry, we will definitely bring them back," the guards eagerly assured him. The leading middle-aged guard turned to the dozen or so survivors and commanded, "All of you find a suitable weapon, gather at the stairway in 10 minutes. We're going down to help Brother Bao capture those two." The survivors, who were typically the kind of people who only dared to bully the vulnerable, did not dare utter a word in response to their captain's orders and quickly set off to find suitable weapons. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had found their makeshift weapons, which included wooden sticks and iron rods, with one even wielding a kitchen knife. The group followed the security guards down the stairs. During the earlier chaos, they had smartly locked the iron gate at the stairway, and under Brother Bao's leadership, they had cleared all the zombies on the 3rd to 5th floors. The cost of this effort was significant. Their group had dwindled from dozens to just a handful. The commotion on the 1st floor had been too loud, preventing them from clearing further, so they decided to guard the remaining resources in the shopping center, hoping it would last them a year or two. Upon reaching the iron gate on the 2nd and 3rd floors, the guard captain sternly instructed, "Everyone, keep your voices down. I'm not sure how many zombies are on the 2nd floor, but I know for sure there are many on the 1st. If we attract them up here, we're all finished, understand?" Hearing the guard captain's words, everyone nodded in silent agreement. The guard leading the way cautiously opened the iron door, then called 2 others to guard the entrance before proceeding forward, taking 3 cautious steps for every one they took. The further they went down, the more careful they became, which slowed their pace considerably. As they cautiously advanced toward Tian's location, Mi-Do had already awakened on his side. Mi-Do sat up, shaking her still-dazed head as she surveyed her surroundings with confusion. Her heart tightened when she spotted Tian, who was resting after a meal. The efficacy of the drug she had taken was potent. She had been unconscious for an entire day. Now memories of the events leading up to her fainting began to resurface. A hint of caution flickered across her delicate face. "Who are you? How did I end up here?" Tian was facing the door and did not immediately notice Mi-Do's awakening. When he heard the sound and turned to look at her, he responded, "Shouldn't you be the one asking yourself that question?" It was only after Tian turned around that Mi-Do noticed he was clad in armor. Though she could not see his face, she was certain he was human. With some hesitation, she asked, "You're not with those people, are you?" She had carefully assessed her body. Although she had never encountered such a situation, she felt only a bit fatigued, and nothing else seemed amiss. If this man were allied with those others, she would surely not have emerged so intact. Tian regarded her with suspicion. "Who? What people? Who are you saying him with?" "I'm sorry I misjudged you." Realizing that Tian was not one of them, Mi-Do felt a wave of relief and promptly apologized. "I was deceived by a friend who drugged my drink. Fortunately, I sensed something amiss early and managed to escape. I remember hiding in a cabinet, so you must be the one who rescued me, right?" Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. Yes, you started off in a cabinet. You were drugged by a close friend. He was surprised that such things typically confined to movies were happening in reality. Curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask. Looking at Mi Do's figure, his mind filled with inappropriate images, and he found the situation rather thrilling. It was no wonder she had been unconscious, as she had indeed been drugged. Feeling embarrassed by Yi Tian's inquiry, Mi Do merely nodded. Seeing the curiosity in Yi Tian's eyes and feeling unsettled herself, she found comfort in his presence and began to share her ordeal with him. In the past, she would have never believed that such melodramatic events could happen to her. A friend with whom she had always shared a good relationship had betrayed her. She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had she fallen into the hands of those people. After hearing Mi Do's story, Yi Tian couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictable nature of humanity. He speculated that his two roommates and those individuals were likely still on the 5th floor. When he arrived, he sensed that there must be survivors here, while those who lent money at high interest rates were undoubtedly ruthless characters capable of adapting more swiftly than average individuals in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, it was safe to conclude that as long as they had not turned into zombies, they were likely still alive. Mi Do recalled the horrifying scenes she witnessed before hiding in the cabinet, still struggling to believe they were real. The zombies that only existed in movies had appeared in reality. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage to ask Yi Tian, may I ask you something? Yi Tian glanced at her, noticing the worry and fear in her eyes. He guessed what she was about to ask and nodded nonchalantly. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone would eventually come to know the truth. Although Mi Do saw the shop was deserted and the outside seemed void of life, her heart still harbored a glimmer of hope. She wished it were all just a figment of her imagination, a dream from which she would awaken to find the world unchanged. She hesitated before asking, is it true that outside there are those things? You know, like the zombies in the movies? As she spoke, she extended her fair hand in a gesture, desperately wishing for Yi Tian's answer to be reassuring. Sadly, Yi Tian's response shattered her last hope. Yes, just like in the movies. Outside there are zombies and monsters everywhere. It's what we call the apocalypse. After hearing his answer, Mi Do slumped back onto the bed as if all her strength had left her. She parted her tempting lips, but said nothing. Confusion painted her face as she curled her legs and hugged her knees. The apocalypse had arrived, leaving her lost and directionless. She was an orphan with no family. Observing Mi Do's bewildered expression, Yi Tian shook his head. This was something she had to face alone. No one could help her. Were it not for the system rewards still benefiting him, he would not have engaged her in conversation. Yi Tian lifted his mask, revealing his resolute features. Upon seeing him clearly, Mi Do's confusion dissipated, replaced by the warmth of recognition, as if she had seen a long-lost relative. You're Yi Tian, the CEO. Yi Tian was taken aback. You know me? Mi Do leaped off the bed, her face alight with excitement. Yes. CEO Yi, am one of the university students supported by your foundation. As she spoke, she pulled out a scholarship certificate from her bag, bearing her personal information and funding details, accompanied by a group photo. In the center of the front row sat Yi Tian. The faces in the photo were those of orphans who had survived an unprecedented earthquake years ago. Every year, Yi Tian allocated 20 of his company's profits to charitable causes. These orphans were part of the countless beneficiaries of his foundation's charitable projects. From a young age, Yi Tian understood the value of gratitude, having been raised as an orphan himself and having completed his education through the generosity of others. However, he had little recollection of these families or children, while Mi Do distinctly remembered him, often looking at the photo of him, which is why she recognized him right away. My parents died in the earthquake when I was in high school. It was your foundation that supported my education and provided for my living expenses. I wouldn't be who I am today without your help. Without your support, I would have starved on the streets or ended up in a dire situation. As Mi Do spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as painful memories resurfaced. Maybe I'd be singing on the streets now, or working as a waitress in some restaurant. Or worse. You saved me and changed my life. Because of her tragic past, Mi Do was diligent in her studies. Not only did she excel academically, but she was also a national-level dancer, once invited to perform on a national stage. In her spare time, she trained in martial arts to equip herself with self-defense skills and occasionally worked as a model, showcasing her diverse talents. Now that the world outside had changed, seeing Yi Tian filled her with a newfound sense of hope. Suddenly, Mi Do lowered her head and softly said, "Oh, Yi, can I follow you? I have no home and I don't know where to go." In this apocalypse, it seemed wiser to accompany someone she could trust than to be alone with strangers. Yi Tian, who had supported struggling university students, must be a good person. She had always dreamed of repaying him one day. Yi Tian was taken aback by her request. He had not expected this beautiful young woman to be one of the students he had supported. As for her wanting to accompany him, it seemed fortuitous. However, she must first be tested for her character. Despite the system rewards she possesses, if she cannot adapt to life in this apocalypse, he certainly would not want to carry a burden by his side. You can follow me, but you must promise that from today onwards, whatever I ask you to do, you must unconditionally agree. If you can do that, you can stay with me. If not, you can leave on your own. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mi Do blushed slightly, but then she obediently nodded in agreement. I promise you. She was very clear about her own situation. Without someone to protect her, her fate would surely be dire. Seeing Mi Do's obedient demeanor, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound a special character. This character will be 100% loyal to the host and will never betray you. Reward skill Master of Combat. Master of Combat encompasses various techniques in hand-to-hand combat, palm techniques, jujitsu, taekwondo, jeet kune do, and the usage of various cold weapons. After hearing the introduction of the reward, Yi Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This reward was simply extraordinary. In an instant, a myriad of combat techniques flashed through his mind like a whirlwind, causing a sudden sharp pain in his head. However, this sensation passed quickly and a wealth of information filled his mind. Various practical fighting techniques, combat experience, and an exquisite mastery of strength that felt as if he had trained for decades, all seamlessly integrated. Though it seemed lengthy, in reality, it took less than a second, and Mi Do felt that Yi Tian appeared more significant to her now. This feeling was quite strange. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long because she was entirely focused on repaying Yi Tian for his help. Encountering him amidst the apocalypse was a stroke of fate, and she certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. After absorbing the new knowledge, Yi Tian said to Mi Do, from what you've said, you've been unconscious for an entire day. You must be hungry. Let's eat something first. Since Mi Do had the system's guarantee of eternal loyalty, Yi Tian was unconcerned about her discovering the secrets of his space. After all, such incidents would undoubtedly occur frequently in the future. Rather than constantly concocting excuses, it was better to directly showcase his unique abilities. He could simply tell her that his special power is space, which can store supplies, as his ability indeed pertained to space, albeit without the capacity to store goods. I'm not hungry. As soon as Mi Do finished speaking, she witnessed Yi Tian conjuring a plate of tomato beef rice out of thin air. The enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, and involuntarily her mouth watered while her stomach audibly protested. Her face instantly flushed, and she hastily swallowed her saliva. As for Yi Tian's ability to materialize a meal, the well-behaved Mi Do did not question it. The fact that Yi Tian was willing to reveal such a secret displayed immense trust in her. If she were to act like a curious child and pry further, it would surely provoke Yi Tian's resentment. Yi Tian, seemingly oblivious to Mi Do's embarrassment, simply remarked, "Hurry up and eat." Mi Do softly responded with an mm. Instantly, her stomach betrayed her, making her wish she could dig a hole and hide in it. However, she did not hold back any longer, grabbing the container and diving into her meal. Yet before she could take more than a few bites, a sudden roar echoed from downstairs, causing her to tense up and quickly glance at Yi Tian. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, just eat. Finish quickly so we can work." Having said that, he moved to the door, surmising that someone from the 5th floor was coming down and had likely spotted him through the surveillance. With his formidable strength, he had nothing to fear. Equipped with an infinite crossbow for long-range attacks and the newly acquired combat skills after binding with Mi Do, he was ready. Even if they all attacked him together, they wouldn't stand a chance. When collecting supplies earlier, he had already noticed that the passage to the 3rd floor was locked, and the fire shutters between the various passages had been lowered, making it impossible to ascend from the 3rd floor and above. All the monsters and zombies were on the 1st floor, likely drawn away by something. As long as the 2nd floor remained quiet, zombies rarely ventured upstairs. Thus, he needed to eliminate these intruders stealthily to avoid causing too much commotion that would attract the zombies. Facing a horde of hundreds or even thousands of zombies would be too overwhelming. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Mi Do hesitated briefly, but quickly grasped his intent. Not wanting to be a burden, she resolved that if she was going to stay by Yi Tian's side, she had to be of assistance, or otherwise she would merely be a decorative vase. Having trained in combat, she had decent physical fitness and basic self-defense capabilities. "Mr. Yi, you can rest assured that I will never hold you back." With that, she swiftly resumed her meal, acutely aware that her priority was to replenish her energy. If she faltered due to fatigue later, it would only complicate matters further. The saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. She needed to fuel herself to be able to work effectively. Yi Tian estimated that it would take about 10 minutes for the group to reach him, as they couldn't be running. He was right, the group was walking cautiously. Had it not been for one individual dropping their baton due to nerves causing a noise that attracted the zombies, Tian might not have realized they were approaching so soon. Panic flickered across their faces, and the middle-aged security guard hissed, "What happened?" I'm sorry, I was too nervous." The one who dropped the baton stood pale, realizing he had caused trouble. The middle-aged guard shot him a fierce glare, causing the baton dropper to shiver, while a younger guard asked, "Captain, what should we do? Should we go back?" "Absolutely not. If we go back now, Brother Leopard will not let us off." Upon hearing the captain's words, several of them instinctively swallowed hard. They had witnessed Brother Leopard's ruthlessness firsthand. "Let's go. Move forward. You guys stay in front, and be careful. We'll keep an eye out from the back for any zombies." The dozen or so people obediently moved ahead, while the captain and his few companions noticeably slowed down. The captain adjusted his hat and quietly instructed the other guards, "If things go south later, let them take the front while we make our escape upstairs." "Isn't that a bit risky, Captain? If someone escapes back and Brother Leopard finds out, we're done for." "Do you even understand? Why do you think Brother Leopard keeps these people around wasting resources? Look at them. Aside from being able to eat, what else can they do? They're just cannon fodder." "Oh, so that's it. You really know your stuff, Captain. Kid, pay attention. There are plenty of twists and turns in this world. Now stop chattering and keep moving." The middle-aged guard waved his hand, signaling the others to follow. As they drew closer to their destination, tension mounted within him. Just as they were nearing the end, the middle-aged security guard spoke up again. "You three head over there, and you go this way. The rest of us will move forward. Well, split up." In a situation like this, dividing their forces undoubtedly increased the risk, but the guard, eager to find the missing person, quickly disregarded the danger. After all, every moment spent here heightened the peril. From a distance at the entrance, Tian spotted them. A cold smirk flickered across his lips upon seeing their plan to split up. This played right into his hands. Mido had finished her meal and approached Tian's side. "Can you use a bow and arrow?" Mido shook her head. This skill required practice, and without training it was nearly impossible to hit a target. Tian nodded, having anticipated this. In times of peace, who would bother to learn such a skill unless they had a particular interest in it? Consequently, she couldn't use the crossbow either, as missing would only waste time. Having received combat skills from Mido, Tian speculated that she could wield a weapon. He produced the star sword and handed it to her. "You can use a sword, right? If all else fails, you can still swing it. I can wield a sword. I trained with Senior Liu and even won a competition." "Good. Stick with me. There are about 20 of them. Our main strategy is a surprise attack. I'll take the lead and you stay silent. Wait for my command before you strike." "Understood." "Understood, Yizong." Tian was uneasy about leaving her behind, so he decided to bring her along, partly to observe her performance. If she couldn't adapt to killing, he would reconsider her usefulness. Stealthily, Tian led Mido toward a group of survivors. When they reached the cover of a pillar, he spotted 5 individuals approximately 30 meters away. Drawing his infinite crossbow, he aimed at one of them and pulled the trigger. With a swift whoosh, the particle bolt struck the target's head, creating a dark hole, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. There, behind the pillar, one sharp-eyed individual immediately spotted Tian, prompting the remaining 4 to charge at him aggressively. However, they were still too far away, and before they could reach him, Tian had already prepared another shot. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he aimed at another survivor and fired again. This time fortune favored him, as he managed to take down 2 of them simultaneously, sending them crashing to the ground dead on the spot. Damn it! The last remaining survivor, witnessing this, panicked and fled in the opposite direction. However, before he could get far, Tian sent him to join his fallen companions. Mido, watching 5 living beings perish before her eyes, turned pale. No matter how good her temperament, she struggled to accept this reality. Though her rational mind acknowledged that Tian's actions were justified, she couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. Hearing her retch, Tian paid no mind. In this apocalyptic world, killing was all too common. Those who couldn't adapt would inevitably be left behind. The remaining dozen or so individuals, drawn by the commotion, gathered in this direction. "There, let's all gang up and take down this bastard." Faced with the oncoming group, Tian remained unfazed, calmly firing with pinpoint accuracy, taking down one child after another. By the time they reached him, only 5 security guards remained, and they finally realized that their comrades were falling one by one. Fear gripped their hearts. Yet retreat was not an option. They had no choice but to charge forward. Now that they were too close for the crossbow to be effective, Tian nonchalantly stowed it away and drew a dagger, meeting them heated. Meanwhile, Mido, who had been hiding behind the pillars, suddenly rushed out, raising the star sword and swinging at one of the guards. "Off! There's another one. It's that damned girl. The guard struck by her attack turned pale and let out a shriek. But before he could react further, Mido kicked him between the legs, then swung her leg upward, striking his head, and he collapsed to the ground motionless. This scene caused the remaining 4 guards to change their expressions. The middle-aged guard quickly shouted, "Catch that girl. We can use her as a hostage." Upon hearing this, several guards lunged at Mido. Seeing so many people rushing toward her, Mido instinctively took a few steps back. She had already exhausted her courage dealing with that one guard, and now fear gripped her heart. Had she just taken a life? After all, she was just a student. The thought of killing had never crossed her mind. At that moment, a warm hand rested on her shoulder and pulled her back. Tian stood before her. "He'll handle the rest. You stay back." "Okay." Hastily nodding at his words, Mido stepped back a few paces to avoid hindering Tian's movements. In the next moment, Tian brandished his dagger, charging into the remaining 4 guards like a wolf among sheep. With swift strokes, he slashed the throats of 2 guards, showcasing a level of skill unmatched by his opponents. Of the last 2, one fell to a kick, and the other met the same fate as his throat was swiftly cut. The final guard was dispatched similarly, all done with ruthless efficiency. The entire battle unfolded seamlessly, a display of fluidity and skill that left no room for resistance. Tian's acquired combat skills were simply too formidable. After the fight, he ensured that each fallen foe received a final cut to their throats to prevent any feigned death. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mido vomited, expelling everything she had just eaten. Tian shook his head, understanding that adaptation required time. He was pleased with her performance. After all, not everyone had the courage to kill. For him, thanks to memories from his past life, killing held no emotional weight. With the area temporarily secure, Tian disregarded her, disposing of the dead bodies on the first floor. The zombies were highly sensitive to blood, and with the noise they had just made, it was likely that some were already making their way upstairs. After disposing of the corpses, Mido had regained her composure, though her face still looked pale. Tian handed her a bottle of water. "Drink some, it will make you feel better. We still need to head upstairs." Mido accepted the water and took a few sips, feeling significantly better afterward. "Yizong, I feel much better now. This is a normal reaction for someone in your position. There's nothing to worry about." Tian offered her a comforting word, noticing her facade of strength. Hearing his words, Mido sighed with relief, fearing he might see her as a burden. "Okay." Mido nodded obediently, having adjusted to the situation. Tian stealthily led Mido towards the stairway, spotting 2 figures standing at the entrance from a distance. The door was electronically controlled, only operable from the inside, and with his bow, he could only take down 1 target at a time. To prevent the other from escaping and locking the door, he needed to eliminate both men in the shortest amount of time possible. If the door were locked, he would have no way to ascend. A plan soon formed in Tian's mind. He turned to Mido and instructed, "Pretend to flee to draw their attention. Just lead them away from the stairway." Once the 2 men were distracted, Tian could swiftly deal with them, using his crossbow, easily dispatching them within 2 to 3 seconds without giving them a chance to shut the door. Understanding Tian's strategy, Mido feigned panic and dashed out, drawing the attention of the 2 men. Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her acting. He hadn't expected her to possess such talent. He felt remiss not to reward her with a small gold figurine for her performance. "Look, it's that girl," one of the men shouted. "Quick, chase her. Don't let her get away." The other urged. Initially running towards them, Mido changed direction in a flurry as they pursued her. Observing her earnest performance, Tian decisively took action, shooting one of the men in the head. The other man, realizing the ruse, gasped, "This isn't good. We've been tricked." He immediately sprinted toward the stairway, but Tian wouldn't allow him to succeed. He swiftly drew another arrow, piercing the man's back. Watching Tian's skilled handling, Mido felt a surge of admiration. Despite being ordinary like everyone else, how was Tian so formidable? "Stop dawdling. Get inside and close the door. We need to go upstairs." "Oh, all right." Mido finally snapped back to reality, sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Leopard and his companions had remained in the surveillance room since the others had left, but for some unknown reason, many cameras had malfunctioned from the start. Tian had intentionally avoided the camera positions, which was why they had yet to discover that he had eliminated those men. At first, the 4 of them had seen their comrades pass through the cameras, but now it had been a while without any updates, and their expressions turned grim. Scarface couldn't help but speak up, "What's going on? It's been too long with no word. This situation might be more complicated than we thought. We could be in trouble." Leopard's brow furrowed deeply. "Leopard, could there be others?" one of them questioned. "That's unlikely. If there were more, we should have noticed by now. But they've been gone for so long with no updates. Let's wait a bit longer. There are over 20 of them, all armed. I refuse to believe they can't handle even 1 person." Leopard, however, was uncertain. As the leader, he felt the need to maintain calmness. If he panicked, so would everyone else. To reassure his companions, he uttered those words though he feared for his life. Even if those men were all dead, he wouldn't dare to venture down to save them. At that moment, the bespectacled man suggested, "Just in case, I'll lock the iron door to this floor." He got up and headed towards the stairway to close the door. The 5th floor was an administrative area with only one safety passage leading downstairs apart from the elevator, which they had already destroyed. They worried that if a zombie accidentally activated the elevator, it would create a significant problem. Yes, good thinking. I almost forgot. Hurry and lock the door, we'll need some leeway in case anything happens. But just as he finished speaking, the bespectacled man reached the stairway and suddenly staggered, a bloody hole bursting from the back of his head as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The sight of him collapsing sent shockwaves through Leopard and his companions, causing the 2 female students cowering in the corner to scream in terror. Before they could comprehend what had happened, a voice echoed from the stairway, "This place seems nice. No wonder you've all been hiding here." As the leisurely voice resonated, Tian and Mi Do slowly emerged from the stairway. "It's you." Leopard recognized them immediately, recalling how he had seen Tian carrying Mi Do in the earlier surveillance footage. With Tian and Mi Do appearing here, the fate of the men they had sent earlier was evident. It was shocking that over 20 men could not handle just one person. Contemplating this, Leopard's expression soured. "Damn it, those useless fools. In critical moments, it's always up to us." Scarface cursed before striding towards Tian. "Hey kid, don't get cocky. Let me tell you, Scarface, get down." Leopard suddenly shouted, his face paling. But it was too late. Tian lunged forward, swiftly driving a dagger into Scarface's heart. Scarface instinctively gripped Tian's wrist tightly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Didn't your teachers tell you not to chatter if it's not necessary? So many words." Tian sneered coldly, then kicked Scarface in the stomach, sending him flying several meters before he fell lifeless. Watching Tian kill Scarface so decisively left Leopard and his companions horrified. They were all part of the underworld, not exceptionally skilled, but capable of taking on 2 or 3 ordinary people at once. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to intimidate so many survivors with just 5 of them. Scarface's skills ranked just below Leopard's among them, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched by this kid in mere moments without even a chance to fight back. It was as if a chick had been slaughtered with ease. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, Leopard forced a smile. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We don't have any deep-seated enmity. The actions of those men earlier were entirely their own. I strongly opposed it. I told them that in these times humanity must unite, but they wouldn't listen to my advice. I was helpless. Yes, we strongly opposed it." The other 2 chimed in, nodding furiously, appearing like good Samaritans. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misunderstood," Tian replied with a faint knowing smile as the system alert echoed in his mind. Ding. Passive perception registered someone harboring malice toward the host and has read their thoughts. "Damn, this kid is so troublesome. Hold him for now, wait until he lets his guard down, and then finish him off. Then that perfect girl will be mine." Bao Gu cast a furtive glance at Mi Do. A spark of desire flickered in his eyes. Even without the system's prompt, Tian would never have trusted them. He had spent 10 years clawing his way through an apocalypse in his past life. He had seen the worst of human treachery. Bao Ji's manner alone betrayed his deceit. "Since we are all human, little brother, we should stand together," Bao Gu said, eyes shifting as an idea formed. The boy seemed gullible, though he could work with that. "Listen, my girlfriend says you drugged her." "How do you explain that?" Tian asked slowly, his expression blank. Hearing Tian call her his girlfriend, Mi Do flushed, but said nothing. For reasons she could not explain, a faint, inexplicable joy stirred in her chest. "Damn it, how unlucky," Bao Gu swore inwardly. They actually knew each other. He plastered a smile on his face. "A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Kid, I didn't know she was your sister-in-law. Besides, it wasn't me, it was them." He jabbed a finger toward the 2 female college students huddled in the corner, their faces ashen. At Bao Ji's accusation, they trembled and mumbled, but dared not speak. In truth, they had been involved. Bao Ji's statement wasn't entirely false. Tian glanced at the 2 girls without expression. Mi Do's gaze, however, was complicated as she stared at former friends. The 3 men took positions like a hunting formation, 2 in front and Bao Gu behind, 5 or 6 meters from Tian, a distance that allowed a reasoned exchange of threats. Under ordinary circumstances, that would be true. But Tian's physique defied ordinary measures. His speed was nearly double that of a normal man, and his strength close to 3 times. Suddenly, without any warning, Tian surged forward. In a flash, he attacked the 3. Habit shaped by the apocalypse made him relentless. No matter whom you faced, use everything you have, because you never knew what hidden advantage the other might hold. Survival was the only rule. The front two men were caught completely off guard. They did not enough time to react before Tian took them down, slitting their throats in a single brutal sweep. Bao Gu, positioned slightly behind and slowed by his companions' bodies, reacted first. He staggered back, face contorted. "You little bastard, what do you mean?" He snarled. "What do you mean? I don't like the look of you. Is that a crime?" Tian replied. Bao Gu realized then there would be no easy way out. One side had to perish. He had trained in Sanda, his reflexes had made him leader of this gang. He lunged like a tiger, a brutal, earth-shaking rush. His fist came crashing for Tian's head with speed and a vicious arc. To a man lacking true skill, it might have been terrifying. To Tian, who had mastered close combat, it was a child's display of calisthenics, all flash, no substance. Tian merely tilted his head slightly, the fist sliced through the air and ruffled his hair. In the same motion, a dagger appeared in his hand. Before Bao Gu could recover, the blade traced a clean line across his throat. Blood spurted. The once mighty Bao Gu clutched at his neck and collapsed, coughing and gasping. His body went cold, his vision blurring. "Long Zhou," he tried to say, but the words died on a face contorted by pain and fury. "Don't stare at me like that," Tian said. "If your so-called Long Ji and Hu Ji get in my way, I'll send them to meet you." In the corner, the two female students trembled until their teeth chattered. Pale and raw with fear, they stared at the armored man and could not imagine what he would do. Tian saw their terror, but ignored their eyes. He wiped his dagger on the dead Bao Gu, then turned toward the stairs. As he passed Mido, he said simply, "Take these two. Deal with them as you see fit." It was another test. If she passed it, he would consider her placement. Mido nodded once. Her gaze rested on the two girls still huddled in the corner, once her closest friends, and now the cause of near ruin. If she had not slipped away when she did, everyone knew the likely end that would have awaited her in their hands. The thought chilled her, the warmth of betrayal cooled into something ice-cold and lethal. She lifted the Xingqian Jian and stepped forward slowly, each footfall falling like a hammer on the girls' hearts. The two realized with dawning horror that their fate would be grim. One of them stammered, voice trembling. "Dodo, please, spare me. I had no choice. I swear I won't do it again. I beg you." She scrabbled at the floor, prostrating herself in desperate supplication. The tip of the sword still bore a drop of blood. That was all the proof needed. The other, as if waking from a nightmare, sobbed and fell to her knees, as well, tears streaking her face. "Dodo, please. We're best friends, aren't we? I was forced. I didn't want this." "Shut up," Mido snapped. "Best friends? Huh? Is that not disgusting coming from you?" The last vestige of hesitation left her. Without a second's pity, she drove the sword through the first girl's heart. The pleading cut off mid-cry. The second screamed at the sight. Mido looked at her with disgust, and then plunged the blade into her chest as well. Mido inhaled deeply afterwards. Her chest heaved, a hollow desolation filled her where anger and betrayal had boiled. This was not like dispatching the brutish guards at the depot. These had been her intimates. To end them with her own hands left a peculiar, indescribable emptiness that others might never comprehend. Tian could certainly guess that she wouldn't take it well. The reason he chose to let her endure alone was to help her adapt to this apocalyptic world as quickly as possible. If she couldn't adapt, she would be eliminated. When he reached the stairway on the 4th floor, Tian paused and removed the armor he had been wearing. With the danger having subsided, the armor had become quite uncomfortable. After shedding the armor, Tian let out a long sigh. He had accomplished much today and felt a bit fatigued. He took out a cigarette from his storage and sat quietly on the stairs to smoke. He had already scavenged most of the large supplies in Yuzhong City, and he was too lazy to search the remaining scattered shops. On one hand, he felt his supplies were sufficient. On the other, Yuzhong City was about to turn into a hell on earth. The city would no longer be safe. After contemplating his next steps while finishing the cigarette, he heard footsteps at the stairway. Tian stubbed out his cigarette and casually tossed the butt onto the stairs. Turning around, he indeed saw Mido descending with the star sword, its tip still dripping blood. "Did you take care of it?" "Yes." Mido nodded, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. It was clear that this event had impacted her deeply, but she had managed to pull herself together. Upon hearing her response, Tian smiled. "Tell me, why didn't you spare them?" Mido pressed her lips together. "They are no longer my friends, rather they are enemies. If I spared their lives now, they would definitely seek revenge in the future, and that would be troublesome. It's better to eliminate them now than to deal with them later." After hearing her explanation, Tian nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected her to think so clearly. "It's great that you can see it this way. How it shows you have adapted to the rules of this apocalypse. From now on, you will officially follow me. Just call me Tian, none of this Yizong business." At that moment, Mido realized that she had been addressing him as Yizong all along, and Yi Tian had never corrected her. It turned out this was the reason. She understood that she must have pleased Yi Tian for him to accept her formally. What would happen if she hadn't? Would he have killed her? Or left her to fend for herself? She bit her lip, feeling grateful to Yi Tian for giving her such an opportunity. From his various remarkable traits, she understood that Yi Tian was certainly not an ordinary person. However, the clever Mido had never asked about it. Yi Tian. Brother Yi Tian, can I call you Brother Yi Tian? Call me whatever you like, dear works too. Yi Tian teased. Hearing his words, Mido's face flushed. She certainly wouldn't dare to call him that, it would be far too embarrassing. All right, let's leave this place. Looking at Mido's slightly reddened cheeks, Yi Tian found it amusing. He knew she was shy, but in this apocalypse he had no interest in romance. Why are we leaving? Isn't this place quite nice? The food here seems sufficient to last us a long time, Mido asked, her curiosity evident. She genuinely wanted to stay with Yi Tian. This place felt relatively safe, the variety of food was rich, and no other survivors came to disturb them. This is the New World Shopping Center. The supplies here will soon attract attention, and more survivors will try to find ways to obtain food from here. We can lock the door, and they won't be able to come in, right? Even if we assume they can't break in, what happens when the food runs out? Well, we can always relocate later, right? By the time we run out of food, there will be nearly 10 million zombies in Yuzhong City, and most of them will be level 3 or even level 4. A few high-level zombies might reach levels 5 or 6. Do you think you can still get out then? Yi Tian didn't blame Mido for not thinking of these things. After all, he had been reborn from a previous life and knew that zombies and monsters could evolve, but ordinary people wouldn't have such knowledge. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mido's mind filled with images of countless zombies surrounding her, and her face turned pale. Level 3 and level 4. What does that mean? Mido inquired, having caught on to the tiers Yi Tian mentioned. Both humans and zombie monsters can evolve. Monsters or zombies have a crystal core in their brains. By consuming certain crystal cores, they can enhance their physical abilities. I refer to those who become stronger through this process as evolvers. Since he had decided to formally include Mido, it was better to inform her of these matters early on rather than let her find out later. Evolve. Oh my god, that's incredible. Then she seemed to realize something. Brother Yi Tian, you must be an evolver, right? Mido recalled Yi Tian's swift and decisive skills and had made her deduction. Yi Tian nodded, focusing his thoughts as a yellow vertical line appeared on his forehead, marking him as a level 2 evolver. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Mido covered her mouth in astonishment. It was remarkable that a line could suddenly appear on someone's forehead, glowing faintly. As you can see, I am currently a level 2 evolver. This vertical line is the marker. When I was level 1 it was white, now that I'm level 2 it has turned yellow. I don't know what color it will be next. Yi Tian told a small lie. He had no intention of revealing his rebirth to anyone. Evolvers can control whether this line is displayed. You'll understand all this naturally once you become an evolver. I can also become an evolver, Mido asked, incredulously pointing to herself. Indeed, everyone has the potential to become an evolver. Heaven is fair. While zombies are terrifying, they also leave a sliver of hope for humanity. The crystal cores in zombies and monsters can give a significant chance of becoming an evolver. I suspect a very small number of people may even become ability users. Ability users? Like how Brother Yi Tian can suddenly conjure food. Exactly, you're quite perceptive. However, I suspect there are many types of abilities, and we'll find out more about them later. Mido nodded in understanding. She figured Yi Tian must have consumed a crystal core to become an evolver, but the thought of swallowing something from a zombie made her feel nauseous. Yet to grow stronger, to survive, and to avoid being humiliated by others, she had to put in more effort than anyone else. Seeing the change in Mido's expression, Yi Tian had already guessed most of her thoughts. Let's move. We need to gather the supplies here before we leave, Yi Tian said, and began to prepare to loot the supplies on the 4th floor. Okay, Mido responded and followed suit. The 5th floor was designated for administrative purposes, primarily consisting of office spaces and break rooms, with only a scant supply of food, which had been transported there by Leopard and his group of survivors. Most of it had already been consumed. Yi Tian scorned such offerings, resolutely refusing to partake in food that others had already touched. In contrast, the 4th floor was abundant with provisions, as it housed an array of dining establishments. Accompanied by Mido, Yi Tian ventured from one restaurant to another, heading straight for the kitchens. Upon entering, he effortlessly procured a substantial amount of fresh ingredients. Before the apocalypse struck, few could have anticipated its abrupt onset, leading most establishments to stockpile an ample supply of fresh produce. With a wave of his hand, Tian stored all the supplies, including storage cabinets and freezers, into his dimensional space. Mido was momentarily astonished by this magical display, but she quickly held her tongue and asked no questions. Tian was quite pleased with Mido's obedient demeanor and chose not to explain anything to her. After nearly an hour of diligent gathering, Tian had cleared the entire 4th floor of its resources. Fortunately, there was still power, otherwise it would have been far less convenient at such a late hour. At night, the zombies roamed widely and moved with increased speed, so Tian decided to rest in this newly discovered shopping center. He felt no concern for his armored RV parked below, certain that zombies would not be attracted to something motionless and devoid of any blood scent. He found a lounge on the 5th floor, but it only contained a single bed. After retrieving bedding from his space and laying it out, he turned to Mido and said, "I've checked this room. There's hot water available. After a shower, we should get some rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." Having dispatched numerous zombies and monsters that day, he was covered in sweat and the stench of blood. Tian resolved to wash up before sleeping, though he was too lazy to go to the RV for that purpose. Fortunately, the lounge had a toilet, and although it lacked a shower, it did have hot water, allowing him to bathe using a basin. He guessed that the power system would likely fail completely in a couple of days. While collecting supplies, he had gathered a variety of miscellaneous items. Thankfully, locating what he needed was effortless. His space automatically locked onto the items. He sought a remarkable phenomenon. Otherwise, with such a vast space, searching for anything would be an arduous task. Tian was indifferent. In his past life, he had rarely had the opportunity to bathe. Such luxuries were reserved for the elite, while people like him from the lower strata were simply grateful to survive. Thus, he had modest expectations for cleanliness. A quick wash would suffice. After rinsing himself off, he emerged within a minute, randomly selecting a set of clothes from his space before stepping out. Mido, on the other hand, was experiencing this moment for the first time, sharing a space with a strange man while bathing. Despite the door offering a barrier, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Upon entering the restroom, she discovered a clean bath towel on the rack, and the tub was still filling with hot water, nearly half full. Next to it lay shampoo and body wash. A set of loose casual clothing hung nearby, tags still attached, indicating they were brand new. Mido was delighted by this thoughtful arrangement. After shedding her soiled attire, she revealed her flawless figure, her cheeks slightly flushed as she settled into the tub. Approximately an hour later, as she emerged with damp hair, she found Tian engrossed in watching television. The sight of Mido freshly bathed and emanating a delicate fragrance, her fair skin still slightly flushed, caught Tian's attention. He was momentarily dazzled. The loose clothing did little to conceal her perfect figure, and he speculated that she might not be wearing anything underneath. Clearing his throat, Tian awkwardly averted his gaze, feeling a sense of reluctance to look away. Unaware of Tian's scrutiny, Mido focused on the television screen. The broadcast featured a military base, still brightly lit despite the late hour. In the exercise yard, a female reporter in her 20s was speaking into a microphone, flanked by a squad of fully armed soldiers sprinting in formation, with helicopters waiting in the distance. Dear viewers, in response to this sudden crisis, the nation has initiated rescue operations. Please prepare food and water and remain at home while awaiting assistance. Brother Tian, do you think the government will really come to rescue us? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Of course there will be no rescue. They can't even save themselves. How could they spare resources to help us? Then why are they reporting this? Why tell us to wait for rescue? It's simple. If survivors knew there would be no help, many would act out of despair, leading to chaos. They want to maintain a semblance of hope among the populace, and they are also reluctant to see large-scale migrations of survivors. Upon hearing Tian's words, a flicker of indignation crossed Mido's face. This is utterly irresponsible. They're leaving us to fend for ourselves. How outrageous. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly asked, Brother Tian, what do you mean by saying they don't want survivors to migrate en masse? Because if survivors begin migrating in large numbers, the situation could spiral out of control, dismantling any sense of order. To preserve their dominance, they might resort to indiscriminate bombings of cities with a high concentration of zombies, even potentially deploying nuclear weapons. What? Nuclear weapons? Mido shot to her feet, disbelief etched on her face. The term nuclear weapon was familiar to everyone, but hearing it in the context of their homeland was staggering. After all, it was touted as the ultimate weapon, the very backbone of a nation's strength. Tian nodded. It's not impossible. In his past life, they had done precisely that, initially conducting indiscriminate bombings on a major city, and when the results did not meet expectations, they madly resorted to nuclear strikes. The result annihilated all life within the city. Neither zombies, monsters, nor mutated beasts could survive the extreme temperatures unleashed. Initially, they reveled in the success of their offensive, believing humanity's counterattack might still be viable. However, the aftermath of nuclear fallout allowed many zombies, monsters, and mutated beasts to evolve, becoming even more terrifying. Survivors in nearby cities were ruthlessly slaughtered with no one left alive. From that point on, they never dared to employ nuclear weapons lightly again. As Mido processed this information, Tian casually turned off the television as it only had that one channel with a signal. All others were just static. Rest well, tomorrow we depart from Yuzhong City. After saying this, Tian walked toward the door. Just as he passed by Mido, she tugged at the corner of his shirt. What is it? Tian turned to Mido, puzzled, only to find her shyly lowering her head, her face slightly flushed. As soon as she felt Tian's gaze on her, Mido's cheeks reddened even more. Still, she bit her lip, mustering the courage to say to him, "Brother Tian, can I sleep with you tonight?" I'm scared." After all, she was just a 19-year-old university student, and the world had changed overnight, leaving her with some fear in her heart. Tian was taken aback for a moment after hearing Mido's words, then he chuckled playfully, surveying her with a mischievous grin. "Oh, aren't you afraid I might lose control?" Upon hearing his teasing response, Mido's face instantly turned bright red. She had already exhausted her courage to say that, and now Tian's question left her at a loss for words. She stood there fidgeting, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Tian shook his head and decided to stop teasing her. "Don't worry, I'm not in the mood tonight. But next time, who knows?" Indeed, he wasn't in the mood tonight. After a long day of collecting supplies and the chaos at the New World Shopping Center, even an Iron Man would be weary. Undeniably, Mido was stunningly beautiful, with a captivating figure and a gentle demeanor. What was more admirable was her quick adaptation to the apocalypse, and he had even gained combat skills from her. It was easy to guess that Mido had some hand-to-hand combat skills. During her university years, she excelled academically, while also utilizing her spare time to learn practical skills. For a woman who possessed both beauty and capability, it would be disingenuous for Tian not to feel any attraction. However, he was not a slave to his desires. He had a clear sense of when to act appropriately. Although the 5th floor was relatively safe, it was not entirely secure. In times like these, thinking about intimate matters was akin to asking for trouble. Mido felt a mix of disappointment and joy at Tian's words. "If you had bad intentions, you would have made a move already. I have no power to resist you in front of you." Tian shrugged. "At least you're sensible. Now get some rest." Without even changing, he lay down on the bed, closing his eyes, ready to sleep. I'll just go to the bathroom first." Mido's face was crimson. Tian ignored her, pretending to be asleep, while Mido spent half an hour in the restroom, tangled in her thoughts, before finally emerging. When she came out and saw Tian still motionless, appearing to be asleep, she let out a sigh of relief. Taking cautious steps, she approached the bed. After confirming that Tian was indeed asleep, her cheeks flushed as she lay down beside him, closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. What she didn't realize was that as she lay down, Tian's eyelids flickered. The second day of the apocalypse. As the sun began to rise, Tian, still in a daze, sensed something gripping his hand. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, and the sensation awakened him. A sleepy girl's voice came from his embrace. Tian jolted awake, instantly realizing what he was holding. Mido was turned away from him, curled up in his arms, and his hand was resting on her chest. Startled, Mido awoke as well. Upon feeling a hand on her intimate area, she instinctively wanted to scream. But just then the hand squeezed again before withdrawing, leaving her breathless and interrupting the sound she wanted to make. In that instant, she remembered her current situation. She quickly turned around and indeed saw Tian retracting his hand. Their eyes met, and Tian remained unfazed, merely clearing his throat. "If you're awake, let's get up. We still have to travel." Mido's face flushed deeply as she shot Tian a resentful glance. She said nothing, just softly acknowledged with a hum. She was unsure of her feelings at that moment. Typically, she wouldn't even allow a boy to touch her, let alone in such a manner. She was well known in school as the aloof beauty. Yet for some reason, she felt no aversion to what Tian had just done. Perhaps it was because he was the one she had longed for, or maybe it was the sense of dependency he instilled in her. This feeling was quite peculiar to her. After they got up, Tian retrieved a set of toiletries from his space. However, he soon realized there was no hot water left and the lights were out, indicating a large-scale power outage had begun. Fortunately, there was plenty of water in Tian's space. They quickly washed up, and he took out some steamed buns and soy milk, placing them on the bedside table. Mido eagerly grabbed a bun and began to eat heartily. As for why the buns and soy milk were still warm, the clever Mido had her suspicions, but kept them to herself. Coming from a humble background, she was not picky about food. As for her ability to eat without gaining weight, she could only attribute it to genetics. After finishing their meal, Tian took Mi-Do to the second floor. Once there, he became much more cautious, unconsciously lightening his footsteps. Unbeknownst to them, two zombies, a man and a woman, had wandered into the second-floor corridor. With bloodshot eyes and heads tilted, they aimlessly roamed devoid of consciousness. Both were first-level zombies, and Tian intended to give Mi-Do some practical experience. He handed her the star sword. Take this. In this apocalypse, you need to be able to survive on your own. Looking at the two grotesque zombies, Mi-Do steeled herself mentally as she accepted the star sword from Tian. Remember, aim directly for the head. Only by destroying their brains will these monsters truly be dead. And don't let them bite you, or you'll get infected. Tian lowered his voice, speaking close to her ear. Mi-Do nodded seriously, her gaze sharpening as she looked at the female zombie. She understood that these monsters before her were no longer human, but rather flesh-eating creatures. Thus, killing these zombies was akin to saving humanity, and she felt no psychological burden. Following Tian, Mi-Do lightened her steps and cautiously approached the two zombies walking side by side. As they reached the zombies' backs, Mi-Do took a deep breath and swung the star sword forcefully at the female zombie's head. With a squelch, the zombie fell instantly. The other zombie spun around, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. It let out a furious roar and lunged towards Mi-Do. By the time Mi-Do attempted to swing her sword again, it was already too late. Facing two zombies alone was too much for her. The first she could surprise, but the second had clearly caught on, and Mi-Do was caught off guard. The zombie's jaws were now mere inches from her neck. As she stared into the gaping maw of the female zombie, cold sweat began to bead on Mi-Do's forehead. Whoosh! In that critical moment, a sharp dagger grazed her cheek and precisely pierced through the mouth of the zombie, penetrating its entire head. Be careful, don't let her bite you, or you'll turn into a zombie too, Tian said coldly. Although his armored RV was equipped with medical functions that could cure zombie toxins, he didn't want Mi-Do to develop a dependency on it. Mi-Do was of good temperament and potential. With proper guidance, she would become a valuable assistant in the future. The cores of zombies and monsters are located in their brains. Go and retrieve it, Tian instructed. Mi-Do nodded and cut open the zombie's head with her sword. Fortunately, the blade was sharp enough to make the task easy. As the head split open, a foul stench wafted out, and upon seeing the mass of red and white inside, she instinctively gagged. Regaining her composure, Mi-Do steeled herself and managed to extract a thumb-sized core from the zombie's brain. Tian handed her a bottle of water, gesturing for her to rinse it off. Once she cleaned the core, it transformed into a pristine white resembling jade. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she thought she detected a faint fragrance emanating from it. She had not expected such an unsightly zombie to harbor a core that was so beautiful. It was difficult to associate this exquisite core with its grotesque source. Perhaps this was the principle of opposites. After dispatching the two zombies, they were fortunate to find that there were no others in the second floor for the time being. They cautiously made their way to the window through which they had entered. Tian first examined the surroundings of the RV carefully. It was fortunate that although there were more zombies than the previous day, the armored vehicle's defensive capabilities held firm. Since the RV was not running, it lay still like an inanimate object, and therefore no zombies attacked it. As for the small dip in the protective value, Tian could only speculate. Tian leaped onto the roof of the armored RV. Although he moved lightly, he still attracted the attention of the zombies nearby. Hiss! The zombies emitted mindless growls. Mi-Do, lacking Tian's agility, faced the window with her back to the outside, gripping the windowsill as she carefully lowered herself down. Suddenly, she felt a pair of warm hands supporting her rear, accompanied by Tian's voice from behind. Move quickly if something feels off. With little time to spare, Mi-Do leveraged Tian's grip and swiftly reached the roof of the RV. Tian opened the RV's sunroof and once inside found himself landing on a bed, eliminating the need for further assistance from Tian. After quickly closing the sunroof, Tian exhaled in relief. While he was on the roof earlier, an inexplicable sense of dread had gripped him. He promptly seated himself in the driver's position while Mi-Do took the passenger seat. Using electric power, they initiated the RV quietly, allowing them to depart without attracting too much attention from zombies. However, just as the armored RV moved a mere meter, an unexpected incident occurred. Bang! A glass bottle suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the pavement just in front of the RV, scattering shards everywhere. Under normal circumstances, this sound would not be particularly loud, but in the eerie silence of the street, it resonated like thunder. Zombies that had been hiding in the shadows waiting for dawn began to converge toward the noise. Hiss! The echoing growls pierced the quiet, shattering the stillness of the street. Brother Tian. This sudden scene startled Mi-Do, while Tian's expression remained cold, his face betraying little emotion. He had felt a vague sense of unease from the beginning, and now it was manifesting. From the location of the bottle's fall, it appeared to have been thrown from a nearby residential building. Sure enough, Tian spotted the culprit, a middle-aged man, standing on the 10th floor of a nearby building, his face twisted with hatred as he glared at Tian. Tian quickly identified him, for the man was holding 2 beer bottles in his hands. As if he sensed Tian watching him, the man provocatively raised the bottles, sneering, before hurling them toward Tian with all his might. Bang! Bang! 2 more crisp sounds rang out as glass shattered again. If the man hadn't been so far from the RV, Tian had no doubt those bottles would have struck the vehicle directly. Hiss! The sounds attracted even more zombies and monsters. Then the situation worsened. Survivors in the adjacent buildings began frantically throwing anything they could find down below, desperate to create noise and prevent Tian's escape. Previously, they had been forced to hide in their homes, and upon seeing someone who seemed capable of moving freely in the midst of the chaos, they yearned for Tian to save them. They had considered escaping themselves, but anyone who had thought of doing so had already perished. Their vehicles could not withstand the monsters' attacks and would quickly suffer flat tires. The fully armed appearance of Tian's RV ignited a flicker of hope within them. Yet after a day had passed, Tian showed no inclination to rescue them. Instead, he seemed intent on leaving. This filled them with despair. Once a person reaches a state of despair, they become capable of anything, as evidenced by the chaotic scene unfolding before them. If you won't save us, then we'll die together. As the frenzy escalated, the debris raining down increased, with some even striking the roof of Tian's armored RV. With the escalating commotion, the cars parked along the street began to set off alarms, amplifying the cacophony. The noise attracted more zombies and monsters, drawing them from every corner. In mere moments, a small-scale horde began to form, and it showed no signs of diminishing. Brother Tian, what should we do? Though Mi-Do was frightened by the scene, she remained composed with Tian by her side. Just sit tight, and keep an eye out for areas with fewer zombies. We'll charge out from there. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mi-Do refrained from unnecessary chatter, quickly scanning her surroundings for possible escape routes. Watching the survivors continue to hurl objects down, Tian's eyes gleamed with a cold light. If looks could kill, they would have been dead countless times over. Tian switched the RV to gasoline power. At this point, silence was no longer a concern. The only way forward was to break through with sheer force. He activated the RV's track system, knowing that as long as the protective value was not zero, the vehicle would sustain no damage. Tracks were far superior to tires in traversing rough terrain. No matter what lay ahead, they would simply crush through it. Tian pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the armored RV surged forward like a tiger among sheep, violently smashing through the monsters and zombies in its path. Ding, armored RV protection value 1. Ding, armored RV protection value 1. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming in just a short while the protection value had dropped significantly. However, the rewards outweighed the costs. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie, energy value 10. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster, energy value 20. As the protection value declined, the fallen zombies and monsters provided Tian with energy, ensuring that he was always in profit. Fortunately, most of the zombies were first-tier, posing little obstacle to the armored RV. The survivors in the residential buildings saw that the zombies seemed unable to impede the RV, and they became increasingly frantic. They began throwing various items down, starting with bottles, to attract the zombies' attention, hoping to have them kill Tian. When they noticed that the zombies were ineffective, they escalated their attempts, hurling chairs in front of the armored RV. One even threw down a table, trying to block its advance. Witnessing this, Mi-Do's delicate face flushed with anger. These bastards are going too far. We've done nothing to them. Why are they trying to harm us? Tian, driving the armored RV, smirked disdainfully at Mi-Do's words. To them, the fact that you haven't harmed them is equivalent to harming them. Initially confused, Mi-Do quickly grasped the implication, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Brother Tian, are you saying that because we didn't save them, they want to kill us? Exactly. This is one of the survival rules in the apocalypse. You may want to avoid provoking them, but they might want you dead for the most absurd reasons, Tian explained while continuing to crash through the obstructing monsters and zombies. Is this the nature of humanity? Mi-Do murmured, unable to fathom such ugliness in a time of peace. Brother Tian, should we just let them harm us? I want to punish them, but I can't handle so many zombies. Ordinary people have no good solution, they're all inside the residential buildings. If it were just the two of us, we'd be exhausted trying to kill them one by one. However, I have a plan. I can't let this go. You can drive, right? Yes, I have my driver's license. Great, you'll take the wheel next. Just keep it moving as long as you're not blocked. Now watch me. Yi Tian slammed on the brakes, quickly swapping positions with Mido. Once she took the steering wheel, her excitement was palpable. She crashed into everything left and right, akin to playing bumper cars. Fortunately, the armored RV was sturdy, otherwise it might have fallen apart by now. After handing over the driving to Mido, Yi Tian rummaged through his supplies until he came across a pile of Bluetooth speakers. A grin spread across his face as an idea formed in his mind. Provoking me is the most foolish decision you will ever make. I'm about to give you a grand gift. These speakers were compact, barely larger than a hand, and remarkably light. Each came with a memory card containing several energetic dance tracks, likely included by the seller for demonstration purposes. He couldn't recall when or where he had collected them, perhaps from some electronic marketplace. He never bothered to check the items closely during his scavenging. After retrieving around 200 speakers, he powered them on and started playing music, which took less than 5 minutes. Brother Yi Tian, are you ready? There are more and more zombies. Mido, driving below, couldn't see what Yi Tian was doing above and urged him urgently as the zombie horde grew. Almost there. Yi Tian quickly pulled out 200 arrows. Fortunately, these arrows were universal, usable with either a crossbow or a bow. He tied the speakers to the center of the arrows with iron wire. Glancing at the armored RV's protection value, which had already dropped by 100 points, he increased his pace. Soon, all 200 arrows were secured to the speakers. The next step was simple. He retrieved the powerful bow he had purchased alongside his armor, opened the sunroof, and stood on the bed, knocking the speaker-laden arrows onto the bowstring, which he pulled back to a full moon shape. Whoosh! The arrow bound with the speaker flew towards the middle-aged man who had thrown a bottle. The man, having observed Yi Tian's movements, was taken aback when he saw Yi Tian draw the bow. Before he could react, an arrow shot towards him. He was startled and fell onto the ground in a panic, narrowly dodging the arrow. Realizing he had merely been frightened and not injured, he displayed a smug grin, standing up to give Yi Tian the middle finger in an overly arrogant manner. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't gloated for long before music started blaring from inside his room. Huff! Huff! Suddenly, the sounds of zombies howling erupted outside his door, violently battering against it. Yi Tian hadn't intended to kill him with the arrows. His purpose was to attract the zombies with the speakers, effectively unleashing a wolf pack upon him. As Yi Tian shot arrow after arrow with precision, the zombies and monsters within the nearby residential buildings began to stir. Each floor was filled with zombies and monsters, their crimson eyes fixated on breaking down doors, roaring and biting in excitement. Help! Run! In an instant, anguished screams echoed from the residential buildings. The survivors, once reveling in schadenfreude, began to flee in a panic, while many with nowhere to escape leaped from the balconies in desperation. The heavy thuds of bodies hitting the ground resounded repeatedly, with more than one person jumping down. Those who fell were met with a grim fate, crashing to the ground, none surviving. The fresh blood and the cacophony of noise quickly attracted the attention of the zombies and monsters, who roared in excitement as they feasted on the gifts that had fallen from above. This inadvertently relieved some of the pressure on Mido, as many zombies had joined the fray for the feast. Mido, driving, was left stunned by the spectacle. She could only hear the music playing above, but had no idea what Yi Tian had done to compel the people above to jump. Yi Tian swiftly closed the sunroof and re-entered the driver's seat, switching places with Mido once again. Brother Yi Tian, did you do all of this? Mido looked at him with sparkling eyes, amazed by how he had forced the people above to jump. Yes, hold on tight. Yi Tian offered no further explanation before fiercely turning the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator. The armored RV roared like a beast, its power surging to the maximum as it charged through the path with the fewest zombies. Ding! Armored RV protection value 1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy value 10. With the powerful drive of the armored RV, it smashed through dozens of zombies, finally forcing open a gap to escape. Just as they were about to break free from the mass of corpses, Yi Tian suddenly felt the RV shudder violently. Beep! Armored RV protection value 10. Although Yi Tian did not see the system notification, he was acutely aware that the recent attack was anything but ordinary. Soon he discovered the source of the disturbance. Through an electronic camera, he spotted a zombie that was distinctly different from the others. This particular zombie was not only much larger than the common undead, standing at least 2 meters tall, but it also moved faster and displayed a significantly greater power in its attacks. Mido, monitoring the camera feed, also noticed the anomalous zombie. Brother Yi Tian, there's a different kind of zombie here. Yes, I see it. That's a second-tier zombie, almost reaching the 3rd tier. The tiers of zombies, much like monsters, were easily identifiable by their color. First-tier zombies had pale faces, while second-tier zombies had yellowish skin. The one attacking the RV was beginning to show hints of green. It was evident that it was on the verge of advancing to the third tier. Damn, it's only the second day, and we already have a high-level second-tier zombie. Tian cursed under his breath. Though he himself was also a second-tier, he knew that without special means defeating this particular second-tier zombie would be quite challenging. Despite the small difference in tiers, the disparity in strength was like night and day. The first-tier zombies attacked the RV as if merely scratching its surface, while the second-tier zombies' assaults were forceful enough to cause a noticeable jolt to the armored vehicle, highlighting the distinction between them. Tian took a moment to check the system log and noted the warning about the protection value dropping by 10 points. While 10 points might seem negligible compared to the RV's total of 1,000 points, it effectively meant that the vehicle could withstand just 100 of such attacks. Given the second-tier zombies' speed combined with the assistance of a horde of first-tier zombies, the RV's protection value could be completely depleted in no time. This second-tier zombie had to be eliminated, otherwise escaping might become impossible. At that moment, the second-tier zombie slammed against the armored RV, once more causing the heavy vehicle weighing over 10 tons to shudder violently. Beep. Armored RV protection value 10. Thankfully, the first-tier zombies were unable to climb and lacked intelligence. They acted solely on instinct, which was a small mercy in this perilous situation. Come here, sit on me, Tian commanded. Huh? What? Mido was momentarily bewildered. Stop hesitating and come sit on me, Tian urged, focusing on steering the RV as he avoided obstacles. He couldn't afford to stop. Any delay could prove dangerous. After confirming she hadn't misheard Mido, her face flushed, unbuckled her seatbelt, and moved toward Tian. Brother Tian, given the current situation, I'm not quite ready. How about we wait until tonight? Mido hesitated as she approached him. Enough with the chatter, hurry. Tian snapped, not sparing a glance at Mido as he concentrated on maneuvering the vehicle. Oh, should I face you or turn my back to you? Tian, growing impatient with Mido's excessive questions, turned to scold her, but upon seeing her flushed cheeks and recalling their earlier exchange, he realized she had misunderstood his intentions. What's going on in that head of yours? I'm asking you to drive so I can deal with that second-tier zombie. Oh, Mido's face turned crimson down to her neck as she realized her mistake. Understanding her task, she quickly settled onto Tian's lap, taking control of the steering wheel. The moment she sat down, the proximity and the scent of her youthful fragrance stirred something within Tian, causing him to instinctively lean into her. Though Mido had never experienced such a situation, she had heard enough to understand what it entailed, and her face turned even redder. Tian inwardly cursed himself for being distracted, forcing down the impulse as he shifted away from Mido. She sighed in relief, resuming her focus on driving the armored RV. Tian opened the sunroof again, retrieving the infinite crossbow, and without hesitation aimed it at the second-tier zombie before pulling the trigger. A crimson bolt shot forth, striking the zombie. With a sickening sound, black blood erupted as one of the second-tier zombie's arms was pierced. Originally aimed at its head, the zombie seemed to sense danger, or perhaps it was sheer luck, slightly shifting at the last moment, resulting in the shot hitting its arm instead. Roar! The second-tier zombie let out an enraged howl, its fury directed squarely at Tian, glaring with its blood-red eyes and sharp, blood-stained teeth. As it spotted Tian on top of the RV, the zombie's claws raked against the vehicle, and it began attempting to climb aboard. Though second-tier zombies lacked intelligence, their instinct had granted them the ability to climb, and their speed was now comparable to that of a human runner. A cold glint flashed in Tian's eyes as he drew another arrow and fired again. This time, despite the zombie's effort to dodge, it failed. The red bolt pierced through the zombie's skull, with black blood mingled with red and white matter oozing from the wound. The second-tier zombie collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Beep. Congratulations on successfully killing a second-tier zombie. Energy value 100. Beep. First kill of a second-tier zombie. Reward enhanced designated equipment once. Upon seeing this notification, Tian thought, the energy value of a second-tier zombie is 10 times that of a first-tier. What about a third-tier? As for the reward for enhancement that could wait until they were safe, he had no time to think about it now. At that moment, perhaps due to the presence of the second-tier zombie, a horde of over 100 zombies had gathered around the armored RV. With the added obstacles left behind by those fleeing, the RV's progress was severely hindered. The previous jumpers had been completely devoured, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Seeing this, Tian felt a tightening in his chest. He had to break through quickly. No more delays. As he assessed the situation ahead, his eyes suddenly brightened. Just a few dozen meters in front of him stood a fuel tanker, and an idea formed in his mind. Closing the sunroof, he returned to the driver's seat and said to Mido, "Do you see that fuel tanker? We need to charge out in that direction." While Mido's driving skills were slightly inferior to his, she could still operate the vehicle. He would need to implement his plan while temporarily entrusting the RV to her. Got it. Following Yi Tian's instructions, Mi Do floored the accelerator and the RV roared forward. Navigating through the multitude of obstacles and the zombie horde, it took nearly 30 seconds to cover just a short distance of a few dozen meters. After passing the tanker, Yi Tian continued to direct her. Turn right ahead. Okay. With zombies blocking their path and more pursuing from behind along with numerous obstacles on the ground, Yi Tian found himself in a precarious situation. A quick glance at the protection value revealed it had already decreased by over 400 points, leaving just over 500. Calculating the timing as the armored RV advanced another 30 meters, they reached an intersection. Mi Do sharply turned the steering wheel. The tracked RV was not as agile and took a wide arc to navigate the corner. At that moment, Yi Tian rolled down the passenger window by 3 centimeters, his eyes fixed intently on the fuel tanker. Haha. The zombies continued their mindless howling while Yi Tian felt as though all sounds around him had faded away and time itself seemed to slow down. All that remained in his sight was the fuel truck. Just as the RV turned onto the road, the fuel truck was about to vanish from view. Now's the time. A glint flickered in Yi Tian's eyes as he raised his infinite crossbow and shot at the fuel truck. After firing, veins bulged on Yi Tian's forehead, and he shouted at Mi Do, "Accelerate to full speed." Upon hearing Yi Tian's roar, Mi Do's heart tightened, and she instinctively slammed on the gas pedal. After turning the corner, the number of zombies dwindled, allowing her to increase speed, though the treads had yet to retract, so they couldn't go too fast. But less than a second later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! A dazzling fireball erupted, accompanied by a massive mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. All nearby zombies were instantly obliterated, and several small cars were lifted and sent tumbling by the overwhelming shockwave. Centered around the fuel truck, the shockwave expanded rapidly outward, shattering the walls of nearby buildings. Some poorly constructed structures were completely destroyed. Immediately on the first floor of a nearby building, some doors were blown off their hinges, and the glass doors that had survived the outbreak's first day shattered as well. If not for the massive tremors from the outbreak that had already shattered the windows of residential buildings, one would have heard the sound of glass shattering everywhere. As the thunderous sound echoed, the building adjacent to the armored RV was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. A chunk of concrete laden with rebar crashed down onto the RV violently, pushing it forward uncontrollably. Had Mi Do not reacted swiftly to steady the steering wheel, they might have flipped over. Flames soared into the sky, brushing against the armored RV as they continued to burn. Ding, armored RV defense value 458. Ding, armored RV defense value 1. Watching the rapid decrease in defense value, Yi Tian broke into a cold sweat. The power of the fuel truck's explosion was terrifying. Even with a building acting as a buffer, the defense value was reduced to mere remnants. That was a close call. Regrettably, the energy values from the zombies killed in the explosion could not be captured by the system, otherwise this would have been a significant windfall. The explosion of the fuel truck triggered a chain reaction, causing many nearby cars to explode, as well with intermittent blasts echoing through the air. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Yi Tian and the others finally distanced themselves from the center of the explosions and could no longer hear the detonations. The camera feed still showed thick smoke billowing from the explosion site. That was almost the end. Yi Tian shook his head, slightly dizzy from the blasts, and rubbed his ears, which still throbbed from the shock. Mi Do was in no better state. In fact, she looked worse. Her pale face reflected her distress as the vehicle swerved left and right. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed ahead, her teeth clenched as she fought to maintain control. Seeing this, Yi Tian quickly approached and patted her shoulder, signaling her to pull over and take a break. Following Yi Tian's cue, Mi Do brought the vehicle to a halt, mustering a weak smile before suddenly rolling her eyes back and slumping over the steering wheel unconscious. Yi Tian was initially taken aback, but checked to find she had merely fainted. He shook his head in helplessness, grateful that she had managed to drive so far while holding on. Gently lifting Mi Do into his arms, he could finally appreciate her figure, accentuated by her loose-fitting leisure, where that did little to conceal her perfect form, especially since she wore nothing underneath. From the angle he held her, he could see a hint of creamy white skin peeking from her neck. He allowed himself a few moments to admire her. In his previous life, due to a sharp decline in the population and the collapse of former societal norms in the apocalypse, some experts had suggested polygamy, which garnered the approval of many men, Yi Tian included. However, due to various circumstances, he had only known Xia Shui, who ultimately met a tragic end at his hands. In this life, Yi Tian resolved to follow his heart and planned to find a moment to make his feelings known to Mi Do, lest he be tempted daily. But now was clearly not the time. He turned and walked to the bed, gently placing her down and covering her with a blanket. At this moment, Tian finally had time to assess the situation. He noticed that the armored RV's defense value had dwindled to just 56 points, but its energy value had reached an all-time high, now totaling a staggering 3633 points. He promptly filled the RV's defense, which left him with only 2689 points, causing him immense regret. Then he decisively opened Do's panel, leveling her up to a first-tier evolver. Given her temperament and abilities, she was capable enough, though relying on her to absorb energy was far too slow when the system could upgrade her in an instant. At that moment, Tian noticed significant changes on his own panel. His panel was at the top with 9 slots below it, the first one being Do's panel. There are only 9 slots here. Does that mean I can bind a maximum of 9 individuals? Correct, host. Please be cautious. When selecting, as once bound, it cannot be changed, and even if the character dies, it cannot be restored. Tian nodded in understanding. It seemed that he would need to think carefully about binding individuals in the future. Fortunately, Do's talents and abilities were commendable, though otherwise he would have regretted it immensely. At the top of the panel was a stunning photograph of Do clad in black silk stockings and high heels, her short skirt barely covering her thighs, paired with a crop top that delicately concealed her ample bosom. Gulp. He dared not look too long, fearing he might suffer a nosebleed. Tian opened Do's information. Name Do. Level 10, 500 energy value can be consumed for upgrades. Strength 18, adult average 10. Agility 24, adult average 10. Constitution 23, adult average 10. Ability electricity 13. Skills master swordsmanship, proficient in various sword techniques such as Duga 9, swords, falling petal swordplay, and Tai Chi swordplay with adaptable moves. Control lightning, able to operate electrical devices without power and can control electricity as a weapon. She possessed 2 practical skills, and although Do's foundation was slightly weaker than his, her skills were impressive, and she was an electromancer. Would it be possible for her to generate electricity to power the armored RV if they ran out of fuel? He chuckled to himself. At this point, his energy value stood at 2639 points, ample for leveling Do to tier 2. However, Tian decided against it for now. Leveling up too quickly would hinder her ability to master her powers. After evolving, it would be best for her to engage in combat with zombies to hone her strength before considering further upgrades. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain an immediate jump to tier 2. He could say he fed her a crystal core while she was unconscious to help her reach tier 1, but tier 2 would be a different story. Even if her loyalty was unquestionable, some things were better left unsaid. With over 2,000 points, he was short for his own upgrade, which required 400 points, while upgrading the armored RV required 7500 points. It was best to save up for now. However, this time, Tian deliberately tested his ability to convert energy into crystal cores and succeeded in converting a 3rd-tier crystal core. Ding! Conversion successful, acquired 1 3rd-tier crystal core, energy value 1000 points. The 3rd-tier crystal core he retrieved was markedly different. It emanated a faint green glow and carried a pleasant fragrance, making lower-tier cores seem like mere trash in comparison. This could very well be the first 3rd-tier crystal core at this stage. What a pity there was no auction, otherwise this unique 3rd-tier core would fetch a sky-high price. The energy values for the 3rd-tier core are 10 points. For the 2nd tier, it's 100 points, and for the 1st tier, it's 10 points. Tian pondered aloud. Conversely, the energy for the 4th-tier core would be 100 points, the 5th tier, 100 points, the 6th tier, 100 points, the 7th tier, 100 points, the 8th tier, 100 points, and the 9th tier, 100 points. Tian was uncertain if his speculation was correct, but he estimated that this was likely the conversion formula. Otherwise, how coincidental that the values increase by a factor of 10 from 1st to 3rd tier. After some contemplation, Tian converted the crystal core back into energy. After all, he could always convert it without loss, and he had seen plenty of 3rd-tier cores in his past life. In the past, he had never paid much attention to them unless someone offered him a red or golden core instead. While reviewing the system logs, he recalled that there was still a reward he hadn't utilized, the ability to enhance equipment after killing that 2nd-tier zombie. His current gear was indeed quite substantial. Infinite crossbow, dagger, twin hammers, strong bow, armor, chainmail, star sword. Based on his previous experience with enhancing the crossbow, this reward was quite valuable. But which piece of equipment should he enhance? The sword, the armor, the hammers? Tian had a nagging feeling that none of those were right. They weren't what he truly desired. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. What if he enhanced that instead? Then, a glimmer of excitement crossed Tian's face. Decided, it will be that one. After reviewing the system logs, Tian prepared to leave the area. As for Yunjie and Xiongli, he planned to rescue them in a few days. Mido was entirely an unexpected situation. Mido had yet to awaken, so he had to drive himself. Tian started the RV and slowly drove away from the area. On both sides, he could still see scattered zombies and monsters. Naturally, Tian wouldn't let these isolated creatures escape, as he was in urgent need of energy points. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie. Energy points 10. Since he had already scavenged most of the urban area for supplies, he had a good mental map of important locations. Moreover, his offline navigation still worked, albeit without a signal. This time, Tian's target was the police station. Yes, he intended to rob the police station. In the pre-apocalyptic world, anyone who suggested robbing a police station would surely be deemed insane. Yet now Tian had become that slightly deranged individual. His primary motivation was to search for some firearms. Firearms. In a country like Huagua, where gun control was exceedingly strict, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to see a gun. The only place even remotely close was the police station. As for military camps, Tian didn't want to risk his life just yet. Despite being a second-tier evolved being with an RV, facing a military unit meant certain death, it was better to dig his grave in advance. Tian accelerated to an astonishing 120 km/h in the city, speeding through an intersection even when the red light was still on. He had long wanted to run a red light. In peaceful times, such an act would lead to a 6-point penalty and a fine of 200. As for how the red light was still operational, Tian guessed it was because this area hadn't completely lost power yet. The power system typically prioritized municipal needs, followed by commercial areas, and finally residential use. After about 20 minutes, Tian arrived 200 meters from the police station. Meanwhile, Mido was slowly waking up in bed. Shaking her head to alleviate the lingering ache, she glanced around in confusion. Upon realizing she was lying in bed, she instantly sat up, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. When she confirmed she was still in the RV, she sighed in relief. At that moment, she had time to reflect on her fainting at the steering wheel, and she noticed that her clothing zipper was slightly undone. Remembering that Tian had carried her to bed, her cheeks flushed as she realized he must have seen her from the neck down. She was not wearing anything underneath, and although her outfit was not translucent from the outside, it didn't prevent someone from seeing inside. In truth, Tian hadn't intentionally left her without underwear, he simply didn't possess any. The women's clothing section of the shopping center was conveniently on the first floor, which was selling private items, whereas men's clothing was on the third floor, dining on the fourth, and administrative areas on the fifth. Thus, he had no underwear to offer her. Hearing the commotion behind him, Tian knew Mido had awakened. "How are you?" Tian asked without turning his head. Mido shook her head and walked over to Tian. "I'm fine, Tian Gidge. Where are we now?" "Look over there, that's our target." When Mido noticed the dark blue sign with the words, Public Security Bureau, printed on it, she instinctively gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "Tian Gidge, are you saying we're robbing the police station?" "Who exactly?" "Tian Gidge, although times have changed, it feels like betraying the country to rob a police station." If someone had suggested this to her before, she would have reported them to the authorities as a non-normative individual. But in an instant, she understood Tian's intent. "You want to get some guns, right?" Although Tian had a crossbow, its power couldn't compare to that of real firearms. Ordinary people wouldn't be scared of a crossbow, but the mere sight of a gun would instill an inexplicable fear. This was the deterrent power of firearms. "Correct, you're quite clever. However, there seems to be a situation at the police station, so we need to plan thoroughly." Tian pointed to a young man who had just been thrown out motionless on the ground, unsure if he was dead or merely unconscious. Since Mido had fainted earlier, she missed the sight of the man being thrown out. She only saw zombies gather around him like cats drawn to the scent of blood tearing into him. Gradually accustomed to such scenes, Mido remained silent, though her complexion paled. "Tian Gidge, are you saying the police station has been occupied by criminals?" "Still unclear, we need to observe further to draw conclusions." In his heart, Tian communicated with Nuwa. "Nuwa, can you access the police station system to retrieve the surveillance footage?" "Ding. Host, that is possible." Upon detection, the municipal power at the police station has collapsed, with backup power supplying electricity. The cameras are still operational. "Excellent, pull up the footage for me." Successfully retrieved, you can view footage from the past 7 days. Tian pretended to operate the RV's display screen, which soon showed several surveillance feeds. The screens displayed various angles from different cameras. He selected fast playback, and fortunately the video had sound. From the footage, it was evident that when the monster outbreak occurred at the police station, some pedestrians instinctively rushed towards it. After sacrificing several officers, the police chief helplessly ordered the station's doors closed to prevent further monster incursions. However, the next day, many individuals, including officers, suddenly turned into zombies, creating chaos within the station. After a fierce battle, only a pitiful 4 officers survived, 3 men and 1 woman. Notably, the lone surviving female officer stood about 175 centimeters tall, around 25 years old, with long straight legs and a slim figure. She exuded a heroic aura and unmatched grace, her beauty rivaling that of Mido, making her a true super police flower. The remaining refugees who had sought shelter numbered over 20. Among them, 2 young men stood out looking like rich heirs dressed in designer clothes. These pampered second-generation wealthy individuals accustomed to a life of extravagance had never encountered such chaos. They trembled in fear, and one of the wealthy heirs shouted at the officers, "My father's company is a star enterprise in Yuzhong City. Your police station's funding comes from our taxes. You must ensure our safety in these dire circumstances." "Exactly. You must protect us or I'll file a complaint against you." The others echoed his sentiment. One of the heirs also noticed the female officer. Usually they were the type to disregard law enforcement, showing no respect for officers, and even making lewd remarks. The policewoman was undeniably beautiful, and the young man could not conceal his greed as he leered at her. "It's such a pity for someone as stunning as you to be a police officer. Why not work for me as my secretary? They'll pay you 3 times, no 5 times, your current salary. What do you say?" As soon as his words fell, a leg shot toward him, swiftly followed by his hands being forced behind his back, a cold gun pressed to his forehead. "Keep talking nonsense, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." The policewoman's eyes sparkled with disdain as she wished she could just pull the trigger on this insufferable man. With so many comrades perishing at the hands of monsters, her heart was already heavy with grief, and here he was daring to provoke her. It was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. "Healing, don't act impulsively." An older officer hurriedly intervened, trying to ease the situation. Yes, don't be rash. Let's talk this out. Right, officer, it's all a misunderstanding." Several acquaintances of the young man quickly chimed in, realizing that they were just ordinary people who dared not challenge authority when a gun was aimed at their heads. What they failed to notice was that among the survivors who had sought refuge, about a dozen were working together, with 5 of them stealthily making their way toward the police station under the guise of the chaos. "You may act tough elsewhere, but here, you better watch your mouth or you won't like what happens next." After shooting the young man a fierce glare, Ling released him and withdrew her gun. The young man exhaled in relief. The shock of having a gun pointed at him had left him sweating, and he quickly rubbed his sore wrists, muttering, Okay, I'll keep to myself." Just then calamity struck. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. 2 officers fell to the ground without even realizing what had happened. Ling felt a sharp pain in her arm from a stray bullet, blood streaming down, but thankfully the bullet had not lodged itself inside. Another older officer was fortunate enough to evade the bullet, but the wealthy young man in front of him was not so lucky. A bullet struck his head and blood gushed forth as his eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined he would die so suddenly. Someone's been killed. They're over there. It's those people. They're attacking the police." The crowd erupted in panic, and Ling immediately retaliated with a shot, killing one of the attackers. However, the other side had 5 armed individuals, and after firing a single shot, bullets began to rain upon them. "Fall back," the older officer shouted, seeking cover while returning fire. With no cover available, Ling had to quickly find shelter while searching for an opportunity to strike back. Bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed relentlessly, causing the crowd to huddle on the ground in fear, while those aligned with the assailants began to scavenge weapons from the fallen officers to join the battle. "Ling, get back." The older officer suddenly shoved Ling, but he himself was hit by several bullets. "Old Shun." Tears welled in Ling's eyes as she retaliated, taking down another thug. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, she knew she had to retreat toward the administrative building. No matter how strong she was, she could not match the firepower of so many armed thugs. The leader of the thugs was named Li Hu, known as Brother Hu in the underworld, a notorious enforcer, ruthless and unrestrained in his ways. Violence and intimidation were second nature to him. By sheer chance, during the monster outbreak, he and his cohorts were dining nearby when they stumbled upon the gruesome sight of monsters devouring humans. He quickly led his men into the police station for protection. Ironically, he had once considered places like this to be bad luck, yet now, when trouble arose, the first place he thought of was the police station. Upon discovering that humans could transform into the kinds of zombies depicted on television, he firmly concluded that the apocalypse had arrived. He resolved to seize control of the police station, believing its armory could establish him as a local tyrant. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Li Hu charged ahead. You four follow that woman and make sure she doesn't escape. Understood, brother Who. Listen up. This is my territory now. Men on the left, women on the right. The crowd dared not resist, and they quickly complied with Li Hu's orders. Brother Who, that girl is quite pretty. Let me have some fun first. A scruffy young man eyed a beautiful girl and approached her. The girl, realizing he was referring to her, turned pale with fear. How? Big brother. She's my fiancée. Oh, please let us go. A man in his 30s quickly pleaded. Haha, your fiancée. Now that's interesting. Don't worry, I'll return her once I'm done, haha. Please, I'm begging you, just let us go. Get lost. Don't be so ungrateful. The scruffy young man kicked the man in the stomach, causing him to stumble and fall. With tears of despair in his eyes, the man watched helplessly as the thugs brutalized his fiancée. The young man's torment was just beginning as more thugs joined in, reveling in the humiliation of the girl. Once a beautiful girl, she was reduced to a shadow of herself, ultimately tortured to death. You beasts! I will haunt you even in death. In death, I think you'd be better off turning into a monster. One thug scoffed at the young man's words. That's not right, third brother. Would a monster still have consciousness? Huh, I bet they don't. The group of thugs laughed heartily, dismissing the young man's words entirely. In an RV, Yi Tian and Mi Do watched the surveillance footage, their expressions grim. Yi Tian remained composed. He understood the depravity of humanity in the apocalypse better than anyone. While most people might require a gradual descent into inhumanity, for those already lawless, the apocalypse felt like paradise. Brother Yi Tian, these people deserve to die. We should save those victims. Why should we save them? Yi Tian countered. Because... Mi Do quickly grasped the implication, and upon seeing her expression, Yi Tian knew she understood. Brother Yi Tian, you mean saving them could endanger us? Not to mention our vehicle can't accommodate this many people, and who knows if some of them are bad people that could drag us down. Exactly. Very clever. At that moment, Yi Tian focused on the route that He Ling had taken, seemingly memorizing it. Brother Yi Tian, are you planning to rescue that policewoman? Indeed, I have my eye on her. Mi Do was taken aback. Was Yi Tian being so straightforward? He didn't even bother to hide his intentions. Yi Tian noticed the expression on Mi Do's face and instantly understood what she was thinking. In this apocalypse, it's impossible for just the two of us to survive. We need to unite with some reliable humans to fight back against the zombies. That female police officer seems to have a good temperament, and most importantly, she has a background in law enforcement, so her character shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, I need her to help me locate the weapons cache. There will be plenty of guns, and I certainly can't use them all by myself. You don't know how to use a gun, and she does. After hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Mi Do felt a wave of relief wash over her and found herself in agreement with him. Yi Tian Gij is right. Guns are indeed more convenient for killing zombies. I can only fight them up close and nearly got bitten. Mi Do was well aware of her own abilities. Although she had studied swordplay, it was nothing more than a flashy skill. She had never truly fought to kill monsters like this. While she could learn, it would take time. In contrast, if the female police officer joined them, she would instantly become a powerful combatant. Besides, having a woman in the team would alleviate any concerns Mi Do might have. Compared to men, she would much prefer a woman to join their group. There were certain things it would be uncomfortable to discuss with Yi Tian, but she could confide in the police officer, like how she was currently not wearing anything and felt shy asking Yi Tian for something to wear. Don't underestimate yourself. Haven't you noticed anything different about your body? Yi Tian said, somewhat exasperated. This girl, who usually appeared quite intelligent, had not realized her physical changes even after so long. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mi Do took a moment to feel the changes in her body. She hadn't noticed before, but now her head was spinning slightly. Mi Do sensed a surge of power within her, and at that moment a white vertical line appeared on her forehead, marking her as a first-tier evolved being. She caught a glimpse of the line in the rearview mirror. Yi Tian Gij, have I become an evolved being? And my skin seems to have gotten smoother. Mi Do asked excitedly. That's right. I fed you a crystal core while you were unconscious, fearing you might not be able to eat when awake. I've also become a first-tier evolved being. I can help you now, Yi Tian Gij. This is amazing, but I don't understand. Why do I feel like I have so many sword techniques in my head? It's as if I knew them all along. What's going on? Those are your skills. Just take some time to think them through and you'll understand. Strictly speaking, you're now a first-tier mutant. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from Mi Do's hand. It came so unexpectedly and from such close range that Yi Tian had no time to dodge. The lightning struck him, causing his body to convulse, interrupting whatever he was about to say. I didn't mean for you to zap me. Fortunately, Mi Do had not yet reached the second tier, otherwise this might have taken half of Yi Tian's life. Yi Tian Gij, are you alright? I just felt a surge of energy inside me and thought I could release it like that, Mi-Do said anxiously, nervously rubbing the hem of her shirt, worried that she had hurt Tian. Luckily, you're still inexperienced, so the energy wasn't strong. In the future, don't just unleash it on people. This is an electrical ability. I'll practice more, and you'll get the hang of it. Mi-Do stuck out her adorable tongue, vowing not to aim her powers at Tian again. At that moment, Tian glanced at the surveillance feed, which showed that the police station had already been taken over by the gang. Amidst the laughter of several men, one of the four who had gone after Ling returned to the hall to report to who? Huge brother. That female officer ran to the dormitory building. She's really tough. The brothers can't seem to overpower her. Don't worry. There's no rush. Just hold the perimeter. That woman is injured and won't last long. She might surrender on her own when she's out of options, ha. Hey, huge brother, once we catch her, can I have a go? I've never thought I'd get to play with a female officer in my life. Just the thought of the female officer's stunning beauty and impressive figure made the man drool. Huh, don't worry, once we catch her you'll get your chance. Although the men were armed, the female officer was exceptionally formidable. In a surprise attack with numbers on her side, she had already killed 2 of their brothers. Liu decided to resort to a tactic of encirclement, trapping her in the dormitory until she ran out of options and inevitably surrendered. Thanks, huge brother. Alright, let's get down to business. Liu interrupted their fantasies. I've checked, the weapons cache is across the street, not here. There are some zombies around it, making it difficult to retrieve the weapons. Let's send a few people as bait to lure the zombies away while we sneak in to grab the guns. Great idea, huge brother. One of them quickly flattered him. First, let's throw this guy out to test the waters and see how many zombies are out there. Liu pointed at a beaten-up man who was barely breathing. 2 gang members grinned as they dragged the man outside, and his screams quickly echoed from beyond the door. This was the very scene Tian had witnessed when he had just arrived. In the RV, Tian turned off the surveillance video. Tian, Gidge, what are we going to do next? Mi-Do asked, thinking Tian was about to take action. We need to leave for now and let you familiarize yourself with your powers. Aren't we going to rescue that police officer? That gang has a lot of weapons. We need to plan carefully. Oh, I see. There was something Tian hadn't mentioned. Even if they managed to rescue the young police officer, she might not be willing to follow them. Given her abilities, she likely wouldn't be in immediate danger. Thus, Tian planned to have Mi-Do first get accustomed to her powers. They would need her abilities to deal with that gang later on. Additionally, he hoped to level up himself or even upgrade the RV. With 2,639 energy points remaining, it wouldn't be difficult. Tian turned the RV around, moving away from the police station and heading to a parking lot. Today marked the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The once thriving city had become desolate, filled with wrecked vehicles everywhere. The ground was stained with blood, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Puddles of blood had formed beneath the vehicles in the parking lot, eventually flowing towards a clogged drainage system. At the entrance of the drain, the head of a small dog was stuck, its body seemingly devoured. Tian and Mi-Do stepped out of the RV. Inside the RV, there hadn't been such a palpable sense of the apocalypse, but once outside it hit them like a wave. The high temperatures had accelerated the decay of corpses, and the air was filled with a foul stench. The scent of blood and burnt flesh lingered while a row of crows cawed ominously from atop a utility pole. Do you see those 2 zombies? Your primary task now is to familiarize yourself with your abilities. Remember, under no circumstances should you scream. It will attract more zombies. I understand. Mi-Do exclaimed, then raised her Xingqian sword and charged at the 2 zombies. Tian held his infinite crossbow ready to provide support if necessary. However, Tian's precaution proved unnecessary. Mi-Do had already transformed. Her mastery of swordplay was no joke. As she reached the zombies, she unleashed an electric shock, knocking one down, the smell of burnt flesh wafting from its body. Hiss! The other zombie lunged at Mi-Do, but she spun around and struck down with her sword, cleaving the zombie's skull and a portion of its brain. Black blood and white matter splattered everywhere. Her movements were fluid and precise, as if she had practiced this many times before. Well done. Tian gave Mi-Do an appreciative and affirming glance. He pointed at the fallen zombie and said, both zombies and monsters will produce crystal cores. These cores are very precious. He then approached the corpse, explaining to Mi-Do where to find the crystal core as he demonstrated. Tian and Mi-Do continued to roam around dispatching zombies. Whenever they encountered a large group, Tian would ram them with the RV, and if the numbers were overwhelming, they would simply retreat. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the 7th day since the apocalypse erupted. They had spent 4 whole days eliminating zombies, and Mi-Do had fully mastered her electric powers, able to wield them at will. The crystal cores they collected had been converted into energy by Tian, bringing their energy reserves to a staggering 12759 points. This meant that over the past 4 days they had roughly slain 1,000 zombies, as each monster provided 20 energy points. During this time, they had also replenished the RV's armor, so Tian didn't have an exact count. Now it was time to level up. He first raised his own level to 3, leaving him with 8759 energy points. Name Tian. Level 3000 energy points can be consumed to level up. Strength 135 adult average 10. Agility 90 adult average 10. Constitution 113 adult average 10. Ability empty 75. Skills Eye of Insight Hostility Perception. He also upgraded the RV, eagerly anticipating the improvements. Name Blast-resistant armored RV can automatically replenish fuel from the system space, can start silently, enhance power. Level LV20600 energy points can be consumed to level up. Defense value 15000. As long as the defense value is not 0, the RV will remain undamaged. After exiting combat, materials or energy points can be consumed to restore defense value at a rate of 1 kilogram of material or 1 point of energy for 1 point of defense. Space 100 square meters. The RV's exterior does not affect the internal space. Weapon auto-aiming Gatling gun. Function medical LV1 can quickly heal minor injuries and zombie viruses through the consumption of medicine or energy points. Upgrade conditions not yet met. The appearance of the upgraded armored RV didn't change much, but the interior space had suddenly doubled. Previously, the dining table in the living area was cramped against the sofa by the window, much like a train's dining table. Now the dining area had its own separate space, comfortably accommodating 5 or 6 people at once. The sleeping areas had also been partitioned off with 3 bedrooms, a master bedroom behind the living room, and a smaller room next to it alongside another room above the driver's cabin. Most importantly, the RV finally had its own weapon, a Gatling gun. The control panel had been modified as well, featuring an additional launch button that seemed to be for firing the machine gun. On the roof of the RV, a black machine gun had emerged, seamlessly blending with the vehicle, and it was connected via numerous gears. Tian tested it out, discovering that the gun could rotate 360 degrees without blind spots, capable of targeting all enemies surrounding the RV. Why does the Gatling gun have unlimited ammunition? Ammunition requires energy points or metal for conversion. The system has thoughtfully provided the host with 1000 rounds for free. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. 5-star review my foot. While 100 rounds seemed like a lot, it was hardly sufficient for the Gatling gun, which could fire over 200 rounds per minute. In reality, the ammunition would only last about an hour. How do energy points convert to bullets? 1 energy point can be exchanged for 10 bullets. 1 ton of steel can be converted into 1000 rounds. Only that much for a ton of steel. You're ripping me off, Nuwa. Bullets aren't just metal, they also contain gunpowder. With Nuwa's explanation, the cost didn't seem so steep after all. It appeared he would need to find more steel in the future. With so many expenditures for energy points, he would run out quickly. Fortunately, he still had 1000 rounds for the time being. After upgrading the RV, Tian still had plenty of energy points left, so he leveled up Mido to 2nd tier. Name Mido. Level 2000 energy points can be consumed to level up. Strength 36 adult average 10. Agility 42 adult average 10. Constitution 45 adult average 10. Ability Electricity 26. Skills Master Swordsman. Proficient in various sword techniques such as Duga 9, Swords Falling Petal swordplay, and Tai Chi swordplay. Moves can be flexible and varied. Thunderbolt Control. Can operate electrical devices without power and can control electricity to kill enemies. His energy points diminished rapidly, leaving only 759. Damn, energy points are really insufficient. I need to find a way to accumulate more. To level up again would require 100 points, which meant he would need to kill 1,000 first-tier zombies. The RV's next level was even more daunting, demanding a full 600 points. Indeed, whether in the pre-apocalypse or post-apocalypse, only the wealthy could afford to maintain such a vehicle. Alright, it's about time to head to the police station. Now that the RV was armed with a machine gun, Tian felt fearless. By the time they reached the police station, night had fallen. Tian didn't rush into action. The backup power inside the station had failed, rendering the cameras useless. After dinner, Tian was browsing his phone for any noteworthy updates. Compared to ordinary people, he had been living rather comfortably during the apocalypse. At that moment, he stumbled upon a new post on a local forum in Yuzhong City published that very day. Friends, the world has changed. In the face of disaster, we must unite. If any survivors see this post, please find a way to come to 22 Ronghua Street, Ronghua Police Station. We are officers, and we will ensure your safety. If you can come to our base, please bring as many supplies as possible. Yi Tian couldn't help but smirk at the post, knowing that most people would trust the promise of protection from officers. Brother Yi Tian, what's wrong? Take a look at this. Yi Tian didn't answer me though, but simply handed her the phone. Wow. 22, Ronghua Street Police Station, isn't that where we are now? Those bad guys are deceiving people. Let's see if it's true. How do we test it? Yi Tian took back the phone and typed a reply, hello, is it safe there? Absolutely safe. Our walls are high, zombies can't get in. You can wait here for national rescue. If you come, please bring as many supplies as possible. As soon as Yi Tian posted his comment, replies started flooding in. He set the phone aside, choosing not to respond further. Instead, he retrieved a night vision drone from the system space and connected it to his phone using the drone's feed to assess the situation inside. The police station had a tall surrounding wall enclosing a courtyard where a group of people gathered around a bonfire discussing something. Beside them lay a disheveled female corpse, and a large backpack was scattered with food. A man with a buzz cut was manipulating his phone, and just as he pressed send, Yi Tian's phone immediately received a reply to the post. Friend, we are very safe here. If you plan to come, hurry up as spots are limited. Remember to bring as many supplies as you can. Our supplies are not very plentiful. From the drone's feed, Yi Tian saw a corner of the courtyard piled high with numerous corpses, both male and female, swarming with flies. The men were laughing and joking around the bonfire, removing the backpack from behind the female corpse and pulling out what looked like a pack of cookies, which they tore open and stuffed into their mouths, only to spit it out in disgust moments later, clearly not appearing as if they were short on food. When Yi Tian adjusted the drone's angle, he noticed that the back room was crammed with various kinds of food. The leading man was Li Hu. Ever since he took control of the police station, he discovered that ignorant survivors occasionally came seeking help. Seizing the opportunity, he devised a cunning plan. Among the original survivors, he found one who was knowledgeable about computers, and he threatened him into establishing a forum. This survivor promptly joined Li Hu's ranks. In the following days, they frequently lured unsuspecting survivors to their side. Little did those naive individuals realize that the once solemn and sacred police station had transformed into a den of horrors. Young women were subjected to all manner of abuses, while elderly individuals and men were killed outright for their supplies. The pile of rotting corpses in the corner of the courtyard swarming with flies stood as undeniable evidence. As for why they did not dispose of the bodies, it was because those corpses served as food for the zombies. Indeed, they were mere fodder. When zombies attacked, they would toss out some corpses to satiate their hunger. Remarkably, this method proved effective. After several days of this practice, the zombies would eat their fill and leave. Li Hu's gang comprised about a dozen vigorous young men, each armed with handguns, and some even possessed grenades, an arsenal well equipped for their grim purposes. Brother Yi Tian, these guys are going too far. We need to find a way to rescue that police officer's sister. I wonder how she's holding up now. Mido expressed her concern. Don't worry, the police flower should be fine. If she had been captured, they would never let her go, as she was likely tied up somewhere. Yi Tian had carefully calculated this outcome. The police officer was in the dormitory, and with her formidable skills, she could hold out for 3 or 4 days without issue. If not, they would simply find another to serve as a subordinate. Though Yi Tian was not a saint, he would not stand idly by while others faced certain death. He opened his phone and left a message below the post. The police station has been occupied by a gang of criminals. They are murderers. They deceive you into coming here to die. Do not go. Brother Hu, bad news. Someone has discovered our operation. Just after Yi Tian sent his message, a crew-cut man rushed to report to Li Hu. Whatever. Just delete the post and start a new one. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively. Smart as always, Brother Hu. But how did that person know? We haven't let any survivors out. Right, Brother Hu's brain is sharp. The food we've hoarded can last us for years. We'll continue fishing for beauties and supplies. It's just too comfortable. But Brother Hu, what if people keep disappearing? What will we do when there's no one left to kill? It doesn't matter. With our foundation, we can always relocate and continue this method of waiting for prey. It's far better than life before the apocalypse. And that female officer is remarkably resilient. It's been so many days already. She should be nearing her limit. Last time we tried to attack, we lost one of our brothers. This police officer is too formidable. Though they could easily overpower her, each of them feared for their lives. What if one of them accidentally got killed? The plan was to trap her below, waiting until she ran out of resources. Using a drone, Yi Tian had a clear understanding of the situation within the courtyard. He watched as flies and maggots crawled and writhed over the pile of corpses in the corner. Even through the screen, the stench seemed palpable, yet this gang continued to laugh and joke inside. The most pitiful were the survivors who arrived filled with hope, bringing all their supplies, mustering their courage to seek refuge, believing they would be protected by the officers until rescue came. Instead, they faced merciless slaughter and torment, an abyss of despair few could fathom. Watching them laugh, Tian's eyes glinted with a cold light, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Dodo, can you control the electronics inside the police station from here? Mido shook her head slightly. Brother Tian, it's too far, I can't reach them. Tian nodded, not surprised. He was merely testing the waters. He stealthily brought the armored vehicle to the police station's back door, ensuring not to draw attention from the gang congregated in the front yard, as the night was too quiet. Brother Tian, I can control the electronics inside from here, but not too many. What do you want to do? Perfect. Just power up the sound system. I will coordinate with you. Mido nodded and understanding closed her eyes and focused on controlling the sound system within. Moments later she spoke. Brother Tian, I'm ready. Good. Now it's my turn to deliver them a surprise. A sinister smile played on Tian's lips. Niwa, activate the sound system and play the music at maximum volume. Rise those who refuse to. The resounding, passionate music erupted from the speakers. At that moment, the gang members inside who had been laughing were startled by the sudden onslaught of sound. In the stillness of the night, it was as if thunder had struck. What the hell is going on? Who did this? I have no idea. Li Hu furrowed his brow, but suddenly realization struck him and his expression changed dramatically. Get to the hall. But it was too late. The air was filled with a cacophony of growls. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Li Hu and his men scrambled to grab their weapons, it was too late. The zombies and monsters were already agitated. The zombies on the 7th day were no longer like those on the 2nd day. They moved with the speed of a normal person and could stack themselves to overcome obstacles. Within less than 10 seconds, zombies appeared on the surrounding walls, numbering in the hundreds. Brother, who we're surrounded. What do we do? Damn it, let's fight these monsters. Whoever is behind this, I swear, I won't let him off easy. I'll turn him into meat paste. Alas, they would never learn who had orchestrated this chaos. The horde of zombies was too overwhelming, and although they had guns, being surrounded by the undead led only to a dead end. Li Hu had dreamed of becoming a dominant force through the police station supplies, only to be inexplicably thwarted in a humiliating manner. As their numbers dwindled, the pressure on Li Hu and his gang grew unbearable, with nowhere left to retreat, surrounded by zombies. Damn it, I'll fight you all. Li Hu roared, suddenly feeling a surge of power coursing through him, a vertical line appearing on his forehead. At that moment, Li Hu unexpectedly became a first-tier evolved being. Li Hu and his companions were entirely oblivious to the scene unfolding before Tian through the drone's lens. For Tian and his group, they remained unaffected as the RV appeared to the zombies as nothing more than an inanimate object, thus failing to pique their interest. Despite Li Hu having become a first-tier evolved being, it amounted to little in the face of the relentless onslaught. In mere minutes, the group of over a dozen met their demise, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of blood and skeletal remains. The zombies did not spare, even the corpses nestled in the corners, voraciously devouring them until nothing was left. Mido had ceased her control when the zombie frenzy erupted, and after the gunfire subsided, the remaining zombies had lost their fervor. The electrical load Mido managed was minimal, only a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Now it's our turn to take the stage. Tian sneered, slamming the gas pedal. The RV charged forward like a ferocious beast with zombies swarming outside. As long as they weren't cornered, it was essentially a matter of collecting energy points. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier zombie, energy points 10. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing a first-tier monster, energy points 20. Ding, armor RV protection value 1. The system notifications echoed incessantly, prompting Tian to temporarily silence them. He pressed the button for the Gatling gun, which finally unleashed its first barrage. The gun's fiery tongue spat bullets with wild abandon, mowing down rows of zombies, as if they were wheat being harvested. Some zombies, caught in a stroke of misfortune, were directly hit in the head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. What a thrill! As the Gatling continued its relentless fire, the zombies in the street, upon hearing the gunfire, went into a frenzy and charged towards the RV. Inside, the sound of gunfire was surprisingly muted, akin to being equipped with a silencer. Although they could hear the shots, it was hardly loud. Yet Tian understood that to those outside the noise must be deafening. After testing the power of the Gatling, he decisively halted the firing, not due to a shortage of bullets, but because through the high beam lights he noticed zombies converging from afar. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the machine gun's rate of killing zombies would not keep pace with the gathering horde. Though the Gatling was powerful, it was a single weapon limited to firing in one direction. The current zombies were unlike those of the past, with numerous second-tier zombies among them, and possibly a mix of third-tier ones as well. If they were trapped here, it would spell disaster. Indeed, once Yi Tian ceased firing the Gatling, the zombies attacked for a brief period before losing interest. After several minutes, they began to wander aimlessly once more. Yi Tian opted for silent movement, slowly reversing towards the back door. The commotion outside had long since drawn He Ling's attention. She was peering out from a window, her face pale, lips cracked, and her expression weary, with dust marring her once delicate features. Her wounds had been hastily bandaged, though they had stopped bleeding. A darkening hue hinted at infection. The weather was scorching, and without effective treatment her condition would only worsen. She had entertained thoughts of escaping via a bedsheet from the window, but the security bars posed a complication. Even if she managed to open them, the cunning group of bandits had been watching the dormitory around the clock, shooting at the slightest sound. If she hadn't already barricaded the stairwell with debris, they would have stormed the place long ago. Yet despite this, the scant provisions had dwindled to just 2 days' worth, and she hadn't eaten anything for 2 consecutive days, surviving only on tap water. Moreover, only 4 bullets remained. She was truly at the end of her rope. As despair began to settle and the noise outside roused her from her half-slumber, the national anthem played from a speaker, and the tide of zombies surged in dispatching the bandits. Then gunfire erupted outside the police station, and trained ears like hers immediately recognized the unmistakable sound of a Gatling gun. Her dormitory building towered higher than the surrounding walls, allowing her to see the fire from Yi Tian's RV. Although she didn't know who was inside, she felt certain that the person must have been responsible for the attack. Since he had chosen to eliminate the bandits, he was likely not in cahoots with them. How anyone capable of taking out the bandits couldn't be all that bad. At that moment, Yi Tian, through the drone, spotted He Ling observing from the window. It was dark and the drone was silent, with the surrounding chaos masking its presence, so she remained unaware of its watchful gaze. After locating her position, Yi Tian retrieved the drone. From his spatial storage, he pulled out a notebook, tearing out a page, likely sourced from a supermarket where stationery was typically found. Yi Tian, what are you doing? Mido asked, her face reflecting confusion at the sight of paper and pen. I'm writing a love letter to that policewoman to express my feelings, Yi Tian replied with a smile. Mido's expression stiffened, at first a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over her, but she soon let out a sigh of relief. How mean. Yi Tian, you're teasing me again. She had already caught a glimpse of his writing. Dear officer, just hold on a little longer. Once the monsters below are fewer, we'll come to rescue you. After finishing the note, he attached it to the drone with tape and directed it towards He Ling's window. Oh. He Ling noticed the drone hovering by her window. Upon seeing the words on the paper, she was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of hope. Although she felt puzzled, she couldn't afford to dwell on it. After 2 days without food, dizziness was setting in. Besides, she had already convinced herself that the people in the RV were not malicious. If they had any ill intentions, death would be the worst outcome. With that thought, He Ling resolved to push aside her doubts. Unable to reply, she simply gestured an OK sign to the drone, signaling her receipt of the message, trusting that the sender would see her response. As time passed, dawn began to break, and the RV remained still while He Ling stood quietly for the entire night. This was her sole hope for survival. She didn't want to awaken to find it extinguished, so she dared not relax for a moment. As the sky brightened, the number of wandering zombies and monsters dwindled. Zombies were instinctively drawn to the shadows, avoiding the light. Gradually, only a handful of zombies remained on the street, while the monsters inside the police station were trapped, leaving approximately 100 still confined within. Among them was a second-tier zombie, and Yi Tian had already noted the noticeable increase in their numbers. Typically, one would appear among a few hundred zombies. However, the second-tier zombies posed little threat to Yi Tian now. Standing atop the RV alongside Mido, they climbed onto the police station's wall, observing the congregation of zombies below. Yi Tian there? A second-tier zombie. Mido exclaimed, her sharp eyes quickly locating the creature. This second-tier zombie was significantly larger than its first-tier counterparts, making it easy to spot. It was surrounded by a dozen first-tier zombies, seemingly under its control. Drawing forth his infinite crossbow, Yi Tian aimed at the second-tier zombie's head and unleashed a shot. With a resounding thud, the second-tier zombie fell to the ground. The surrounding first-tier zombies, momentarily stunned by the sudden loss of their leader, let out a deafening roar before turning to tear at their fallen comrade. After the second-tier zombies were eliminated, Yi Tian and Mido leaped down, entering the horde like wolves among sheep. Yi Tian wielded a dagger, while Mido brandished a sword. He Ling watched in disbelief. What was she seeing? A girl charging into a mass of corpses with a sword, the glint of steel flashing as bodies flew apart. When had such a small girl become so formidable? There were not just a few, or even a dozen, but nearly 100 zombies. From her vantage point, the girl's swordplay was remarkably skillful, employing the simplest techniques to effectively dispatch the zombies with minimal movement. It was as though she were a master swordsman. At times He-Ling could hardly track how swiftly the girl struck. This was the power of Mi Do's skills. Her swordsmanship was exquisite. Yi Tian too was no slouch. With his mastery of combat skills, the dagger, though short, moved with a grace that made it seem as if he were strolling through a garden, darting rapidly among the undead. Often before the zombies could even react, their heads had already burst apart. Yi Tian was now at the 3rd tier. It was far too pathetic if he couldn't dispatch first-tier zombies with ease. In just 10 minutes, the two of them had cleared the monsters from the police station. This was only delayed by their walking, otherwise their speed would have been even more impressive. He-Ling was momentarily stunned, forgetting to descend until they vanished from her sight. Only then did she snap back to reality and hurriedly make her way downstairs. Initially, she had thrown numerous items to block the way to deter bandits, but now after 2 days without food, her energy was depleted, becoming an obstacle to her escape. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Had he not come to rescue her, this policewoman might have ended up perishing by her own actions. With Yi Tian and Mi Do's assistance, He-Ling finally made it downstairs. Upon seeing them, her wariness diminished significantly, primarily because they exuded a friendly aura. This was the power of charm. Mi Do had a high charm value, and coupled with her beauty, He-Ling naturally lowered her guard. "Hello, I am Yi Tian, and this is my girlfriend Mi Do." Hearing Yi Tian introduce her as his girlfriend brought a smile to Mi Do's face, radiating happiness. "Hello, officer, I'm Mi Do." Mi Do stepped forward, taking He-Ling's hand and smiling as she introduced herself. When He-Ling learned they were a couple, her concerns melted away. "Hello, my name is He-Ling, and I am a police officer. Thank you for saving me." Yi Tian found a spot to sit while Mi Do led He-Ling to join him. Yi Tian theatrically pulled a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket and handed them to He-Ling. "Have something to eat first." He had noticed her condition. It was clear she hadn't eaten in a long time. He-Ling took the compressed biscuits from Yi Tian and tore open the package, devouring them without hesitation. She had no fear of any tricks with the food. Given the strength of Yi Tian and Mi Do and the firearms they possessed, if they intended any harm, they would have acted long ago. In her current state, she had no means to resist, rendering any subterfuge unnecessary. While eating, she mumbled, "Thank you for the food." Cough, cough. She had choked on her haste. "Slow down, officer. He have some water first," Mi Do said, genuinely concerned for the officer. Yi Tian took a moment to glance at He-Ling's profile. Name: He-Ling. Level 0, can upgrade by consuming energy. Strength 15, average adult 10. Agility 16, average adult 10. Constitution 17, average adult 10. Potential SS potential is graded A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS, SSS. Higher grades indicate better energy conversion efficiency. Charm value 96. Charm encompasses appearance, figure, and demeanor with a maximum score of 100. A higher charm value increases trust from others. Ding. Congratulations, the host has discovered a special individual with qualifying potential and charm value. Upon binding, one random skill may be obtained and upgraded. Indeed, the system had issued a prompt. Her potential was promising and her character seemed commendable. She was worth nurturing, but she had to willingly join him. Trust had been tentatively established, and Yi Tian felt confident. Once He-Ling finished, she drained the entire bottle of mineral water. "Are you full? Would you like more?" Yi Tian asked after she finished the biscuits. "Thank you, that's enough." He-Ling understood the scarcity of food in this world. She was already grateful for what they had provided and dared not ask for more. "What are your plans moving forward, officer?" Mi Do inquired, aware that Yi Tian had taken an interest in the policewoman. They had successfully achieved the heroic rescue, but whether she was willing to join Yi Tian remained uncertain. I'm not sure." He-Ling exuded an air of loneliness, realizing she was now all alone in the police station, which brought a sense of desolation to her heart. Memories of her former colleagues, particularly the image of old Tian in his final moments, haunted her. Zombies and monsters are everywhere now, and the situation will only worsen. The survival of humanity will become increasingly difficult. He-Ling recognized the truth in Yi Tian's words. The speed of human reproduction could never keep pace with the rate of zombie transformation. "Officer, join us. Our chances of survival will greatly increase together." Mi Do encouraged at the right moment. He-Ling fell into contemplation upon hearing this. She understood that facing such a multitude of monsters alone was impossible. As for the government, if it had the capability to fight back, orders would have been issued long ago. Being part of the system, she was more aware than most. Since a week had passed with no effort from the state to reclaim the city, it was clear they were powerless. Moreover, Yi Tian and Mi Do appeared stronger than herself. Oh, what did she have to be proud of? She was not an ordinary police officer, but rather a member of a special operations unit. In her department, she was an elite. proficient in firearms and marksmanship, skilled in close combat, and possessing a unique insight into investigations. Her pride and arrogance had often isolated her, and no one dared to pursue her as she found them all lacking. Tian watched her in silence, allowing her thoughts to unfold. Soon enough, Ling reached a decision. I will join you to fight against the monsters. A smile spread across Tian's face. This was the outcome he had anticipated. You will thank yourself for this decision in the future. Welcome aboard. Tian extended his hand toward Ling. She reached out her delicate hand and shook his, officially joining Tian's team. Logically, someone like Ling, who frequently handled firearms, would possess calloused hands. Yet they were as soft as any ordinary girls. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a special individual. The character will be 100 loyal to the host and will never betray. Reward skill, absolute hit. Absolute hit, every shot is true. Every strike hits its mark. Using any weapon guarantees absolute accuracy, including firearms. Whatever you envision, you shall hit. Even with closed eyes, you can strike your target. Tian had indeed received another skill, and a highly practical one at that. This was simply extraordinary. Absolute hit. Wasn't that akin to auto-targeting? As long as he envisioned where to strike, the rest would be managed by the skill. He would only need to identify the target. How convenient. Miss Ling, can I call you that from now on? You can just call me Do. Mido said, cheerfully, excited to finally have someone to share her secrets with. Under her subtle hints, Tian gradually realized that Mido didn't have any underwear. He specifically sought out a luxury lingerie boutique for a round of $0 purchases, alleviating Mido's embarrassment at last. After all, fighting zombies all day without proper support made her feel uncomfortable. Tian was undoubtedly pleased with the sight of those panda-like attributes swaying, but at Mido's insistence, he regrettably cleared out the entire lingerie store. Dodo, what are your plans next? Ling inquired. Rob the police station. Mido raised her hands, mimicking a gun. Rob the police station. Ling stared in disbelief. Did they really intend to say such things in front of a police officer? What do you expect? Look at the current situation, came Mido's retort. Ling suddenly grasped the reality. This was no longer a peaceful era, and quickly understood Mido's intention. You want to get weapons right. Smart. Tian shot her an approving glance. Miss Ling, you must know where the armory is. It would be more convenient if you took us there. Just imagine the thrill of breaking into the police station with a police officer leading the way. Tian had never noticed before that Mido had a mischievous side. The armory is outside, not within the police station. Even if I could take you there, we can't get in. The key is in the safe in the chief's office, and I don't know the password, Ling explained straightforwardly. That's fine. Just take us to the armory. I have a way to get inside. You have a way, oi? Ling looked at Tian with curiosity. Yes, just lead the way. Ever since they had formed an alliance, Ling inexplicably felt a strong trust in Tian, so she didn't question further and led the two towards the armory. Fortunately, the zombies inside the police station had already been cleared out by them, so there were no obstructions. The armory was not located inside the police station, but outside it, presumably due to the station's limited space. After cautiously crossing the street, they arrived at the armory's entrance. The lock on the armory is very advanced employing. Ling began, but her words were cut off as her eyes widened in disbelief. Tian had simply traced a finger across the lock, and a black crack appeared in the air. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Ling had never seen anything like this before. At that moment, the space slash was no longer the small, underwhelming technique it had once been, or it now extended to several dozen centimeters. Tian made a swipe at the door lock, and it opened with a click. You? What is this? Magic. Miss Ling, this is a supernatural ability. Oh, look. Mido's finger danced with lightning. You can do that too. What is a supernatural ability? Ling was bewildered by their extraordinary powers. Let's discuss it inside. Tian interrupted their conversation. As the door swung open, a chilling gust enveloped them. Upon entering the armory, they were greeted by rows of shelves brimming with firearms. After Mido's explanation, Ling finally came to terms with the bizarre reality they were in. Considering the apocalypse, it was hardly surprising for strange occurrences to unfold. I believe you will gain supernatural abilities too, Miss Ling, Mido tried to reassure her. Their attention soon shifted to the array of weapons. Does the police station really need this many guns? Mido suddenly asked. Hearing her question, Tian also sensed something was amiss. There seemed to be an excessive number of firearms, with dozens of rifles alone, not to mention the large crates filled with more weapons. Typically, police officers are issued handguns, while only special forces carry an abundance of rifles. It's because new weapons have been developed, and they're in the process of upgrading equipment. These are actually weapons from many nearby precincts and some military units. He Ling explained the source of the firearms. Tian opened several crates, discovering not only handguns and rifles, but also a large quantity of ammunition. There was even a sniper rifle. One crate contained grenades, tear gas canisters, and flashbangs. Alright, all these weapons are ours now. Tian selected an M4 rifle. With He Ling's help, he and Mi Do donned bulletproof vests and tactical gear with military knives and handguns secured at their waists. Compared to their initial state, they were now armed to the teeth. He Ling also suited up, and in comparison to Mi Do, she appeared striking and confident, while Mi Do looked more like a student preparing for military training. After equipping themselves, Tian stored the remaining weapons in the system space, explaining to He Ling that his supernatural ability was related to space. With the weapons secured, Tian immediately focused on enhancing the M4 rifle. After all, he had come to the police station to obtain a reinforced rifle, and in the process he had also saved a policewoman. Ding! Congratulations on successful enhancement. You have obtained the Thunder God M4 Infinite Rifle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a hot weapon for the first time. You have received a cannon sniper rifle. In Tian's system space, a uniquely designed rifle and an impressively intimidating sniper rifle appeared. The rifle shimmered with a silvery glow with a beast's head atop the barrel. Thunder God M4 Infinite Rifle can fire unlimited pulse bullets without reloading or cooling down. The stronger the user's ability, the greater the damage. Just as he had hoped, an M4 with infinite bullets. He had put in so much effort just to get this enhanced rifle. After all, what man doesn't love guns? The sniper rifle, on the other hand, was pitch black and much larger than typical sniper rifles, the most alarming feature being its 20mm barrel diameter. Is this really a sniper rifle? Cannon sniper rifle can generate 1 bullet per minute. It can fire unlimited cannon shells, and each hit will cause an explosion equivalent to a grenade. Effective range, 2 kilometers. Seriously, you might as well tell me it's a howitzer. While howitzers can't shoot that far, only a sniper rifle can boast a 2-kilometer effective range. Now that he had achieved his goal of acquiring hot weapons, it was time to rescue Yinji and Xiong. After so many days, they must have come to understand the harsh realities of the apocalypse. The three of them promptly boarded the RV, and He Ling was no longer surprised by the vastly larger interior compared to its exterior appearance. However, as soon as they stepped inside, He Ling suddenly shivered, and a white vertical line began to slowly form on her forehead. Seeing He Ling standing still, Mi Do initially thought she was simply astonished by the RV's interior, but upon noticing the line on her forehead, she realized that He Ling was automatically becoming an evolved being. She had heard Tian mention that some people could automatically evolve. Congratulations, Ling Jie, you have become an evolver too. Mi Do smiled as she congratulated He Ling. Tian glanced over at He Ling and indeed found that she had become a level 1 evolver. Name: He Ling. Level 1 energy consumption allows for upgrades. Strength 23 adult level 10. Agility 24 adult level 10. Constitution 26 adult level 10. Ability light 17. Skills: firearm mastery, proficient with all types of firearms, capable of quickly disassembling and repairing weapons. Disguise can change appearance and even cross dress. Potential value: SS potential is graded A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS, SSS. Higher potential levels lead to greater energy conversion efficiency. Charm value 96 points. Charm value includes beauty, figure, and temperament with a maximum of 100. Higher charm value makes it easier to gain others' trust. He Ling, unsurprisingly, was also an evolver with the ability of light, though her practical application in combat remained to be seen. At this moment, He Ling was keenly aware of her ability and skills, but she knew this was not the right place to experiment. Mi Do showed He Ling around the layout of the RV, and when she learned there was even a shower here, she could no longer contain herself. After all, she hadn't had a proper wash for an entire week, which was nothing short of torturous for a girl, especially with the zombie blood all over her. Mi Do, who also felt uncomfortable from not showering the previous day, decided to join He Ling for a bath. After their refreshing showers, both Mi Do and He Ling lay down on the bed in the back and drifted off to sleep. He Ling was exhausted after a week of intense focus, not daring to relax for a moment. Mi Do had barely rested the night before, constantly worrying about her police sister, only feeling at ease after dawn when they managed to rescue He Ling. Now back in the RV, having comfortably showered and relaxed in a safe environment, sleepiness overtook them both. Wearing loose-fitting clothing after their showers, they were completely unaware that their sleeping positions were far from graceful, with many areas exposed. After leaving the armory, Tian pressed the accelerator hard, and in just over 10 minutes, he was back on the main road. Once on the main road, Tian's speed soared, crashing through scattered zombies or running them over, splattering blood everywhere, yet the armored RV showed no signs of slowing down. As time passed, they gradually approached the city center. The number of abandoned vehicles on the road increased, forcing Tian to slow down. Before long, it was noon. Tian activated the windshield wipers to clear the zombie blood splattered on the glass and glanced at the navigation. They were still about 10 kilometers from the Dihao Hotel. Mi-do and He-ling had awakened and were seated at the dining table eating instant noodles to fill their stomachs. Half an hour later, Tian entered the district where the Dihao Hotel was located. Looking out the car window, he noticed dried bloodstains almost everywhere on the streets. Tian gauged the road ahead is blocked. Mi-do, sitting in the passenger seat, alerted him. Tian had already noticed that the intersection ahead was severely blocked by a terrible car accident with no gaps to pass through. In reality, Tian could clear the vehicles using the system space. He had already inquired with Nuwa. The system space's capacity was indeed related to volume. Level 1 could store items up to 1 cubic meter. Level 2 could store items up to 10 cubic meters. Level 3 could store items up to 100 cubic meters, and so forth. However, doing so would likely attract the attention of other survivors, which could lead to numerous troubles. Tian gauged, we can take a detour to the right, but I'm not sure if that way is blocked as well. Mi-do suggested, discovering another route to the hotel on the navigation. All right, let's take that route. Tian responded and veered to the right, finally arriving at the foot of the Dihao Hotel after a 10-minute detour. Tian, there seems to be zombies inside the hotel, He-ling said, observing the outside situation through the car window. The Dihao Hotel was the most luxurious in Yuzhong City, and due to its proximity to the high-speed train station, it had become one of the areas with the highest concentration of zombies. Moreover, being nearest to the highway entrance, more and more survivors had attempted to escape the city via the highway after the apocalypse, resulting in a higher number of both survivors and zombies here than in other areas. It's normal to have zombies, it's abnormal not to have them. Tian did not hurry to enter the hotel. Instead, he circled around it a few times, finding no other anomalies. Upon spotting an open window on the second floor, he decisively drove the armored RV beneath it. After parking, Tian looked at the fully armed Mi-do and He-ling. Are you ready? Ready, they both replied in unison. Tian nodded, no longer wasting words, and opened the sunroof to climb onto the roof of the vehicle. Mi-do and He-ling swiftly followed. Even standing on the roof, the second floor window was still over a meter high from the sunroof. Keep an eye out for any situation while I check for dangers inside, Tian instructed. Okay, both nodded in agreement. With a powerful push, Tian leaped up and firmly grasped the edge of the window, cautiously peering inside. The room was a storage area filled with trash bins and cleaning tools, and not far from him were 2 level 1 zombies. Based on their clothing, they appeared to be hotel cleaners. Tian was not surprised at all. With a strong jump, he easily entered the second floor and took out his dagger to swiftly eliminate them. After dispatching the 2 zombies, Tian confirmed that the storage room door was locked, indicating that these 2 had turned into zombies at the onset of the outbreak. If they had been bitten and turned later, their bodies would not have remained so intact. But none of that mattered now. After ensuring the door was secured, he turned to check on Mi-do and He-ling, who were still waiting outside. However, as he leaned out to pull Mi-do up, he was met with a captivating sight. Both girls were in loose clothing, and due to the hot weather, Mi-do wore a pink short-sleeve top and denim shorts. He-ling, having brought no extra clothes, borrowed Mi-do's outfit, which consisted of a black short-sleeve shirt and tight shorts, since their figures were similar. From his elevated position, Tian's eyes were drawn to the girls' chests practically laid bare before him. As Mi-do looked up, preparing to ask Tian to help her up, she noticed his gaze roaming over her and immediately flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Have you seen enough?" Not feeling embarrassed at all after being caught, Tian smiled. "Not enough. I didn't expect you to look so slender yet." Though he joked about not being satisfied, his hands were already pulling Mi-do up. "Didn't you already feel how big it was that day?" Mi-do retorted instinctively, but regretted it instantly, her face turning crimson. That morning, both of them were deeply asleep, and when they finally woke up, Tian was grasping her career. If it were just the 2 of them, she might not have felt anything, but now there was a third person present. The implications of this statement were quite significant. Hearing this, He-ling's mind instantly conjured an image, and her face turned red. Tian did not refute her. After pulling Mi-do up, he turned to He-ling below and said, "It's your turn." He-ling shot Tian an eye roll. She knew that her own panda tattoo had probably long been exposed to Tian, but she said nothing and extended her hand to him. Once He-ling was pulled up, Tian seemed to relish the moment and remarked, "I'm not bad at all, quite similar to Dodo." Due to her profession, He-ling often dealt with scoundrels and thugs. At Tian's comment, she instinctively retorted, "Not only is it big, but the feel is also quite nice. Want to give it a try?" However, as soon as she said this, she froze. What was happening to her? Usually she would kick and cuff those thugs to the ground, daring them to tease her. Did they not value their lives? But for some reason with Tian, her instinct was not to kick him, but to flirt instead. Oh, is there such a delightful opportunity? Then I won't hold back. Tian appeared to genuinely believe He Ling's words, lifting his hand toward her as if he truly intended to test it out. Get lost, pervert. He Ling scolded Tian, rolling her eyes at him and blushing slightly as she sidestepped his outstretched hand. Out of habit, she began to assess the room situation. On the side, Mido, listening to their banter, smiled as she enjoyed the show. Having often been at a disadvantage with Tian, she had hoped He Ling would treat him the same way she had treated that rich second-generation heir. That would have been a form of revenge for herself. Sadly, that wish went unfulfilled, and instead He Ling found herself at a disadvantage. For a moment, she felt a sense of camaraderie with the policewoman and gave Tian a scornful glance. Tian, however, paid no mind to their antics, as he intended to claim both of them sooner or later. No need to look around. This is the cleaning room. I've already dealt with 2 zombies here. There are zombies outside, so be careful when we open the door. Understood. The 2 girls nodded, retracting their gazes. Let's keep the noise down. Try not to fire your weapons unless absolutely necessary. And if we do shoot, use silenced pistols. Have you checked that the suppressors are properly attached? He Ling chimed in. Yes, Sister Ling, mine is ready. Good, then let's commence the operation. Seeing that both women were prepared, Tian drew out his dagger and stood at the door. Equipped, Mido and He Ling also approached the entrance, and Tian suddenly yanked the door open. Huh. The zombies outside turned at the sound of the door opening, and unlike the earlier days, they had become faster and more responsive, their senses heightened though their vision remained poor. Mido and He Ling struck simultaneously, each easily dispatching a zombie. The second floor was set up as a shopping center for the hotel, catering to guests' needs for essentials like clothing and stationery. Spotting clothes, Mido and He Ling exchanged delighted glances. A girl's resistance to beautiful clothes was practically zero. He Ling was the happiest of all, as she had left without suitable attire, allowing certain lecherous individuals to take advantage of her. 10 meters ahead, behind the clothing rack, there's a zombie. He Ling, ever the observant officer, was the first to notice the creature hiding behind the clothes. Both Tian and Mido looked over at He Ling's words and saw 2 zombies in hotel staff uniforms aimlessly wandering behind the rack. The trio stealthily approached the zombies, but as they got within 2 meters, the zombies reacted. However, before they could make any movements, the 3 of them effortlessly took them down. They continued clearing zombies from the second floor, striving to make no noise. Before long, the second floor was entirely cleared of zombies. After finishing the second floor, they moved upward, clearing level by level. The higher they went, the fewer zombies they encountered. Yet it was strange that despite the prolonged effort, no signs of life stirred within the rooms. Moreover, many of the doors were already ajar. Had everyone fled? Tian felt an unsettling premonition. Since the apocalypse, he had lost contact with Yun, having only communicated once during the outbreak at the hotel. After that, there had been no further communication. Being cautious of sudden zombie attacks and uncertain whether there were advanced zombies within, the process of clearing each floor was painstakingly slow. After nearly 5 hours, they finally reached the 17th floor, the very level where Yun Jie was located. Upon arriving at the 17th floor, Tian's expression darkened. Every room door on the 17th was wide open, and there was no one inside, not even any zombies. He hurried to room 1723, and indeed, there was not a soul in sight. Yun Jie was missing. Brother Tian, didn't you find the person you were looking for? Mido had already guessed that Tian had come to the hotel to find someone, but given the current situation, there was no one around. Well, I don't know if something happened or if they moved, Tian replied, shaking his head. He did not disclose to the 2 girls specifically who he was searching for. Since we haven't found anyone, let's find a clean room to rest for now. It was already evening, and after hours of clearing zombies, He Ling was alright being trained, but Mido was struggling, her complexion pale. Alright. Mido wiped the sweat from her forehead in response. Noticing her condition, He Ling took a bottle of water from her military backpack and handed it to Mido. Have some water. Thank you, Sister Ling. Xiao Ling, you stay here to keep Dodo company while I look for a room to rest. Tian instructed Mido, noticing her shortness of breath. I'm fine, brother Tian. I can manage, Mido insisted, not wanting to be seen as a mere ornament. Seeing her determination, Tian said no more and led the 2 women to a random room, preparing to rest for the night. This was a relatively large suite, practically equivalent to a normal apartment, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bedroom. The refrigerator was, of course, completely empty, devoid of food. From the window, Tian could just make out the cross-river bridge leading to the highway, where he could faintly see a large number of zombies congregating. The bridge appeared to be blocked or something. For now, Tian chose to ignore it. While Mi-do rummaged through the room for usable items, He-ling made sure to close the door tightly and check for any potential hazards. As Mi-do checked the kitchen, she instinctively turned on the faucet, pleasantly surprised to find that water flowed normally, including hot water. It seemed that the hotel had activated its backup generator after the water supply was cut off, though it surely wouldn't last long. Sister Ling, there's hot water here. We can take a shower later. He-ling's eyes lit up at the mention of hot water, and she walked eagerly towards the kitchen. Really? There's hot water? Absolutely. Mi-do replied, turning on the faucet, and soon water gushed forth. Although the pressure wasn't high, it was more than sufficient for a shower. That's fantastic. Though He-ling was a police officer, she was also a woman, and no woman could resist the allure of cleanliness. After hours of battling, her body was splattered with the blood of zombies, reeking of a foul stench. While she had grown accustomed to it, it was certainly not pleasant. For women like her, being able to take a hot shower in the apocalypse and emerge clean was the greatest happiness. Mi-do knew that Tian had stored plenty of clothes, and after spending so many days together, she had shed her shyness and treated Tian as family. She requested 2 sets of clothing from Tian, one for herself and the other for He-ling. As He-ling received the clothes, a joyful smile graced her face, and the two headed towards the bathroom. However, just as they reached the door, they turned simultaneously to look at Tian, exclaiming, "No peeking." After that, they stepped into the bathroom. Their caution wasn't unwarranted. The suite featured frosted glass walls and doors in the bathroom, which, while not completely transparent, still offered glimpses of the occupants inside. Sitting on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, Tian wore a look of disdain. "Peeking? Please, I'm watching openly." From his vantage point, he could already make out 2 blurred, graceful figures which, if he was not mistaken, were in the midst of undressing and playfully tussling. To make matters worse, the frosted glass was only partially obscured. The lower legs and above the neck were completely transparent. In other words, places that should remain hidden were visible, while those that should be seen were obscured. One had to admire the ingenuity of the bathroom's design. In the words of Captain Lee, "Damn, you're truly a genius." Though he could not see everything, Tian, in an effort to spare the 2 girls any embarrassment, reluctantly moved to the balcony to enjoy the breeze. As night descended slowly, the sky darkened, and the sounds of growling began to multiply. To his surprise, lights flickered on in the distant Jiang River bridge. It seemed there were indeed people there. Gazing at the bridge, Tian pondered. Since Yin Jia wasn't here, she was likely on the move. As the queen of the apocalypse, she wouldn't be so easily taken down. Though he hadn't gone to see Xiong, he had a nagging feeling that Xiong was probably not around either. One could infer that figures of prominence in the past wouldn't sit idle waiting for death. They would actively seek survival. The apocalypse was never short of talented individuals, but not everyone could become a powerhouse. Many, due to their personalities, were too timid to fight and perished early on. With the number of zombies in Yuzhong City sure to increase, it seemed prudent to leave the city sooner rather than later. Time slipped by, and the sound of a door opening jolted Tian back to reality. He turned toward the bathroom. As the 2 girls emerged from the bathroom, his eyes widened in surprise. Their hair was slightly damp, cascading over their shoulders, revealing skin that was pale with a rosy undertone. Mi-do wore a loose sleeping gown with a low neckline, exposing a generous portion of her ample figure. He-ling donned sleepwear too, but her shorts were notably short, leaving Tian uncertain whether it was intentional or not. Her long, fair legs were so alluring that he couldn't help but stare. "Pervert, have you had enough?" He-ling blushed under his gaze, feeling exposed, as she had never dressed so revealingly in front of a man before. In contrast to Mi-do, her neckline was much more modest, revealing only her snowy neck. "I haven't had enough. Oh, why don't you come closer so I can get a better look?" "Get lost. Hurry and take your shower," He-ling retorted playfully. Tian chuckled and turned to the kitchen to fetch some vegetables, placing them on the counter before heading to the bathroom. Though he had plenty of pre-prepared dishes in his storage space, he felt the need to cook for himself occasionally, otherwise he feared he might grow tired of his own cooking. Tian is becoming more and more unruly. Mi-do huffed, her lips curling in a teasing smile. She had seen the unabashed heat in his gaze when he looked at her. "How can you say that?" "I think it's you who is being naughty," He-ling teased back, aware that Mi-do had chosen the revealing clothes knowing a man was present. "You aren't much better, it's a draw." Mi-do shot back, her face flushing as she realized He-ling had caught on to her intentions. "My clothes are from you," He-ling quickly defended herself. "But you seem to enjoy them," Mi-do giggled. "I was just..." He-ling faltered, aware that while the clothes were indeed Mi-do's choice, she secretly wanted to wear them for Tian, showing no intention of refusing such exposed attire. "I'm not discussing this anymore. I'm going to cook." He-ling quickly changed the subject and hurried toward the kitchen. "Wait, let me help you, Sister Ling." Seeing He-ling escape, Mi-do couldn't suppress her triumphant laughter. Inside the bathroom, Yi Tian observed the remnants of their shower. It appeared they had used floral-scented soap. Really, they don't know how to enjoy their wasting the bathtub. With that, Yi Tian filled the tub with water ready to indulge in a relaxing soak. His RV was spacious, but it lacked a bathtub, something he hoped to have in the future. After soaking for a full hour, he emerged wrapped only in a towel and was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Smells great. Who cooked? Both girls had prepared a meal and were seated at the dining table waiting for him. Mido and I made it together. You really take your time. If you had delayed any longer, the food would have gone cold. Mido exclaimed as she hurried to serve him. You, a grown man, take longer to shower than us women. Healing's cheeks reddened as she took in Yi Tian's figure, his well-defined muscles visible beneath the towel. You two just don't know how to relax. A bath is not only comfortable, but also cleaner. Unlike you two who just splashed a bit of water and didn't even know if you were clean. Yi Tian said this casually, walking over to the dining table while drying himself. All right, we know you're clean. Just eat already before it really gets cold, Mido teased, placing a bowl of rice in front of him. After that, she ignored him and began to eat, having fought all day and only snacked on instant noodles in the morning. She was famished and would have started eating long ago if not for waiting for Yi Tian. Yi Tian was not one to hold back. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of meat. Not bad at all. This is on par with what you'd get at a restaurant. Actually, most of the dishes were made by Mido. I'm not very good at cooking. Healing admitted, her cheeks flushing slightly. Come on, Sister Ling, stop flirting with Yi Tian here. The food will really get cold, Mido interjected. You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't been flirting with him at all. On the contrary, you've been sharing a bed with him and have even been touched, Healing retorted without hesitation as Mido teased her. All right, enough of that. Let's eat. Yi Tian interrupted their playful banter with a hearty laugh. As the three of them enjoyed their meal, they began discussing their plans for the future. Brother Yi Tian, are we going to continue looking for your friend next? Mido inquired. Let's check out another place tomorrow. If we haven't found him by then, we'll just leave the city, Yi Tian replied. Where will we go after leaving the city? To Shanghu City. The two girls exchanged knowing glances, not questioning why Yi Tian wanted to go to Shanghu City. Wherever Yi Tian went, they would follow. The fastest way to Shanghu City is to take the expressway, but that requires crossing the Jiang Bridge. Otherwise, we'd have to take a detour of several hundred miles, Mido added while picking at her food. Yes, unless something unexpected happens, the Jiang Bridge is likely blocked off by armed forces. Common folk can't get through, Yi Tian nodded. So this is what you meant by the authorities not allowing survivors to move freely? Mido asked. Exactly. Unless something goes awry, the troops are the ones blocking the bridge, following orders from above to prevent the zombies from Yuzhong City from escaping and to stop survivors from relocating at will, Yi Tian explained. But I still don't understand why the government wouldn't let survivors move freely, Mido expressed her confusion. Because being bitten or scratched by zombies leads to infection. However, those who have survived thus far possess a certain level of resistance. Many have unknowingly evolved, making it highly likely that there are potential carriers among the survivors, Yi Tian clarified. I see. So you mean we should wait for a suitable opportunity to cross the bridge? Mido deduced. Yes. We'll have to see if any opportunities arise, he affirmed. Healing interjected. Actually, it shouldn't be that complicated. I'm a police officer, I should be able to get you across directly. She then pulled her police badge from her pocket. Sister Ling, are you sure your badge is still valid now? I also think it's probably useless. Let's not take unnecessary risks, Mido countered. Healing hesitated, uncertain about the validity of her badge. After all, the police and military are two separate systems, and the established order before this apocalypse no longer existed. Seeing Healing's reluctant yet curious expression, Yi Tian suggested, how about this? Tomorrow we'll go observe the situation first, then make a decision. That's the only option we have, Healing agreed with a nod. After finishing dinner and tidying up the table, the three of them settled on the sofa. Yi Tian retrieved a laptop from his space and placed it on the coffee table. What's this, brother Yi Tian? Mido asked, gazing at the laptop curiously. It contains some downloaded movies and TV shows. If you're bored, you can use it to pass the time, he replied. Mido's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, do you have Resident Evil? I could really use that to learn something. Take a look, you might find it. I also have some chips if you want, he offered. Those will make you gain weight. Healing shook her head in refusal. Sister Ling, with everything that's happening, are you still worried about gaining weight? A little won't hurt. Plus, as evolved beings, we shouldn't have to worry about that, right? Yi Tian reasoned. I would rather die than eat those, Healing insisted firmly. Just don't regret it later. Brother Yi Tian, please get me 2 bags of chips and 2 bags of spicy strips. Mido cheerfully requested, treating Yi Tian like a store. A couple of minutes later, Tian looked at the 10 open bags of chips on the table, feeling speechless, while Ling happily munched away, exclaiming her delight. Didn't she say she would rather die than eat them? Women's words can be deceiving. While the two indulged in binge-watching, Tian set up a pair of binoculars to monitor the situation at the Zhang Bridge. These binoculars could connect to his phone, allowing the visuals to display directly on the screen, even offering a screen recording feature, which saved Tian the trouble of keeping a constant watch. Although it was dark outside, a large floodlight at the bridgehead illuminated the area, enabling him to observe the situation clearly. From what he could see, several large trucks had effectively blocked the bridge, trapping the survivors and zombies from Yuzhong City inside. However, Tian noticed that it wasn't entirely blocked. There was a narrow passage that could fit a single vehicle, and the bridgehead was packed with people and cars. Armed soldiers stood guard on either side of the crowd, while some soldiers at the front were conducting inspections. It seemed they were verifying whether the survivors were infected with the zombie virus. After several minutes, the first group, having undergone multiple layers of checks, was finally allowed to pass. It took approximately 5 minutes to inspect each group. No wonder there was such a long line at the bridgehead. If it weren't for the fully armed soldiers, they would have likely rushed through. Especially at night, when zombies became more active, the situation added additional pressure to those waiting in line. Tian observed for an indeterminate amount of time, contemplating various possibilities. Suddenly, he noticed a police car driving straight to the front from the rear. He zoomed in on the image, clearly seeing a police officer in uniform behind the wheel with what appeared to be family members in the back seat. The middle-aged officer presented his credentials and began speaking to the soldiers, but they waved him off. The officer continued to plead, but the soldiers remained insistent, prompting the officer to start yelling angrily and even throw his credentials to the ground. In a fit of rage, the officer slammed the accelerator, attempting to force his way through. The soldiers on guard didn't hesitate, raising their rifles and opening fire on the police car. At the same time, those waiting in line, whether spurred by the gunfire or hoping to take advantage of the chaos, also attempted to rush forward. The soldiers at the front, however, were equally resolute, firing at the survivors trying to break through. In an instant, sparks flew from the vehicle and the car's windows shattered. Moments later, the soldiers lowered their weapons, leaving the occupants of the police car and the would-be intruders dead. Then a man resembling an officer stepped forward to address the crowd, firing several shots into the air. Only then did the chaos subside and the line resumed. Tian watched this scene unfold without a hint of surprise. Although he hadn't experienced such events in his past life, he had heard of them. Now it was time for him to prepare for the journey out of the city. Checking his system's energy value, he was astonished to find it had reached a terrifying 1:139 points. The bulk of this energy came from clearing the hotel of zombies and monsters earlier that day, with nearly 500 of them eliminated, including some second-level creatures. Monsters were generally more formidable and yielded more energy than zombies of the same level. Yet Tian was conflicted about whether to elevate himself to the 4th level or first raise Mido to the 3rd. If he advanced to the 4th level, Mido wouldn't have enough energy. The same logic applied if he chose to upgrade her. After some thought, Tian ultimately decided to prioritize his own advancement to the 4th level. The 3rd and 4th tiers represent a watershed moment, evident even in the monsters and zombies that inhabit this world. Creatures of the 4th tier possess various incredible abilities, while those of the lower tiers exhibit significantly less strength. Having a top-tier combatant in the team undoubtedly enhances their chances of survival. After coming to this realization, Tian decisively pressed the upgrade button. Name: Tian. Level 4010,0000 energy points can be consumed for upgrades. Strength 405 adult, standard 10. Agility 270 adult, standard 10. Constitution 338 adult, standard 10. Psychic ability empty 225. Skills: Eye of Detection, Hostility, Perception, Mastery of Combat, Absolute Accuracy. Upon reaching the 4th tier, he felt the surge of his newfound strength, and the vertical line on his forehead transformed into a resplendent blue. As anticipated, his abilities vastly surpassed those of the 3rd tier in every aspect. His strength alone equated to that of 40 average individuals. With 2,139 energy points remaining, he considered upgrading Ling as well. Name: Ling. Level 2 energy points can be consumed for upgrades. Strength 45 adult, standard 10. Agility 48 adult, standard 10. Constitution 51 adult, standard 10. Psychic ability light 34. Skills: Firearm Mastery, Disguise Proficiency. Potential level: SS. Potential is graded from A to SSS, with higher levels indicating greater energy conversion efficiency. Charm score 96. Charm score encompasses appearance, physique, and demeanor with a maximum of 100. A higher score facilitates gaining others' trust. With a meager 1639 energy points left, Tian deemed it prudent to conserve this for emergencies. He needed to find ways to acquire more energy points. The current amount was far from sufficient. In comparison to others, Tian's upgrade speed was already terrifying. Most evolvers were still at the first tier, with only a select few gifted individuals reaching the second tier. There was not a single third-tier evolver, let alone a fourth tier. In the realm of evolvers, Tian was undeniably a formidable presence. Unbeknownst to him, the time had slipped away, and he found himself immersed in the system cleanup until past midnight. Stretching his neck, he realized that the two girls had fallen asleep on the sofa without him noticing. Both were exhausted. Mido had hardly slept the previous night and had fought for several hours today, making it easy for her to drift off while watching a show. As for Ling, despite her background as a police officer, she had scarcely slept since the outbreak of the apocalypse, constantly battling wits against a gang of bandits without a moment's respite. Dressed in scanty clothing, Mido's panda-themed outfit was nearly revealing, while Ling's shirt buttons had come undone at some point, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin. With both girls asleep, Tian took a moment to admire the sight, though he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation, as such actions seemed far more appealing when one was fully awake. Approaching the sofa, he gently picked up Ling, who seemed blissfully unaware of being cradled in his arms, her head naturally resting against him. He carried her back to the bedroom, covering her enticing figure with a blanket before stepping out again. As he closed the door, Ling suddenly opened her eyes wide, muttering to herself, "Is this guy even a man?" He didn't take the chance to do anything. It was unclear whether she hoped Tian would take advantage or not. Unaware that Ling had awakened the moment he lifted her, Tian proceeded to pick up Mido, intending to place her in another room. Mido too appeared to be still asleep, but as Tian lifted her, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Taken aback, Tian stood frozen, gazing at Mido. Sensing that he had not moved, Mido stealthily opened her eyes, and upon discovering Tian watching her, hastily shut them again. Since being sponsored, she had harbored gratitude toward Tian, and after spending these days together, she realized she had developed feelings for him. Originally, she would not have been so forthright, but with Ling joining the team today, she decided to take the initiative. Particularly, she had secretly witnessed Tian lifting Ling, and as an evolver, even in slumber, she could sense the slightest changes in her surroundings. Once Tian realized Mido was awake, he chuckled and resumed his journey into the bedroom. After setting her down, he did not leave again. Not long after, sounds of Mido's exclamations of surprise echoed through the room, followed by cries of discomfort. All of this was heard by Ling next door, as the heightened senses of evolvers made them acutely aware of their surroundings. Though Ling had never experienced such a situation and had not even been in a relationship, she certainly understood what was happening given her background as a police officer. As the commotion grew louder, Mido's voice escalated, leaving Ling completely unable to sleep. The sounds persisted for 2 to 3 hours before Ling finally sighed in relief and drifted into a dazed slumber. Around 9 in the morning, Tian, still drowsy and holding Mido, woke up to see a hint of cherry blossom pink on the bed. He chose not to rouse her. After washing up, he noticed that Ling was already awake, albeit sporting dark circles under her eyes. When he inquired about her fatigue, she shot him a glare. "What's wrong with this woman? Has she lost her mind?" he muttered to himself before deciding to check on the situation at the bridge. Just then the bedroom door opened, and a bleary-eyed Mido emerged, rubbing her eyes and yawning. She seemed entirely unaware that her loose nightgown had slipped to one side, nearly exposing her panda-themed outfit. "Wow, up so early. Though we've already. Well, no need to flaunt it so boldly." Ling teased upon seeing Mido's state. At Ling's comment, Mido suddenly realized her attire and gasped, quickly adjusting her clothing. Her face flushed as she hurried back into the bedroom to freshen up. Tian felt slightly embarrassed under Ling's knowing smirk. He quickly glanced at his phone, finally understanding why Ling sported those dark circles. After the three of them finished breakfast, Tian played the video from yesterday for them to watch. Mido took it well, as Tian had repeatedly instilled the rules of survival in the apocalypse in her. Ling, however, was a different story. As a former principled police officer, she was utterly shocked to witness soldiers firing upon survivors. She felt as though her beliefs were crumbling. These were living, breathing people, not mindless zombies or monsters. Lingjie, things are different now. This is the true apocalypse. There are no rules, only the law of the jungle. Mido noticed Ling's ashen complexion and offered her some comforting words. She understood that Ling was struggling to come to terms with this harsh reality, and she felt grateful to have met Tian early on, otherwise she shuddered to think of her fate. After a long moment, Ling finally regained her composure. She glanced at Mido and then at Tian, who seemed indifferent while smoking. Biting her lip, she silently nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Dodo, and thank you, Tian." He Ling suddenly realized that the world had truly changed. It was no longer the era of peace and prosperity. The rules of the past were utterly irrelevant in this new apocalypse. At the same time, she felt fortunate to be with Tian, as she held great confidence in her looks and physique. In this apocalypse, women, especially beautiful ones, either needed to possess considerable strength or have a powerful ally. Otherwise, they risked becoming mere outlets for others' frustrations. Ling Jie from now on will be the closest of partners. No need to be polite. It seems there are significantly fewer people at the bridge than yesterday, Mido assessed through the images on her phone. The three of them observed that the number of people at the bridge appeared markedly reduced compared to the previous day, though it remained unclear whether they had successfully passed security or for some other reason. I think it's about time. Let's get ready and head out. The sooner we leave the city, the better, Tian said, pulling his gaze from the screen. The two girls responded in unison, all right. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare, just the clothes they had changed out of yesterday which had dried in the heat. A few minutes later, they were fully geared up again. He Ling still exuded an impressive aura, while Mido, having undergone some toughening, bore a hint of a soldier's demeanor. The trio set out. They jumped down from the same window they had arrived through, the sound of their landing attracting nearby monsters and zombies. Haha. Zombies had evolved to stack themselves and climb, so they couldn't let them gather, otherwise even the second or third floors would become perilous. At this point, exposing themselves was of little concern. Tian drew a silenced pistol and fired at the nearest zombie, his aim unfailingly precise, without the need for careful targeting. Mido and He Ling joined the fray simultaneously, each focusing on a different direction. 10 minutes later, the last zombie lured over was dispatched. Next, let's create some chaos for them and take the chance to rush through. After eliminating the final zombie, Tian had already devised a plan to cross the river bridge. The strategy was to exploit the survivors to create confusion among the military blocking the bridge, allowing them to rush across. Why not wait patiently in line to cross the bridge? That was absurd. Not only would their armored RV attract unwanted attention, but Tian would never entrust his fate to others. The girl's beauty was a double-edged sword. Soldiers often laid hands on attractive young women. Given Tian's temperament, how could he allow anyone to touch Mido and He Ling? Tian drove the vehicle to a concealed spot roughly 500 meters from the river bridge. The zombies in the vicinity had mostly been cleared by survivors, and the situation at the bridge was now fully visible from their vantage point. Over 200 fully armed soldiers were stationed there, with more than 10 dedicated to inspections and 50 or so on guard duty, while others were positioned along the flanks to prevent any disturbances. Xiaoling, can you take out the enemy from here with a sniper rifle? Tian retrieved a sniper rifle from his space and handed it to He Ling. He Ling gave a thumbs up, closing one eye to gauge the distance. It's about 500 meters, no problem. Good. You cover the right side, I'll handle the left. You're taking the left. How will you do that? I thought there was only one sniper rifle. He Ling queried, perplexed as she accepted the rifle. Who told you I only had one sniper rifle? As Tian produced another imposing sniper rifle, He Ling's composure faltered instantly. Compared to Tian's weapon, her rifle seemed like a toy. Is this what you call a sniper rifle? The barrel looks at least 20 millimeters in diameter. I'd believe it was a cannon. Brother Tian, is that really a gun? The barrel is so thick. Mido stared in shock at the sniper rifle in Tian's hands. Don't you know how thick my gun is? Both Mido and He Ling momentarily lost their wits, and when they regained their senses, they blushed in unison. Brother Tian, you're so annoying. Mido pouted. I want to use your gun. Yours looks much more formidable. He Ling, excited by the sight of the larger sniper rifle, clamored for it. This gun has too much recoil. You won't be able to handle it. Even using your panda as a buffer wouldn't suffice. Uff, you rogue, you never miss a chance to take advantage. He Ling flushed and retorted. However, she understood that Tian spoke the truth. The power of such a thick weapon would certainly be accompanied by remarkable recoil. Rolling her eyes at him, He Ling took aim at a soldier who appeared to be an officer at the bridge. Tian also set up his rifle against his shoulder. Bang! Bang! With 2 shots, 2 soldiers fell, one of them obliterated above the waist. The surrounding soldiers barely had time to react before they were also taken down in an instant. The cannon sniper rifle indeed proved its might. Before the soldiers could collect themselves, another shot rang out as He Ling's bullet struck a soldier, piercing through his skull and sending him crashing to the ground. Enemy attack. Finally, the soldiers reacted. An officer shouted, and they quickly took cover, entering full alert mode. Though it seemed lengthy, it had taken less than 2 seconds for them to respond, which was why they were still catching up. Tian calmly observed the soldiers now hidden behind cover, halting He Ling's impulse to keep firing. 10 seconds later, the cannon sniper rifle was ready to fire again, and Tian aimed at the fuel tank of a heavy truck. Bang! With a thunderous shot, the truck's fuel tank exploded into flames. The fire rapidly engulfed several other trucks nearby, while soldiers hiding behind the truck were consumed by the flames, scattering in terror. Boom. In mere seconds, the other trucks were completely engulfed, resulting in a massive explosion. The blocked bridge was violently breached, flames soaring into the sky, and the soldiers closest were instantly incinerated. Only those stationed further away managed to escape the disaster. The survivors who had been waiting in line noticed the chaos at the bridge, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Someone shouted, "Now's our chance. Rush across, or we're done for." The survivors surged toward the bridge, and the soldiers, seeing the incoming tide, immediately raised their weapons and opened fire. Tat tat tat. The barrage of gunfire rained down like a storm on the rushing survivors. "Damn it! Brothers, take them down. Curse them." Some survivors, enraged by the soldiers' gunfire, retaliated fiercely. The sheer number of survivors far outmatched the soldiers, and the remaining few could not withstand the onslaught. Before long, soldiers began to fall under the survivors' assault. Tian watched the scene with a stoic expression. "Now it's our turn to rush the bridge. Let's go." Tian instructed Do to take the wheel, and she slammed the accelerator, unleashing the full power of the armored RV, which shot forward like an arrow. Not long after, the foremost survivor, braving the hail of bullets, approached the bridge. "Haha, I'm finally leaving this damned place." Upon witnessing this scene, the survivors behind him went wild, as if they had caught a glimpse of hope, and each one accelerated towards the bridge in a frenzy. Yet no one noticed a heavily armored vehicle rapidly charging from behind, its violent explosions having already drawn the attention of the nearby monsters and zombies. A throng of zombies surged towards the bridge, moving with a speed that was alarmingly close to that of normal humans. If anyone had looked closely at these zombies, they would have noticed that a dozen of them had yellow beads on their foreheads. At that moment, just as the survivors rushed toward the bridge, the armored vehicle barreled through, crashing into some of the zombies, sending them flying as it surged toward the Jiang Bridge with astonishing speed. "What the hell? Is that an RV? Run! The zombies are coming." The commotion caused by the armored vehicle finally caught the survivors' attention. They soon realized the horde of zombies gathering behind them. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted as the armored vehicle driven by Tian crashed through the cars, blocking the way, leaving the survivors and soldiers in stunned disbelief. "This vehicle is insane. It can just plow through cars. If only we had one of those, we'd be so much safer. This vehicle is mine. I called it." Seeing the extraordinary armored vehicle, the frantic survivors were overtaken by greed. One by one, as the vehicle passed, they either attempted to climb aboard or opened fire, hoping to force it to stop. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. The armored vehicle had already picked up speed, and with its formidable armor, it easily shrugged off the threats posed by the survivors. Those attempting to board the vehicle couldn't hold on. Even if they managed to grab on, they would be flung off in an instant. The bullets striking the armored vehicle merely sparked, harmlessly failing to affect it in any way. "Quick, block it." As the armored vehicle approached like a whirlwind, the soldiers stationed at the checkpoint panicked, abandoning the survivors and concentrating their fire on the armored vehicle. Ding. Armor value 10. Ding. Armor value 5. A barrage of notifications echoed as the armored vehicle's protective value dropped rapidly. However, it wasn't long before a cannon shell fired by Tian struck the crowd, causing an explosion that sent soldiers sprawling in all directions. Gunfire became chaotic. Boom. Within seconds, the armored vehicle broke through the soldiers' defensive line, allowing Tian and his crew to successfully breach the checkpoint. "Do, keep driving forward." "Got it, brother Tian." Tian caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the soldiers, still in shock at the sight of the armored vehicle breaking through the checkpoint, as if they couldn't believe it. But soon they regained their senses, redirecting their weapons toward the survivors, resolutely executing their orders. A fierce clash erupted between the survivors and the soldiers. Meanwhile, Tian retrieved his cannon sniper rifle, targeting the fuel tanks of the heavy trucks at the bridge, shooting to ignite them. In an instant, massive shockwaves and towering flames erupted, hurling the nearest soldiers away and obliterating the survivors who had fought so hard to get through. A series of violent explosions rang out, causing many cars and trucks to pile up, effectively blocking the bridge with a formidable barrier. This completely sealed off the possibility of zombies and survivors from the city center crossing the Jiang Bridge. As the armored vehicle distanced itself from the bridge, Tian sat expressionless in the passenger seat. Ling and Do understood his reasoning and said nothing, though Tian's actions appeared ruthless, especially to the survivors who saw him as a devil. This was the apocalypse, survival of the fittest. Once the tide of zombies from behind caught up, the consequences could result in Tian being trapped on the bridge, unable to move forward or backward. Yi Tian harbored no pity for those survivors. When they saw the armored vehicle, their only thought was to seize it for themselves. They even fired recklessly at the vehicle, indifferent to the lives of those inside. Had it not been for the vehicle's formidable defenses, they would likely have been trapped at the bridgehead. Brother Yi Tian, it seems there's a horde of zombies ahead. Dodo, driving, was the first to notice the situation up ahead. From their vantage point, they could clearly see countless zombies gathering at this end of the bridge, likely drawn by the explosions. Yi Tian also spotted the horde at the bridgehead. Although there was still about 500 meters to cover, he could vaguely see more than one level 2 zombie among them. Brother Yi Tian, the monsters are gathering towards us. What should we do? Dodo's voice was tinged with urgency, as the number of zombies at the bridgehead was terrifying. We need to act. Healing, take control of the Gatling gun. Don't hold back on the ammo. Dodo, focus on driving, and don't stop for anything. Okay. Understood. Upon hearing Yi Tian's orders, the two women nodded in agreement, each taking on their respective roles. Yi Tian leaned out of the sunroof, setting up his cannon sniper rifle atop the vehicle. He had spotted a zombie that was clearly different from the others, rapidly advancing towards the armored vehicle. This was a level 3 zombie. With the armored vehicle now speeding at 100 mph, the distance between them was closing rapidly. The level 3 zombie was massive, resembling a small car in size. Its physical prowess was astonishing, sending smaller vehicles flying in its path, its impact akin to that of a heavy truck. As it leapt onto the vehicle's roof, the roof crumpled under its weight. Healing, that zombie is formidable. Now only 200 meters from the bridgehead, Healing's pupils constricted as she too noticed the level 3 zombie. That zombie is followed by several creatures that are clearly not ordinary zombies. Yi Tian, you handle the level 3 zombie, I'll take care of the rest. With that, Healing pressed the Gatling gun's trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the advancing monstrosity. Rat-a-tat. The bullets left numerous wounds on the level 3 zombie, yet it charged forward undeterred. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, he fired his cannon sniper rifle, sending a bullet flying. The sniper bullet pierced straight through the level 3 zombie's skull, exploding its head into a shower of gore. Bang! Instantly, the enormous body of the level 3 zombie crashed to the ground, its inertia sending several cars toppling before finally coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 3 zombie, energy value 1000. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of a level 3 zombie, reward infinite PRG rocket launcher. The infinite PRG rocket launcher could fire rockets endlessly. One rocket spawned every second. Was this not a windfall? Looking at the horde ahead, Yi Tian felt as though he had struck gold. These zombies no longer seemed terrifying, instead they appeared almost endearing. However, even in the face of such a fierce assault, the mindless tide of corpses continued to recklessly charge toward the armored RV. Even though the most significant threat, the Tier 3 zombies, had been dealt with swiftly, the remaining horde was still formidable. We can't keep going like this, so we need to find a way out, or we'll be completely trapped here, Mi-Do said anxiously. Trust Yi Tian, he will find a solution. Healing, ever calm despite the encroaching horde, remained composed, her background as a special police officer shining through. Let me show you something new. Yi Tian, aware of the urgency of the situation, pulled out a PGR rocket launcher from his storage space. Without hesitation, he aimed at the densest part of the zombie horde and fired a rocket. With a whoosh, the rocket raced toward the tide of corpses, its tail emitting flames. Boom. The rocket struck the horde, exploding violently and unleashing a massive fireball that soared 3 stories high, instantly engulfing the surrounding zombies in a tremendous shockwave. Even the remaining vehicles were detonated. A series of explosions rocked the ground, causing violent tremors. Look, Sister Ling, a large area ahead has been cleared. Healing recognized the weapon immediately, the rocket launcher. She couldn't recall any weapon of such devastating capability in the police armory. For them, this was indeed a boon. With the rocket launcher, the RV would no longer be confined by the horde. Yet in the face of such intense explosions, the mindless zombies continued their charge toward the RV. In the next moment, Yi Tian fired his second rocket. Boom. Another deafening explosion resonated, clearing approximately 100 zombies in an instant. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a Tier 1 zombie, energy value 10. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a Tier 1 monster, energy value 20. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a Tier 1 monster, energy value 100. The prompts rang out in rapid succession, but Yi Tian had no time to check. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the piles of zombies, viewing them as treasures. These were free energy points coming right to him. He continued to fire rockets, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Each explosion cleared a large swath, but the horde seemed endless. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Had they not been at the bridgehead, the RV would have long been surrounded by the dense swarm. Fortunately, Tian had dealt with the most significant threat, the Tier 3 zombies, beforehand. Otherwise, the sheer force of their impact would have been enough to spell disaster. Tian, the zombies behind are catching up, Ling shouted urgently as she glanced into the rearview mirror. Hearing her voice, Tian turned to look back. Indeed, the zombies were already crossing the abandoned vehicles, making their way toward them. Don't stop, charge forward. Tian commanded, decisively urging Mido to keep moving while he cleared the way with rockets. Despite the immense power of the rockets and the infinite ammunition, if he continued firing at such a high intensity, the launcher might malfunction. With each explosion, the zombies ahead were cleared, creating a path wide enough for the RV to pass. Mido decisively maneuvered the armored RV across the bridge and quickly onto a side road she had observed to have fewer zombies. Tian continued to use the rocket launcher to clear their path, occasionally firing back toward the pursuing horde. Boom boom. With the combined firepower of the rocket launcher and the Gatling gun, a breach was finally torn in the zombie tide. Mido slammed the accelerator, and the RV surged forward like a fierce beast, breaking free from the encirclement. As they sped away, leaving the horde behind, all three of them let out a sigh of relief. Beyond the Jiangkou Bridge lay the outskirts of Yuzhong City, specifically the Wanbao district. Once they passed through Wanbao district, they could access the highway directly. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wanbao district, where the number of survivors was noticeably higher. Looking out the window, they saw many people driving their vehicles, methodically scavenging for supplies under the blazing sun. These were the nascent forms of survivor factions still in their early stages. Naturally, the armored RV drew many envious glances, but the imposing sight of the Gatling gun deterred any would-be troublemakers. Tian tallied his energy points. This escape had netted him a staggering 46750 energy points. The thought of going back to clear out another wave of zombies made his mouth water. Adding to his existing total of 48389 points, he had spent 3265 points repairing the RV's defense during the escape, primarily due to the gunfire and the horde. After spending 3265 points to restore the defense, he was left with 45124 points. It seems I need to gather some metal materials to specifically repair the defense. Otherwise at this rate no amount of energy points will be enough. Upgrading himself required 8000 points, and upgrading the RV again would cost 6000 points. It was incredibly challenging. He needed to be frugal with his energy points and devise strategies to accumulate more in the future. Tian lacked supplies and equipment, but was in dire need of energy points. As noon approached, Tian instructed Mido to find a quiet spot to park the RV, allowing them to rest and eat lunch before continuing their journey. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the highway entrance. It was no longer wise to travel in the darkness. The RV's headlights would attract unwanted attention, increasing unnecessary risks. Thus, the three decided to find a nearby spot to park and rest, intending to continue their journey the next day. Originally, they had planned to enter the highway before dark, but they had encountered a group of survivors on the road. This group of survivors had somehow acquired firearms and eyed the armored RV hungrily. Unaware of the Gatling gun on the roof, they recklessly opened fire on Tian. Consequently, they lost considerable time dealing with the dozen or so attackers, and the gunfire attracted more zombies. It was this delay that led them to arrive at the highway entrance just before nightfall. After parking the RV, the three of them sank into the sofa to rest. Do either of you want to take a shower first? After dinner, we can rest well. Tomorrow might bring more tough battles, Ling suggested. I'll go first, Mido said, getting up and heading toward the bathroom. Sister Ling, wait for me. Mido quickly followed, not forgetting to ask Tian for 2 sets of clothes before entering. Tian pulled out a feast of 8 dishes from his storage space, a bountiful meal. Half an hour later, the two girls emerged from the bathroom, both dressed similarly in shorts and short-sleeved shirts due to the heat, looking quite pleasant. What are you staring at? It's your turn to shower. Ling shot Tian a glare, noticing his unabashed gaze, while Mido chuckled beside her, enjoying the banter. She loved watching the playful exchanges between Tian and Ling. What's there to be afraid of? With that, Tian deliberately focused his gaze on Ling's ample bosom. Ling's face flushed, and she shot Tian a glare. You rogue. After dinner, Tian took Mido into the room to engage in their favorite activities. Meanwhile, as Tian and the others were resting and eating on the outskirts of Yuzhong City, several officers were gathered around a conference table in a makeshift command center. In front of the table, a monitor displayed footage of Tian and his companions forcefully breaching the cross-river bridge in an armored vehicle. Once the video of Tian's breakthrough concluded, other clips began to play. These clips featured various survivors attempting to break through barriers, some storming police stations to seize firearms, while others indiscriminately opened fire. Watching these videos, the expressions of the officers grew grim. There were 8 individuals present, among them a middle-aged man with a square face appearing to be in his 50s. He was the top commander of the Yuzhong Military District, General Chen Hai. The other 7 were senior military officers. These people are utterly unrestrained. If this were in the past, I would have dispatched a squad to eliminate them all. One officer slammed his hand on the table, speaking vehemently. The burly officer across from him raised an eyebrow. You can take people there right now, and no one is stopping you. What the hell do you mean by that? If it weren't for my subordinates suffering heavy losses a few days ago, I would have taken a helicopter and bombed them myself. You can still go now, can't you? Enough. Stop arguing. Look at yourselves. General Chen Hai, seated at the head of the table, intervened to quell the dispute. Though furious at those who dared to shoot at soldiers, Chen Hai felt powerless. If it were just a few individuals, he could easily deploy armed helicopters to deal with them. However, the problem extended beyond this incident. The other locations were also under varying degrees of attack. Chaos reigned everywhere, compounded by a reckless order from some so-called experts to prevent zombies and monsters from leaving the city, even if it meant killing the survivors still inside rather than allowing the undead to escape. Thus, the survivors faced with obstruction became increasingly desperate. Coupled with the heavy losses the military had endured during the early outbreak, they too were at a loss. It is not the time to deal with them. Our primary targets remain the monsters and zombies. Many of the soldiers deployed last night were injured. Our foremost task now is to enhance monitoring of them and determine if any infections exist. Everything else can wait, do you understand? Yes, General. The 7 senior officers immediately stood at attention, responding loudly to Chen Hai's orders. The resistance of evolved individuals to zombie infection was no secret to the military, so investigating for potential infections was a complex matter. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Tian was suddenly awakened by the unmistakable sound of helicopters flying overhead. The cacophony was impossible to ignore. And it wasn't just one; a succession of helicopters passed by. Healing and Mido were also roused from their sleep. Tian, what's happening? Healing asked. Armed helicopters, Tian replied. The Nuwa system could directly connect to the cameras outside the vehicle, allowing Tian to see the helicopters in the sky. Why are so many helicopters mobilized? What are they up to? Healing yawned, puzzled. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be trouble at the military camp. We can't stay here any longer, we have to leave immediately. At that moment, Tian recalled a rumor in the early days of the apocalypse. A military camp had been completely overrun, resulting in a terrifying army of hundreds of thousands of zombies. This was the first military camp to fall since the outbreak began. Tian's expression grew serious. If that were true, then the tide of undead would continue to advance. The 2 girls noticed the gravity of the situation from Tian's demeanor and hurried to wash up. After a quick breakfast, Mido slammed the accelerator, crashing through the zombies that had gathered around the vehicle the night before and quickly drove onto the street. Roar! The sudden roar of the armored vehicle immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, who came rushing toward it with a chorus of growls. There are so many zombies. Healing and Mido finally saw the mass of zombies outside the armored vehicle, an endless sea of the undead. Stop standing there in a daze. Follow the usual plan. Mido, you drive. Xiaoling, you handle the Gatling gun. They'll clear the way for the vehicle. Tian shouted as he leaned out of the sunroof, aiming a rocket launcher at the front of the vehicle. Boom. 10 minutes later, thanks to the formidable firepower of the rocket launcher, the group successfully broke through the most densely packed area of zombies and onto the main highway leading to the expressway. At that moment, the sound of helicopters echoed once more in the sky, a sound to which the 3 had grown accustomed. As they surged out of the zombie horde, military and civilian helicopters occasionally flew overhead. Tian had already deduced their purpose. There must have been a problem at the military camp, and these helicopters were dispatched for support. After all, the number of zombies here was simply overwhelming. If not controlled, a full-blown zombie tide would spell disaster for the entire military camp. Sadly, Tian knew their efforts would be in vain. As the armored vehicle entered the main road, the site before them was littered with wrecked cars and zombies. Tian were at least 10 kilometers from the center of the zombie horde, right? Healing asked. Xiaoling, we've already traveled 12 kilometers, Mido replied while driving. Even so, the density of zombies here is still frightening. In addition to the thousands of zombies trailing the armored vehicle, there were roughly 1,000 more on either side of the road. Notably, some of the zombies following closely behind were of the second evolution stage. However, the armored vehicle was moving quickly, and as long as they didn't get stuck, these zombies posed no real threat. Just then, Mido, who was driving, exclaimed, Yi Tian and Xiaoling look ahead. Yi Tian and He Ling, both evolved individuals, immediately turned their attention to the front. In the distance, something emitting black smoke was plummeting toward them from the sky. Is that a helicopter? He Ling asked uncertainly. Mido, stop the vehicle. Yi Tian shouted. Screech. Mido slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt, releasing the acrid smell of burnt rubber. Within seconds, the helicopter crashed down not far in front of the armored vehicle, followed by a series of enormous explosions that soared flames dozens of meters high, casting the faces of the three within the vehicle in a fiery glow. Mido felt a wave of relief wash over her. That was close. If Yi Tian hadn't warned us in time, we might have. They didn't realize that the armored vehicle could withstand such explosions. It was just that its protective value was likely at its limit, and Yi Tian was reluctant to lose any of that energy. This was an armed helicopter, and the explosion was not limited to the helicopter itself. It also involved the bombs it carried. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually settled, a massive crater appeared ahead, nearly spanning the entire width of the road. Gazing at the gaping hole that the helicopter had nearly severed in two, Yi Tian decisively instructed Mido to turn back, for such a vast chasm surely could not be traversed by an armored vehicle. Dodo turned back. Backtrack. Oh, so we'll take the side route to the highway, right? Got it. Mido responded promptly and turned the armored vehicle around, steering towards a junction that led away from the explosion site. This route also connected to the highway, albeit requiring a longer detour. However, they had scarcely traveled down this road for 3 minutes when another unexpected event unfolded. Another armed helicopter suddenly lost control and most fortuitously crashed right in front of them. For reasons unknown, it seemed that the helicopters above were collectively losing control, one after another, plummeting from the sky as if it were raining. What is going on? The expressions on Mido and He Ling shifted dramatically. Let's not worry about the situation now. We can't proceed any further. We need to find a place to take cover until this calms down. Observing the helicopters crashing and exploding in rapid succession, Yi Tian made an immediate decision to wait until the chaos subsided. Setting aside concerns about whether the armored vehicle would be struck by falling helicopters, he understood that the resulting explosions would undoubtedly attract countless nearby zombies. If they were besieged by these creatures and found themselves trapped, it would spell disaster. Who among you is familiar with this area? Do you know where we can find some shelter? Yi Tian took over the wheel from Mido and inquired of the two girls. He was worried that Mido might not react swiftly enough to the falling helicopters, which could lead to dangerous situations. I used to be in charge of this area. There are several tall buildings nearby, but I suggest we head to a hotel on the edge that has a route that leads directly to the highway. He Ling considered for a moment and offered her suggestion. Although the hotel was a bit distant, it was located in a fringe area and provided a direct route to the highway, facilitating their escape. All right, let's go there. Set the navigation. Yi Tian nodded as He Ling quickly selected the hotel's address on the screen. As they drove, it seemed that the less trafficked route contributed to their relative safety. Aside from the occasional sound of a helicopter crashing, the noise of the zombies was much diminished, with only a pitiful few hundred present. Consequently, they reached the hotel in a mere 10 minutes without incident. Circling around the hotel, Yi Tian noticed that the area was swarming with zombies. After handing the driving back to Mido to continue circling the hotel, the group divided their tasks. Yi Tian poked his head out of the sunroof with his Thunder God M4, while He Ling manned the Gatling gun. The sound of rocket fire would be far too alarming. The last thing they needed was to blow up the hotel. A torrent of bullets rained down on the horde of zombies, and within minutes the surrounding undead were cleared away. As the armored vehicle halted at the hotel entrance, Yi Tian noticed that the entrance to this hotel, like the New World Shopping Center, had a roll-down gate. None of the second-floor windows were open from the outside. It seemed as though wooden boards had been used to barricade them from the inside. Moreover, he could see several zombies inside, drawn in by the commotion of the armored vehicle. I'm sorry, Yi Tian, I didn't expect the situation to be like this, Mido and He Ling exclaimed as they emerged from the sunroof, clearly having realized the predicament. Yi Tian held no blame against her. She couldn't have known. It's fine, I will find another place. Just as Yi Tian was about to give up on this location, a rope dangled before them. All three instinctively looked up. The rope had been tossed out from a window on the 7th floor. At that moment, a person inside stretched their head out and waved at the trio, as if beckoning them to hurry up. It's Sister Ling. Both girls exclaimed in unison, then exchanged surprised glances. You know her too? They asked simultaneously. Now is not the time for discussions. Hurry up and climb, I'll cover you from below. Got it. The two girls replied in unison, fully aware that this was not the moment for further discussion, and quickly grasped the rope to ascend. Both were now second-tier evolvers, and this level of climbing was still quite easy for them. Within moments, they scaled the rope to the 7th floor window, and entered through it. Seeing that both had made it inside, Tian followed suit, climbing up the rope, while mentally instructing Nuwa to steer the vehicle into a nearby alley. Although Nuwa could not drive the armored vehicle with the finesse of an intelligent autopilot, controlling it for such simple maneuvers posed no challenge. Tian soon entered the room, surveying the hotel suite, which was furnished like an ordinary household. However, the furniture in the living room had been pushed against the door, barricading it. Outside, he could faintly hear the groans of zombies. Mi-Do and He-Ling were clustered around another girl, chattering excitedly. Tian scrutinized the girl, estimating her height at around 1.75 meters, appearing to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. Her figure was voluptuous. Another stunning beauty, though she now looked somewhat disheveled, as if she hadn't attended to her personal hygiene in quite some time. When he activated his probing skill to assess her information, his pupils constricted sharply. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered a special individual with potential and charm values that meet the criteria. Upon successful binding, you will gain one of their random skills and the ability to enhance and upgrade it. Name Ling Jun. Level 1, 396,500, can level up by consuming energy. Strength 18, average adult 10. Agility 21, average adult 10. Constitution 27, average adult 10. Ability physical mental 20. Potential value SSS. Potential is graded A, B, C, D, E, F, S, 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 with higher levels indicating greater energy conversion efficiency. Charm value 99. Charm includes appearance, figure, and temperament, with a maximum score of 100. Higher charm values lead to greater trust from others. Potential value SSS. This was the only other individual Tian had encountered with an SS level potential. Moreover, her charm value was an astounding 99 points. Her abilities were both physical and mental, indicating she possessed two distinct powers. Simply remarkable. It seemed that Ling Jun sensed Tian's gaze, for she turned to Mi-Do and asked, "Is this your savior?" "I forgot to introduce you to Sister Ling." Mi-Do suddenly realized her excitement at seeing Ling Jun, having made her overlook Tian. "Tian, this is my former instructor Ling Jun. Don't let her beauty fool you. She's a renowned medical doctor, well known internationally. Moreover, she has made significant achievements in chemistry and physics, holding doctoral titles in both fields, but her expertise truly lies in medicine." "Is that for real?" Tian was astonished. The girl appeared quite young, and what was more remarkable was her interdisciplinary expertise. Physics and chemistry could be somewhat related, but biology had no connection to the other two. Staring at this exceedingly youthful girl, Tian's mouth dropped open. What defines a genius? This is a genius. Absolutely true. Sister Jun is very famous in the academic world. He-Ling chimed in. "How did you two meet?" "It seems like she wouldn't have much in common with someone in law enforcement like you," Tian said, looking at He-Ling with some confusion. "Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm just interested in these subjects. I'm a good friend of Xiaoling's sister, so naturally I know Xiaoling," Ling Jun said with a smile. She had heard the commotion outside the window and realized it was Mi-Do and He-Ling, which prompted her to drop the rope to rescue them. "Wow, Ling Jie, you have a sister. How come I never heard you mention her?" Mi-Do asked, puzzled as she looked at He-Ling. "The two of them don't get along and often undermine each other, so they hardly keep in touch," Ling Jun laughed, covering her mouth. "Sister Jun, if you mention her again, I won't talk to you anymore," He-Ling threatened playfully. Seeing He-Ling's adorable expression, Ling Jun couldn't help but laugh, though she noticed He-Ling seemed reluctant to bring up her sister, so Tian and Mi-Do didn't press the matter further. However, it was evident to all that a hint of concern lingered in her expression, and they chose not to confront her about it. "Sister Jun, why are you here all alone? Someone of your caliber should be under protection by the state, right?" In the midst of an apocalypse, it was heartening to encounter familiar faces, which is why Mi-Do and He-Ling initially overlooked this issue. Reflecting on it now, however, something felt amiss. The Ministry of Security is overwhelmed with their own problems. They don't have the capacity to look after someone like me. Ling Jun shook her head. "I heard from acquaintances that there is an air defense base beneath the military camp, which would be safer, and I had intended to go there." When she mentioned acquaintances, she cast a glance at He-Ling, whose face turned slightly pale. That so-called acquaintance was naturally her sister. But these zombies are terrifying, as some of them are markedly different from ordinary zombies. My arrows struggled to take them down. I drove straight towards the military camp, eliminating some ordinary zombies along the way, but soon I encountered a massive horde and had no choice but to find a place to hide. I did come across some military personnel, but unfortunately they mentioned their mission was to rescue a high-ranking official and paid no attention to survivors like us. I searched several locations, all teeming with zombies, until I found this hotel and hid in this room, relying on the supplies inside to survive until now. In these past few days, I've noticed my physical condition improving remarkably along with some peculiar abilities, though I haven't had the chance to test them out. This morning, I was awakened by the sound of helicopters and kept watching from the window, hoping for an opportunity to escape until you all appeared. The three of them were taken aback. A girl ventured into a horde of zombies alone. How impressive. One can only say you're exceptionally lucky and courageous. Had you been at the military camp, you might have already become a zombie or been devoured by one. Yi Tian's words left Ling Jun momentarily stunned. Are you implying something went wrong at the military camp? Or that there are many zombies there? Not just many, Sister Jun, it's more accurate to say there are zombies everywhere. It's an endless sea of them. Mido added, patting her chest, still shaken by the thought of that overwhelming tide of corpses. Ling Jun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really that extreme? So you escaped from the military camp? Yes, you could say that. Although it's a bit of a distance, it's not too far from the camp, Mido nodded. You all are incredible. Ling Jun had mostly encountered small groups of zombies in these past few days, nearly failing to escape. The idea of what Mido described, zombies everywhere, made her wonder how they had managed to get away, especially with the likelihood of advanced zombies among them. She couldn't even imagine how they had escaped. On the day the apocalypse erupted, she remained in the laboratory, thus she had not witnessed the chaos, otherwise she wouldn't have been this shocked. Noticing Ling Jun seemed lost in thought, Mido shifted the topic. Sister Jun, what are your plans moving forward? At Mido's question, Ling Jun snapped back to reality and contemplated for a moment. I initially intended to go to the military district, but now I have no idea where to go. Ultimately, she was still just a girl. Making it here on her own during the apocalypse was already a significant feat. Now, knowing what Mido had shared, it was clear she couldn't go there. If the military camp couldn't protect itself, how could it possibly safeguard her? It would likely be a death sentence to go there, and Ling Jun felt increasingly lost about what to do next. Watching her in contemplation, Yi Tian shook his head. Meanwhile, Mido, sensing the moment, quietly pulled Yi Tian aside. Dodo, what's up? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Yi Tian Gij, could you let Sister Jun join us? Mido hesitated, fidgeting with her clothes as she asked. Seeing her demeanor, Yi Tian teased her. You know I can't just let anyone join us. That wouldn't benefit me at all. On the contrary, it might bring trouble. Of course, Mido was aware of Yi Tian's abilities. Without him, she and He Ling wouldn't have survived until now, let alone thrive. Sister Jun is quite remarkable. She managed to escape so far on her own, far more capable than I am. She's also very athletic and excels in archery, so she definitely wouldn't slow us down. And if any of us falls ill, she could help us heal. Mido recounted Ling Jun's strengths enthusiastically. You probably don't realize that as an evolved being, we don't really get colds or fevers, do you? Yi Tian feigned disinterest. Seeing Yi Tian's refusal to budge, Mido bit her lip, shifting nervously, as if she had made a significant decision. Blushing, she leaned close to Yi Tian's ear and whispered something. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he responded, all right, I agree. What Mido proposed intrigued him greatly, and he had already intended to recruit Ling Jun into the team. An SS-level talent was not someone he could afford to overlook. She was the only SS-level person he had encountered. This had nothing to do with her physique or beauty. Absolutely not. At least that's how Yi Tian reassured himself. Of course, he wouldn't share these thoughts with Mido. He could only revel in his quiet triumph. Just when I was racking my brain on how to get her to join us, I didn't expect Mido to resolve it for me, and I even unlocked a new side of her. What a twofold victory. Dodo, that silly girl, probably thinks she should thank me. Sure enough. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Yi Tian Gij. Hearing Yi Tian's affirmative response, Mido leaped for joy, immediately giving him a peck on the cheek. Watching Mido return to Ling Jun beaming as she explained the proposal to join Yi Tian's team, he smiled and decided to step back, casually pulling out a cigarette and standing by the window to smoke. The zombies outside were numerous, a sea of them stretching as far as the eye could see. Next, Yi Tian needed to take the highway early and find Xia Shui. This had become a burden in his heart. He longed to ask her why she had vanished. A thorn had lodged itself in his heart. Had it not been for the unexpected acquisition of the system which assured him that Mido and He Ling would never betray him, he would have dared to trust no one. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while smoking a cigarette. He was unaware that the cigarette in his hand had long since extinguished. Yi Tian, thank you for taking me in. Ling Jun's voice broke his reverie, and he turned to see her looking at him with gratitude, her eyes sparkling. In this apocalyptic world, it was a rare opportunity for her to join someone like him. Though she possessed an exquisite figure and appearance, Mido and He Ling were equally remarkable, each capable of standing on their own. You're welcome. We're glad to have you with us. Yi Tian greeted her with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. This character will be 100 loyal to the host and will never betray. Reward skill limb regeneration. Limb regeneration. No need to fear losing an arm or a leg, they can regrow. At this moment, Tian could finally see Ling Jun's skills. Initially, he only knew she was at the first level, but was unaware of her specific abilities. The Eye of Detection could only reveal basic information, it could not probe into skills. Name Ling Jun. Level 1, 396,500 energy consumption can lead to upgrades. Strength 18 average adult 10. Agility 21 average adult 10. Constitution 27 average adult 10. Ability physical mental 20. Skills. Medical recovery can heal designated individuals, treating both external and internal injuries as well as viral infections. Gene enhancement can perform basic enhancements on each individual, significantly improving strength, agility, and constitution attributes. Limited to 1 use per person per level. Mental control can fully control zombies below her level. Potential value SSS. Potential grades range from A to SSS. The higher the potential, the more efficient the energy conversion. Charm value 99 points. Charm value encompasses appearance, figure, and demeanor with a maximum of 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust. 3 skills in total. 1 more than either He Ling or Mi Do, and just the right number. Tian had a vague suspicion that the number of skills was related to potential value. He found Ling Jun's 3 skills quite practical. Medical recovery spoke for itself, essentially making her a healer. Then there was gene enhancement, which could significantly boost the entire team's strength and offer ongoing benefits. Mental control was almost overpowered, allowing her to command any zombie weaker than herself. In future encounters, she could send zombies to gather intelligence or intimidate other survivor groups. What a boon. This opportunity was definitely a win. In fact, it was a tremendous profit. 3 out of 9 slots had already been filled. At that moment, Ling Jun felt an innate trust in Tian, as if it were second nature. This sensation was quite peculiar, and she didn't ponder it too deeply, attributing it simply to her joining Tian's group, making her feel he was trustworthy. What are your plans next? Ling Jun inquired. We're heading to Shanghai. Ling Jun nodded, refraining from asking what Tian's purpose in Shanghai was, nor did Mi Do or He Ling know. Tian had his reasons for choosing Shanghai, and in the apocalypse it hardly mattered where one went. As long as they followed Tian, everything would be fine. Suddenly, grr, a rumbling sound came from Ling Jun's stomach sitting next to Tian. Sorry, I've run out of food. I haven't eaten since last night. Ling Jun's face flushed slightly. Oh, we haven't eaten either. Let's have a meal together. What about you, Sister Xiaoling? Mi Do quickly interjected, alleviating Ling Jun's embarrassment. I'm hungry too. Let's go cook something. He Ling agreed, understanding Mi Do's intent. Since they couldn't leave immediately, having a meal here was a good idea. Mi Do and He Ling gathered some simple ingredients from Tian and headed to the kitchen, confident with Mi Do around that there would be no issue with electricity. They'll help too. Ling Jun, aware of the girl's kindness, eagerly followed them. Being alone with Tian would be awkward for her. Caught up in her own embarrassment, she failed to notice Tian conjuring ingredients from thin air until they reached the kitchen. After inquiring with the 2 girls, she learned of Tian's remarkable abilities and felt even more grateful he had taken her in. After quickly frying a few dishes, the 4 of them sat down to enjoy their meal. Of course, Ling Jun devoured her food the fastest, while Tian, Mi Do, and He Ling merely accompanied her to avoid making her feel awkward. Before the apocalypse, such simple food would have seemed trivial, but now Ling Jun felt an immense sense of happiness. The past few days had been arduous for her. In just a few minutes, the food on the table was completely finished. Ling Jun patted her full stomach, a bit embarrassed as she felt it slightly protrude. Having eaten her fill, she tidied up the dining area a little. We can't set off now, can we, Brother Tian? Mi Do commented, her eyes glued to the zombies outside, her scalp tingling. Let's wait a bit. There will always be an opportunity, Tian said patiently, quietly observing the zombies outside as he searched for a chance to leave. Without realizing it, afternoon had slipped into 2 o'clock and the group had shared another meal. The zombies on the street showed no signs of decreasing, remaining just as numerous as before. However, the helicopters had significantly diminished, with only a few still flying. The roar of the helicopters occasionally broke the silence, causing the zombies below to emit their own howls. This was why the number of zombies had not only remained unchanged, but seemed to be increasing. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching car engine caught Tian's attention. The 3 girls who had been engrossed in their show heard the noise and gathered at the window to look down. So many off-road vehicles. There must be 7 or 8 of them. Are those survivors? All of them, being evolvers, could immediately tell the people inside were not soldiers. Tian had the keenest eyesight. He could clearly see that these survivors were armed, although most wielded only handguns. Only a few carried rifles or shotguns. The vehicles were clearly modified, their shells reinforced with steel plating and spikes welded onto the metal, making them look formidable. Chasing behind them were a dozen zombies that were clearly not ordinary, moving at high speed. Among them, there were several second-tier zombies, and one was even third-tier. It was unclear how they had drawn such a horde of zombies. As fate would have it, a downed, armed helicopter was blocking the road ahead. But they had yet to notice this. At that moment, they were leaning out of their vehicles, firing at the approaching zombies behind them. In just a matter of seconds, the convoy arrived at the site where the helicopter had crashed. Upon discovering that the road ahead was blocked, the driver had no choice but to slam on the brakes. The horde of zombies trailing closely behind immediately lunged at the last vehicle. A third-tier zombie leapt with ferocity, crushing the car beneath its weight, and with its razor-sharp claws it tore open a gash in the vehicle's side. Inside the vehicle at the front, survivors frantically fired their weapons at the third-tier zombie, but it showed no signs of injury, instead opening its foul maw to gnash at the occupants within. In mere moments, the survivors inside were devoured by several zombies. The third-tier zombie then lunged at the next car in line. Despite the survivors wielding firearms, their weapons posed little threat to the formidable creature. In less than 20 seconds, all 8 vehicles of the convoy had been annihilated. This third-tier zombie seems far stronger than the one we encountered on the bridge. Mido exclaimed, astonished as she watched the massacre unfold. Ling Zhun observed the third-tier zombie with a sense of contemplation, her thoughts obscured. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the 4th and 5th-tier zombies will be. It's utterly frightening. Over time, the group had transitioned from fear of zombies to a casual disregard, largely due to Yi Tian's overwhelming firepower, keeping them at bay. However, witnessing a single third-tier zombie wipe out an entire convoy brought a stark realization of the true horror of evolved zombies. Could higher-tier zombies withstand a nuclear bomb directly? This zombie is a top-tier third-tier type on the verge of evolving into a 4th-tier, which is why it is so fearsome, Yi Tian said, exhaling slowly. He could handle a third-tier zombie on his own without much trouble, but facing a 4th-tier alone would be a different matter altogether. By the time zombies reached the 4th tier, they would exhibit extraordinary abilities. Before the 3 girls could fully process Yi Tian's words, the situation with the zombies shifted again. After consuming the survivors, the 3rd-tier zombie began to ooze blood. This blood was no longer pitch black, it now shimmered with a hint of red. Then something unexpected occurred. The dozen or so 2nd-tier zombies, along with numerous 1st-tier ones, inexplicably turned on the 3rd-tier zombie, attacking it furiously after witnessing the blood seeping from its body. The 3rd-tier zombie roared in response, pouncing on those that dared to assault it, devouring the fallen zombies. As it consumed more of its kin, the blood on the 3rd-tier zombie slowly transformed from a dark hue with a tinge of red to a bright crimson. Moreover, the greenish tint on its forehead began to shift to a deep blue. Once the 3rd-tier zombie had devoured all the 2nd-tier zombies, the 1st-tier zombies scattered in fear as if they sensed the immense threat posed by their advanced counterpart. Then the flesh and blood on the 3rd-tier zombie began to writhe, and the blood it had spilled slowly formed into a blood-red cocoon. Within mere minutes, the cocoon ruptured, revealing a new zombie emanating a brilliant blue light from its forehead. Upon emerging from the blood cocoon, the zombie rapidly grew larger, reaching a height of 5 meters in just a few seconds. It towered like a giant. The zombie's flesh was no longer in a state of decay. It had transformed into something resembling normal flesh, devoid of skin, but revealing blue veins beneath. Once a zombie reaches the 4th tier, its abilities become unfathomable, akin to an evolved entity in a world of superpowers. The 4th-tier zombie threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, sweeping its arms wide, sending cars and 1st-tier zombies flying, as if they were mere paper. Then with a tremendous leap, it bounded over the surrounding wall and into a nearby residential area. Screams quickly echoed from within the community. The 4 of them witnessed this shocking scene, and Mido murmured, but there was no sound coming from that neighborhood. How did the zombie get in? It was an inquiry directed at Yi Tian, yet it also felt like a question posed to herself. After over 10 days of following Yi Tian through various perils, they had encountered numerous challenges. However, no zombie had ever left her so shaken. It was terrifying. The 4th-tier zombies are unlike any below them. Their eyesight begins to restore, and their hearing and sense of smell become extraordinarily acute. Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, the 3 girls were left in awe. Regardless of how Yi Tian knew this, they understood that survival for the living would become increasingly difficult. If 4th-tier zombies could detect people in the adjacent community, it was conceivable they could also sense their presence. Perhaps there were fewer people on their side, leading the 4th-tier zombie to favor the more populated area. They had no answers. Now is our chance. Let's move while the horde is drawn into the neighborhood by the 4th-tier zombie. Outside, the zombies had already breached the community's gates, pouring in due to the commotion caused by the fourth-tier zombie. Recognizing the urgency, the three girls nodded in agreement. Ling Jun had already gathered her belongings ready for immediate departure. Having never fired a gun before, Tian handed her the crossbow. With the helicopters overhead dwindling, it was the perfect moment to escape. Tian instructed Nu Wa to carefully maneuver the armored vehicle back to its original position, and they planned to descend through the window using ropes. Taking the stairs would be far too slow, especially considering they would need to clear zombies along the way. If they attracted the fourth-tier zombie, Tian could still defend himself, but the three girls would be doomed. Yet a new issue arose while Mi Do and He Ling could descend without difficulty as second-tier evolved individuals. Ling Jun was not so fortunate. She was only first-tier and was afraid of heights. After a quick consultation, they decided that Tian would carry her down. Though her face flushed with embarrassment at the arrangement, Ling Jun raised no objections. Their immediate priority was survival, everything else was secondary. Dodo Xiao Ling, you both go down first. They'll cover you from above, and once you're down, provide cover for me. All right. Understood. He Ling was the first to grasp the rope and slide down with fluid grace. Mi Do took a deep breath and followed suit, descending after He Ling. Tian drew his silenced handgun to clear the scattered zombies drawn to their armored vehicle. Ling Jun also raised her crossbow, targeting the zombies below, both weapons silenced and suitable for the situation. Once Mi Do and He Ling safely landed on the roof of the armored vehicle, Tian put away his handgun. Doctor, it's our turn to go down, he said, bending slightly to signal Ling Jun to come up. Okay. Blushing, Ling Jun lay on Tian's back. Despite being 27, she had devoted herself entirely to academia, never having dated, let alone found herself in such an intimate position with a man. Once on Tian's back, Ling Jun wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, doing her best to alleviate his burden. As Ling Jun moved, Tian's breath quickened. Ling Jun was simply too captivating, but Tian had little time to indulge in that sensation. Grasping the rope with both hands, he flipped himself outside the window, his feet dangling in the air, leaving only his hands securely holding onto the rope. A gust of wind swept by, causing both of them to sway involuntarily. Ling Jun trembled in fright, tightening her grip even more. Cough. Relax. Cough. Feeling the pressure around his neck, Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he weren't a fourth-tier ability user at that moment, Ling Jun might have choked him out. I'm sorry. Ling Jun quickly realized and loosened her grip, her fair face flushing even deeper. Without hesitation, Tian clamped the rope with his feet and rapidly descended, alternating his hands. If all went well, but trouble was imminent. Just as he reached the 5th floor, the window burst open with a loud bang. A sharp claw lunged toward Tian and Ling Jun. The sound of shattering glass drew the attention of several other zombies in the room, and in an instant 5 or 6 zombies lunged toward Tian. Tian remained unfazed. One hand firmly grasped the rope, while the other conjured a silenced pistol from thin air. Bang! Bang! With each shot, several zombies fell to the ground, their heads blown apart. The initial second-tier zombie was not dispatched with just one bullet. Tian followed up with a kick that shattered its skull. He's amazing. Ling Jun, clinging to Tian's back, watched in astonishment, her face filled with shock. Not only were Tian's movements and reactions swift, but his strength was also formidable. A single kick had obliterated a zombie's head. Moreover, that zombie was clearly different from ordinary ones. Tian, unaware of Ling Jun's astonished expression, continued to slide downward after dispatching the unsuspecting zombies. He soon reached the roof of the armored vehicle where Mi Do and He Ling were already stationed, using their silenced pistols to clear the surrounding zombies. Around the armored vehicle, dozens of zombies still lingered, but there was no time to deal with them now. Quick, everyone inside. Okay. Ling Jun glanced at the frenzied zombies approaching, nodded, and immediately climbed through the sunroof into the armored vehicle. Mi Do and He Ling followed suit, turning to enter the vehicle. After eliminating a few more zombies, Tian swiftly joined them inside. Just as they prepared to descend, a rumbling sound echoed from afar, the unmistakable whirring of helicopter blades. The sound was approaching their direction. Why is there another helicopter? As the dark spot, growing larger in the direction of the sound, came into view, the brows of the 3 women furrowed. They knew things were about to get complicated. Sure enough, with the sudden arrival of the helicopter noise, the previously calming horde of zombies became agitated once more. Everyone be quiet. Well, wait until they pass. Tian lowered his voice, addressing the 3 women. Although the armored vehicle provided excellent soundproofing, he was unsure whether that 4th-tier zombie could detect them. To be safe, it was best to wait until the helicopter passed. Understood. The 3 girls responded simultaneously. At that moment, they caught sight of the armed helicopters flying overhead through the sunroof. There were 4 in total hovering directly above their vehicle. Initially, they thought the helicopters would simply pass by, but unexpectedly the 4 helicopters came to a halt directly above them. Damn it! Tian cursed under his breath. What's going on? Ling asked in a hushed tone, causing Tian to feel a tickle. Tian shrugged, indicating he also didn't know. But then the helicopters executed an unexpected maneuver. The 4 helicopters split into 2 groups, with 2 descending towards the ground, their mounted machine guns opening fire on the horde of zombies below. Rat-a-tat. The barrage of bullets swept through the zombies, provoking a cacophony of screams. Bombs began to rain down from the helicopters, targeting the dense mass of undead. Whoosh. The powerful machine guns turned the ground's zombies into mere pulp, while each bomb explosion claimed dozens of zombies. In mere moments, 200 to 300 zombies were obliterated. The tremendous commotion could be heard from 3 to 4 kilometers away, and the horde of zombies, which had begun to calm due to the appearance of the 4th-tier zombie, erupted once more. With their crimson eyes fixated, the zombies rapidly converged towards the armed helicopters. Meanwhile, the other 2 helicopters veered towards a nearby neighborhood, which was merely a wall away from the 4th-tier zombie. What are they trying to do? Making such a ruckus when they clearly want to die faster. Mi-Do and Ling were furious, having finally found an opportunity to escape this hellhole, only for these fools to ruin it. These helicopters are the military's most advanced models, equipped with our 4 ground-to-air missiles and J-6 rotary machine guns. Ling Jun remained calm, analyzing the situation. From the attire of the personnel on board, they seemed to be from the Navy SEALs. Ling, being familiar with military matters, recognized them immediately. Mi-Do curiously asked Sister Ling, what are the Navy SEALs? Originally, these were classified, but I can share a bit with you now. The Navy SEALs are like the Blue Force in special operations, the elite among elites. Does that mean they are incredibly powerful? Exactly. They typically operate in teams of 5, and with 4 helicopters here, it means there are 4 teams. For them, wiping out a mercenary group of over 100 individuals is relatively easy. Ling replied without turning her head, continuing to observe the helicopter's movements. Mi-Do was astounded. A 5-person team can be so strong. If they have deployed 4 teams at once, what kind of mission could require such a force? Upon hearing Ling's explanation, Tian felt a spark of inspiration. Nuwa, can you hack into the helicopters to obtain their mission intel? Ding. A video has been retrieved from the onboard communication systems. Would you like to play it? Nuwa responded almost immediately. Display it on the armored vehicle screen. The armored vehicle was equipped with a monitor at the front. Tian gestured for the 3 women to look at the display, where the footage showed a helicopter crashing from the sky, landing near a hotel. The scene shifted to reveal a high-ranking official inside the helicopter, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Miraculously, all 3 had survived. They had fortuitously discovered an abandoned armored vehicle, allowing the official to successfully contact the military. The video concluded there. Clearly, these 4 special teams were dispatched to rescue this high-ranking official. Only a high-ranking official could warrant 4 special teams for a rescue mission. For an ordinary person, even a single soldier coming to their aid would be considered fortunate. Tian scoffed. Hearing Tian's remarks, the 3 women's expressions turned grim. This was the apocalypse. The life of an ordinary person holds little value. Even someone as dedicated to the nation as Ling Jun has not seen the military come to her rescue. Without sufficient identity or status, they simply do not regard you as important. Even if you stand before them pleading for help, they might not come to your aid. The apocalypse is merciless. Brother Tian, what do we do now? The meaning behind Mi-Do's words was clear to everyone. Other dangers were not as terrifying as the level 4 zombie. Originally, they could have slipped away quietly, but due to the commotion caused by the SEAL team, that was clearly impossible now. With such a ruckus, it was inevitable that the level 4 zombie would take action. It was merely a question of when. A confrontation between the level 4 zombie and the SEAL team was bound to occur, and given how close they were, there was a significant chance they would be caught in the crossfire. Thus, their escape had become urgent. Wait. We can't leave now. Tian calmly contemplated for a moment before decisively choosing to stay put. Firstly, there were far too many zombies surrounding them. Drawn in by the helicopter, breaking through was unlikely. Secondly, the soundproofing of the RV was quite good, so as long as they kept quiet inside, they would likely go unnoticed by the zombies. Of course, this did not include the level 4 zombie. For now, they were relatively safe. If they attempted to drive the RV away at this moment, it would attract the attention of both the Horde and the Special Forces. In that case, the helicopter might just ascend to a safe height, allowing the zombies to deal with them, and the dual objectives of the Special Forces would become all too clear. 2 helicopters would create a massive distraction for the Horde, while the other 2 would handle the rescue. In that scenario, they would be used as bait surrounded by the zombie horde with no means of escape. Once Tian laid out these pros and cons, the three women understood. Right now we appear to be in grave danger, but in reality, we are quite safe. And at this moment the enemy is visible while we remain hidden, allowing us to wait for the right opportunity. For now, we can only observe and wait. Suddenly, a roar erupted from a nearby residential building, shaking the air with its ferocity. In an instant, the entire horde seemed to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. The level 4 zombie has appeared. Tian's expression sharpened quick down. This is our chance. He opted for a silent start of the armored RV, moving it slowly and cautiously out of the area to avoid drawing attention from the zombies. With a loud crash, the armored RV jolted as it covered around 50 meters, sending vibrations through its frame. They witnessed a helicopter in the distance engulfed in smoke, rapidly ascending, while below it countless zombies surged forward, stacking upon each other in a frenzy to reach the aircraft. Their speed was astonishing. This is Eagle Team 2. We have encountered unknown zombies and request urgent backup. Repeat urgent backup. The armed helicopter SEAL team had never witnessed such a scene, but their rigorous military training allowed them to respond swiftly. However, just as the helicopter was gaining altitude, it suddenly shook violently, the roars of the zombies echoing in their ears. Cough, cough. Not good. The zombies have piled up and grabbed the tail. Attack. We must stop these monsters. Due to their rescue mission, the helicopter had initially landed, and now it was struggling to gain height. Another helicopter, barely airborne, was struck by the level 4 zombie, losing balance and crashing down. Inside, high-ranking officials and 5 Special Forces members were killed almost instantly. This team had narrowly escaped a similar fate by taking off quickly, unaware that the zombies could stack themselves like this. At this moment, the horde had piled into a massive mound of corpses over 20 meters high, gripping the helicopter's tail. Only the pilot and co-pilot remained in control, while the remaining 3 Special Forces members grabbed their submachine guns and aimed at the rear. Bullets rained down upon the horde, blood and shell casings falling from the sky. Yet due to their angle, their efforts were largely ineffective. Had it not been for the onboard machine gun, they might have already succumbed. Immediately inform teams 3 and 4 to abandon their positions and provide urgent support. Yes, Captain. Not good. Captain, that terrifying zombie is coming for us. Activate air-to-ground missiles. Yes. The co-pilot responded quickly, operating the tracking missile aimed at the rapidly approaching level 4 zombie. In the next moment, a missile spitting fire shot toward the creature. The missile flew swiftly, closing in on the level 4 zombie, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. They silently prayed that the air-to-ground missile would eliminate this horrifying foe. Roar. Yet the next moment, just as it was about to strike the level 4 zombie, it let out an earth-shattering roar and leapt high into the air. The missile barely missed its feet, exploding in the mass of zombies behind it. The intense heat and massive shockwave instantly engulfed the surrounding zombies. In almost an instant, nearly 1,000 zombies perished in the explosion. The power of the air-to-ground missile was fearsome. Yet the level 4 zombie remained unscathed, using the wave of force to propel itself closer to the helicopter. Captain, that zombie is heading our way. What about teams 3 and 4? Rescue requests have been dispatched. There's no time. Concentrate fire on that monster. Rat-a-tat. A torrent of bullets converged like a steel tide upon the level 4 zombie, unleashing their full might in an attempt to stop its advance. However, something unexpected occurred. Clang, clang. The bullets struck the level 4 zombie, as if hitting steel, producing a metallic sound and showering sparks. Only the onboard machine gun had any effect, barely slowing its progress, but that was all it could manage. The machine gun could not inflict any real damage. With all firepower focused on the level 4 zombie, the other zombies found themselves without suppression. They began to swarm up the helicopter's tail. Cough, cough. All of this was witnessed by Tian and his companions. This level 4 zombie is terrifying. Not only does it command the horde with remarkable intelligence, but it is also as tough as steel. Absolutely frightening. The 3 women inside the armored RV were shocked, having viewed the scene through the external monitors. Tian remained relatively calm as he understood the level 4 zombie's terrifying nature. However, he had anticipated that even zombies of a similar rank would likely not pose a threat to it. This creature was likely one of the future zombie emperors. Meanwhile, in the command center of the military camp in Yuzhong, over 20 high-ranking officials were seated around a conference table. Some belonged to the military, while others were from the government. Surrounding them were over 100 operators with different roles, all focused on their monitors. At the front of the table, a civilian-looking individual was reporting on the situation. General Chen, all the surviving soldiers from the camp that fell last night, along with some scattered civilians, have been isolated and are undergoing a series of tests. Be cautious. If there's any anomaly, execute them on the spot. Chun Hai, the commander of the Yuzhong City Military District, spoke sternly as he issued commands to his aides. Yes, General Chun. The aide replied loudly, though beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Hearing this, a senior official in a suit over 50 years old furrowed his brow. General Chun, a direct execution. That seems rather excessive. General Chun glared, ready to unleash his fury, when an urgent voice suddenly interrupted. Report. The SEAL Team's Eagle 2 is requesting backup. They've encountered a special type of zombie and failed the mission. A special zombie. Chun Hai's expression changed dramatically. He had long suspected that zombies would continue to evolve. Immediately pull up the surveillance footage. Deploy support at once. Yes. Also dispatch someone to summon the medical research team to the command center immediately. Understood. Without a doubt, the military's efficiency was remarkable. No sooner had he spoken than the command center's large screen displayed the surveillance video from Eagle 2. Within a minute, the members of the medical research team arrived on site. By combining satellite imagery with helicopter surveillance, they quickly unraveled the sequence of events. Eagle 1 has been sacrificed. The officials present were taken aback, shocked by the unprecedented loss since the SEAL team's inception. Each member was invaluable. Have the locations of 3 and 4 been confirmed? Bring up their footage. In the next moment, the feeds from helicopters 3 and 4 appeared, showing them nearing the location of Eagle 2. However, before they could analyze further, a shadow suddenly leaped from a nearby residential building. With a loud crash, it slammed into the helicopter. The helicopter jolted violently, becoming unstable. That's the zombie. This four-tiered zombie screeched, swiping its claws, causing the helicopter to emit a deafening roar as it spiraled down, belching black smoke. Boom. The armed helicopter crashed to the ground, exploding along with its munitions, sending shockwaves through the area and creating a massive mushroom cloud that soared dozens of meters high. At the Yuzhong City Military Command Center, General Chun and over 20 high-ranking officials watched in horror, their faces pale. Taking a deep breath, General Chun turned to his aide and said, "Award first-class merits to the 10 fallen heroes." Yes. What insights does the research team have on this zombie? This zombie is clearly different from others. Our research indicates that zombies evolve with each evolution, changing the color of their foreheads. Based on our analysis, this is a zombie that has undergone 4 evolutions. General Chin asked with a serious face, "Does it have any weaknesses?" This is a completely new topic. Unfortunately, we lack sufficient data to make a determination. Generally, the head is the weak point, but given the intensity of the explosion, it should be difficult for it to survive. Look, that zombie is still alive. What? Let me see. Everyone turned their gaze to the screen, collectively gasping as the footage revealed the zombie reappearing. However, one of its arms was missing and half of its body was gruesomely mangled, indicating severe injuries. What kind of weapon could possibly kill it? Terrifying. That was a simultaneous explosion of over 10 missiles. Even an armored vehicle would be obliterated, yet this mere zombie remains unscathed. It's horrifying. The zombie on screen was visibly enraged, letting out a furious roar before leaping onto the rooftop of one building, then bounding toward another, rapidly advancing in a specific direction. What is it planning? Not good. Notify 3 and 4 to evacuate immediately. However, it was too late. Before they could send the warning, the 4-tiered zombie had already reached the rooftop closest to helicopters 3 and 4. The crews of 3 and 4 had spotted the 4-tiered zombie. This zombie is still alive. We need to retreat. There's no time. We have to fight. As soon as the words left their lips, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing onto helicopter 3. The 4-tiered zombie then swiped its claws, and they heard the sound of metal shredding. Moments later, they felt the helicopter losing balance, wobbling dangerously as it began to plummet. Fortunately, the pilot quickly stabilized the aircraft, averting disaster. Having learned from its previous encounter, the 4-tiered zombie refrained from attacking the helicopter directly, instead tearing a larger opening to assault those inside. All units attack. The captain shouted, and everyone quickly armed themselves, firing at the 4-tiered zombie with the helicopter's machine guns blazing. Helicopter 4 also opened fire, but the bullets merely sparked against the 4-tiered zombie's body, unable to breach its defenses. Yet it was not without effect. The 4-tiered zombie was, after all, in a severely injured state, and bullets striking its wounds still had some impact. As missiles neared it, the zombie swiftly dove into the horde, using the mass of bodies as a shield. Surely it must be dead now. Watching the 4-tiered zombie vanish into the throng, the members of the SEAL team in the 2 helicopters stared intently at the zombie horde. It's not dead. It's behind us. Unfortunately, their reaction was too late to be of any help. The 4-tiered zombie suddenly emerged from a distance, once again leveraging the height of a residential building to leap onto helicopter 3. The helicopter jolted violently as the four-tiered zombie slashed fiercely, severing the tail section clean off. Then it leaped onto helicopter 4. The pilot, seeing the imminent danger, attempted to evade but was ensnared by the mass of zombies and could not escape. Damn it! Die! In that moment, both helicopter pilots made a simultaneous decision, charging their helicopters from two directions to collide with the four-tiered zombie. Both helicopters self-destructed, hoping to take the four-tiered zombie with them. However, as they watched the footage, everyone in the command center fell silent. The four-tiered zombie, though battered and nearly unrecognizable, was still alive. Despair washed over them all. Based on their understanding of zombies, as long as a zombie was not completely destroyed, it could recover from any injury through feeding. They never anticipated that a simple rescue operation would result in the loss of 4 helicopters and 4 SEAL teams. No one had imagined this four-tiered zombie would be so terrifying. Where is the reinforcement team? After a long pause, General Chun sighed and with a dry throat asked. They just set out. The situation had unfolded too rapidly. From the moment Eagle 2 sent the distress signal until now, only a brief span of minutes had passed, leaving no time for aid to arrive. So I tell them to retreat. It's over 100 kilometers away. By the time the reinforcements arrive, this zombie will have vanished without a trace. Chun Hai's words remained unfinished, yet everyone understood his meaning. Even if the support team successfully located the fourth-tier zombie, eliminating it would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. The military had already suffered substantial losses. They could no longer endure further turmoil and could only hope for good news from the research team to combat the zombies. Do you think this zombie has noticed something? The high-ranking officials who had initially given up hope turned their attention to the screen in unison upon hearing the exclamations from the research team. At that moment, the fourth-tier zombie was howling at the sky, having stumbled as if struck by an unseen force. Could there be others confronting this zombie? Survivors, perhaps. The previously silent officials now looked at the screen with renewed anticipation. Deploy the satellite to capture imagery within a 1-kilometer radius of the zombie. Yes, sir. After the operator expanded the image range, they finally spotted an armored vehicle charging through the mass of corpses, rapidly approaching the fourth-tier zombie from about 400 to 500 meters away. Inside the vehicle were none other than Tian and his companions. Tian and his team had been monitoring the movements of the fourth-tier zombie and had witnessed the fierce clash between the SEAL team and the creature. At this point, the fourth-tier zombie was dangerously close to death, and Tian certainly would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Dao to drive the car. Xiaoling Yu and I will use the sniper rifle to distract it. Professor Ling, clear the nearby zombies with the Gatling gun. Let's go. Understood. The 3 women responded simultaneously, immediately dividing their tasks. He Ling and Yi Tian leaned out of the sunroof, setting up their sniper rifles, while Ling Zhen began firing the Gatling gun from the vehicle. Although she had never used a gun before, the nature of this spray-and-pray situation required no precise aiming. Moreover, the weapon's strength lay in its barrage. The only drawback was the cost of the ammunition. Bang! Bang! With 2 thunderous shots, powerful bullets soared from Yi Tian's and He Ling's rifles, reaching the fourth-tier zombie's head in mere fractions of a second. Blood splattered from the zombie's cranium, further aggravating its injuries, yet these wounds were still insufficient to be fatal. Particularly, He Ling's shot barely breached its defenses. The fourth-tier zombie's resilience was truly formidable. In contrast, the zombies targeted by Ling Zhen fell in droves, but given the tens of thousands in the advancing tide, the few that were down were merely a drop in the ocean. As soon as one fell, another would quickly take its place. The fourth-tier zombie, with its blood-red eyes ablaze with fury, glared at the charging armored vehicle. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie howled, and then something spine-chilling occurred. After its roar, the surrounding zombies rushed toward their formidable kin, while the fourth-tier zombie began to devour those that came too close. Simultaneously, the first and second-tier zombies positioned farther away launched a frenzied charge toward Yi Tian's armored vehicle, attempting to thwart his advance. It's absorbing the nutrients from its own kind to heal its wounds. He Ling exclaimed in alarm. Yi Tian's eyes glimmered with resolve. Daodu, full speed ahead toward the fourth-tier zombie. It'll handle the tide of corpses. Xiaoling, use your rifle and watch your ammunition. With that, Yi Tian handed the Thunder God rifle to He Ling and retrieved a rocket launcher, unleashing destruction upon the zombies ahead of them. Each time he fired, he feigned reloading inside the vehicle, aware that the military was likely monitoring him closely. This precious weapon must not reveal any inconsistencies. Boom, boom. With the rockets added to the fray, a significant area in front of them was swiftly cleared. The explosion of a rocket against the fourth-tier zombie obliterated the surrounding ordinary zombies, shattering its already injured legs once more. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie roared again, its gaze fixated on Yi Tian. Yet in its fury it could do nothing but watch as the armored vehicle drew ever closer. Under its command, the surrounding zombies surged toward it once more, but Tian refused to grant it that opportunity. Another rocket soared toward the fourth-tier zombie. The fierce shockwave and intense heat from the blast devoured the 100 or so ordinary zombies nearby, worsening the injuries of the fourth-tier zombie, though still not delivering a fatal blow. However, Tian's objective had been achieved. The armored vehicle was now less than 50 meters from the fourth-tier zombie. At this distance, both Tian and the vehicle could easily reach their target. Open fire to cover me. After tossing out that command, Tian leaped from the armored vehicle brandishing the long-unused star sword. In an instant, he dashed through the horde and arrived beside the fourth-tier zombie. Had this creature been in its prime, Tian might have struggled in an unknown confrontation, but now severely wounded, it was no match for him. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie howled once more, unable to comprehend that a living being dared to approach so closely. It swung its claws at Tian in fury. With the star sword in hand, Tian executed a spatial slash, cleaving through the mighty claw that could withstand rockets, and then swiftly struck the fourth-tier zombie's head. The fourth-tier zombie that had destroyed 4 helicopters and numerous SEAL team members was finally slain by Tian. The entire encounter lasted barely 10 seconds. Though it appeared effortless, Tian had expended half of his abilities to achieve victory against this formidable foe. It was precisely why he had been reluctant to provoke the fourth-tier zombie. If he could not eliminate it swiftly, its monstrous defense and power would make it nearly impossible for ordinary evolvers to defeat such a creature. Back at the military command center, silence reigned. Everyone watched the scene of Tian battling the fourth-tier zombie, struggling to believe that this creature, which had instilled despair, could be so easily vanquished by a survivor. Even in its weakened state, it was not something just anyone could contend with. The SEAL team members were elite among elites, equipped with advanced weaponry and armed helicopters that had been taken down by this very zombie. Of course, they could deduce that Tian and his companions had premeditated their actions, waiting for the opportunity to strike, while the fourth-tier zombie engaged with the SEAL team, thereby reaping the rewards. Yet this did not diminish their recognition of Tian's prowess. In the terrifying sea of corpses, who could maintain such calmness while waiting for an opportunity? How many possess such audacity? After successfully slaying the fourth-tier zombie, Tian swiftly returned to the armored vehicle, blasting through the tide of corpses with rockets. The high-ranking officials in the command center could only watch helplessly as Tian's armored vehicle surged through the horde and vanished into the distance. However, under Chun Hai's orders, the military satellites continued to track Tian, ensuring they did not lose sight of him. Have we tracked the origins of these individuals? General Chun withdrew his gaze and turned to glare at the 100 or so operators present. Where are the intelligence personnel? His thunderous shout shattered the previously silent command center, jolting the high-ranking officials and operators back to attention. Reporting to the general. Speak. Yes, there are 4 survivors in total. 3 of them are females. Mi Do, 19 years old, standing at 175 cm, currently studying at Yuzhong University. She lost her parents in an earthquake 5 years ago and is now an orphan with excellent academic performance. He Ling, female, 25 years old, height 176 cm, currently a member of the Special Operations Team in the Southern District of Yuzhong City, skilled in shooting and close combat. Ling Zhen, female, height 173 cm, 28 years old, a top medical doctor in Yuzhong City, globally recognized for her expertise in chemistry and physics. Tian, male, height 178 cm, 28 years old, a well-known young entrepreneur in Yuzhong City with a logistics company and a foundation. Do we have more detailed information on Tian? None yet. This is all we could uncover. Many information systems have crashed. So, General, it seems this person is one of the survivors who rushed across the Jiang Bridge, a nearby colonel said uncertainly. Oh. Upon hearing this, General Chun perked up instantly. Many survivors were attempting to breach the checkpoint at that time, but one vehicle managed to get through successfully, and it seems to be theirs. Retrieve the video from that time and examine it closely. Yes. The colonel replied and immediately instructed the operators to pull up the relevant footage. 10 minutes later, the high-ranking officials fell silent once again. They had confirmed that the individuals who crossed the bridge were indeed Tian and his companions. At this moment, everyone realized that Tian was not an ordinary person. The video clearly showed someone attacking the soldiers at the checkpoint leading to its breach, and all of this had been orchestrated by Tian. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the large screen, where Tian was already at the entrance to the highway at a gas station. Once he passed through here, he could enter the highway and leave Yuzhong City. Tian's purpose at the gas station was straightforward. Such a large gas station had an astonishing fuel reserve. The armored RV consumed fuel at a high rate, and although they had stored some fuel, it was uncertain if such resources could be produced in the future. Thus, it was essential to stockpile an adequate supply. While fuel at the gas station would expire, it would not spoil within his spatial storage. At this point, Chun Hai's eyes flickered as he pondered, "Communications team, is there any way to contact Yi Tian?" The operator in charge of communications quickly began typing on the keyboard and soon provided a response. "General, we can connect to the phone inside the gas station." Li Hai's eyes lit up at this. "Good. Contact them immediately. I want to speak with him personally." At the gas station, a number of abandoned vehicles sat idle, and there were hundreds of zombies present. Upon arriving at the gas station, Mi Do effortlessly maneuvered the vehicle without needing any instructions from Yi Tian. He Ling and Ling Zhen took charge of their weapons and began clearing the zombies around the gas station. After they finished, Yi Tian assigned the 3 girls to handle the supplies in the gas station's convenience store while he headed to the back to check the fuel tanks. By the time they had completed everything, it was around 5 in the afternoon. The 3 girls had moved all usable supplies from the convenience store to the vehicle. They had also prepared a meal inside the RV waiting for Yi Tian's return. As Yi Tian stepped inside, Ling Zhen's voice called out, "Are you done? It's time to eat." Following the voice, Yi Tian saw that the dining table of the RV was already set with 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, 5 in total. He remarked, "Wow, who made this? It looks delicious." "It was all made by Zhenjie. Mi Do and I were busy moving things," He Ling replied with a smile. "Then I must taste Professor Ling's culinary skills. I've lived alone for a long time, often staying in the lab, so I cook for myself and have naturally become quite skilled at it. Please just call me Xiao Zhen." Ling Zhen chuckled. "I haven't had the chance to taste Zhenjie's cooking for a long time." Mi Do exclaimed eagerly. Having just experienced an intense battle, their energy and stamina were drained, making the sight of such a sumptuous meal irresistible. At the dining table, everyone praised Ling Zhen's cooking profusely. Although she was only slightly younger than Yi Tian, she was the shyest among the 3 girls. With all the compliments, her cheeks flushed red, and she repeatedly waved her hands, urging them to stop. Otherwise, this meal might never end. Seeing Ling Zhen's bashful reaction, Mi Do and He Ling stifled their giggles, but soon shifted the topic. "Brother Yi Tian, do you think today's actions will attract the attention of the authorities? Even the elite SEAL team was wiped out by the 4th-tier zombies, yet we managed to take them down." He Ling added a piece of food to her mouth. "Not necessarily. It mainly depends on whether they are willing to mobilize such vast resources. If they use military satellites, they probably already have detailed information about us." Ling Zhen pondered and said, "The SEAL team was dispatched to rescue that high-ranking official, and they are an elite unit. Their incident will surely raise alarms, so I am confident the military has noticed us. It's just unclear if they are still monitoring us now." Mi Do tilted her head. "Yuzhong City is so vast and chaotic, they wouldn't mobilize military satellites to monitor small players like us, right?" "Not necessarily," He Ling shook her head. "I have some inside knowledge. The mission involving the SEAL team is definitely not simple. That high-ranking official must be important, and since the mission failed, I believe Zhenjie is right. They have certainly noticed us. We just don't know if they're still watching. Now is not the time to dwell on these issues. We should focus on whether the military will come after us next," Yi Tian said nonchalantly as he stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth. "Why would they come after us?" Ling Zhen asked, puzzled. "We haven't provoked them. What reason do they have to target us?" Mi Do quickly cleared her throat and placed her chopsticks down, looking seriously at Ling Zhen. "Zhenjie, this is no longer a time of prosperity. We are in an apocalypse now. In such a scenario, being weak isn't the only sin. Being too strong can be one as well. Moreover, we effectively benefited from their misfortune. One could argue that our inaction indirectly caused the complete failure of the SEAL team. Thus, we are certainly not on friendly terms with the military." Seeing Mi Do speak so earnestly, Ling Zhen was momentarily taken aback. Do, when did you become so insightful?" In Ling Zhen's perception, Mi Do was merely a child who hadn't yet matured. Yet in just a few days, she seemed like a different person entirely, causing Ling Zhen to regard her with newfound respect. Nearby, He Ling could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "What's wrong, Xiaoling?" Ling Zhen looked at He Ling, puzzled. "Oh, I'm fine, just choked a bit." He Ling quickly waved her hand. He Ling had been spending several days with Mi Do and Yi Tian, and she recalled how Yi Tian had spoken to Mi Do in a similar manner. So now Mi Do was mimicking Yi Tian as her teacher. Cough, cough. Mi Do's face turned slightly red, and noticing He Ling's gaze, she awkwardly coughed. "Brother Yi Tian, do you think I'm right?" Yes, you're absolutely right." Yi Tian chuckled, fully aware of how things would unfold with the military in the future. "People like us possess overwhelming individual strength. There's a saying that fits perfectly here: if you can't have it, then destroy it. Are you implying the military will come after us? Not for now. Right now they just want to recruit us, so we have nothing to fear. Besides, after tonight, they won't even be able to protect themselves. What do you mean? It's just a guess. We'll know after tonight. The armored vehicle stopped in front of the convenience store, and the nearby zombies had been cleared out. To facilitate the transport of supplies, the vehicle doors were left open. There's still a warehouse inside the convenience store that we haven't checked. Let's take a look before it gets dark to see if there's anything useful left. Mido, like a treasure hunter, didn't want to miss any usable items. The warehouse of the convenience store. Yes, it seems like no one has touched it yet. It's locked and I can't open it. All right, we've eaten enough. Let's go together. The three women had also finished their meals, quickly tidying up, and Mido led the way into the convenience store. Right this way, I'll take you there. Ling Zhen and He Ling followed suit. Arriving at the warehouse door, Yi Tian effortlessly cut the lock with a spatial slash. Upon opening the door, they discovered a warehouse of about 30 square meters. Despite its modest size, the warehouse was filled with a variety of supplies. Most of the items were snacks and instant foods, but there were also some daily necessities like rice and oil. Since the three women were all allies, Yi Tian didn't hesitate and waved his hand, clearing the warehouse of its contents. After advancing to the fourth stage, the volume of supplies Yi Tian could collect in one go had reached an astonishing 1,000 cubic meters. It wasn't just a small warehouse. He could have easily moved an entire gas station if he hadn't been cautious. The three women were already accustomed to Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities. They were clever enough to understand that this was one of his secrets and refrained from asking questions. Just as they were about to leave, a phone suddenly rang within the convenience store. Who on earth is calling this place? The three women were puzzled, but Yi Tian had an inkling. Answer it. If I'm right, it's them calling. With that, Yi Tian walked over to pick up the phone. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the three women quickly realized what was happening. Hello, who is this? At the military command center, since the gas station had a roof, the satellite couldn't capture Yi Tian and the others' images. In other words, they had been out of sight for over an hour. If it weren't for constantly monitoring the area for incoming vehicles, they would have thought Yi Tian and his group had vanished. Chunhai had been anxiously pacing for about an hour, ready to explode, when the communications team finally reported good news. The call was connected. Chunhai was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to grab the headset. Yi Tian, hello, I am Chunhai, the commander of the military in Central Hunan. Hello, General Chun. What can I do for you? Yi Tian was not surprised that Chunhai knew his name. With the military's capabilities, if they couldn't gather this bit of information, their intelligence team might as well disband. Chunhai, however, was not as composed as Yi Tian. From Yi Tian's calm tone, it was evident that he seemed prepared, as if he had anticipated this contact. Chunhai frowned. This young man was not simple. I am aware of what you did yesterday and today. Oh, General Chun, what are you implying? Yi Tian responded with a smile, showing no signs of surprise. Are you suggesting we have committed a crime and should be taken to court? Or that we should turn ourselves in? The officials in the command center exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. How could such an unknown young man dare to speak to General Chun like that? Yet Chunhai remained composed and did not react with anger to Yi Tian's words. Haha, that's not the case. We have no intention of blaming you. On the contrary, I greatly admire you. I am here primarily to invite you to join the military. No matter when, the military will be your solid support. I'm sorry, General Chun, but I'm a person who is used to freedom and doesn't like being constrained. Don't be too quick to reject or listen to my terms. If you join us, I can guarantee that you will directly become a high-ranking member of the military. You will have unrestricted access anywhere, and you can choose any weapons the military possesses. Chunhai paused before continuing. With your abilities, if you join the military and collaborate with us, I believe you can save many more lives. Before Chunhai could finish, Yi Tian interrupted him. Sorry, General Chun, I'm a selfish person. Oh, I'm not interested in saving others. When I was surrounded by zombies, where was the military? When I was on the verge of starvation, where was the military? Did you save those who made significant contributions to the country? Hearing Yi Tian's barrage of questions, Chunhai was momentarily speechless. The 20 or so high-ranking officials turned red in the face. If it weren't for Chunhai's authority, they would have erupted in anger. Unaware of their reactions, Yi Tian continued, So General Chun, in this world no one can be trusted. The only thing you can rely on is the knife in your hand. Furthermore, Yi Tian, I think you have some misunderstandings about the military. General Chun, considering we are both compatriots of Huagua, let me offer some unsolicited advice. Right now you have enough troubles of your own. You should focus on how to resolve those. As for everything else, we can discuss it another time. The personnel in the command center were baffled, unsure of what Yi Tian's words meant about their own troubles. Yi Tian, clarify what you mean. What do you mean by that? However, the line suddenly went dead The call had been disconnected. Call again. Report. Unable to connect. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away at the gas station, Tian had hung up the phone and pulled out the line. Watching Tian's actions, Mido and the three women exchanged glances. They had all heard Tian's conversation and were not surprised by his decision. The recent actions of the military have been personally witnessed by them. It cannot be denied that some individuals are truly dedicated to the country and its people, yet certain high-ranking officials are ineffective and self-serving, leading to their complete disillusionment with the military. Even Ling Jun has long abandoned her intentions of joining the military. Enough, we'll leave tonight and find a place to rest along the way, Tian called to the three women as he exited the convenience store, and they promptly followed him into the vehicle. Within the operations command center, the response from the communications team provoked a furious reaction from the high-ranking officials. Unbelievable. Simply lawless. This kid clearly shows no respect for our military. Deploy the special forces immediately. I refuse to believe he can still act so arrogantly with a gun pointed at his head. Their faces flushed with anger, they were eager to capture Tian and vent their frustrations. His words had thoroughly infuriated them. After all, these long-time high-ranking officials were not accustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. In their view, the conditions offered by Chun Hai were undoubtedly favorable, yet Tian had rejected them without hesitation. Even if Chun Hai had remarkable composure, he was significantly angered, and given his naturally irritable temperament. How many commanding officers do you know who are easygoing? However, as the overall commander, he had to consider more than they did. He understood that some capable individuals are inherently proud and not easily swayed. In the past, Liu Bei had made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. This could hardly be considered even a single visit. He glanced at the officials beside him, their faces flushed and shouting about sending special forces to deal with Tian, and he snorted coldly. Deploy special forces. The Navy SEALs or the Flying Tigers. You must understand, this person can handle a horde of zombies that even bullets cannot penetrate without breaking a sweat. Who possesses such capability? Then just use missiles. I refuse to believe he's not afraid of missiles. Bang. Chun Hai glared, slamming his hand on the table, and shouted, missiles. What are you talking about? Should we just launch a nuclear strike too? Who do you think you are? Huh? Do you think you have the authority to issue such commands? When did it become the prerogative of someone like you from the political side to dictate to our military? Already irritated by Tian, Chun Hai was now thoroughly enraged. Seeing Chun Hai's furious expression, the high-ranking officials were taken aback, immediately silenced by his wrath. Especially the official who had been clamoring to send people after Tian. His face turned pale and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Everyone knew that times were no longer as they once were. During prosperous times, civil officials held sway, but in chaotic times, it was the military that governed. Now, with Chun Hai as the commander of the entire military, who would dare to provoke his ire at this moment? General Chun, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. While everyone was still reeling from Chun Hai's outburst, a soldier, drenched in sweat, rushed in breathlessly. For some inexplicable reason, Chun Hai felt a pang of dread upon seeing the soldier, especially as Tian's ominous words echoed in his mind, to preserve oneself. Speak. What has happened? Report, General. During screenings today, the medical department discovered a significant number of personnel infected with the virus, many of whom concealed their symptoms. Now they have all turned into zombies. What? At the soldiers' report, the expressions of all the officials changed drastically. At this moment, they understood exactly what Tian's unsettling words about self-preservation meant. Here they were, the last bastion of national armed forces in the entire Yuzhong city. If anything happened here, the entire region spanning thousands of miles would be left without any official military force to combat the zombies. Such a scenario was something no one wanted to see come to pass. Chun Hai immediately ordered, quickly pull up the on-site surveillance. Yes, sir. The surveillance footage from the medical department was quickly retrieved, revealing sheer chaos. Help. Oh, run. Requesting support. Zombies roamed freely among fleeing survivors and soldiers. Bang bang. Some soldiers were still organized in their resistance against the zombies. The echoing roars of the undead mixed with the desperate cries of the people created a cacophony of chaos in their view. All the high-ranking officials wore expressions of utter dread. Activate the first-level plan immediately. All units full support. We must eliminate every last zombie. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded and promptly left. However, shortly after this soldier had departed, another soldier rushed in, panting heavily. Speak. What now? Chun Hai's face had turned completely dark, though he remained relatively composed. Report, General. For some unknown reason, a large number of zombies have gathered outside the containment line, and the defenses are almost at their breaking point. Requesting support. Damn it. Chun Hai cursed, taking a deep breath. Order. All members of the SEALs and Flying Tigers to deploy split into 4 directions to support the containment line. Ensure the gathered zombies are held back. We'll provide support to the containment line once the interior is secure. Yes, sir. Under Chun Hai's command, the entire military mobilized to assist the medical department. By around 7 o'clock, as night fully descended, they finally managed to stabilize the situation. Of course, this came at the cost of an entire regiment of soldiers and countless weapons and ammunition. Fearing infection from the zombies, everyone was prohibited from approaching them. However, the situation surrounding the containment line was grim, as the number of zombies had not diminished. Instead, they continued to multiply. General Chun, the situation at the containment line is dire. Estimates suggest there are now around 50 to 60,000 zombies outside. Order. The command center will move to the air defense room. At all costs, eliminate the zombies outside the containment line. No zombie is to breach the containment line. Upon hearing Chun Hai's orders, everyone felt a tremor of apprehension. Moving to the air defense room indicated that Chun Hai had lost hope in eradicating the zombies outside, otherwise he wouldn't have ordered the command center to relocate. Indeed, by around 10 o'clock the number of zombies had not lessened, but had swelled to an overwhelming 10,000. The sight of countless zombies on the command center's large screen was enough to send chills down their spines. Among them, first and second-tier zombies were numerous, and there were quite a few third-tier zombies. The only solace was that no traces of fourth-tier zombies had yet been detected. It could be deemed a small blessing amidst the misfortune. However, with such a vast horde of zombies gathering, it was only a matter of time before a fourth-tier zombie was born. Thinking of the horror of a fourth-tier zombie, all present wore expressions thick with anxiety. General Chun, what should we do next? Please give us a clear directive. Yes. With so many zombies, if another terrifying fourth-tier zombie emerges, the entire military camp will be in danger. Chun Hai's face also bore signs of fatigue, as the fate of the entire military region hung by a thread. Eliminating such a massive horde of zombies would come at a cost he could scarcely bear. Taking a deep breath, Chun Hai reluctantly ordered, "Command, the Flying Tigers and SEALs will cover the rear. The entire military will retreat through the subway." At the gas station, as early as around 6 o'clock, Tian and his companions had already set off. Just a few minutes later, they entered the highway. The armored RV barreled down the road, crashing through any abandoned vehicles and zombies that obstructed its path. Mido was behind the wheel, pressing the accelerator to the floor, her excitement surging as she charged into the dense horde of zombies. Typically, one would not notice this girl's talent. She drove the RV like a bumper car. At this point, they were about 100 kilometers away from Yuzhong City. With no streetlights on the highway, they relied solely on the high beams of the RV for illumination. Since most vehicles on the highway were basically wrecked, the darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The only sounds were the roar of the RV and its headlights piercing through the night. Tian, brother, driving at night is quite dangerous. There's a service area up ahead, or should we rest there? Xiaoling's ability is light, right? She can just shine some light for us, Ling Jin joked, laughing. Ling shot her a disapproving glance. Jinjie, do you think I'm a light bulb? Not to mention whether my energy is sufficient. My ability can't be used for illumination, it's only for killing. Let's just rest at the service area. We'll spend the night there, Tian decisively concluded. A few minutes later, they arrived at the highway service area. Mido circled the area in the RV. This service area was quite luxurious, not just equipped with supermarkets, restrooms, and restaurants, but also featuring hotels, shopping centers, bubble tea shops, and even stores selling clothing and local specialties. It was no different from a regular shopping mall, albeit on a smaller scale. Perhaps because of this, the service area was bustling with people. As soon as the armored RV entered, they were met by a swarm of zombies. Beep beep. In an effort to draw the zombies closer for an easier collision, Mido honked the horn. The sound of the RV's horn was as loud as that of a large truck, particularly jarring in the quiet, dark surroundings. Grr. Successfully lured the mass of zombies with their claws outstretched, charged toward the armored RV. With full throttle, the RV sped toward the horde, and upon contact, several zombies were sent flying. They fell from the air like raindrops, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yet Mido showed no signs of stopping. She pressed the accelerator even harder, the RV mowing down zombies one after another, like cutting through wheat. A long trail of blood marked their path, creating an utterly gruesome scene. The female driver was terrifying. By around 9 o'clock, Mido had cleared out the zombies, with a few stragglers dispatched by Ling and Ling Jun using their firearms. They had no intention of getting out of the RV. After all, everything they needed was inside. Once parked, Mido and Ling Jun, the two beauties, one a strong woman and the other a campus flower, took their change of clothes and headed for the bathroom. Before long, the sounds of running water and their laughter echoed from within. Meanwhile, Ling began organizing the supplies they had gathered from the convenience store at the gas station. It was at this moment that Tian found time to sort through his gains. Leaning back on the sofa, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, feeling completely relaxed as he opened the system panel to check the system log. After skimming through, he found over 1,000 entries. So many. It looks like I've struck it rich. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly flipped through the logs, examining each one. Most entries indicated energy points gained from killing zombies, and Tian's goal was the reward for the 4th-tier zombie. If he guessed correctly, that 4th-tier zombie would yield a decent reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a 4th-tier zombie. Energy points 10,000. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of a 4th-tier zombie. Reward 1, unrestricted type enhancement card. Indeed, the reward for the 4th-tier zombie was exceptional, an unrestricted enhancement. Tian immediately thought of enhancing the armored RV once again. However, he didn't rush. He continued to browse until he stumbled upon a special message. Ding! Medical personnel detected. Conditions met. Upgrade medical capabilities. Currently, the RV had a medical function at LV1, which could quickly treat minor injuries and the zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy points. Finding medical personnel could upgrade this function. Since its discovery, it had never been used, mainly due to a lack of opportunity. Clearly, the medical personnel referred to was the beautiful Dr. Lingjun. Nuwa upgrade the medical function. Ding! Upgrade successful. Medical LV2 can quickly treat severe injuries and the zombie virus by consuming medicine or energy points, and can treat common internal ailments. Finding medical personnel can upgrade. The ability to cure the zombie virus had upgraded from minor to severe, meaning that even those at the brink of becoming zombies could be saved, and it could also treat common illnesses. In these challenging times, this functionality was incredibly valuable. His energy points were hefty now. The 4th-tier zombie had yielded a full 10,000 points plus the scattered zombies and the numerous monsters he had slain along the way. Combined with the original 50459 points, he had reached a staggering total of 138,079 points. The RV's defense value, originally at 15,000, had been reduced to 4,561 after Mido's relentless crashing. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but wince, his heart aching for the energy points. It felt as if he had wasted the 4th-tier zombie's reward, and he was now left in the red. What a wasteful girl. He promptly replenished the defense points, leaving him with 127,640 energy points. Next, he upgraded Healing Mido and Lingjun all to the 3rd tier. Lingjun was already close to leveling up to the 2nd tier. It only cost 100 energy points to elevate her to that level. Name Lingjun. Level 204000 can upgrade by consuming energy points. Strength 36, adult baseline 10. Agility 42, adult baseline 10. Constitution 54, adult baseline 10. Ability, physical mental 40. He then upgraded her directly to the 3rd tier, as she was already close to the 2nd tier. Advancing to the 3rd tier should not be an issue. Name Lingjun. Level 301000 can upgrade by consuming energy points. Strength 90, adult baseline 10. Agility 105, adult baseline 10. Constitution 135, adult baseline 10. Ability, physical mental 100. Name Healing. Level 301000 can upgrade by consuming energy points. Strength 113, adult baseline 10. Agility 120, adult baseline 10. Constitution 128, adult baseline 10. Ability light 85. Skills. Firearm mastery disguise. Potential value SS potential is graded from A to SSS. Higher potential levels yield greater energy conversion efficiency. Charm value 96. Charm includes appearance, figure, and temperament with a maximum of 100. Higher charm values make it easier to gain others' trust. Name Mido. Level 301000 can upgrade by consuming energy points. Strength 90, adult baseline 10. Agility 105, adult baseline 10. Constitution 113, adult baseline 10. Ability electricity 65. Skills expert swordsman mastery of various sword tech. Thunder control can operate electrical devices without needing power, can also control electricity to strike foes. Name Tian. Gender male. Height 178 centimeters. Age 28. Personality decisive, calm with a hint of lechery. Appearance average, build ruggedly handsome. Level 4. Strength 405. Agility 270. Constitution 338. Supernatural ability 225. Power space. Charm 90. Potential SSS. Occupation company chairman. Equipment Thor M4 infinite rifle. Skills. Eye of Insight utilizes a probing skill to view basic information about living beings. Hostility perception passive skill that allows the host to sense hostility directed towards them. Martial arts mastery encompasses a variety of close combat techniques, including boxing, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, and various cold weapon combat experiences. Acquired from Mido. Absolute hit guarantees absolute accuracy. Every shot finds its mark. This includes all weapons, even firearms. Acquired from Healing. Limb resurrection. Do not fear severed limbs, for they can regenerate. Acquired from Lingjun. Infinite enhancement can consume metal or energy points to reinforce specified items, limited to 1 enhancement per item. Acquired from Xionglai. Crisis prediction can foresee potential dangers in advance. Acquired from Yunjie. Name Mido. Gender female. Height 172 centimeters. Age 19. Personality obedient, strong-willed, enjoys following Yi Tian. Appearance angelic face, devilish figure. Level 3. Strength 90. Agility 105. Constitution 113. Supernatural ability 65. Power electricity. Potential assess. Occupation college student. Equipment Thunderblade with paralyzing effect. Skills. Mastery of swordsmanship, proficient in various sword techniques, including the Duga 9, swords, falling flower swordplay, and Taiji, sword with flexible and diverse moves. Thunder Command can control electrical devices without a power source and wield electricity as a weapon. Name Healing. Gender female. Height 175 centimeters. Age 25. Personality proud, self-assured. Appearance dashing and graceful, exuding unmatched charisma. Level 3. Strength 113. Agility 120. Constitution 128. Supernatural ability 85. Power light. Potential assess. Occupation police officer. Equipment Holy Light silver gun, infinite energy laser weapon with long range. Skills. Firearm mastery, expert in all types of firearms, able to quickly disassemble and repair weapons. Disguise mastery, can alter appearance and disguise as another gender. Name Lingjun. Gender female. Height 175 centimeters. Age 28. Personality mature, wise, and alluring. Appearance poised and elegant with a curvaceous figure. Level 3. Strength 90. Agility 105. Constitution 135. Supernatural ability 100. Power body mind. Potential SSS. Occupation medical doctor. Equipment Desert Eagle, no need to chamber infinite bullets, no recoil, built-in silencer. Skills. Medical recovery, capable of treating specified individuals for external and internal injuries, as well as viral infections. Genetic enhancement can provide basic enhancements to individuals, significantly boosting their strength, agility, and constitution attributes. Mental control, able to fully control zombies below her own level. Images sourced from the internet. If there are any infringement issues, please contact for removal. Thank you for your support. Upgrading the 3 of them in succession cost 12104 energy points, leaving 115536. It was not a shortage of energy that prevented them from reaching the 4th tier. Granting a few more people the same advancement would have consumed roughly 10,000 points apiece. More importantly, consecutive rank ups impair one's ability to consolidate and master newfound power. They would wait until everyone had adapted before attempting further ascensions. As for Yi Tian himself, reaching the 5th tier demanded 100,000 energy points, and there was no urgent need now. If he met a zombie he could not overcome, he could always ascend in the moment. It was wiser to reserve energy for contingencies, vast hordes that would steadily deplete protective points, or sustained bombardment from heavy artillery that would likewise require abundant defenses. So he kept the reserves. He had not yet decided how to use the enhancement card either, so he tucked it away for the time being. There was no harm in waiting until a clear purpose presented itself. Seeing the 10,000+ energy points remaining on his panel, Yi Tian felt an ease spread over him. With provisions in hand, one did not panic. By the time he had gathered and organized their spoils, it was past 11 o'clock. The armored RV's interior offered 100 square meters of space, and after traversing the corridor, he reached the sleeping quarters. At the doorway, he found one bedroom door left open. He Ling and Lingjun were already asleep on the bed. Both of them had figures that drew the eye. "Hey big brother, what are you doing?" Mido's voice came from beside him. Yi Tian forced a smile and reluctantly tore his gaze away from He Ling and Lingjun. When he turned, Mido's head was poking out from the adjacent room. She peered at him with an endearingly fierce expression. "You should sleep too. I'll go take a bath first." Mido nodded, lightly yawned, and then flopped onto the bed. Within moments a soft snore rose from her. Yi Tian finished his bath quickly. They would be on the road in the morning, and rest was prudent. Even while toweling his hair, he found his eyes lingering on the tableau in the berth. All 3 girls were sprawled on the bed, and the mattress was large enough that they did not look crowded. Each wore loose sleepwear after their wash, and in sleep those garments revealed glimpses of beauty. One was a mature, regal woman, one a sensuous school belle, the third a spirited, valiant policewoman. No more thinking about this. We have to move tomorrow, he told himself, forcing away a vividly carnal mental scene, then returned to his own bed. The next morning they ate a meager breakfast, meat buns, soup, dumplings, and other simple fare, then resumed their journey. Brother Tian, there are a dozen cars smashed together up ahead. The road's blocked. Should we exit the highway? Someone asked. Tian rose from the sofa and walked forward. A sign by the roadside indicated an exit to the right for Fengxian, but roughly a kilometer ahead a chain collision had jammed the lane. Many vehicles were mangled beyond recognition. He consulted the navigation map. Exiting there would take them through Fengxian, a small county town, and rejoining the highway after bypassing it would add over 60 kilometers to their trip. The roads in such towns were seldom smooth. They would pass through villages and small market towns, places where zombie populations clustered. I'll get out and clear the way. You two cover me, Tian said. All right. He Ling quickly positioned a sniper rifle and lay prone at the roof hatch. Mido monitored the RV's surroundings on the surveillance screens. Ling Zhun manned the Gatling. If anything erupted, they could rely on its devastating suppressive fire. Tian scanned the surroundings, then stepped out. He had become impressively efficient at collecting obstructions. With a broad sweep of his hand, he drew the vehicles blocking the road into the system space, as if courtesy of sorcery. It was astonishingly convenient and utterly unreasonable. Others would either detour or labor to clear a path. Tian simply stored the impediments away until they had passed, then returned them to their former places. They adopted that pattern: walk, stop, clear what could not be passed, move on, and restore things afterward. Be a responsible citizen. Return items to where they belong. Not yours. Don't take it. But if it was usable, well, then that item was his. 60 kilometers separated them from the highway blockade when a white compact car tore through the toll gate, snapping the barrier as it went and shot onto the road. Behind it, hundreds of zombies swelled in pursuit, scarlet eyes, razor claws roaring in a frenzied chase. Stop. Please stop. My boyfriend isn't in the car yet. We have to go back for him. A woman in the front passenger seat yanked at the driver's arm, shaking him so violently he could not control the wheel. The car careened and swerved perilously. The driver stomped on the brakes and then accelerated, tires screaming against asphalt. The shriek of rubber only served to rile the pursuing undead. Let go, you idiot. If you don't stop this, I'll leave you for the zombies. The middle-aged driver snapped, his voice full of bile. A living corpse leapt and smashed against the window with a sickening thud. The impact made the woman scream. A dark blood trail was dragged across the pavement. Terrified, she froze. She genuinely feared he would abandon her to the zombies. After all, 10 days into the catastrophe, those with sense knew the world had changed beyond recognition. They bolted down the highway for who knew how long. Only when the rearview mirror showed nothing but empty road did the man finally exhale. He was still trembling. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead from the ordeal. Stop thinking about your boyfriend. There were hundreds, if not 1,000, zombies back there. There's no way anyone could have survived that, he said. But if he hadn't gone to draw them away, how would we have gotten into the car? If you'd waited another moment, he could have climbed in. The girl protested, remembering the helpless, despairing look on the man's face, until her eyes reddened and she sobbed. You think I forced him? He chose to draw them away himself. We're all adults and must be responsible for our actions. From the moment he went out, he should have understood the risks. But, there's no but. If we waited for him and tried to start the car, we'd have all died. Didn't you see how close it was? You should be thanking me. If I hadn't driven off when I did, the zombies would have had you for dinner. The driver spoke, and one hand had already slid toward the girl's inner thigh. Tell me, how do you intend to thank me? Startled by the sudden lecherous touch, the girl shrieked and slapped his hand away. Stop. If you do that again, I will. She reflexively wanted to say she would call the police, then remembered there were no officers left. Her one refuge, her boyfriend, had already been devoured by the zombies. She was utterly alone. The driver sneered. What? And then what? What are you going to do? When she fell silent, he laughed coldly and continued, if I were you, I'd find a reliable protector and do whatever it takes to survive. That's the only sensible choice now. The girl opened her mouth, but said nothing. This isn't the old peacetime world. Back then you could summon the police or the media. Now if you want to live, you must do as I say. Understand? He reached again, this time pressing his hand all the way to the root of her thigh, stroking the soft, pale skin. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. She trembled, but no longer pushed him away, as she tacitly accepted his actions. She was not foolish. In this ruinous age, a powerful ally was a lifeline. Alone, especially out here in the desolate countryside, one might not last a day. But this driver was different. He was strong, had killed zombies before, and bore a white vertical scar on his forehead. By his own account, he was an evolved man far superior to ordinary people. He was hardly handsome, yet that mattered little beside the promise of survival. For now, aligning with him seemed prudent. Sensing her resignation, the driver grew complacent. Such a pretty girl would have been unthinkable before, but now, his hands grew bolder, kneading the smooth flesh even as he offered reassurances. Don't worry. As long as you do what I say, I won't mistreat you. With me, you'll fare better than most. She murmured. She had accepted her fate. Resistance now would be death. She wanted to live. The driver's smile widened, his right hand slid toward the fly. The girl pressed his wrist firmly. I can give you what you want, she said, but you must tell me where we're headed. I need to know if we'll be able to survive. Relax. I've already planned it. At the next interchange, we'll get off the highway. We'll find a sparsely populated village. When we find the village, it'll lure the zombies away. Then we can plan our own food, be self-sufficient, and live carefree. She nodded. Good. They'll give you what you want when we're safe. Not now. Though she kept her head bowed, her voice was resolute. Fine. Suit yourself. There's no rush. We'll find a village today anyway. He withdrew his hand, giving it an extra pinch as he did. She cooperating was far preferable to force. Moreover, they were still on the highway, though hardly any vehicles now traveled it. This was no place for the sort of thing he wanted to do. Better to find a room and be comfortable. They drove on for another 20 minutes. Suddenly, the driver frowned in surprise. Why is this stretch so clean? It looks as if someone swept it. Isn't a clean highway normal? The girl asked. You don't know anything, he scoffed. Did you see the road we came through? Not a stretch looks like this. There were wrecked cars, scattered parts, sometimes even zombies. This road shouldn't be this tidy. The girl's heart lurched. Look at this section. The wrecked cars have been moved to the sides. You can't even see pebbles on the asphalt. It's like someone deliberately swept it. The driver frowned, baffled. Maybe we should get out of here quickly. Since we can't explain it, getting out fast is best. There's an exit not far ahead. We'll take it and find a village. He slammed the accelerator. The small car lunged forward. She nodded, tense. She had accepted his alliance. Her boyfriend, who had died trying to save her, was already fading from her mind. Perhaps following this middle-aged man, brave enough to kill zombies and perceptive enough to notice the highway's oddity, was the right choice. Then the girl saw something up ahead. Look, there are people up ahead. On the emergency lane, near a totaled car, a motorcycle suddenly shot out. Two riders wore full-face helmets, their features hidden. The motorcycle was charging toward the small car against the flow. The driver spat. Look at these idiots fleeing on a motorcycle. They have no sense of self-preservation. No wonder this stretch seemed so clean. On other roads, debris would have overturned a bike long ago. The motorcycle was closing fast. The car was nearing 100 miles per hour. The bike was perhaps doing 60 or 70. At the instant the motorcycle and the car crossed paths, something propelled forward like a black shadow. The pillion rider hurled a fist-sized stone at the windshield. The distance was too short and the relative speed too great. The driver had no time to react. The stone smashed through the glass and slammed into his chest. He was grievously wounded. The driver's reflex to evade sent the car careening out of control. It plowed through several abandoned cars before grinding to a halt. The front end was crushed beyond recognition. Thick black smoke began to billow. One more done, the motorcycle riders shouted triumphantly. They executed a deft drift and glided to a stop 50 meters from the wreck. Removing their helmets, two youthful faces were revealed. Hey Tian, one crooned. That throw of yours was freakishly precise. You nailed that driver dead on. The other laughed. I used to do this for fun by the roadside. Once I got caught, and my dad nearly beat me to death. After that I never dared do it. Except my dad turned into a zombie, so no one's around to punish me now. I can do whatever I want. When the topic arose, Dan wore a smug expression. From now on you can play to your heart's content, but you need to practice more. We will have to rely on your skills to make a living in the future, Just wait and see what I can do. Let's go check what else is in the car. There's a woman sitting in the passenger seat, and she seems quite attractive. I hope she's not dead. Even if she is, it doesn't matter. She must still be warm, which won't affect anything. Damn, your taste is really heavy. With that, the two of them jumped off the motorcycle, grabbing an iron rod as they sprinted toward the small car. Although the driver was severely injured, he was still alive, struggling to breathe with a hazy consciousness. His chest had a large dent and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, tightly wrapped by the airbag. The girl in the passenger seat seemed to be unharmed. The airbag had protected her well, though the violent impact had caused her to faint from shock. They're both still alive. There are still plenty of instant noodles and a few self-heating rice hot pots in the back. Unfortunately, a bottle of liquor got smashed. Let's take these two back. Brother Long will definitely be pleased. I wonder what Brother Long wants with living people, turning them into zombies. The two excitedly lifted the driver and the girl onto a severely deformed pickup truck with dried bloodstains everywhere inside. If there was one thing to say about a pickup, it was sturdy and durable. Despite the severe wreckage, it could still drive normally, albeit with little comfort. Soon they drove the pickup toward an intersection, exiting the highway on their way to their hideout. Before long, they arrived near a high school. Both were third-year students, and both were poor students. They had skipped class to surf the internet when the zombie outbreak occurred, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Now the area around the school had been claimed by a man known as Brother Long, and they were among his subordinates. Brother Long, we're back. This time the haul is pretty good. They parked the truck at the school entrance and excitedly shouted inside. We managed to gather a lot of supplies, and we've got 2 people. A man completely naked with a dragon tattoo on his body stepped out, a yellow vertical line on his forehead, with hints of green visible as well. Good, I knew I didn't misjudge you two. Throw them both in the back. Got it, Brother Long. But about this girl. The two hesitated, glancing at the unconscious girl, who was indeed quite attractive. Her figure and face were above average. Considering her age, she was at least 7 or 8 years older than them, and it was precisely this mature beauty that they rarely saw in their peers. Is there something else? Brother Long cast a casual glance at the two, exuding an intimidating authority without needing to raise his voice. Brother Long, can we have a little fun with this girl? We've never really played with a woman before. Yeah, Brother Long, she's really something. Why don't you go first, and we'll take our turn later. Their gazes were filled with greed, lingering on the girl, especially fixated on her full curves, causing them to swallow hard. You two. In this world, women are actually the least useful beings. What good are they other than wasting food? Seeing their avaricious expressions, Brother Long tried to reason with them. Do you really want to waste food, keeping her just for a moment of pleasure? And you have to be careful she doesn't turn on you. Think about it, once we grow stronger, what kind of women won't be at our disposal? With just a glance, they will obediently open their legs for you, understand? They nodded, but their gazes remained fixated on the girl, their minds likely already conjuring inappropriate images. Seeing their expressions, Brother Long realized they were no longer listening. He understood that they were at a rebellious age full of youthful vigor. If he didn't let them vent a little, it would be hard to control them later. Subordinates who were merely coerced into obedience would never truly dedicate themselves. Thus, Brother Long decided to relent. Since the woman was destined to become a zombie anyway, he might as well grant them this favor. Take her to the back. This time you can have your fun, but just this once. Understand? Afterward, she must be turned into a zombie. The two rejoiced. Thank you, Brother Long. Excitedly, they carried the girl to the back. This time you two will go, and we'll use the same old method. Brother Long then pointed to 2 others, one with yellow hair and the other with green. Understood, Brother Long. They nodded and drove off in the pickup truck they had arrived in. Now only Brother Long and the driver remained in the room. Brother Long approached the driver, extending a finger, the nail instantly turning from a healthy red to pitch black. With no hint of surprise, he dug his nail into the driver's hand with force. A wound appeared on the driver's hand, and the blood quickly darkened to black. The driver began to twitch involuntarily. Brother Long silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 3. When he reached 60, the driver, who had been convulsing, suddenly opened his eyes. However, they had turned a menacing crimson, devoid of any emotion. The driver let out a roar and lunged at Brother Long. Brother Long showed no sign of surprise. He swiftly picked up an iron rod nearby and smashed it down onto the driver's head. With a loud crack, the driver's head exploded, and Brother Long immediately began rummaging through the remains. The scene was gruesome and horrifying. Before long, he extracted a white crystal from within, rinsed it in water, and without hesitation swallowed it, showing no signs of disgust. This was Brother Long's ability, zombification. Indeed, Brother Long was a rare type of supernatural being, possessing the power to transform normal individuals into zombies through the corpse poison in his nails. Moreover, once transformed, they could still generate crystal cores. This was why he had rapidly advanced to the 2nd tier and was nearing the 3rd. Now it only takes 60 seconds to turn a normal person into a zombie, about a third less time than before. Brother Long muttered to himself. This white crystal seems to be losing its effectiveness for my enhancement. I wonder if it's because I've used it too much or if the energy within is too weak. Even if the white crystal's impact had diminished, it was still beneficial, and he felt his body strengthening slightly. He had discovered this ability by chance after the outbreak, and he was originally a ruthless character, the leader of the 3 brothers, Tiger, Dragon, and Leopard. He was the most ruthless and powerful among the trio. The white crystal had been an accidental discovery, and upon finding it, he, being the harsh person he was, and having read apocalyptic novels, had unhesitatingly swallowed the white crystal. His notoriety spread throughout the surrounding districts, and he came to exercise near total control over the area around the middle school. Yet he was exceptionally cautious. He believed only those who had grown fully could be called true masters. So even though he could have unified the entire district by now, he refrained. He preferred to expand slowly to consolidate power bit by bit, and only when his strength was absolute would he absorb the rest. The reason he had chosen the school as his foothold was practical. The campus offered generous space, and most of the zombies were segregated in classrooms, giving him ample time and opportunity to pick and choose his kills. Beneath the school wall lay a long row of corpses, each without a head. These were survivors he and his men had lured by various means or seized by force, like the driver and the girl. Long Gu would turn them into zombies, dispatch them, and extract their crystal cores to augment his own power. This secret belonged solely to him. He had no intention of confiding it to his underlings. To them, Long Gu was a remorseless, decisive executioner, brutal and efficient, a figure who inspired equal measures of exhilaration and dread. Sooner or later, I will become the strongest existence in the world, he vowed inwardly. When that day comes, whatever I desire will be mine. He coveted strength above all, and women no longer held any appeal for him. He knew that once invincible, any woman would be within his reach. Thrilled by the sensation of power, he swung his fist at the nearby table. The blow crumpled the iron table inward. The sight of it exhilarated him. Power. The intoxicating feeling of power. On the highway, Huang Mao and LV Mao had arrived at the rendezvous point, unaware that some 30 kilometers ahead an armored RV was bearing down on them. The armored vehicle crept along, at first hindered by scattered wreckage littering the highway. That stretch of road had been tidied by long guest people, however, and the RV was able to pick up speed. They had noticed the unusually clean road, but Tian had faith in the RV and kept it moving. After all, unless struck by a weapon of mass annihilation, the RV's defenses were formidable. Besides, they had more than 100,000 units of energy to replenish what was lost. Armor could be mended with energy or metal materials. Tian had once asked Nuwa whether scrap cars counted as metal. Nuwa had said no. The car was a finished product, not raw material, unless one dismantled it to harvest the metal. So the dream of scavenging roadside wrecks for repair material was dashed. They would have to rely on energy until they could raid a building supply depot. Besides, the four of them were among the world's elite in human strength. They were not easily intimidated. If anyone dared to rob them, it would only provide entertainment. Driving duties now rotated. Ling was at the wheel. Long stretches behind the wheel wore on everyone, and they took turns. It surprised them all that Ling Zhen, a renowned senior researcher, could not drive. Mido teased her about it for some time. Ling Zhen sat in the passenger seat, monitoring the RV's cameras for any nearby anomalies. Mido and Tian lounged on the rear sofa. Fatigued from driving, Mido propped a bare foot on the opposite seat, her long, elegant limbs casually displayed as she munched chips and watched a television drama. You better take your foot down before the whole vehicle smells like it, Tian teased, shelling seats. Smell what? Mido feigned ignorance, then on impulse tucked her foot back and sniffed it. Not at all. It smells fine, pleasant even. There's no such thing as a pleasant-smelling foot, Tian scoffed. Try it yourself, she challenged, extending her foot toward him. He took hold of her foot, not to smell it, but to tickle the sole with his free hand. Huh. It's so ticklish, Tian, brother. Huh. She laughed helplessly. You're so gullible, Ling said with a laugh from the driver's seat. Tian's just teasing you. Suddenly, Ling Zhen's gaze snapped to the road ahead. A motorcycle had appeared out of nowhere, hurtling toward them at high speed, and in that instant the rider hurled a large stone at the RV. The attackers had deliberately selected a massive rock, hoping for a single decisive strike. They had also overlooked the RV's Gatling gun, assuming it was useless, otherwise they would never have dared. The stone struck the windshield with a heavy thud and rebounded as if from steel, failing to inflict any structural damage. The impact still shaved 46 points from the RV's defense value, a testament to the stone's force. By a cruel stroke of luck for the defenders, the ricocheted boulder struck the motorcycle rider, LV Mao, square on the helmet. Had he not been wearing it, that blow would have killed him. Stunned and disoriented, LV Mao lost control. The motorcycle and its riders tumbled, rolling a dozen times before coming to a stop. Ling slammed the brakes, bringing the RV to a halt. Those who dared such reckless deeds were clearly no ordinary people, and even in the old world, Ling would not have forgiven them, now even less so. Huang Mao and LV Mao had picked the wrong adversaries, and they would soon learn to regret it. These two must be the ones ambushing travelers here. The road looks swept by them, Mido said. This is outrageous. If our vehicle hadn't had such robust protection, Sister Ling would have been in grave peril, Mido added indignantly. You foolish girl. How could they have seriously harmed me? I felt something amiss the moment they sprang out. But Tian once said this motorhome could withstand a missile, so I did not dodge. Ling smiled with pride. The faster the vehicle travels, the greater the force of a thrown stone. If not for the motorhome's formidable defenses, we would have been in real danger, Tian said. People in the apocalypse are terrifying. They have no shred of humanity. Lingjun sighed. Judging by the scene, this is not their first time. Perhaps every car lining the road belongs to their victims, Tian sneered. The apocalypse is a mirror that unmasks human nature. When the world collapses, some hideous facets of people are inevitably exposed, Mido agreed. Since they dared to attack us, there's no need for courtesy. These two cannot live. Tian's voice chilled. He never showed mercy to enemies. Whatever his motive, once he identified someone as an adversary, whether strong or weak, he believed they must be eliminated. Tian was not one to nurse grudges. His retribution was usually immediate unless the target could not be found. All four exited the motorhome and took up their weapons. LV Mao and Huang Mao lay on the ground groaning. Huang Mao, the driver, was gasping, his breath shallow and frequent. He looked near death. Fate's cruelty could be borne, but one's own folly was unforgivable. Brother Tian, that man is dead, Mido reported. I know. Tian advanced toward the man whose leg had been broken. LV Mao met their gaze and paled further. What do you want? I'll tell you, we're Long Ji's men. If you come closer, Long Ji will not spare you. LV Mao's bluster belied his fear, but Tian did not relent. He approached slowly until he stood over LV Mao. Long Ji. That name rings a bell, Tian said coldly. You've heard of him. Who in this area hasn't heard of the 3 hounds and leopards? LV Mao squawked. Oh, is that so? Then it must be him. Dodo, you remember, don't you? Tian taunted. Of course I remember. Those so-called Hu Ji and Bao Ji were taken care of by you, brother. Tian Mido chimed in. You. LV Mao was aghast. What manner of man could have so easily dispatched Hu Ji and Bao Ji? You heard him. Where is your Long Ji? Perhaps I should go and have a chat, Tian mocked. I won't betray him. You might as well kill me. LV Mao stammered. Heh. Admirable loyalty. Lingjun, attend to him. Tian handed the matter off lightly. Lingjun's skill and mental influence ordinarily only controlled the undead, but it could exert a hypnotic effect on the living. She understood at once and moved toward LV Mao with composed grace. Tell me, young man, where is Long Ji? Lingjun asked with cultivated poise. LV Mao, struck by her elegance and perhaps disarmed by her serenity, answered before fully realizing it. Long Ji is at Tiananzhongshui, he said, eyes shining like an eager child who had pleased a teacher. He Ling and Mido, seeing Lingjun exercise this ability for the first time, felt a surge of private admiration. No interrogation by He Ling herself would have been so swift. Thank you, Lingjun said to Tian with a knowing smile. Without a word, Tian raised his pistol and fired once into each of LV Mao and Huang Mao, sending them to their end. Mido sashayed over to Tian. Brother Tian, do you intend to go to Tiananzhongshui and deal with Long Ji? Why should such a man remain alive? Even if he was merely troublesome before he's crossed me now. When someone provokes me, I root them out completely, Tian replied. The 3 women absorbed his decision with stunned assent. Mere provocation to him justified total eradication. No dissent was offered. Not even He Ling, who had once served as an officer, objected. Tian is right. They may not know it was us, but with powers proliferating, who knows what methods they might possess to uncover the truth. Best to remove the threat now, Lingjun approved. I agree. If the enemy conspired in secret, we could be blindsided, Mido added, fawning as always. He Ling, you. Mido began. I'm fine. I'm not who I was before. Besides, someone like that deserves to die. Let's go, He Ling said. They boarded the motorhome and followed the navigation, exiting the highway and heading straight for Tiananzhongshui. They parked not far from the school. Tian turned to He Ling. You'll scout Long Ji's situation. Give me an outfit like that LV Mao wore, He Ling replied. She understood Tian wanted her to use her skill to gather intelligence. Tian produced from the system's space a set of clothes similar to LV Mao's and handed them to her. He Ling took them and went into the motorhome's rear compartment. The disguise, an ability that could alter one's visage and even allow a woman to pass as a man, was precisely what she needed. When facing an organized, dangerous enemy, prudence dictated a thorough reconnaissance before any confrontation. Minutes later, a figure approached from behind, hurling a threat, boy, wait until I bring Long Ji and grind you to dust. It was the same LV Mao they had thought dispatched. Mido and Lingjun ignored the outburst. Mido and Lingjun inspected He Ling's transformation with admiration. Sister He Ling, your disguise is incredible. Exactly the same, even looks like a man. Remarkable. Mido gushed and teasingly prodded He Ling's chest. Don't be silly. If it wears off, you'll spoil it, Lingjun laughed, swatting Mido's meddling hand. Any drawbacks? Mido asked tongue-in-cheek. It lasts only an hour. If she is injured, the disguise collapses immediately. If someone has a power that detects such guises, it fails. And someone intimately familiar with her would discern the flaw, Ling Jun replied. That will do. Healing, you'll go me do, and I will stay in the vehicle. Yi Tian admired the skill's utility. Its limitations notwithstanding, it was perfect for a brief, close infiltration to learn the enemy's strength. After Yi Tian and He Ling disembarked in their green hair guise, He Ling went straight into the school, while Yi Tian lingered outside as a covert lookout. If anything happened to He Ling, he could intervene. With He Ling's skill, it was inconceivable she would be seized without putting up a fight. 10 minutes passed without word. Yi Tian grew uneasy until finally the green hair figure emerged from the school gate. Seeing He Ling unharmed, he exhaled with relief. Their reconnaissance had gone smoothly. Back in the vehicle, He Ling recounted what she had seen. Inside was a man called Long Ji. When he asked why she had returned, she fabricated an excuse and passed. Long Ji appeared to be a second-order evolver, perhaps an Esper, and was likely close to ascending to the third order. At that level, any one of the four of them could control him with ease. None of the others inside were evolvers. There were 8 of them, and they looked like students, which struck the group as odd. He Ling added that a row of corpses lay near the perimeter wall, their skulls blown open. Long Ji's handiwork, and many classrooms harbored zombies. Good work. No heavy weaponry means we can move in directly, Yi Tian concluded. Mido drove the armored RV toward the school with a thunderous rumble. The commotion did not go unnoticed. Suddenly a cry for help rang out. A high school girl, still developing and alarmingly scantily dressed. Only a bra remained, her trousers torn, pounded toward the RV, a broad expanse of pale thigh exposed. Behind her crept 2 limping zombies, their broken limbs exposing white bone. Brother Yi Tian, the girl wailed, sprinting as she called for salvation. Please save me. I'll do anything. I don't want to die, she sobbed. Yi Tian and the others watched with detached amusement. Mi Do and Ling Jun traded names of drinks as if ordering at a cafe, while an absurd conversation about milk tea blossomed in the tense air. He joked about bubble tea and lattes. The banter was pointedly incongruous, intentionally so. Everyone recognized the girl's performance for what it was, a trap. She ran too well for the limping zombies pursuing her. Survivors understood after days of living with the undead that zombies hunted by sound and scent. A distant runner would escape easily. If she truly intended to flee, she would have bolted and left the pretense. Instead, she kept turning back, pleading as if desperate to be rescued. The few actors were too deliberate to be honest victims. Mido's eyes glittered. Her acting needs work. I can fix that. I'll make her performance soar, he said, already scheming. Before anyone could object, Yi Tian retrieved 10 Bluetooth speakers from the compartment and cracked the window. He set them to full volume and tossed them one by one so they came to rest beside the pleading girl. From within the RV, a tinny, earnest song rose up, the melody oddly at odds with the scene. The boundless horizon is my love. Beneath the green hills, the flowers are in bloom. Thanks to the RV's superb soundproofing, no one nearby could hear the interior. The girl's cries, however, fed through the RV's pickup microphone and were relayed, amplified by the speakers. The feedback twisted her original calls into something monstrously amplified, and that drew the attention of the hidden undead. From the darkness, the nearby zombies surged. Their emergence was sudden and terrifying as snarls and guttural noises filled the shadowed edges of the schoolyard. The girl spat an obscenity at the figures in the RV, then bolted as if transformed. Where before she had seemed fragile and faint, now she ran with the stride of an athlete. The staged limping zombies had been deliberately crippled to sell the trap, but the ones now emerging were real. Their speed was no deception. A falling behind would mean certain death. A frantic pursuit broke out. The girl reached the iron gates and pounded at them with both palms. Long Ji, open the gate. Long Ji, she screamed. Because she had taken the initiative, the pursuing zombies had not yet closed in, but there were only seconds to spare. If the gate did not open within 5 heartbeats, she would be trapped. Her willingness to risk her life for this charade stemmed from Long Ji's promise she would be first to receive the best food luxuries the others could not provide. That promise was sufficient to compel her. Yi Tian, Mi Do, He Ling, and Ling Jun craned out from the RV's sunroof, watching her performance with clinical interest. Yi Tian allowed himself the smallest smile. Her expression is finally natural, he observed. Mi Do, flushed with the thrill of direction, crowed, under my guidance, there is no subpar actor. For a fleeting moment, he was triumphant. Then the scene shifted and the excitement drained out of him. The girl battered the iron gate relentlessly, crying out for help with all her might, praying the door would fling open. Then without warning, the gate swung inward, and she was admitted. Long Gu was indeed a man of loyalties, at that moment, he still spared effort to open the gate for her. Of course that was because these zombies posed little threat to him. Long Gu fixed a frosty gaze on Yi Tian and the 3 others on the roof. Even a man like him, one not given to carnal indulgence, could not help but be momentarily arrested by the beauty of the three women. Pride swelled within him. These were the kind of women worthy of me, worthy of joining me in conquering the world, he thought. Confident in his own might, he never imagined Tian and the others might be stronger than he. In his mind, no one yet knew that crystal cores within the undead could be harnessed to grow stronger. From his tests thus far, his strength alone surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than fourfold. He had no inkling that any one of those delicate beauties could eclipse him. Brothers, grab your weapons and move in. Kill that bastard, Long Gu roared. Brandishing a mountain-cleaving axe, he led 8 underlings straight into the horde. His swing was formidable. With a single blow, he shattered a zombie's skull. But his followers were not so competent. It often took several of them to engage a single zombie. That imbalance gave the undead the advantage. One by one, Long Ji's men were felled and torn apart. They were mostly middle schoolers who bullied ordinary students in peacetime. Confronted with these creatures, they surged forward on raw bravado and little skill. Their previous encounters had been against zombies Long Gu had already maimed, so their combat experience was not non-existent, but woefully insufficient. Long Gu, save me. I'll take you with me. Screams and pleas rose in harrowing cadence. Tian was bitten to death on the spot. The girl who had acted as bait, sensing the situation, had turned, slipped inside to hide. Fortuitously, Long Gu intervened at the critical moment, and a complete rout was averted. In the end, only he and 3 followers remained. Tian had already scanned Long Gu with his detection eye, namely Phylong. Level 237804000. Strength 42. Agility 38. Constitution 40. Psionic ability 25. Power corpseization. Charisma 72. Charisma includes looks, figure, and bearing. Maximum 100. The higher the charisma, the easier one gains others' trust. Potential rank, potential grades F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Higher potential yields more efficient energy conversion. Tian frowned as he read Li Feilong's profile. Li Feilong's potential had been rated A, yet in a matter of days he had reached the 2nd tier and was on the verge of the 3rd. That was conspicuously abnormal. Under normal circumstances, such rapid advancement was impossible without continuous energy absorption around the clock. And such absorption would require a tremendous number of crystal cores. Where had he obtained so many cores? Unable to resolve the contradiction immediately, Tian set it aside for the moment. Clearly, Li Feilong harbored his own secrets. He would need to interrogate him later to learn how he had grown so swiftly. Li Feilong shouted up at Tian. Kid, if you've got guts, come down and duel me like a man. Don't cower in that vehicle like a coward. His intent was simple: draw Tian out, kill him, and then do as he pleased with the 3 girls. That crude provocation was transparent to Tian and his companions, but none of them took Li Feilong seriously given their confidence in Tian's strength. Heling, let me go, Heling whispered. She had long disliked Li Feilong. Using girls as bait betrayed a base character. Relax. Leave it to me. I haven't stretched my limbs in ages. I'd hate to be called unmanly, Tian said. Ling Jun cautioned softly, Tian, be careful. This man is strange. We've only ever met 1st-tier fighters until now. I thought you should know. I have it under control, Tian replied. He already possessed Li Feilong's data. Aside from the vague power of corpseization, his other attributes were trivial. By raw strength, Tian surpassed him tenfold. He could kill Li Feilong with a casual touch. In every metric he dominated. Li Feilong, of course, had no detection eye and could not fathom the abyssal gulf separating them. Without taking any weapon, Tian leapt from the RV and strode toward Li Feilong barehanded. His spatial ability hummed quietly in readiness. If Li Feilong had a gun, spatial slashes could banish bullets into chaotic eddies. Li Feilong licked his lips and gripped his axe. He surged forward, bellowing, die. The axe crashed down toward Tian's head. Li Feilong imagined brain matter splattering and felt a rush of exhilaration. But Tian lunged forward with a sudden burst. In a blink he was inches from Li Feilong's face, so near their skins almost brushed. The speed was blinding. Li Feilong barely registered movement before Tian stood before him. Taken by surprise, Li Feilong could not retract his axe in time. Inertia drove the blade downward into empty air as his elbow struck Tian's shoulder. The shock made him loosen his grip. Die, Li Feilong snarled, now alarmed. Realizing Tian was no ordinary opponent, he reacted with a left hook launched at point-blank range. Just as his fist closed in, Tian shifted his body, slipping aside, and with an almost casual motion seized Li Feilong's wrist. Li Feilong froze in horror. His full-force punch had been caught as if it had struck a slab of stone. His fist pressed into Tian's palm, but did not budge. This cannot be, he thought, eyes bulging. Is there truly someone in this world so far beyond me? And so young? He could not accept such a humiliation. Is that all you've got? If you have nothing else, then I'll finish this. Li Filong snarled, abandoning shock for desperation. Suddenly, his fingernails blackened like ink. With both hands, he clawed at Yi Tian. A frisson of excitement returned to him. If this man was truly powerful and could be turned into a zombie, the crystal core birthed from him would be more than enough to boost Li Filong further. He was disappointed again. Yi Tian had been guarding against his zombifying ability from the start. He had noticed it as soon as Li Filong's nails began to blacken. When it happened, Li Filong only felt a blur of motion and could not tell how Yi Tian had struck. A blazing pain ripped through his abdomen, and he crumpled to the ground like a felled tree. Yi Tian had felled him with a single punch. At first, Yi Tian had only been testing him. Since his rebirth, he had yet to face a true ability user in combat. The brief clash left him far more astonished than triumphant. Not because his opponent was weak, but because he himself was overwhelmingly strong. Their exchange lasted a sliver of time. What could be described at length was in fact barely a second. To any ordinary observer, Li Filong had collapsed at a glance. The three remaining henchmen were suddenly white-faced with terror. Their invincible brother Long had been laid out by a single look. If Li Filong could fall so easily, how formidable must this young man be? You, how can you be so strong? Who are you? Li Filong stared at Yi Tian, and for the first time fear crept into his eyes. Li Filong had risen quickly. He had stumbled upon a crystalline core on the first day and relied on his ability to slaughter survivors and some zombies, accelerating his growth to his current power. Yet against Yi Tian, he had been defeated in an instant, utterly unable to resist. And that was when Yi Tian had been holding back. If he had fought with full force, Li Filong's belly would likely have been blown wide open. I ask, you answer. Understood. Yi Tian's face was impassive. With the potential you claim, there's no way you could have attained this level of strength. Li Filong's expression flickered. He did not know what Yi Tian meant by potential. Yi Tian paid him no heed and pressed on. If I am not mistaken, you must have used some other method. If you are willing to tell me what it is, I might consider sparing you. Li Filong snorted. Spare me? Kid, when I was running the streets, you were still a babe at your mother's breast. Huh. If you've got the guts, give me one clean hit. If I blink, then I'm a son of a bitch. His breath was ragged and his bravado thin, but he spat contempt at Yi Tian. From Yi Tian's skill, Li Filong could tell the man was no simple fighter. Someone like that surely had killed before, he thought. Oh, in that case, I can hardly be blamed. Yi Tian slid his hand behind his back and produced a pistol. He fired once without ceremony. One of Li Filong's men fell dead where he stood. The sudden shot sent the other two scrambling to their knees, terror-stricken. Brother, please don't kill me. He made us do it. Please don't kill me. Yes, it was him. Please don't kill me. They were only high school seniors, never having seen a firearm used in reality, and now their companion was shot dead before their eyes. Naturally, they were terrified and shifted all the blame onto Li Filong. Li Filong's face darkened. He had never trusted those kids. Their naivete made them easy to control. That was exactly why he had recruited them. He had never intended to grow into something larger. He feared betrayal. Only when he had become strong enough that everyone feared him would he consider expanding. So their treachery did not surprise him, only their cowardice did. After Yi Tian killed the remaining two henchmen, he leveled his pistol at Li Filong's head. The black muzzle made something cold crawl through Li Filong's chest. He swallowed and forced himself to speak. Just kill me. This is simple. You will die regardless. The difference is how. If you tell me, I can see to it that it's quick. How about that? Huh? Are you joking? If I'm going to die anyway, why would I reveal my secret to you? Yi Tian smiled faintly. All right, here's a secret for you. I know what it feels like to turn into a zombie. It is excruciating. The eyes burst, the nails grow uncontrollably long. Oh, that pain, that sensation. Perhaps because he had witnessed the transformation many times, Yi Tian described it with a cold precision that made the other's skin crawl. Li Filong's face went pale. What do you intend to do? He demanded. Oh, nothing much. I want you to tell me how you became so strong. If you want, then I'll give you a quick, painful end. Li Filong was aghast. Was that the quick he wanted? Yi Tian stooped and picked up the mountain-cleaving axe that Li Filong had dropped. It still bore the dark, congealed blood of zombies. He traced the blade lightly across Li Filong's forearm. A charred black cut split the skin. Are you insane? That will turn me into a zombie. Li Filong screamed. He watched horrified as the wound darkened and the black pathogen crept toward his brain. Because he was a second-tier ability user, the spread was slower than it would be for an ordinary person. What Li Filong did not realize was that the pathogen carried by first-tier zombies would only make him suffer briefly. It would not complete the transformation. Evolved beings and ability users possessed an immunity of sorts to pathogens beneath their tier. He would feel pain, but would not truly become one of the undead. Still, cold stole into his limbs, his arm burned, and breathing became labored. You kill me, and you get nothing. He kept up a defiant front, though inwardly regret gnawed at him. He had hoped to bluff his way out to make Tian hesitate. Tian cocked his head. I can actually save you. You won't turn into a zombie. You what? How is that possible? Oh, Xiaojun, come over here. Tian called back. Lingjun stepped down from the car and hurried toward them. Tian, what is it? He's been infected with a zombie pathogen. Treat him. Keep him from erupting. Understood. Lingjun moved before Li Feilong and began to emanate a soft green light that smelled of life itself. This was her skill medical recovery, which could heal targeted individuals, external wounds, internal injuries, even viral infections. As the green light seeped into Li Feilong's body, he felt a miraculous ease spread through him. The savage pain ebbed, replaced by a warm, restorative glow. Li Feilong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying a glimmer of hope as he seemed to regain his composure. What kind of ability is this? He stammered. If you don't speak, I can let you experience that feeling again, Tian replied with a smile, though to Li Feilong it appeared to be the grin of a devil, making him shudder. The searing pain he had just felt was something he desperately wanted to avoid. As he drew closer, he realized that Lingjun looked even more beautiful from this distance, and an idea sparked in his mind. Big brother, how did you become so powerful? Lingjun suddenly asked Li Feilong. Instinctively, he felt compelled to answer, but he hesitated at the last moment. Tian sighed, inwardly understanding why he had never considered letting Lingjun ask that question. Her ability was specifically designed for dealing with zombies. While it could have some effect on humans, it worked best against those who were not particularly strong. Li Feilong, being at a lower level than Lingjun, couldn't even be hypnotized. He gazed deeply at Lingjun, realizing that none of these three girls were ordinary. This only intensified his desire to grow stronger, to kill Tian. I'll show you if you come with me, he declared, standing up and turning to walk into the school, feigning acceptance of his fate. However, as he turned, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Watching Li Feilong walk ahead, dejected and seemingly submissive, Tian chuckled softly. Lingjun exchanged a meaningful glance with Tian, who reassured her with a confident expression, indicating for her to wait in the vehicle while he followed Li Feilong alone. Lingjun nodded and returned to the RV. Ling had already discerned the situation inside the school. There were no significant weapons, just a horde of imprisoned zombies. Li Feilong likely intended to use them to his advantage. But Tian was unconcerned. He merely needed to understand how Li Feilong had gained such rapid strength. Other matters were of no importance, and Li Feilong posed no significant threat. Ding! Malicious intent detected towards the host. Their inner thoughts have been sensed. Get this kid to the hall. Oh, I can't believe that with so many zombies and me sneaking in, we can't take him down. Then I'll deal with those three girls, Li Feilong thought to himself, unaware that his intentions had already been perceived by Tian. Feigning ignorance, Tian casually followed behind Li Feilong, the two making their way into the school. They reached the hall of the teaching building, where an overwhelming number of zombies surged inside, excited by the scent of the living. Hiss! Roar! The zombies pressed eagerly towards the doors. Unlike monsters, zombies lacked great strength. If they had been true monsters, the iron door would likely have been no obstacle. Most of these zombies were former students, with a few being teachers. Their once youthful faces had now twisted into grotesque forms, their crimson eyes filled with a hunger for flesh. The reason I've become so strong is quite simple. I can turn the living into zombies. The zombies I create generate a kind of crystal and consuming that allows me to rapidly absorb energy, Li Feilong admitted, knowing that lying to someone like Tian would be futile. He hoped this would divert Tian's attention. And the crystals from zombies not transformed by me don't yield energy as quickly. Tian, upon hearing this, appeared to contemplate, momentarily distracted from Li Feilong's actions. Li Feilong continued, I've also discovered that the stronger the survivor before transformation, the better the crystal they produce afterward. That's why I've gained strength so quickly. At last, Tian understood the issue lay with Li Feilong's ability to create zombies. According to him, only crystals produced by zombies he had transformed provided a rapid energy absorption rate. Otherwise, the crystals from zombies transformed by others would yield energy at a normal pace. Given his potential, it would be impossible for Li Feilong to absorb energy at such a rapid rate otherwise. Tian concluded that Li Feilong was not lying. This was indeed a plausible explanation. Noticing the glint of triumph in Li Feilong's eyes, a sinister smile returned to his lips. Suddenly, Li Feilong swung a fist at the door lock with tremendous force. With a single blow, the iron door's lock shattered and the door itself bent under the impact. Once unlocked, the door lost its protective function and the zombies rushed out in a frenzy. Haha, kid, you're just not ready to challenge me. I must admit your strength is impressive, but if I turn you into one of my zombies, my power will soar to new heights. I'll take care of your girls. Li Filong shouted as he darted to a nearby tree, swiftly climbing it. Zombies could not climb trees, so once he reached the branches he felt secure. Kid, knowing my secret to strength won't save you, you'll still die here. Li Filong laughed maniacally from his perch. Yi Tian remained unperturbed. You're celebrating too soon. Raising his hand, he fired without aiming the bullet, striking Li Filong squarely between the eyes. Li Filong was dead. The zombies that had emerged were mostly of the first tier, having grown slowly due to their lack of experience in brutal combat. They posed no threat to Yi Tian, who effortlessly dispatched them, earning over 1,000 energy points as a minor reward. It was merely tiresome. Why are you all just standing there? Don't help at all. We thought you were enjoying yourself too much to be disturbed, Ling Zhen replied, covering her mouth with a smile. Seeing that Yi Tian had been inside for a while and hearing the excited roars of the zombies, she had driven the armored vehicle and worried that something might happen to him. Upon entering, they found Yi Tian engaged in battle with the zombies, but recognizing them as all first year, any one of the three girls could have dispatched them easily, let alone Yi Tian. Realizing there was no real danger, they refrained from intervening. It's exhausting, you know, Yi Tian retorted. Brother Yi Tian, what do we do next? What else can we do? We clean up the remaining zombies and leave. Are we really going to stick around? Yi Tian expressed his dissatisfaction at the girls watching. Oh, come on, brother Yi Tian. Just sit back and relax and watch my performance. Mi Do chimed in, linking her arm with his. Yi Tian wasn't truly displeased, he was merely jesting. The group boarded the armored vehicle, and after Mi Do drove it a few dozen meters away from the teaching building, she began to honk the horn furiously. The blaring horn echoed across the entire playground. The sound of the RV's horn, as loud as that of a freight truck, attracted not only the scattered zombies wandering within the school grounds, but also those lurking outside. Outside the school, zombies piled up against the walls like a precarious tower. Some that had been roaming the halls stumbled and fell crashing to the ground, yet they continued to groan and crawl toward the RV with relentless determination. Before long, a massive horde of zombies surrounded the RV, so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. A rough estimate suggested there were over 1,000. These zombies were merely second tier and posed no real threat to the armored vehicle. That should be enough. Oh, Xiao Ling, you can start now, Mi Do called out to He Ling in the passenger seat. He Ling immediately began activating the Gatling gun mounted on the armored RV. As Mi Do rammed into the zombies, He Ling expertly controlled the gun, sweeping the area with gunfire. The zombies, driven solely by instinct, rushed toward the source of the noise, unaware that they were dashing into a deadly trap. Within just a few minutes, the area around them was cleared of zombies, thanks to their coordinated efforts. Little did they know the girl who had initially lured them in had been struck down by their stray bullets. Yay! Great job, Xiao Ling. Mi Do cheered, elated by their seamless collaboration. It's mainly your plan that worked well, He Ling replied, her confidence tempered by humility toward her partner. All right, you two, enough of the flattery. Let's move on. If we dawdle any longer, it'll be dark, Yi Tian interrupted, lying back on the sofa. Mi Do stuck out her tongue and drove the armored RV back onto the highway. The road ahead had returned to normal, with the occasional sight of car parts and wrecked vehicles strewn about. However, after about 20 minutes of driving, the RV slowed down and eventually came to a halt. From his seat at the back, Yi Tian, unable to see what was happening in front, asked with his eyes closed, "What's going on? Are we stuck again?" Yi Tian, come take a look. There's no road ahead, Ling Zhen called out to the reclining figure. No road? Yi Tian was puzzled. How could a perfectly good highway suddenly have no road? He rose from the sofa and walked to the front, where he discovered that indeed there was no road ahead. Before him lay a bridge, but for some reason a section had collapsed, leaving exposed rebar. At the edge of the broken bridge, a large swarm of colorful butterflies danced gracefully. What are those butterflies? Ling Zhen asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. They look so beautiful, Mi Do exclaimed, now closer and realizing those were indeed butterflies. These butterflies were nearly the size of an adult's hand, and their claws resembled curved hooks. This is definitely not a normal butterfly, Ling Zhen said, her expression serious. As a medical doctor, she might not recognize most species like a biologist would, but she could still discern abnormality when she saw it. The butterflies swarmed together, swirling around the broken bridge like a school of fish. Suddenly, they all synchronized their wing beats, sending forth a gentle breeze that carried the black dust falling from them into the surroundings. Some of this dust settled near a wrecked car, where a zombie stood motionless. The moment the dust reached the zombie's nose, it went wild, charging toward the butterflies as if possessed. However, with the bridge broken, the zombie misstepped and plunged downward. A remarkable scene followed. What everyone expected was that the zombie would fall straight down, but to their astonishment the butterflies seemed to seize their prey, lifting the zombie up instead. No, to be precise, they weren't lifting it, they were using their hook-like claws to grasp it. They clung tightly to the zombie, hoisting it into the air. Then the previously scattered formation of butterflies suddenly constricted. All the butterflies surged toward the zombie, pushing against it with all their might. In mere seconds the swarm began to disperse again, resuming their elegant dance in the air, leaving behind only a skeleton and some rotting entrails of what had once been a zombie. The trio gasped in horror. Mido, disturbed by the gruesome spectacle, instinctively gagged. None of them had anticipated that such beautiful butterflies could be so terrifying. In mere seconds they had completely devoured a zombie. Yet it was strange that they hadn't consumed the entrails. Tian, however, was not surprised. This was the reality of mutated creatures in a post-apocalyptic world. In this new era, not only did they have to contend with the threat of zombies and monsters, but they also faced an endless array of mutated creatures. Fortunately, the RV was equipped with an air purification system, otherwise the dust drifting inside would have spelled trouble. Tian, do you know what's going on with those butterflies? Mido asked, looking at him with wide eyes, admiring his seemingly boundless knowledge. Unfortunately, Tian had no answers this time. He shook his head. I don't know either, there are just too many mutated beings in this world. No one can claim to know them all. Are you saying these are mutated creatures? Ling Zhun asked thoughtfully. Yes, the number of mutated beings in this post-apocalyptic world far exceeds that of pre-apocalypse species. This world is terrifying. From now on, it's better to be cautious around unfamiliar creatures, Mido said, patting her chest in a gesture of relief. The image of the butterflies devouring the zombie in seconds still sent shivers down her spine. Since we can't go this way, we'll have to find another route. Then we'll have to detour around Tian High School. That means taking the national highway. It won't differ much in distance, but the national road is definitely not as smooth as the highway. There's no other choice, or a rough road is better than no road at all. All right. Dodo, take a rest, let me drive, Ling said, noticing Mido's pale face, clearly shaken by the recent horror. Mido smiled and accepted without protest. Ling drove the armored RV away from Tian High School. This time they didn't pass through the school, but instead headed south along the main road toward the national highway. They expected to be chased by a large number of zombies while driving boldly down the main road. To their surprise, the zombies on the main road were alarmingly few, with only a handful scattered about. Regardless of the reason, they simply continued southward. Soon they reached their destination on the national highway. This road was riddled with potholes, causing the RV to move slowly. Tian suggested they deploy the tracks, which significantly improved the ride, at least reducing the bumpy motion. However, this came at the cost of speed and reduced shock absorption. Before long, Ling began to regret her decision. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Inside the RV, however, the air conditioning performed admirably, rendering the heat nearly imperceptible. After hours of continuous driving, Ling's face began to show signs of discomfort, and it seemed that if they continued much longer, she would succumb to nausea. Let's take a break here for lunch, Tian suggested. The others, not feeling much better themselves, were relieved as the seats provided more comfort than the driver's seat. Sure, Ling readily complied, parking the RV squarely in the middle of the road as there was no traffic to contend with at this hour. Stretching her achy body, she revealed her figure clad in tight-fitting attire that accentuated her graceful curves. Tian couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. He felt an urgent need to act before the day's tempting allure drove him mad. Meanwhile, Mido stifled a giggle, fully aware that a man as outstanding and formidable as Tian would not remain content with just one woman in this post-apocalyptic world. Neither Ling nor Ling Zhun would likely escape his charms. Yet she had no qualms about this, as her heart was set on Tian, and both Ling and Ling Zhun were easy to get along with. Transitioning from good friends to close sisters would only be a blessing. The RV was surrounded by fields, with only a solitary house near the highway marked as an auto repair shop, its yard cluttered with tools. Other than that, no buildings were in sight. Thus, even if there were zombies nearby, they posed no significant threat. It was midsummer, and the fields were lush with verdant crops. Seeing such an untainted expanse of farmland was a rare sight, though it was uncertain how much would be left come harvest season and how much grain could be gathered. Tian, Gidge, let's get out and stretch our legs. Being cooped up in here is driving me crazy, Mido suggested, noting the lack of nearby structures which made the presence of zombies highly unlikely. All right. The group disembarked from the vehicle. Oh, the air outside feels so refreshing, Mido exclaimed as she stepped out, stretching and inhaling deeply the cool natural breeze enveloping her. Such a pity for these crops. Who knows how much will survive? Ling Zhun mused, bending down to caress a leaf by the roadside. Food supplies were dwindling and agricultural production had ceased. Thus, the limited food left would become the hard currency of society. Ling Zhun felt a pang of nostalgia at the sight of the unattended crops. Unbeknownst to her, the food stored in Yi Tian's system space was more than sufficient for their small group, enough to last them for several lifetimes. By the way, Yi Tian Gij, what do you think is happening in Shanglu City now? All we've seen are zombies, yet there's no sign of the military. Mido queried, her implication clear. If the military were active in Shanglu City, there should be evidence of skirmishes. The distance to Shanglu City was now less than 200 kilometers. If Shanglu City had not fallen, they would surely have spotted military presence by now. The three girls were unaware of Yi Tian's true motives for heading to Shanglu City. They merely assumed he was going there because it was safe. They had never asked him about it. Now that they were here, Mido, closest to Yi Tian, couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Yi Tian himself was uncertain about the current situation in Shanglu City. However, he had compelling reasons to go there, driven by an obsession that had taken root within him. Even if Xia Shui would not recognize him now or provide him with answers, he was determined to find her. And once he did, his intent was clear: to eliminate her. In their past lives, they had loved deeply. There was no way he would betray her for trivial gains, as he had nothing to make others envious of. His instincts told him that the reasons behind Xia Shui's betrayal could not stem from greed. Lost in thought, Yi Tian suddenly sensed something. Someone was nearby. The three girls quickly realized the same. There were indeed people approaching. All of them had enhanced abilities, allowing them to detect the presence of others. They recognized the sound of footsteps, human as opposed to the chaotic moans of zombies. Exchanging glances, they swiftly moved to the wall of the repair shop. Moments later, two figures approached. Their footsteps were light, indicative of trained individuals. These were definitely not ordinary survivors, otherwise their movements would be less coordinated. Just as the two figures passed the wall, He Ling sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one flying, and with a swift spin, she took down the other. She had deliberately held back her strength. Though they were in pain, the two quickly regained their footing, one clutching their injured side, and the other drawing a knife. Upon recognizing each other, He Ling and the two men paused in surprise. Team leader, it's you. Yi Tian and the others also recognized them, realizing they were acquaintances. What are you doing here? He Ling inquired. Who are they? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. They're both veterans, part of a private security group. They usually have their own jobs, but when needed they form a temporary team. Many veterans are involved, and I happen to coordinate with them, He Ling explained. Don't move. Hands on your head, squat down. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 armed individuals rushed from behind the repair shop, guns drawn and warily aimed at Yi Tian and his companions. However, upon seeing He Ling, their expressions softened, and they lowered their weapons. Team leader He, it's you. You're alive. That's wonderful. Several of the men visibly relaxed, excitement evident on their faces. Since it's team leader He, we're all friends here. Put your weapons away. With team leader He around, we won't be running around like headless chickens. The two security members He Ling had knocked down rubbed their bruised shoulders as they stood up. Fortunately, He Ling had restrained her strength, and they were veterans themselves, otherwise they might have remained incapacitated. How are you? He Ling asked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, though her expression remained composed. We're fine. It's a stroke of luck to spar with team leader He. And where's your team bear? He Ling asked, noticing the absence of their leader. Our supplies ran out today, so Team Bear took a couple of brothers ahead to search for more. They should be back soon. Oh, He Ling nodded, deep in thought. Who is this Team Bear? Is he their captain? Yi Tian suddenly interjected. Yeah, their captain is named Xiong Lai. He's the one I communicate with most. When something arises, they usually follow him, which is why I asked, He Ling clarified. Xiong Lai. Is he the tall, muscular guy in his 40s? Yi Tian asked, recalling a figure he had encountered before. Yi Tian felt a subtle recognition upon hearing the name Xiong Lai, as if it were the very person he knew. He Ling asked curiously, it's him. Do you know him? Receiving a confirming nod, Yi Tian realized he had indeed not mistaken the identity of the man in question. Yes, I know him. We've had dealings before. He had specifically gone to seek Xiong Lai in his shop earlier, but had found no trace of him, only to unexpectedly encounter him here. Isn't life full of serendipitous encounters? After a moment of contemplation, He Ling gave Yi Tian a meaningful glance. From her expression, Yi Tian grasped her implication. Both he and He Ling understood that they were referring to being incorporated into this civilian security team. With He Ling acting as an intermediary, and given that the members of this team were all veterans, their combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary survivors. However, integrating these individuals would undoubtedly come at a cost. In this era, that cost was not measured in currency, but rather in provisions. Yet for Yi Tian, this posed no issue. He had already prepared a substantial stock of compressed biscuits specifically for such circumstances. He could easily sustain this small team and even a whole army for quite some time, though currently he had no intention of raising an army. Nonetheless, maintaining this small squad was well within his means. Before the apocalypse, Tian had contemplated the idea of establishing his own influence. And now he had the foundation to do so. Tian had recently utilized his probing gaze to assess this group of veterans, discovering that they were primarily of E or F rank, with one individual in particular catching his attention. This was the very person who had initially shouted for Tian and his companions to huddle down, Zhang Tao, their vice-captain. To Tian's surprise, Zhang Tao's potential was rated as an S level. Currently, he was a first-tier evolver, and judging by his parameters, it was clear that his abilities had awakened naturally rather than through the consumption of crystal cores. Thus, Tian scrutinized him a moment longer. The rest of the group had undergone some changes, albeit none had yet become evolvers. They were also unaware that the full potential of crystal cores had yet to be widely disseminated. Only a fortunate few were privy to their benefits. Otherwise, these individuals would have surely reached at least first-tier status. Zhang Tao would likely be at least second-tier. With Tian's consent, He Ling retrieved some compressed biscuits and bottled water from the RV to distribute among the security personnel. This was part of Tian's explicit instructions, not to provide anything too lavish. Otherwise, it might stir unnecessary trouble. We still have a bit of supplies left, though not much. It should be enough for everyone. Thank you, Captain He. Thank you, Captain He. Don't thank me. If you must thank someone, thank Brother Yi here. All these supplies belong to him, and he even saved me. He is now the leader of our team. Thank you, Brother Yi. The group expressed their gratitude to Tian again. Though He Ling was younger and referred to him as Brother Yi, these individuals were all over 30, making it unsuitable for them to use such a familiar term. Calling him Brother Yi was fitting. There's no need to be polite. Since you are friends of Xiao Ling, you are friends of mine as well. Huh. Brother Yi speaks well. We shall not be polite then. There were 9 of them in total. Though they had been hungry for the better part of a day, they lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their rations from He Ling. Each person received a bottle of water and a package of compressed biscuits. The sight of the biscuits brightened everyone's faces. Though they may not have tasted great, they were filling. The 9 sat down in their accustomed manner and began to eat heartily. A few choked due to the dryness and had to wash it down with large gulps of water. An hour passed after they had finished their meal. Why hasn't your Captain Xiong returned yet? Does anyone know where he went? Captain Xiong drove off. He should have gone to Tianmen town to look for food. I heard him mention a supermarket there whose roller shutter was left open. I think he must have gone to Tianmen County. One of the security team members replied. He drove there. Tian furrowed his brow deep in thought. He had just checked the map. The distance to Tianmen town was not far, and by car it should take no more than 20 minutes to arrive. Now 2 hours had passed. This was not normal. Based on his understanding of Xiong Lai from his past life, he knew that Xiong's skills were among the elite, even among veterans. Otherwise, he would not have been the leader of this group. Adding to this, the others were armed, suggesting that Xiong Lai was also equipped. Even if he encountered a typical horde of zombies, as long as their numbers weren't overwhelming, he should be able to retreat safely. The duration of his absence was abnormal. Has everyone finished eating? If so, we should go look for your Captain Xiong. Seeing that most had finished their meal, Tian stood up to speak. Xiong Lai was included in his plans after all, a potential kingpin in the making. Such a person was not one Tian wished to overlook. We're done. Captain Xiong is our leader. We must bring him back. Brother Yi is truly magnanimous. No doubt about it. What a righteous man. Several team members immediately stood up, clamoring to go rescue Xiong Lai. Wait, Brother Yi, I disagree with your decision. Suddenly a voice interrupted them. It was Zhang Tao, the vice-captain of their team. After uttering this statement, he spat out the dry biscuit he had bitten into, grumbling under his breath. This stuff is truly awful. Ugh. As Zhang Tao spoke, the few standing security personnel exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Before Tian could respond, Zhang Tao continued, What era are we in? It's the apocalypse, brothers. He paused before continuing. The world is now filled with those damned monsters, zombies. In such circumstances, how can we go looking for someone? Zhang Tao, what are you trying to say? Spit it out. He Ling shot him a fierce glare. Captain, he am not saying it lightly. Oh, what kind of times are we living in? Just because Captain Xiong is on friendly terms with you, does that mean we should risk our lives for him? Zhang Tao, my relationship with Xiong Lai is no different than yours. He is your leader, not mine. Ugh, do you think just because I call you Captain He it makes you our leader? The country is gone, so what kind of leader is that? The priority is for the brothers to survive. Stop pretending to be the big shot. Zhang Tao spoke, bluntly, his words laced with hostility. He Ling in front of Tian had to temper her demeanor, but in front of the others, she was the fierce and fiery female officer. In the past, Zhang Tao would never have dared to speak to her this way. At that moment, He Ling's chest heaved with anger, Had it not been for Ling Jun holding her back, she would have already rushed at Zhang Tao to give him a proper beating. Taking a moment to collect herself, Ling coldly asked, Zhang Tao, what exactly do you want to say? What I want to say should be clear to you. In the past, we pledged allegiance to the people and the country. But now we only owe allegiance to ourselves. Is that how you all feel? Ling refrained from responding to Zhang Tao and instead turned to the other 8 individuals, hoping not to hear any negative sentiments from them. However, the words that followed were immensely disappointing to her. At this moment, Zhang Tao let out a cold laugh. They definitely have plenty of food in their RV. Instead of watching their faces and begging for scraps, why don't we take matters into our own hands? Brothers, don't you agree? The security team members were momentarily at a loss for words, as Zhang Tao's statement seemed quite reasonable at first glance. However, they were all veterans, and their sense of duty forbade them from engaging in such actions. Yet Zhang Tao's words were incredibly tempting, leaving them internally conflicted. At that moment, one person shouted loudly, Zhang Tao, don't forget the oath we took when we joined the civilian security team. How has Team Xiong treated us all this time? And hasn't Team He cared for us? We're not here to save others, we're here to save Team Xiong. Can we really turn our backs? Exactly. We're here to save Team Xiong. He's our comrade, our brother, and our leader. How could we stand by and do nothing? A mere outsider, Brother Yi, is willing to risk his life for Team Xiong, yet we, his brothers, hesitate like cowards. And what did you say? You want to rob that vehicle? What do you think we are? We are a civilian security team, not a gang of thieves. Seeing the opposition, Zhang Tao glared furiously, his face turning crimson. Fine. If you want to continue being a so-called security team and live as slaves, I won't stop you. But those who want to indulge in luxury with me stand by my side. If you choose the wrong side, don't blame me for the consequences. With that, Zhang Tao drew his gun, brandishing it like a juggler performing a trick. His threatening words immediately prompted 2 security personnel to position themselves behind him. The remaining 4 who had admonished Zhang Tao glared at him with anger. 2 others hesitated, glancing between the 4 furious teammates and Zhang Tao. One of them, after a moment of indecision, smiled at Zhang Tao, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Come on, Brother Tao, we're all brothers here. There's no need to escalate things like this. Let's sit down and talk it out, just put the gun away for now. Shut your mouth. Zhang Tao kicked the man to the ground, sending him sprawling. The unfortunate man fell, hard blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Oh. He clutched his chest in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. Zhang Tao continued to shout, Listen up. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Either stand with me or face your doom. With a cold laugh, he added, I'm letting you off easy this time because of our past. Next time I won't be so merciful. The man who had been kicked and the wavering one ultimately chose to stand behind Zhang Tao, leaving 4 defiant members glaring at him. At this point, the lines were clearly drawn. In terms of numbers, Zhang Tao did not have the upper hand, but he was confident in himself. In his view, he had evolved into something far superior to ordinary people, while Ling had merely ambushed a regular team member. Once he got serious, armed with 6 guns on his side, the odds were undeniably in his favor. Tension escalated between the 2 sides, with the air thickening as if fighting could break out at any moment. Zhang Tao, is it? I'll give you a chance out of respect for your past service to the country. Take your people and leave, and I promise I won't trouble you. In truth, Tian could have easily dispatched them in an instant, but he recognized that 4 of them still had their wits about them. It wouldn't do to kill them all. While Tian appeared to be offering Zhang Tao a chance, he understood that Zhang Tao would never let him or his companions off the hook. Thus, he was digging a pit for Zhang Tao. Sure enough, Zhang Tao fell right into it. Give me a chance. Young Master Yi, are you joking? Haha. Zhang Tao laughed uproariously as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The 4 men beside him awkwardly laughed along, having no choice but to comply. Do you really think you can control me just because you have Team He by your side? It's said that those who understand practical matters are the true talents. I'll give you a chance to leave your 3 women and that vehicle behind, and I promise not to trouble you. Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at the 3 women. How could this young Master Yi, looking fairly decent, be surrounded by such beauties? It was utterly unfair. In this apocalypse, what use was a pretty boy? Good looks wouldn't put food on the table. Oh, only someone like him with subordinates and firepower deserved such women. Oh, then I should thank you. But I don't intend to do as you say. What will you do about that? Tian silently scoffed, thinking that if it weren't for Xiong Lai and the remaining 4, he would have already dealt with Zhang Tao and not wasted so much breath. Moreover, Xiong Lai was someone Tian had wanted to recruit for a long time, and he felt strongly that Xiong Lai's profession would prove invaluable once bound. This was part of why he was determined to save Xiong Lai. Hey, since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Zhang Tao aimed his handgun at Tian and the four behind him reluctantly drew their weapons, pointing them at their former comrades. Yi Tian's group instinctively pulled out their guns, aiming at Zhang Tao. "Zhang Tao, what are you doing? Put the gun down." He Ling shouted angrily, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Zhang Tao and his group. As for Yi Tian, he had never regarded Zhang Tao's gun as a threat. He had been ready with his spatial abilities all along. Furthermore, whether it was himself Mi Do He Ling or Ling Jin, their reflexes could easily disable Zhang Tao before he could pull the trigger. Suddenly, just as Yi Tian was about to make a move against Zhang Tao, he sensed a chilling aura. This feeling was unlike anything a normal person could emit. And indeed, this coldness emanated from Zhang Tao's direction, but Yi Tian was certain it wasn't coming from any of Zhang Tao's men. They simply couldn't give him such a sensation. It felt as though something from the depths of hell was creeping closer. Cold, filled with resentment, brimming with murderous intent. Yi Tian's expression began to grow serious. Zhang Tao's men, seeing Yi Tian's demeanor, mistakenly thought he was intimidated, oblivious to the other anomalies. In a normal combat scenario, Zhang Tao's first-tier instincts would have picked up on something amiss. He Ling Mi Do and Ling Jun, as third-tier abilities users, might not be as perceptive as Yi Tian, but they could sense something was off. Noticing Yi Tian's grave expression, Mi Do, standing beside him, inquired softly, "Brother Yi, what's happening? There's something going on. Wait a moment." At that moment, faint footsteps emerged from behind the auto repair shop, where Zhang Tao's group stood. Had it not been for a twig snapping underfoot, they might not have noticed so quickly. Along with the footsteps came a low, fierce growl reminiscent of a wild beast's roar. Zhang Tao remained vigilant against Yi Tian while straining to listen. "Is it a zombie? It sounds like there's only one." They had long since scoured this area, finding no trace of any zombie activity. If there were any, they should only be scattered solitary zombies. Zhang Tao didn't worry. With their strength, they could easily handle it. However, he noticed that the four security team members who had initially glared at him with anger had transformed from confusion to sheer shock. Then he saw the deep fear etched in their eyes. "Ah, monster!" One of the team members cried out in terror. At this sight, Zhang Tao could no longer afford to keep his guard up against Yi Tian. He abruptly turned his head. In that instant, he beheld a chilling creature. It resembled a grotesque animal, yet it was astonishingly large. Its height, when on all fours, matched that of an adult, approximately 1.6 meters tall. This creature, which bore a passing resemblance to a dog, had half a head that was already decayed with a viscous liquid, unclear if it was saliva or blood, dripping from its mouth. Its jaws were agape, revealing a set of exceptionally sharp teeth, each glinting menacingly. Some teeth even bore remnants of flesh. The creature's eyes were a horrifying white. Its body was marred with evident wounds, having clearly engaged in a fierce battle with some of its innards exposed. At the sight of this mutated dog, Zhang Tao gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. "What the hell is that?" Spread out and attack. Under Zhang Tao's command, the others began firing at the mutated dog while he retreated. However, it was too late for Zhang Tao to escape. The mutated dog crouched low, and with a single leap it lunged forward, reaching Zhang Tao in an instant. Before Zhang Tao could react, the creature clamped its jaws around him, tossing him into the air. In a chilling moment, its mouth grotesquely split wide open. In one gulp, Zhang Tao was swallowed whole. The mutated dog's sharp teeth cruelly severed him in two. One half remained in its mouth, while the other half fell to the ground, twitching grotesquely in a bloody, pitiful scene. The mutated dog paid no mind to the gunfire from the security team, seemingly unaffected as it continued to gnaw on the remains of Zhang Tao. The sound of crunching bones was horrifying. "Everyone scatter. Aim for its head." Gunfire erupted as bullets were fired in four directions at the mutated dog. After devouring half of Zhang Tao, an eerie scene unfolded. The creature's wounds began healing at a visible rate. Roar. After consuming its prey, the mutated dog seemed to regain its strength, its roar becoming even more resonant. With a tremendous leap, it charged forward, slamming into one of the security team members, and with a swift whip of its tail, it hurled another team member aside. The fearsome tail struck the wall, demolishing a large chunk of the concrete. Truly a terrifying sight. The mutated dog, seemingly undeterred, continued to plow through two more team members, sending them crashing through a wall, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Its speed was astonishingly fast. The average person couldn't keep up. They merely felt a blur before being thrown aside. After toppling two members, the mutated dog remained wary of Yi Tian, while continuing to devour the remnants of Zhang Tao, emitting low, rumbling growls. It seemed to sense that Yi Tian was extraordinary, choosing not to attack immediately, but rather to focus on healing its injuries. Meanwhile, the remaining four team members had begun firing at the mutated dog, but once they realized their bullets posed no threat, they ceased fire, remaining alert to the creature's movements. Unbeknownst to them, had it not been for Yi Tian's presence, they would have met the same fate as their teammate. Brother Yi Tian, is this just a dog? Mido felt some anxiety, but with Yi Tian by her side, she didn't feel the need to flee in terror. The mutated dog had only manifested moments before, yet in this brief span, its ferocity and combat prowess were nothing short of terrifying. It was fast. Its attacks were powerful. Bullets could not kill it. It seemed impossible to find any weakness in its form. As for its head, they had attempted to attack it previously, yet it appeared ineffective. The bullets seemed to have no effect on the creature whatsoever. This is a mutated dog, a creature transformed by a virus. Its weakness is that it has no weaknesses. No weaknesses? Mido asked, puzzled. Are you saying it can't be killed? He Ling interjected quietly, also taken aback. Only Ling Zhen seemed to grasp the implication and spoke thoughtfully. Yi Tian means that having no weaknesses is itself a weakness, and as long as we can dismember it, we can certainly kill it. Xiao Zhan is correct. This mutated dog lacks a conventional weakness, but it can only be truly eliminated by tearing it apart. At that moment, one of the security team members suddenly went mad and began fleeing in the opposite direction. Stop! Don't run! He Ling shouted. As a member of the special operations team, she was well acquainted with canines. They instinctively chase fast-moving targets. Indeed, even though this mutated dog had transformed, it still retained some canine traits. Upon seeing the fleeing team member, it let out a roar and abandoned its meal, quickly pursuing the running figure. Surrounded by endless fields of crops, there were no obstacles to impede their path. The fleeing team member hadn't gotten far when the mutated dog leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance. In an instant, it bit the team member's head clean off. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck. Given the sheer size of the mutated dog, Yi Tian had no desire to engage it in close combat. Its abilities were nearly equivalent to a low-level 4th-tier evolved being, and Yi Tian had no confidence in protecting Mido and the others once they were away from the group. This was why he hadn't rushed to attack. The mutated dog was faster than humans, and any miscalculation could lead to regret. At this moment, the mutated dog was about 20 meters away from Yi Tian and the others, perfectly positioned for an attack. With lightning speed, Yi Tian swiftly retrieved the enhanced rocket launcher from his spatial storage. He aimed the rocket launcher at his shoulder, and with a resounding blast, a rocket shot toward the mutated dog. The distance was too short for the creature to react. Furthermore, with Yi Tian's skill guaranteeing a hit, the rocket struck the mutated dog's head with precision. Chunks of flesh exploded. As the mutated dog's head was blown apart, the remaining 3 team members erupted in cheers. However, their excitement was short-lived as a new horror unfolded. The power of the rocket launcher was indeed formidable. Brother Yi must have procured that rocket launcher from somewhere. Its might is undeniable. Indeed, that monstrous dog's head must have been blown off. There's no way it survived this. The 3 exchanged excited remarks, their voices tinged with exhilaration. As the smoke cleared, they saw the mutated dog, standing dazed in place, utterly motionless. Its head was completely obliterated, and the bones inside its body were starkly visible. Hell, look, its head is gone, or it must be dead for sure, one of the team members exclaimed excitedly. However, roar! The mutated dog let out a painful howl. Although its head was gone, its throat remained intact, allowing it to produce sound. It then began to shuffle about, but without a head to guide it, it swayed from side to side, disoriented. It's still not dead. That's terrifying. The team members gasped in horror, their voices laced with fear. To their astonishment, the mutated dog seemed to sense something pressing its throat against the lifeless body of the fallen team member, as if trying to absorb nutrients to heal its wounds. How can we fight this? It's simply unsolvable. We can't kill it at all. At that moment, Yi Tian fired another rocket, this time striking the mutated dog directly. The creature's body was blasted open, yet it still did not perish. Yi Tian continued his onslaught, launching over 10 rockets until the mutated dog was reduced to a mass of flesh before he finally ceased fire. As the smoke gradually dissipated, all that remained where the mutated dog had stood was a pile of minced meat, its bones shattered. One of its legs had been blown far away, crushing a swath of crops in its path. Ignoring the stunned expressions of his companions, Yi Tian approached the remnants of the mutated dog, searching for something. Before long, he retrieved an object from the flesh and held it aloft. At that moment, the voice of Nuwa chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the mutated dog. Energy value increased by 5,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first kill of a mutated dog. The reward for the host is an upgrade to the Eye of Insight, enhancing the ability to assess the creature's affinity towards the host. As expected, the first kill came with a reward. Affinity, as the term implies, indicated the ability to gauge how favorably someone viewed oneself, distinct from malice perception. Yi Tian turned to look at Mido. In addition to the usual data, a new affinity value appeared. Mido affinity 99, full value 100. A score of 99 was essentially perfect. Yi Tian had never doubted Mido's fondness for him. Next he glanced at He Ling. He Ling affinity 88. Ling Zhen affinity 82. Both scores were within his expectations. An affinity above 80 indicated a very trustworthy friend, while above 90 suggested a close relationship. Scores over 95 were typically reserved for those who harbored romantic feelings. Looking at the remaining 3 team members, their affinity was indeed only in the 70s, indicating a moderate level of goodwill. Well then, where were we? Yi Tian asked. The 3 team members exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the last topic discussed. Did it even matter anymore? Zhang Tao and the others who had opposed them were dead, and Yi Tian was intent on rescuing Xiong Lai with the 3 of them in agreement. Initially, they had thought Yi Tian was just a wealthy heir, but now they realized just how terrifying his strength was. His reaction speed and mobility were hardly distinguishable from that of the mutated dog. No wonder Zhang Tao had shown no signs of fear when threatening Yi Tian earlier. With Yi Tian's reaction speed, he could have easily blasted Zhang into oblivion before the latter even drew his weapon. So even if Zhang Tao hadn't been devoured by the mutated dog, his fate would have been no better. The 3 initially harboring goodwill towards Yi Tian were now even more impressed by his formidable strength. It was no wonder He Ling referred to him as her leader. It seemed his title was well-deserved. Since no one opposes, let's proceed to rescue Xiong Lai, Yi Tian announced. The others nodded in agreement. Dodo, could you check the map for the location of this so-called biological quarantine station? Yi Tian opened his palm to reveal a deformed metal tag. It bore the inscription Tian in biological quarantine station number Dikuyu 329320954. Brother Yi Tian, what is this? This was retrieved from the mutated dog. It was nailed to its ear with an iron ring. Luckily, it wasn't destroyed in the explosion. If it was nailed to its ear, that means this mutated dog escaped from this quarantine station. Many such stations use this method domestically. Ling Zhen took the metal tag, examining it closely. Not only that, but I also found this. Yi Tian said, producing a military standard dagger, as if performing a magic trick. This is a dagger specifically used by civilian security teams. See, it even has a serial number. He Ling inspected the dagger, confirming it belonged to the security team. Yes, I recognized it as identical to the daggers used by other security teams, which is why I picked it up. Does anyone recognize this dagger? Yi Tian asked, offering it to the 3 security team members. This is Captain Xiong's dagger. Yes, exactly. That's the captain's serial number. With their confirmation, Yi Tian felt even more assured of his suspicions. It seems my guess was correct. Xiong Lai must have confronted this mutated dog and wounded it. The dagger could have been left behind during their struggle. Given how formidable this mutated dog is, what if Captain Xiong? The 3 team members were filled with dread. Could their captain have sacrificed himself? No. If Xiong Lai was indeed killed by this mutated dog, it should have consumed the bodies of the 3 men to recover from its injuries. Yi Tian paused before continuing. But what state was the mutated dog in when we encountered it? Oh, it was already injured when it appeared. Right, I remember now. Brother Yi Tian, are you suggesting that Captain Xiong is likely still alive? Exactly. I believe Xiong Lai still has a strong chance of survival. Then where should we search for Captain Xiong? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before replying. Rather than searching blindly, I propose we split into 2 teams. One team heads to Tianmen town in search of clues regarding Xiong Lai, while the other goes to this biological quarantine station. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in Yi Tian's analysis. Given the current circumstances, these were the 2 most likely places to find leads on Xiong Lai. But what if Xiong Lai isn't at either location? He Ling raised her concern. If neither location contains Xiong Lai, that would be good news, indicating he is indeed alive. If he's alive, he will certainly find a way back here. So we should assign some personnel to stay behind and await news. Ling Zhen chimed in with a smile. Yi Tian nodded in approval. Yi Tian's decision was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. In the end, Yi Tian, Mi Do, He Ling, and Ling Zhen formed one group to head to the biological quarantine station, while the 3 remaining team members stayed behind at the auto repair shop. The other 2 drove separate off-road vehicles to Tianmen town in search of clues about Xiong Lai. This arrangement was made because Yi Tian was not very familiar with them. If Xiong Lai was present and had bound himself to Xiong Lai, Yi Tian would not have this concern. Moreover, Yi Tian had a strong feeling that Xiong Lai was very likely at the biological quarantine station. Of course, if Yi Tian ultimately could not find Xiong Lai, he would not linger there any longer, it would simply be said that their fates were not aligned. After assigning tasks, they swiftly set off. Tian and the others boarded the RV, while the 3 security team members quickly took action. Brother Tian, I found the location of the biological quarantine station. I discovered that this place cannot even be found using mobile navigation. It can only be located through the navigation system in the RV, Mido said. Tian understood the reason. This was because the RV was bound to Nuwa. Nuwa. A jolt of realization struck Tian. Didn't he still have a designated enhancement card? He had not yet decided how to use this enhancement card. Could upgrading Nuwa be a possibility? Wouldn't that mean Nuwa could assist him even more? The more Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more feasible it seemed. So he immediately called out to Nuwa in his heart. Nuwa, I choose to enhance you with the designated enhancement card. Host the enhancement card can designate enhancements to certain items, skills, etc., but not the system itself. Tian was left speechless. But you never mentioned that the system could not be enhanced when you distributed the rewards. The reward said it could be designated for enhancement, so what's wrong with me designating the enhancement to the system? Tian attempted to reason with Nuwa. Nuwa seemed to be contemplating, taking a long pause before responding. Host enhancing the system is successful. System upgrading in progress. Huh. It really could be done. Could a woman actually be reasoned with? Although Nuwa was not human, but merely a mechanical system, Tian felt as if he had gained something. And the system was actually upgrading. What new functions would the upgraded system have? Could it automatically kill monsters and level up? The thought made Tian involuntarily smile. Mido, noticing Tian standing there in a daze with a silly smile, nudged him. Brother Tian. Oh, let's set off. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll know the result. Tian replied. Mido drove the RV along the national highway towards Shanglu City as the quarantine station was in that direction. After driving for about 10 minutes, the fields on both sides of the highway gradually diminished, replaced by lush trees. There were very few abandoned cars along this road, and not a single zombie could be seen. Following the navigation, they soon arrived at a fork in the road. This was a completely dirt road pockmarked with potholes. The RV struggled to navigate this rough terrain. The dirt road could barely accommodate a single vehicle. If another vehicle approached from the opposite direction, passing would be impossible. After confirming repeatedly with the navigation, Mido drove forward along this road. After traveling about 800 meters, the road suddenly transformed into a smooth asphalt road. This winding asphalt road led uphill, disappearing into the unknown. This road was far better than the dirt path. While the asphalt road was easier to traverse, the trees on both sides became denser and more abundant. The lush branches hung down, obstructing the RV's forward visibility, as if a multitude of hands were preventing its advance. The layout of the trees on both sides suggests that either very few people travel this way, or it has been deliberately designed to conceal the area from view, Ling analyzed. Most likely the latter. Tian squinted, reclining on the sofa. At that moment, the system was still displaying the upgrade process with no progress bar visible. Tian had also discovered that all system-related functions were currently unusable. Fortunately, the skills he possessed were still intact, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. Now, the most troubling part for Tian was not knowing how long the system would take to upgrade. If it took 10 or 8 years, wouldn't that be the end of it? How do you know it's the latter? Ling shot Tian an incredulous glance. Take a guess. Do you think I can guess? After driving along the asphalt road for another 10 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. The RV had emerged from the dense forest, revealing a vast expanse of flat land. 2 large white buildings stood prominently on the plain, surrounded by a meticulously designed lawn with a flower bed. These 2 buildings, along with the lawn and flower bed, clashed starkly with the surrounding mountainous scenery. Once they alighted from the vehicle, Tian cast a knowing glance at Ling, as if to say, I told you so. Ling merely rolled her eyes in response. Even a fool could tell that something was amiss here. This hardly resembled a quarantine station. Clearly, there were some ulterior motives at play. It was unlikely that anyone would construct such grand buildings deep in the mountains without reason. Both the dirt road and the winding asphalt road seemed designed to obscure the truth. There had to be some hidden secrets within. However, Tian was not concerned with those matters at the moment. He just wanted to find Xiong. If he couldn't, he would promptly set off for Shanglu City again. As for the secrets here, he had no interest in unraveling them. As long as the people inside did not provoke him, he had no intention of resorting to violence. Let's go take a look. If there are people, we can ask about the situation. If they attack, we won't hold back. The armored RV slowly approached the 2 large buildings, the surroundings eerily quiet. Logically speaking, a secret base like this should have guards on duty. Yet there were no signs of security to be found. As they drew closer, they noticed that the two buildings were not white at all. They were painted with green, brown, and other colors. From a high vantage point, one would find it difficult to detect the existence of these buildings within the surrounding environment. The colors of the buildings blended seamlessly with their surroundings. However, at that moment, the exterior of the buildings was wrapped in a silvery white substance. It looked as if spider silk enveloped the structures. Moreover, within these silken threads, they occasionally spotted large insects roughly the size of a basin scuttling about. What the? Mido, driving the RV, was taken aback by the sight of such large insects. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she leaped up from her seat. Are those spiders? Basin's eyes spiders. Healing's eyes were equally wide open. Her previous understanding of the apocalypse shattered. Such things should only exist in games. Only Ling Zhan appeared contemplative, lost in her own thoughts. Yi Tian's expression grew serious. It seemed that the two buildings were ensnared by these basin-sized spiders appearing as if they had just been wrapped up a short while ago. Moreover, they were still reinforcing their grip. The three women exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of foreboding. An hour ago, before Yi Tian and the others arrived, this place was not like this. An hour prior, inside one of the laboratories of the Biological Quarantine and Epidemic Prevention Station. Professor Zhang, the sampling team, has returned with some new specimens, but they lost a mutated dog and brought back a person. A person? Yes, Professor. The two men were elderly, their hair gray, appearing to be in their 70s, and they wore spectacles. The younger of the two, in his 30s, was Professor Zhang's assistant Wang Bo. Just as I need a subject for human experimentation, this is perfect. Human experimentation. Professor, we haven't even completed the animal trials yet. How can we proceed with human tests? This is far too dangerous. Wang Bo's face showed concern as he reminded Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang erupted like a lit powder keg, shouting at Wang Bo. Danger. What endeavor is without risk? Every scientific breakthrough has emerged from peril. The reason we conducted repeated experiments on animals is due to laughable notions of ethics and ignorance. Absurd. At that moment, Professor Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Wang Bo. As a Ph.D. in biology, do you not understand the essential differences between humans and animals? What works on animals does not necessarily apply to humans. I understand. You know nothing. Those so-called higher-ups merely pontificate from their humanitarian moral high ground, utterly ignorant of the realities. Professor Zhang paused, observing Wang Bo's troubled demeanor, and softened his tone slightly. Wang Bo, you are a good child. You must realize that this is a magnificent opportunity. What we are doing might save all humanity. We are engaged in a great and noble cause. With a look of fervor, Professor Zhang closed his eyes, as if in a pilgrimage. Wang Bo understood Professor Zhang. The professor had lost all his family in this global catastrophe. This loss had driven him to madness, fixated on restoring his loved ones who had turned into zombies back to humanity. Yet Wang Bo still struggled with his conscience. Professor, how about we conduct one final animal experiment today, gather sufficient data, and then proceed with human trials tomorrow? Wang Bo glanced at the bound and unconscious bear-like creature, feeling a pang of sympathy. The apocalypse had only just begun. As a researcher, Wang Bo was more innocent, unable to justify proceeding with human trials without ensuring safety. This was a hurdle he could not overcome. He had participated in all of Professor Zhang's research, which involved extracting the virus from zombie blood for fusion studies, ultimately creating what they called a restorative agent. According to Professor Zhang, this substance could revert zombified humans back to their original state. However, all current research indicated that this was fundamentally flawed, yet the mad Professor Zhang still insisted on human experimentation under these circumstances. Professor Zhang asserted without room for debate. Today we must conduct the experiment. We have countless compatriots. With each day of delay, countless lives are lost. We must accelerate our efforts. I shall become humanity's hope. Haha. Professor Zhang laughed maniacally, his mouth stretched in a wild grin. Then he looked toward the operating table, where a rack held 4 crimson glass test tubes. He took one from the rack. Let's begin with the first experiment. You make a fair point. We'll start with animals, collect sufficient data, and only then proceed with human trials. After all, capturing live humans is exceedingly difficult. Wang Bo felt resigned. Professor Zhang was his mentor, and he couldn't defy his words. All right, Professor. Wang Bo sighed, relieved that Professor Zhang had at least agreed to begin with animal tests. He had done everything he could. If unexpected and too cruel developments arose during the experiments, he could still find a way to persuade the professor. Professor Zhang moved to the observation window and glanced inside. There were 3 laboratories, each containing a different specimen. Let's start with subject 1. Inject the first vial into it. Understood, Professor. Wangbo picked up one of the test tubes and approached Subject 1. Subject 1 was a spider about the size of an adult's palm. 10 minutes later, the professor instructed Wangbo to inject Subject 2. Subject 2 was a pure white rabbit. Another 10 minutes passed before Wangbo injected Subject 3. Subject 3 was an entirely black cat. The agent typically took about 10 minutes to take effect, though the time and results varied depending on the specimen. Once all three animals were injected, the professor paced around, brimming with anticipation. Results were imminent. Wangbo left the observation room, but his face was filled with anxiety. Professor, something is wrong with Subject 2. What's wrong? Professor Zhang hurried to the observation window, only to see that Subject 2, the rabbit, which had previously been lively, now lay motionless on the ground. Just as Professor Zhang arrived at the window, he watched in shock as the rabbit's body began to swell rapidly. It was as if it were a balloon inflating. At this point, it had grown to the size of a normal dog. What was more terrifying was that it continued to expand, showing no signs of stopping. What is happening? Where did we go wrong? Professor Zhang stared at the ever-growing rabbit in disbelief. Professor, activate the destruction device. Wangbo, witnessing the professor's vacant expression, urgently shouted. Each laboratory was equipped with a destruction device to swiftly eliminate the specimen in case of unforeseen incidents. The destruction device contained a highly combustible liquid that, upon activation, could generate intense heat to incinerate the specimen. However, the destruction device required the professor's fingerprint to operate. Professor, hurry! Seeing that Professor Zhang was still unresponsive, Wangbo forcefully placed the professor's hand on the fingerprint scanner. Verification successful. The mechanical voice echoed, and Wangbo breathed a sigh of relief. Several spray nozzles above Subject 2 opened rapidly. With a loud bang, the room erupted in a violent explosion. Within mere moments, the entire laboratory was engulfed in flames, and the increasingly large rabbit was quickly incinerated. The searing heat reduced the rabbit, now the size of a panda, to charred remains in seconds. Meanwhile, the zombies confined in the adjacent room became increasingly agitated due to the explosive noise. Gore. The sounds of zombies and monsters roaring mixed with the intense explosions. Phew. It was fortunate we acted in time. Had we hesitated any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wangbo swallowed hard, his face drained of color. At that moment, Professor Zhang seemed to snap back to reality, anxiously inquiring. What about Subjects 1 and 3? Is there any news? Wangbo approached the window of Subject 3 to observe. Professor, Subject 3 shows no changes in its body, but it remains motionless as if asleep. Then he moved to Laboratory 1. Not good, Professor. Subject 1 is missing. Wangbo stared at the empty laboratory, fear coursing through him. If that unknown creature escaped, the consequences would be dire. Wangbo examined the situation closely and discovered that the vent cover above had mysteriously fallen off at some point. Professor, the number 1 experimental subject might have escaped through the vent. We must locate the number 1 experimental subject. The incident with the number 2 subject was certainly an accident. Yes, an accident. It was just an accident. My hypothesis is undoubtedly correct. Yes, correct. Professor Zhang muttered to himself, his mind spiraling into frenzy. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the ceiling. As it grew louder, the ceiling tiles appeared to buckle under the weight of something pressing down from above. Professor, the number 1 experimental subject is on the ceiling. On the ceiling. Professor Zhang slowly raised his head, adjusting his reading glasses. At that moment, there was a loud thud. The ceiling could no longer bear the weight, and a spider the size of a basin fell directly onto Professor Zhang. The spider, resembling an inquisitive child, tilted its head and examined him. If it hadn't been witnessed firsthand, no one would dare believe that a spider could mimic human-like actions. Seeing the creature's sharp fangs, Professor Zhang's face paled in shock, and he instinctively let out a cry. The spider, seemingly startled as well, hissed in response. Then it plunged its 8 sharp legs fiercely into Professor Zhang's body, gripping him tightly. Hiss! The spider hissed a few more times, then opened its jaws and forcefully expelled dozens of tiny spiders towards Professor Zhang's face. Each of these tiny spiders was roughly the size of an adult's fingernail. Despite their size, they were alarmingly ferocious. Upon contact with Professor Zhang's face, they began to bite him mercilessly. Some even managed to penetrate his flesh through the wounds. From the outside, the spiders appeared as bulging lumps moving rapidly beneath his skin. Ah! Professor Zhang screamed in agony, the intense pain causing him to writhe and struggle. Wangbo, pale with fear, felt his limbs turn to jelly. He crawled out of the laboratory, oblivious to the fact that the number 3 experimental subject was also undergoing a transformation, slowly growing larger. Tian and his companions paused in front of the building. He glanced at the wall where palm-sized spiders scuttled back and forth on webs, and activated his eye of exploration. Species mutated spider larvae. Threat level low. Of course, this was relative to Tian. For an ordinary person, the threat level would likely be high or even extreme. These creatures, each the size of a palm, posed a significant threat to an average individual. Tian pondered for a moment. To be on the safe side, Dodo and Xiao Zhen should stay in the car while Xiao Ling comes in with me. If anything seems off, we'll exit immediately without turning off the engine. Okay, brother. Tian's sister, Xiao Ling, please be careful. Mido looked at the palm-sized spider, instinctively feeling fear. Although these spiders posed little threat to her, as a Tier 3 ability user, the thought of one crawling on her skin sent chills down her spine. However, the notion of a spider the size of a basin did not frighten her. She could simply slash it with her sword. While Mido was proficient in swordsmanship, she lacked the same level of scouting experience as He Ling. Thus, bringing He Ling along in such uncertain circumstances seemed more sensible. Ling Zhen, the eldest among the three girls, reassured Tian, "Don't worry. Dodo and I will stay vigilant here." Tian nodded and proceeded with He Ling inside. As they entered through the main door, a panicked man rushed out toward them. From a distance, he saw Tian and He Ling and shouted for help. "Help! Help me!" The man was none other than Wang Bo, who was in a state of panic as he ran forward, followed closely by several zombies wearing white lab coats identical to his own. Bang! Bang! Tian and He Ling reacted swiftly, raising their guns and eliminating the three zombies almost instantaneously. All three zombies collapsed, propelled forward by their momentum, crashing heavily to the ground and splattering blood everywhere. "Thank you. Thank you. You should run too. There are monsters inside." Tian understood that the monsters he referred to were not the creatures that emerged on the day of the apocalypse. These beasts, known as Rippers, had been categorized by experts during the first year following the outbreak due to their sharp claws and gaping abdominal wounds. Creatures that mutated from existing earthly organisms were classified as mutated beasts. Humans infected by the virus transformed into non-human entities known as zombies, and as their levels increased, they developed new forms of intelligence. This intelligent class of zombies referred to themselves as New Humanity. But that was a different story. At that moment, as Wang Bo frantically ran past Tian, he was seized by Tian. Tian then pulled out his phone, rifling through the gallery before pointing at a picture and asking, "Have you seen this person?" The photo was a casual shot taken before the apocalypse, showing Tian with Xiong. Wang Bo, visibly distressed, didn't even glance at the photo, repeatedly murmuring, "Run, hurry. The monster is going to come out, it will be too late." Tian frowned at this. He lifted Wang Bo, placing him face-to-face with himself. "Have you seen this person?" Wang Bo, now struggling to breathe, felt his earlier terror turn to a deep crimson flush. His mind cleared slightly, and he gradually calmed down. Looking at the figure in the photo, Wang Bo nodded vigorously, afraid of giving an incorrect answer. Even though the monsters behind him were terrifying, they were nowhere near as fearsome as Tian. "You have seen him, haven't you?" Wang Bo nodded furiously, his face turning a shade of deep purple from lack of air. Tian set Wang Bo down, who greedily inhaled the fresh air. "Take me to him. There are monsters inside. He's in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. You can look for him yourself, but please let me go. There are really monsters inside. Take me there. If you go with me, you might die. If you don't, you will certainly die. Choose." Wang Bo was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by Tian's unreasonable demand. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Partly out of gratitude for Tian saving his life moments ago, and partly because the moment Wang Bo showed any hesitation, Tian's expression immediately turned cold. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Bo ultimately led Tian to the 3rd floor. Tian and He Ling clearly did not seem like ordinary individuals. They carried guns, and their marksmanship was exceptional. All three zombies had fallen with a single shot to the head, utterly precise. Thus Wang Bo felt somewhat reassured about his safety. Still, he nervously added, I'll take you to find him, but you have to protect me." Tian flashed a harmless smile and assured Wang Bo, "Don't worry. As long as the person in the photo is alive, you won't die." Of course, he silently added a caveat that Wang Bo could not hear. If Xiong were to die, then Tian would have no choice but to apologize. Wang Bo cautiously led Tian up to the 3rd floor, moving slowly and keeping close, fearful of a sudden attack from the monsters lurking nearby. He was anxious that Tian might not be able to protect himself. At the stairwell between the 2nd and 3rd floors, 4 zombies lingered. Wang Bo had narrowly escaped from them earlier, feeling quite relieved at the time. To him, those 3 zombies were like an insurmountable hurdle, but to Tian and He Ling they posed no threat at all. He Ling managed to dispatch them effortlessly before Tian even had to lift a finger. Wang Bo was taken aback, suddenly realizing in his panic that He Ling was a stunningly beautiful woman with formidable skills. Soon enough, Wang Bo guided Yi Tian and He Ling to the laboratory on the third floor. Within minutes, the corridor was overrun with dense webs enveloping the floor walls and ceiling. When Yi Tian casually tugged at a strand of web, he discovered that what appeared to be insignificant was in fact incredibly resilient. It resisted even his mild strength. Only when he applied about 20% of his strength did the web finally snap apart. "The person you're looking for is in there," Wang Bo said, pointing to a room down the corridor. He remained at the stairwell, too terrified to venture further, casting fearful glances inside. His fear stemmed not only from the mutated spider, but also from having administered that serum to Xianglai. He had no idea what condition Xianglai was in now. When Yi Tian requested him to lead the way inside, Wang Bo shook his head vigorously, refusing to comply, even if Yi Tian threatened him. Seeing this, Yi Tian decided not to force him any further. He exchanged a glance with He Ling, signaling her to keep an eye on Wang Bo just in case Xianglai wasn't inside, and they would still need him to guide them. Yi Tian strode toward the door and kicked it open with determination. The resilient webs met their match against his spatial slash, severing them without resistance. Upon entering Yi Tian's side in relief, Xianglai was indeed inside, albeit bound, and lying quietly on the ground. Yi Tian noticed the rise and fall of his chest, indicating he was merely sedated. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed, followed by the rapid approach of a figure from afar. The sound reverberated through the corridor, shaking it violently. Yi Tian turned to see a spider the size of a water buffalo rounding the corner. "Monster! Run!" Wang Bo screamed, fleeing down the stairs in a panic, not once looking back. He Ling and Yi Tian, however, had no time to worry about him, as Xianglai had been found, rendering Wang Bo unnecessary. He Ling's hands glowed with blue light as she focused intently on the creature before them. Yi Tian activated his probing eye to gather information on the spider. Species: mutated spider, growth stage. Threat level high. Affection level 99. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel bemused at the affection level. Did mutated creatures even have such a metric? Setting aside his thoughts, he acted swiftly. He Ling struck first, unleashing a blade of light toward the mutated spider. The creature reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to dodge at the very moment the blade was unleashed. Yet He Ling's strike was too swift. The blade struck hard against the spider's body. The mutated spider screeched in pain, launching itself at He Ling with a powerful leap. The visual impact of a spider of that size was terrifying, crashing through the ceiling above. As the spider charged towards them, its crimson eyes glinting ominously, Yi Tian executed another spatial slash. The spider, realizing too late, could barely lift a leg before being cleaved in two. Green viscous liquid sprayed across the floor, splattering everywhere. The two halves of the creature collapsed in a gruesome heap, blood and innards scattered. This mutated spider seemed easily dispatched, not nearly as formidable as the initial mutated dog they had encountered. In truth, this spider was still in its growth phase, not fully matured, which explained its comparatively weak strength. After dealing with the spider, Yi Tian hoisted Xianglai over his shoulder and headed toward the exit while He Ling stood guard. Xianglai, being quite tall at 185 meters, was not someone He Ling could easily carry, nor did Yi Tian wish to part with him. As for the secrets hidden within the laboratory, Yi Tian had no interest at that moment. Mi Do and Ling Zhen anxiously awaited in the RV, worry etched on their faces. When they saw Yi Tian carrying someone and He Ling emerging from the doorway, they finally exhaled in relief and hurriedly opened the door for them. "Brother Yi Tian, someone just drove off in a black Audi. Jie Zhen and I were afraid you might be in danger, so we didn't dare to chase after them," Mi Do said, quickly pouring a glass of water and handing it to Yi Tian. Taking the water, Yi Tian replied, "It's fine. If that person is fleeing, they're likely heading to Luji City, which is where we're going to. If luck is on our side, we might even catch up with them." Yi Tian had reviewed Wang Bo's profile previously. His potential was pitifully low, rated as a class, with virtually zero combat capability, posing no threat to them. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Mi Do sighed in relief and turned her attention to Xianglai. "So this is Captain Xiong." "Yes. We'll head back to meet with the mechanics, then wait for the team heading to Tianmen Town to return." These individuals would form Yi Tian's future foundation. Their integrity was commendable, and they could follow Xianglai as security. However, Yi Tian had no intention of allowing them to stay in the RV. Only he, as the sole man, would reside there. No other males were permitted. When the time was right, he would secure an armored vehicle. For now, the team could travel in off-road vehicles and find an abandoned house to stay in. After all, the RV did not appear large enough to accommodate so many, and no one would suspect otherwise. Only Xianglai would be allowed to enter the RV for certain tasks. No one else would be permitted. While he could trust them, caution was still paramount. Soon they returned to the repair shop. Yi Tian laid Xiong Lai on a sofa in the resting area. Healing brother Yi, what happened to Captain Xiong? Nothing serious, he just fainted. Xiaojin, can you check if Xiong Lai has any other issues? Yi Tian felt a twinge of unease. It had been some time, and he had noticed that Xiong Lai was on the verge of leveling up to the second tier. Logically, even with a sedative in his system, he should have awakened by now. Ling Zhen approached Xiong Lai, lifting his eyelids and checking his pulse. After her examination, she frowned, her expression heavy with concern. Several people felt a jolt in their hearts as they noticed Ling Zhen's expression, a sense of foreboding creeping in. At that moment, those who had gone to Tianmen town in search of clues about Xiong Lai returned. Upon seeing Xiong Lai lying on the sofa, they rushed forward anxiously. What happened to Captain Xiong? Miss, please tell me what's wrong with Captain Xiong. Yes, it's torture waiting here. Yi Tian stepped forward and asked, Xiaojin, just tell me directly what's going on. I'm not entirely sure, but based on my judgment, he should have been infected by the virus. Hearing Ling Zhen's words was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky for the others. Zhenjie, are you saying Captain Xiong has been infected with that zombie virus? Mi Dou covered her mouth, staring at Ling Zhen in disbelief. He Ling's brow furrowed as well. To save Xiong Lai, Yi Tian had risked his life, and now it seemed he was about to turn into a zombie. So far, no news had circulated about anyone possessing a vaccine or medication against zombies. It could be said that once infected with the virus, death was the only outcome. Of course, they were unaware that this prognosis applied only to ordinary people. Both evolvers and those with abilities could resist certain levels of zombie viruses based on their own strength. Only infections from a ripper of the same rank would be unavoidable for both evolvers and those with abilities. Moreover, Xiong Lai's situation was particularly unique, having been injected with a substance. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps it's due to another reason. Ling Zhen could only rely on her past experiences to make this judgment, though she felt her assessment was accurate. There's a wound on Xiong Lai's back. It's likely from an encounter with a mutated dog. At this moment, Yi Tian recalled that Xiong Lai indeed had a wound on his back. The three security personnel quickly turned Xiong Lai over, revealing a gruesome wound before everyone's eyes. It must have been inflicted by that big dog, Captain Xiong. The three men's voices choked as they struggled to accept this harsh reality. Zhenjie, can't your skill save him? Please try. The three security personnel's eyes lit up with hope as they looked at Ling Zhen. They then knelt down with a thud. Miss, please, we beg you to save our Captain Xiong. Anything you ask of me, I will do for you as long as you can save him. Me too, I Li Lianjie, am also willing. Are you two saying I Hong Jinbao am a coward? Miss, Captain Xiong is our benefactor, his family is gone. Please save him, and we will serve you like oxen and horses in repayment. The three security personnel, Wu Jing, Li Lianjie, and Hong Jinbao, pleaded with Ling Zhen to save Xiong Lai, each trying to outdo the other. Ling Zhen was startled to see the three men kneeling and quickly stepped back. She was not accustomed to such a show of gratitude, and after some consideration she said, well, I can give it a try. Maybe your Captain Xiong is not as bad off as we think, or perhaps we're all wrong. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The three thanked her one by one. Ling Zhen approached Xiong Lai, and under the astonished gazes of the three security personnel, her hands began to emit a green light. She activated her healing skill. In truth, this skill primarily targeted injuries and mild zombie infections. Thus, she did not have complete confidence at this moment. Moreover, she was uncertain whether Xiong Lai was indeed infected by the zombie virus. She lacked sufficient data. As Ling Zhen brought her hands closer to Xiong Lai, the green light slowly began to seep into his body. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The grotesque wound on Xiong Lai's body began to heal gradually in an extraordinary manner. The three men were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. This completely shattered their understanding of reality. Though it was already the end of the world and bizarre occurrences were no longer surprising, witnessing such a miraculous event in person was an indescribable shock. All they could say was wow. No other words could capture their astonishment. Hope filled their eyes as they gazed at Ling Zhen, their confidence in her growing. Mi Dou and He Ling were also witnessing this miraculous scene for the first time. Curiosity gleamed in their beautiful eyes. At that moment, Ling Zhen appeared like a pure and sacred spirit, radiating an aura that felt divine and untouchable. As the green light continued to penetrate, the wound gradually closed. Ling Zhen began to sweat profusely from her forehead. Yet Xiong Lai did not awaken. However, Ling Zhen could distinctly sense that an unknown substance within Xiong Lai was continuously devouring his life force. At this moment, she could only do her utmost to prevent it, but she couldn't eradicate it. Her heart raced with anxiety. The words of the three security personnel echoed in her ears, and she could empathize with their gratitude towards Xiong Lai. Thus, she was unwilling to see disappointment on their faces. Unbeknownst to her, the sweat on her forehead was growing more abundant. It began to drip down in beads. Mido noticed the beads of sweat on Ling Zhen's forehead immediately. However, unaware of Ling Zhen's current state, she hesitated to interrupt. At this moment, they could offer no assistance, only waiting anxiously on the sidelines. Ling Zhen's complexion began to pale, and her body felt increasingly weak. Her head grew heavy and dizzy. Mido watched in despair, but she could only cover her mouth, anxiously glancing at Ling Zhen, too afraid to disturb her. Time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, or perhaps 10. Ling Zhen's powers finally depleted, and she staggered backward from exhaustion. Mido swiftly caught her. "Zhenjia, what's wrong with you?" Ling also rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "Zhenjia, are you all right?" Ling Zhen slowly shook her head and fainted. It was unclear whether she meant that Xiong was fine, or that she herself was okay, or perhaps that she couldn't save Xiong. The 3 security personnel looked at Ling Zhen's pale face, their eyes filled with gratitude. They were not fools in this situation. It was clear that Ling Zhen had given her all. Yet Xiong showed no signs of awakening. "Captain Xiong. Is he not saved? Captain Xiong." The 3 men choked up again, despair flooding their eyes. Would they really have to watch Xiong turn into a zombie? The hopes they had held were now overshadowed by despair. The 3 men sat on the ground in a daze, utterly defeated. "Let's carry Ling Zhen to the armored vehicle to rest. I'll take care of Xiong." Yi Tian stepped forward and addressed Mido and He Ling. "Brother Yi Tian, do you have a way to save Captain Xiong?" In Mido's mind, Yi Tian was omnipotent. He Ling regarded Yi Tian with skepticism, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. "What's with that look, Xiaoling? You make it seem like I'm trying to deceive you." He Ling rolled her eyes at Yi Tian, and with Mido's help they each supported one of Ling Zhen's arms and led her back to the armored vehicle to rest. Wu Jing slowly lifted his head, hope rekindling in his eyes. "Brother Yi, can you really save Captain Xiong?" Hong Jinbao and Li Lianjia remained vacant, staring off into space, lost in thought. They had already experienced hope, anticipation, and then despair. They did not wish to endure such feelings again. "I can save him." Yi Tian's confident answer ignited a spark in Wu Jing's gaze. "Brother Yi, are you serious?" Hong Jinbao and Li Lianjia slowly lifted their heads, finally showing some semblance of life. "Of course I am." After carrying Xiong into the armored RV, Yi Tian placed him on the sofa. Just as Ling Zhen fell unconscious, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system. "Beep. System upgrade successful. First upgrade complete. Reward a binding upgrade card for the armored RV. For detailed upgrade functions, please check the system log." Yi Tian did not rush to check the log. Instead, he first tended to Xiong injuries. The RV possessed a medical function which, upon reaching level 2, could treat severe virus infections. The medical capabilities of the RV were distinct from those of Ling Zhen. While the RV's medical function primarily targeted viruses and external injuries, it could only provide minimal assistance for internal ailments. Conversely, Ling Zhen's abilities had limited effectiveness against viruses and external injuries, but offered exceptional healing for internal injuries or diseases. As their levels increased, even treating formidable cancers would no longer be a challenge. It was a misconception that evolved beings and those with abilities were immune to cancer. Rather, their strengthened bodies simply reduced the effects compared to ordinary individuals. However, certain viruses could mutate alongside the zombie virus, leading to the emergence of new diseases that were challenging to treat with the current medical standards. This was where Ling Zhen's expertise would be essential. Another distinction was that Ling Zhen's healing relied on her ability points, which limited her if the number of patients increased. In contrast, the armored RV could provide unlimited treatment as long as there were sufficient energy points or medical supplies. Yi Tian's skill, however, was somewhat lackluster. It could only regenerate severed limbs and was ineffective against diseases or the zombie virus. After activating the RV's medical function, Yi Tian stepped back. The RV would autonomously consume energy points or medical supplies to heal Xiong. He chose to expend medical supplies as he possessed skills to treat various ailments and had no use for the surplus supplies, which could now serve as consumables for energy. Only then did Yi Tian begin to review the system log. The upgrade primarily focused on the system itself. After this upgrade, Nuwa's functions expanded significantly. She could now operate as a superintelligent program, forcibly connecting to any smart device terminals, be it computers, smartphones, or smartwatches. Even satellites in orbit could be utilized without issue. Nuwa served as a perfect, all-around intelligent assistant reminiscent of Jarvis from a certain movie. In the future, the armored RV could navigate under Nuwa's control, relieving Mido and He Ling from the arduous task of driving. Additionally, Nuwa could independently activate the RV's defense system, eliminating the need for manual control of the Gatling gun. This meant that the entire armored RV could be governed by Nuwa. Particularly advantageous was Nuwa's ability to specify material decomposition within the system space. This capability was quite remarkable. Tian would no longer fear a depletion of the RV's defensive value. With numerous abandoned vehicles on the road, Nuwa could dismantle them to restore basic materials, steel, rubber, leather, and even extract gold from electronic components. With this newfound ability, Tian could confidently traverse the world in the RV unperturbed by anything short of nuclear weaponry, which could obliterate the RV's protective value in one fell swoop and inflict ongoing damage. Conventional explosive devices, however, would no longer faze him. During the RV's restoration of defensive value, Tian, prompted by Nuwa, recalled that he had previously instructed an assistant to purchase a batch of steel, a detail he had forgotten until now. He felt he had missed a significant opportunity. Tian also discovered a new panel on the system display, which was marked with a question mark. Nuwa, what is the function of this panel? It will be unlocked when conditions are met in the future. It cannot be revealed at this time. He had a saying about horses, and their worth, unsure whether to say it aloud. Next was the RV upgrade card, a valuable item, as upgrading the armored RV would ordinarily cost a whopping 1500 energy points. Upon opening the card, Tian found it offered two upgrade paths. Option 1, upgrade without energy cost directly to level 1. Option 2, consume a certain amount of metal materials or 1/10 of energy points for the upgrade. Note: after this upgrade, future upgrades can only rely on this option. Proceed with caution. What was there to be cautious about? Tian decisively selected option 2, realizing it would save a substantial amount of energy points. Beep. Upgrade card used successfully, generating option 2. Metal materials 10 tons, decomposition successful, conditions met. Energy points 15000 satisfied. Beep. Armored RV upgrade successful. Name: blast resistant armored RV can autonomously replenish fuel from the system space. Silent startup, enhanced power. Level LV3. Defense value 220. As long as the defense value is not 0, the RV remains unharmed. After combat, materials or energy can be consumed to restore defense value. 1 kilogram of material or 1 energy point restores 1 defense point. Space 200 square meters. The RV's appearance does not affect internal space. Weapon: automated targeting, Gatling LV2, fire rate adjusted to 200 rounds per minute. Bullets automatically consume materials and energy to generate. Functions: medical LV2 can rapidly heal severe external injuries and zombie virus infections through the consumption of medical supplies or energy points, capable of treating common internal ailments. Binding: medical personnel can enable upgrades. Enhancement: can enhance specified items through the consumption of metal materials and energy points. Upgrades not available, must bind to special personnel for use. Facilities: bedrooms 5, bathrooms 3. Combat experience: simulation room 1 allows simulated combat against zombies, rippers, and mutated beings collected by the armored RV to improve combat experience. Medical room 1, dedicated medical function room. Enhancement room 1, dedicated enhancement function room. Tian was exceedingly satisfied with the effectiveness of this RV upgrade. Both the space and weaponry had seen improvements and new functionalities had been added. The bedroom has expanded from 3 to 5 rooms, providing ample space for Tian and his companions. Yet Tian found little joy in this change. More bedrooms meant fewer opportunities for a shared slumber. Clearing his throat, he redirected his thoughts. The bedroom itself held no remarkable features, but the bathroom had significantly grown, now boasting both a bathtub and a swimming pool. Moreover, the overall area had increased to 200 square meters, substantially enlarging the living space. The interior was surprisingly spacious, akin to a villa. The living room had also seen considerable expansion. Its height increased, and the once ordinary ceiling light replaced by a dazzling crystal chandelier radiating beauty and brilliance. Additionally, there was now a dedicated medical room. Tian made a point to inspect it, discovering a layout reminiscent of a VIP ward in a hospital, albeit lacking the bulky medical equipment, featuring only a comfortable medical bed. The enhancement room, however, was much simpler, containing only an oversized workbench, nothing more. Unfortunately, the enhancement room was currently unusable, as it required binding to a special personnel. Curious about this special personnel, Tian took a look. Ding. Detection of special enhancement personnel, binding unsuccessful, awaiting activation. Detected, but not successfully bound. It must refer to him. On the weaponry front, the Gatling gun had been upgraded from a rate of 200 rounds per minute to an astonishing 200 rounds per minute. This transformation represented a torrent of bullets. He could now face a large-scale zombie horde without concern. As for the defense value, it had increased significantly. The battle simulation room was impressive. It contained a chair resembling a massage chair offering supreme comfort. A headpiece positioned above enveloped his head, immersing his consciousness into a unique realm. Within this space, he could engage in combat using data collected by the armored vehicle. It was utterly fascinating. Lastly, the requirements for the next upgrade of the armored vehicle left Tian somewhat speechless. Materials needed for level 4 upgrade. Metal materials 1000 tons, condition not met. Energy value 15000 points, condition met. Gold 1 ton. Was the demand for 1000 tons of metal materials a joke? And what was the deal with a ton of gold? What connection did the vehicle have with gold? Had the author lost their mind? There were also some energy points earned from slaying zombies, and currently, after deducting the recovery for defense, Tian had 170 points left. The zombies had leveled up with second-tier ones becoming quite common. Thus, energy points were being accumulated faster. Mi Do and He Ling also noticed the changes in the vehicle. Brother Tian, did you do this? He Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though her proud nature held her back from directly asking Tian. Yes, our activity space is now much larger, and the vehicle looks more beautiful. Indeed. I noticed there are 2 extra bedrooms, and even a swimming pool. I haven't swum in ages. Let's wait for Sister Zhen to wake up, and we can go together. He Ling twirled her hair. Alright, I'll check on Sister Zhen. Mi Do skipped back to Ling Zhen's room. The 2 girls shared a silent agreement not to inquire about how Tian had accomplished all this. At that moment, Xiong finally opened his eyes slowly. Where am I? Xiong rubbed his head, still feeling a dull ache. His memories lingered on the fierce battle with a massive dog. With his exceptional skills, he had managed to fend off the beast, but had ultimately been injured and lost consciousness. Both of his comrades had perished the moment the mutated hound had appeared. Had he not been a second-tier ability user, he would never have had the capacity to contend with such a creature. Boss Xiong, it's been a while. It's you. Brother Yi. How did I end up here? After Tian's explanation supplemented by He Ling's input, Xiong finally grasped the situation. I never imagined so many events transpired while I was unconscious. Zhang Tao got what he deserved. It's unfortunate. He dragged down other brothers with him. Upon learning of Zhang Tao's betrayal, Xiong spat on the ground in disgust, feeling shame for being associated with him. His fiery temper was well known, and his relationship with Zhang Tao had never been good. However, due to orders from above, he had had no choice. I can't believe Team He is here too. This is fantastic. He Ling, due to her position, had interacted with Xiong often, making them somewhat familiar with one another. Xiong, now Tian is my leader. What are your plans moving forward? He Ling was aware of Tian's intentions. The effort invested in rescuing Xiong reflected an interest in his abilities. Otherwise, why would Tian bother saving someone unrelated? He Ling took the initiative to speak a strength over Tian, starting the conversation. Though she was arrogant, she was not foolish. Xiong understood her meaning as well, but he had no concrete plans for what lay ahead. With Yuzhong City having fallen, he had fled with a few brothers long ago. Now he aimed to move toward a city with stronger military capabilities. Beyond that, he had no idea where to go. I'm not sure. We initially planned to head to Shuzhong City, where there's an elite special forces team. I believe the situation there would be considerably better, but now. Xiong looked at Tian, then at He Ling, and finally made a decision. Now I have an idea. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I would like to follow you along with the remaining brothers. Would you agree? Upon hearing Xiong words, a smile unconsciously crept onto Tian's face. He indeed wanted to recruit Xiong. In his previous life, Xiong was a near-king level individual with extraordinary strength. I would welcome you with open arms. It's a pleasure to have you join our team. Tian smiled and extended his hand toward Xiong. Their hands clasped firmly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. This character will be 100 loyal to the host, never to betray. Reward skill enhanced binding. Enhanced binding allows the consumption of metal and energy points to enhance specified items. Each item is limited to 1 enhancement. Ding. Congratulations on binding special character. Enhancement function activated successfully. Indeed. Joy sparkled in Tian's eyes. Xiong and He Ling assumed his delight stemmed from Xiong addition, but only Tian knew it was due to the enhancement function. Current weapons were becoming less effective against increasingly troublesome zombies. Both firearms and melee weapons were faltering. With the enhancement function, the performance of the entire team's weaponry could be significantly improved. Xiong was undoubtedly invaluable to the team. Enhancing equipment. Leading the security team. This marked Tian's 4th major recruit. Eagerly, Tian opened Xiong's character panel. It certainly did not disappoint. In just over 20 days, Xiong had already advanced to level 2 on his own. Name Xiong. Level 2 124,000 energy points can be consumed to level up. Strength 54 adult average 10. Agility 36 adult average 10. Constitution 60 adult average 10. Ability Fire 28. Charm 90 charm score includes appearance figure and aura with a maximum of 100. The higher the score, the easier it is to gain others' trust. Potential S-level potential is graded A, B, C, D, E, F, S, 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 S. The higher the level, the more efficient energy conversion becomes. Skills. Reinforced forging can enhance forged equipment, but requires special tools and cannot be used independently. Flame branding allows flames to be attached to any object continuously burning and causing damage. Healing gazed at Xiong with her beautiful eyes. Since you've decided to follow Tian, we need to start dividing our tasks. Healing only exhibited a bit of femininity in front of Tian. When facing others, she was the formidable female officer. Xiong bound to Tian naturally regarded him as the leader. Healing also introduced Mi Do and Ling Zhen to Xiong, for whom he expressed sincere gratitude. I'm just a rough guy, brother. You will be the leader of our team from now on. Whatever he says, I won't even frown. What does that mean, you'll frown if I speak? A dangerous glimmer flashed in Healing's eyes. This startled Xiong, making him shiver. Of course not. Your brother, yes, woman. Ooh, I'll listen to you too. What nonsense are you spouting? Ahem. Seeing the dangerous light in Healing's eyes, Xiong hurriedly dashed down from the RV. Tian swiftly grabbed Healing, who was about to chase after him. If she lost her temper, she could easily cripple Xiong. Let go. Healing glared at Tian, her face flushed. Xiong words had effectively pierced the veil of secrecy between them. In her moment of panic, Healing was at a loss and could only stubbornly shout at Tian. Just when Healing was caught and didn't know what to do, salvation arrived. What's wrong? Mi Do and Ling Zhen stepped out, noticing that something was amiss between Healing and Tian. Mi Do quickly inquired. Nothing. Nothing at all. Healing, red-faced, ran toward the bedroom. Xiaozhen, you're awake. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'm much better now. Next time, don't push yourself like that. It's partly my fault for not telling you that this RV has medical facilities. Tian then elaborated on the medical capabilities of the RV to Ling Zhen. After learning about it, Ling Zhen headed to the medical room to explore its functions. Tian and Mi Do stepped outside the RV. Team leader Xiong, it's so good to see you safe. Wu Jing exclaimed excitedly, and the three of them gazed at Xiong with enthusiasm. After conversing with the three, Xiong finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Once their discussion concluded, Tian stepped forward. What are your plans from here on out? Wherever team leader Xiong goes, we go. Right. As long as we're with team leader Xiong, we're fine. Tian nodded. Xiong will follow me from now on, and you will continue to listen to him. I have only one rule: absolute obedience. If you can't manage that, you can leave now, or otherwise I won't be lenient with those who refuse to follow orders. We promise to obey. The three shouted in unison. Tian nodded in satisfaction. He was not worried about Xiong betraying them. However, he had no way of checking the loyalty of the three, though he could gauge their fondness for him. With Xiong presence, the likelihood of betrayal was extremely low. But if anything fell off, he could check the fondness level to find out. In my view, our team will continue to grow and expand. Tian is our leader, and we need a unified title going forward. Mi Do spoke up at the right moment. Xiong wholeheartedly agreed. I'm just a rough guy and I don't know much else. I think we should refer to Brother Yi as General from now on. Yes, I think that works. I agree as well. Since the security team agreed, Tian had no reason to object. This title was acknowledged and his inner circle was beginning to take shape. Tian stepped forward solemnly. Security team. Present. From now on, the security team will be led by Xiong. We will recruit suitable candidates to join the team later. Understood. Xiong shouted loudly. He then turned to the three and roared, brothers, from this day forth the general is our supreme leader. Yes. From today, wherever the general points his sword, that shall be our battleground. Wherever the sword leads, that shall be our final resting place. Yes. Wherever the sword points, that shall be our battleground. Wherever the sword leads, that shall be our final resting place. Though there were only 4 of them, their momentum was as if they were dozens strong. The 3 were promising prospects, and once their numbers increased, Xiong could consider promoting them to squad leaders with him at the helm. After the security team was established, Tian instructed the 3 to drive the off-road vehicle, continuing to follow the RV toward Shanghu City. In just a few dozen kilometers, they would reach Shanghu City. The group resolved their lunch in the vehicle. They ate self-heating rice, which moved them deeply. They all silently vowed to serve Tian faithfully. In their view, such good provisions were exceedingly rare, and the fact that Tian was willing to share such good food with them made them feel like brothers. Reflecting on the past 10 days they had mainly subsisted on expired bread and packaged food was a rare sight. A decent meal was a luxury. If they occasionally found meat or edible vegetables in the fridge, it was considered a feast. Being soldiers, they wouldn't nitpick about the types of food. As long as they could fill their stomachs, that was enough. The conditions had been abysmal. On the road after finishing lunch, Tian took Xiong into the reinforcement room to explore the enhancement functions. Tian's reinforcement skills differed from those of the RV. His could consume metal and energy points to enhance specific items, but each item could only be enhanced once. The RV's enhancement function allowed for reinforcing items through the consumption of metal materials and energy points requiring special personnel. At first glance, they seemed identical. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Tian's could enhance a single item only once while the RV's was unlimited and needed special personnel to operate. Moreover, Tian estimated that his one-time enhancement would be stronger than what the RV offered. Without hesitation, Tian took out a Desert Eagle handgun and instructed Xiong to enhance it using the RV system. Item: Desert Eagle handgun. Level 0. Enhancement cost 100 energy points, 500 grams of metal material. Xiong began to enhance his weapon using the reinforcement skill. The skill known as reinforcement forging could strengthen forged equipment but required special tools and could not be used independently. After a flash of white light, a notification from Nuwa chimed in. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Item: Level 1. After the enhancement, the pistol's power and firing rate were both increased. Tian instructed Xiong to continue reinforcing. The next reinforcement consumed 200 energy points and 100 grams of metal materials. The subsequent one required 400 points and 200 grams, and so forth, doubling each time. It could be said that as long as there were energy points and metal materials, theoretically reinforcement could continue indefinitely. Of course, with the doubling of consumption, the power would also double, and whether it was worth it depended on one's perspective. After upgrading the pistol 6 times, a total of 630 energy points were expended. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Item: Level 6. Surprisingly, the entire pistol became considerably more compact and even featured a built-in silencer. This time, Tian chose to reinforce the gun himself, but he was startled by the cost. One reinforcement would consume 200 energy points and 200 kilograms of metal materials. Yet, without hesitation, Tian clicked to reinforce again, eager to discover the differences between his enhancements and those done on the RV. Ding. Additional reinforcement successful. Item: Level 6. After a brilliant blue flash, the gun in Tian's hand glowed faintly blue, yet there were no other noticeable changes. What is this? Tian was momentarily confused. However, after checking the pistol's parameters through Nuwa, excitement surged within him. Item: Desert Eagle pistol blue. Level 6. Reinforcement cannot be reinforced. Effect: no need to chamber around infinite bullets, no recoil, built-in silencer. Indeed, it was worth it. Once again, he possessed a gun with infinite ammunition. From that moment, Tian fully understood the difference between his own enhancements and those done on the RV. Firstly, items he reinforced could not be further enhanced. Secondly, his reinforcement did not increase power levels, but instead added certain special effects. In contrast, the RV's enhancements purely increased the weapon's power without any special effects. One was a physical enhancement, the other a magical addition. Fortunately, Tian conducted his self-enhancement at level 6, otherwise he would have faced a significant loss. After testing the firearms, Tian took out a pair of hammers which he had purchased during his first weapon buying spree. After reinforcing them to level 6, he chose to enhance them himself. This consumed 200 energy points and 200 kilograms of metal materials. It appeared that the additional reinforcement had no correlation with the weapon's size. After another burst of blue light, Tian found in his hands a pair of hammers glowing with blue light. These hammers had shrunk significantly compared to the original size. Ding. Additional reinforcement successful. Item: Level 6. Item: Blazing Twin Hammers Fire Growth Type. Level 6. Reinforcement cannot be reinforced. Effect: inflicts burning flames on the struck target, persistent destructive capability, and doubles the weight effect upon impact. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The weight doubling effect meant that when striking a target, the weight would effectively double. Nuwa, what does this growth type mean? Noticing the growth type label, Tian called out to Nuwa for clarification. This type of weapon can grow depending on the user's abilities. The stronger the user's abilities, the more powerful the weapon becomes. What a delightful surprise. And what does the fire attribute mean? During additional reinforcement, it will automatically select an ability user within a certain range. If there are multiple users, the host can choose the direction of the ability. I see, since only Xiong was present, it automatically selected the fire attribute. If Mido were here, it would have been the electric attribute. Coincidentally, Mi Do possessed exceptional swordsmanship and could craft an electric sword for himself. Naturally, this pair of twin hammers would be given to Xiong. After calculating his energy points, Tian decisively leveled himself up to Tier 5. Name Tian. Level 5060,000 energy points can be consumed to level up. Strength 1418 average adult 10. Agility 945 average adult 10. Constitution 1181 average adult 10. Ability empty 788. Skills: Eye of Insight, Hostility, Perception, Mastery of Combat, Absolute Accuracy, Additional Reinforcement, Limb Regeneration. After reaching Tier 5, the line on Tian's forehead transformed into a dazzling orange. This was the mark of Tier 5. Xiong, standing beside Tian, felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him. He nearly stumbled. Sweat poured from his brow, struggling to withstand the immense pressure. His heart raced with fear. Fortunately, Tian managed to control this pressure in time, otherwise Xiong would have been embarrassed. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Tian yearned to roar at the heavens. All abilities at Tier 5 were 3 times stronger than those at Tier 4. This was why each tier represented a significant leap. A Tier 4 evolutionist stood no chance against a Tier 5 one. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Thus, the notion of challenging higher tiers in novels was utterly ridiculous. Unless the weapon was exceedingly extraordinary, how could an infant wield a nuclear bomb? Clenching his fists and adjusting to his newfound strength, Tian called for Mi Do, He Ling, and Ling Zhen. The 3 women, upon hearing Tian's words, displayed expressions of excitement. Ultimately, they settled on their weapons. Tian noticed that all of his companions' weapons were orange, indicating that the additional abilities increased with their levels. Tian Thunder God Rifle, no recoil, infinite bullets, built-in silencer. Mi Do Purple Lightning Sword, built-in paralysis effect, doubled damage. He Ling Holy Light Silver Spear, infinite energy laser weapon, extremely long range, ideal for sniping. Xiong Blazing Twin Hammers, inflicts burning flames on the struck target, persistent destructive capability, and doubles the weight effect upon impact. Ling Zhen Desert Eagle, no need to chamber around, infinite bullets, no recoil, built-in silencer. Thus, the group underwent a significant equipment overhaul, with all but Ling Zhen and Xiong weapons being blue, while the other 3 were orange. Each of them expended nearly 10,000 energy points, truly a significant investment. Next, Tian naturally upgraded Xiong to Tier 3. This consumed another 4,000 energy points. Name Xiong. Level 301000 energy points can be consumed to level up. Strength 135 average adult 10. Agility 90 average adult 10. Constitution 150 average adult 10. Ability Fire 70. Charm 90. Charm value includes appearance, figure, temperament with a maximum of 100. Higher charm values make it easier to gain others' trust. Potential SS rank. Potential ranks are A, B, C, D, E, F, S, SS, SSS. Higher potential levels increase energy conversion efficiency. Skills. Reinforcement forging can strengthen forged equipment, but requires special tools and cannot be used independently. Flame branding can attach flames to any object, causing continuous damage. At this point, Xiong level matched that of the 3 women, all at Tier 3. Tian subsequently reinforced automatic rifles for Wu Jing, Li Lianjie, and Hong Jinbao, as conventional rifles had limited lethality against increasingly advanced zombies. Naturally, the security team needed to be equipped with weapons. However, no enhancements were attached to them. The rifles were merely reinforced using the capabilities of the RV, which was sufficient for their needs. The energy value had swiftly dwindled to a pitiful 600 points, leaving Tian distressed. After decades of diligent effort, he felt as if he had returned to the pre-revolutionary days. Yet all of this was worth it. In the future, the defense value of the armored RV could be restored using scrap vehicles. The reduction in energy value required for upgrading the armored RV had plummeted to 1/10. Thus, Tian felt free of concerns, daring to utilize his energy value so sparingly. He needed to find a way to acquire more energy value, especially from those he had equipped. They must repay him double. Otherwise, he felt as though he was merely a laborer, while they were the true bosses, which was a significant loss. The armored vehicle traveled smoothly in tandem with the off-road vehicle, and by afternoon, they finally reached a county town on the outskirts of Shanghu City, Pianan County. Traveling along this national road, Pianan County was an inevitable stop. To their surprise, Tian and his companions encountered a military checkpoint similar to the one in Yuzhong City, hastily formed using heavy trucks. Since the military was still present here, it meant that Shanghu City was at least for the moment safe. Naturally, they were not the only vehicles arriving at the checkpoint. 5 or 6 cars were already lined up ahead of them. It was unclear whether these drivers had fortuitously arrived here or had heard news that this area had yet to succumb to the undead. Please exit the vehicle for inspection, a soldier ordered, approaching the first off-road vehicle in line. Understood, replied the middle-aged man behind the wheel. A young girl sat in the passenger seat beside him. The man and the girl stepped out to undergo the inspection. At the checkpoint, two personnel clad in protective gear sat at a table. First, they sanitized their hands using a disinfectant device. Then they produced a long cotton swab. Open your mouth, one instructed. The cotton swab was gently inserted into the throats of both the man and the girl before being placed into a transparent vial that could accommodate a single swab. Inside the vial was a clear liquid of unknown composition. Once the inspection is complete, please wait aside for the results. Do not move, the soldier signaled for them to step aside. The girl standing off to the side wore an unwilling expression, seemingly complaining to the middle-aged man. He comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, but she brushed his hand away forcefully. Suddenly, a soldier behind them raised his weapon, aiming it at the two. Warning, do not move. Results will be available in 1 minute. Please remain in the waiting area. Both were startled, having not anticipated the military strictness. The onlookers in the cars behind them showed expressions of fear. In front of Tian was a black off-road vehicle, and its driver rolled down the window to peer ahead. Is it really that strict? If they were infected with the zombie virus, they would have turned by now. How could they still be queuing? This driver bore a distinctive white vertical line on his forehead, clearly marking him as a first-tier evolver. The existence of evolvers had long ceased to be a secret, and most chose to display their forehead markings, partly to intimidate others and partly to flaunt their status as curiosity about them persisted. The driver of a smaller vehicle in front also rolled down his window, revealing himself to be a young first-tier evolver. Hey, are we still expected to reason in this day and age? A patrolling soldier passed by their vehicles, noticing both had their heads out, and barked loudly, warning. No one is permitted to exit their vehicle without authorization. Do not extend any part of your body outside. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. With that, the soldier aimed his weapon at the two and swiftly chambered a round, indicating that he was prepared to shoot them on the spot. This was no mere warning, it was a blatant threat. Seeing this, the two drivers dared not utter another word, quickly retracting their heads and closing their windows. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a woman's piercing scream. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the gunfire. The middle-aged man had been shot dead by the soldier. The girl screamed in terror. The soldier spoke into the radio on his chest. One hidden infected individual has been neutralized. You may proceed. After finishing his transmission, the soldier turned to the girl. Congratulations, you may pass safely. As she regained her composure, tears streamed down her face as she clutched the soldier's uniform, sobbing uncontrollably. He wasn't even a zombie. How could you shoot him so casually? Woe is me. The soldier frowned. If you do not pass, you will lose your passage rights. Do you wish to forfeit? The girl continued to weep openly. How can you do this? What am I supposed to do? Woe is me. The soldier's expression grew impatient. He dealt with such situations daily and had become numb to them. I will confirm one last time. Do you wish to forfeit your passage? The girl remained lost in her grief over losing her boyfriend, ignoring the soldier's words. Take her away from the passage, a vehicle number 3, move it along to the next inspection. A soldier quickly approached from the side, starting the off-road vehicle and parking it next to the makeshift checkpoint formed by the heavy trucks. Numerous vehicles were already lined up here. Only then did the girl realize the gravity of her situation. That's my car. Stop. It's my car, she shouted as she chased after it. All her supplies were in that vehicle. Now that her companion was dead, losing her resources in such a harsh environment would make survival nearly impossible. The girl reached the front of the vehicle hoping to reclaim it, but the soldier denied her. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you have lost your passage rights. Please leave immediately. With that, he aimed his weapon at her. Terrified, she fell silent, stepping aside with despair and helplessness etched on her face. She had no doubt that if she continued to protest, the soldier would shoot her without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, the other survivors obediently queued for inspection. The two drivers who had previously spoken remained silent, grateful they hadn't argued with the soldier, knowing they would have faced the same grim fate. As mere first-tier evolvers, they were utterly defenseless against the firepower of the soldiers, whose weapons were clearly of superior quality. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, claiming the life of an elderly woman. Her son and daughter-in-law, terrified, climbed into their vehicle and drove away. Next vehicle, the soldier called out mechanically. The entire convoy moved slowly forward, but even at such a slow pace, there were only a few vehicles. Soon it was Tian's turn. He had already concealed the Gatling gun atop his armored RV early on, not wanting to attract too much attention. Despite the RV being unique in its own right, it was certainly better than one adorned with a Gatling gun. Please disembark for inspection. The soldier's eyes brightened at the sight of Yi Tian's armored RV. Fortunately, from the outside, it did not appear overly distinctive, maintaining a resemblance to its customized form. Brother Yi Tian, what should we do? Mi-Do tugged at Yi Tian's arm. Now that the RV could be piloted by Nuwa, Mi-Do was relieved from driving duties. In front of them were about 20 vehicles, 2 of which had already been shot dead on the spot. The odds were not particularly high. In Yi Tian's vehicle were himself, He Ling, Mi-Do, and Ling Zhen. Xiong Lai had stopped for a break and transferred to the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle housed Xiong Lai and his 3 companions, totaling 8 individuals. This meant there was still a chance that someone from Yi Tian's group could be shot. Yi Tian gently patted Mi-Do's hand. Don't worry, stay alert. The group opened the car doors with Yi Tian leading the way. He first employed his eye of insight to scan the soldiers. This scrutiny caused his pupils to contract. Each of these soldiers was at least a newly evolved first-tier individual, with several nearing second-tier status. For some unknown reason, they had all chosen to conceal the vertical line on their foreheads. It appeared that the military was becoming aware of the existence of evolved beings. However, it remained uncertain what tier the strongest evolved soldier in the military was. Yet Yi Tian was confident that no one surpassed him at present. Due to limitations in potential value, the strongest evolved beings elsewhere were at most 3rd tier, and even that was uncertain. Being a 5th-tier existence, Yi Tian was akin to a tiger among sheep. Nonetheless, he preferred not to draw attention. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Being too conspicuous was not his style, a lesson learned from his past life. The threat posed by these soldiers was virtually zero. Thus, Yi Tian felt at ease. Aside from the need to regard their firearms, he could easily resolve the situation before they even realized it. Unbeknownst to the soldiers, had Yi Tian not wished to stir up trouble, they would have already met their demise. Seeing Yi Tian and the others disembark, Xiong Lai, as part of the security team, naturally felt compelled to protect them. The security team's strength was more than adequate to handle these soldiers, especially since Yi Tian had exchanged crystalline cores on the way to elevate each of them to 1st tier. It would be quite embarrassing if Yi Tian's security team lacked even 1st-tier evolved individuals. Once Xiong Lai and his companions exited the vehicle, each exhibited a robust physique, unmistakably intimidating. Who allowed you to disembark? Get back in. Otherwise, face the consequences. The patrolling soldiers aimed their weapons at Xiong Lai and his team, appearing as if they were in a state of high alert. Now Yi Tian understood why the soldiers treated everyone with such caution. They were quick to kill, and the issue lay therein. Perhaps it was a directive from the military combined with their ignorance of who among the group was an evolved being or a virus-infected individual. The strength of an evolved being far exceeded that of a regular person, compelling military soldiers to regard everyone as a potential threat to ensure the stability of the checkpoint. No wonder their weapons were of such high quality. We're all together. I thought you called us all to disembark for inspection. Yi Tian gestured to Xiong Lai, who nodded in understanding. They needed to avoid drawing too much attention and minimize conflict. Being together doesn't matter. Get back in. All right, we're going back in now. Xiong Lai signaled to Wu Jing and the others to return to the vehicle. Yi Tian was aware of Xiong Lai's capabilities and had heard from Wu Jing about their experiences. They mentioned that the security team was more like a miscellaneous crew, suggesting that Yi Tian hardly required their protection. Yi Tian, along with the 3 women, underwent inspection, similarly using a cotton swab at their mouths, just like those before them. Fortunately, Yi Tian had already contemplated a strategy upon approaching the checkpoint. The 3 women had changed into very ordinary attire, appearing less conspicuous. Yi Tian also donned simple clothing, deliberately tousling his hair to seem less distinctive. Otherwise, while others looked unkempt, they would stand out brightly, signaling trouble. Xiong Lai and his team had it easier. Their previous hardships rendered them less in need of disguise. After the sampling was completed, Yi Tian and the 3 women were instructed to wait aside, with soldiers aiming their weapons at their heads. Yi Tian appeared nonchalant as he awaited the results. In truth, he had already signaled the 3 women to remain vigilant. He also observed the color of the reagent from the corner of his eye. With his keen vision, he had noticed it while waiting in line. If all was well, the clear liquid in the vial would remain unchanged. However, should any issue arise, it would slowly turn red. Thus, if any anomaly was detected, Yi Tian could swiftly deal with the soldiers before they reacted. For soldiers were currently training their weapons on Yi Tian and his group, while an additional 26 patrolled nearby. For were responsible for the testing. Behind the checkpoint, a machine gun was mounted, and the presence of more destructive weapons remained uncertain. If it came to that, Yi Tian would no longer concern himself with the details. The 4 before him could be eliminated in an instant. Then he would take the 3 women to briefly hide behind the checkpoint where cover was available. As they passed, he could also eliminate the four responsible for testing. After finding cover, he would use a rocket launcher to obliterate the interior. He assigned roles Ling for long-range sniping, Mi Do for close protection, and Ling Jin for mid-range support. In this manner, all ranges were covered with Tian, ensuring large-scale destruction. Plans flashed through Tian's mind one after another as he calculated each scenario. Though it felt lengthy, these strategies passed through his consciousness in under 10 seconds, nearing perfection. Tian felt confident regarding the three women, though the situation with Xiong Lai remained uncertain. After all, Xiong Lai had only recently been rescued and remnants of the virus might still linger in his system. As time ticked by, Tian maintained an air of calm. Inspection passed. Next vehicle. The soldiers lowered their weapons, signaling Tian and the others to proceed. Tian nodded in acknowledgement before climbing back into the RV with Mi Do and the others. Now all eyes were on the inspection results for Xiong Lai and his companions. Tian instructed Nuwa to drive the armored RV through the passage, stopping between the corridor and the isolation zone. The next vehicle was Xiong Lai's. Despite being 100 meters from the inspection point, Tian's vision allowed him to clearly see the reagent's color. Ling had already readied the Silverlight Holy Gun at a window of the RV, but should any problems arise, she was responsible for immediate elimination. Her weapon boasted precision and light speed, enabling her to take out the soldiers before they could even pull the trigger. As time passed, both Tian and Xiong Lai's group anxiously awaited the results. Mi Do's face was filled with concern, her hands clasped in prayer that Xiong Lai and his team would not encounter any issues. Tian fixed his gaze intently on the reagents belonging to Xiong Lai and his companions. Before long, the moment of truth arrived. Testing successful. Next vehicle. Fortunately, Xiong Lai and the others passed without any issues. Tian and his group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ling, seeing Xiong Lai's vehicle approaching, holstered her weapon. Tian and the others slowly drove into the urban area of Punan County. To their surprise, there were no zombies in sight. After letting Xiong Lai's team disembark to gather information, they learned that the zombies in Punan County had been completely eradicated by the military. However, for safety reasons, the military required a 7-day quarantine before entering Shanghu City. Upon hearing Xiong Lai's report, Tian remained expressionless. Brother Tian. Mi Do looked at him with concern. Only she vaguely knew that Tian was heading to Shanghu City to find someone. Yet she had no idea who that person might be. But she never asked, being obedient as always. In her mind, she speculated that Tian was searching for a loved one of great significance. If Mi Do had known that Tian was actually seeking revenge against an enemy, her worries would have dissipated. Fine. Let's comply with the military's requirements. We'll wait here for 7 days if our supplies are sufficient for now. Upon arriving, Tian found himself less anxious. It is peculiar how humans behave. The further one is from a goal, the more impatient they become. Yet as they approach, that urgency fades, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dread. Tian felt this way now. His hatred toward Xia Shui was profound, and he understood that even if he found her, she wouldn't provide him with any answers. They had no connection, and Xia Shui was not a reincarnated being. How could she possibly give Tian the answers he sought? Naturally, his decision was not met with opposition from the others. Moreover, it was clear that they were not in a position to confront the military. The situation here was vastly different from that in Yuzhong City. Once they entered the urban area of Punan County, they observed a few pedestrians scattered about the streets. The shops lining the sides had long been occupied by survivors. Order was non-existent. The military only dealt with eliminating infected zombies, turning a blind eye to conflicts among survivors. Consequently, it became a dog-eat-dog world where many survivors who arrived early claimed comfortable accommodations for themselves. As more survivors trickled in, conflicts arose over these desirable rooms. Naturally, the strongest would claim them. Those who were forced out had to seek alternative shelter. Those with a place to stay were fortunate. Some were left to construct makeshift tents on the streets with simple wooden sticks and tarps. Conditions were undeniably dire. Tian had New Washington drive to a more secluded building far from the urban center with open surroundings. He was quite pleased with this choice. He did not wish to engage in any conflicts with the local survivors and intended to bide his time here for 7 days. With Tian's capabilities, unifying the entire urban area would be a trivial matter, but it would serve no purpose. As night approached, Ling Jun and Mi Do, along with Ling, set about preparing dinner. Xiong Lai, accompanied by Wu Jing and others, scouted the nearby house. They would be spending the night there. Tian took the opportunity to wash up, having worked up quite a sweat throughout the day. In no time, the meal was ready, with the 3 girls cooking efficiently. Tian also provided Xiong Lai and his team with some vegetables and pork, though they would have to prepare it themselves. For Xiong Lai and his companions, this fresh produce and stillable meat were the best things they had tasted in the past 20 days. Initially, Yi Tian had planned for the newcomers to subsist solely on ration bars, but these men were brave souls. Moreover, Xiong Lai was one of their own. Thus, it seemed unreasonable to treat them harshly. Of course, this was the current arrangement. In the future, the security team would need to be self-sufficient. During dinner, Mi Do occasionally served Yi Tian some dishes while her expression seemed a bit off. Ling Zhen watched Mi Do, curiously unsure of what was going on. However, Yi Tian understood her intentions clearly. She likely wished to. After dinner, Xiong Lai led the security team with pairs of them, taking turns on watch outside. Yi Tian suspected that his armored RV had caught the attention of many, predicting that the night would not be peaceful. To be safe, he assigned Nu Wa to monitor the vehicle closely. Should any danger arise, she would alert him immediately. Yi Tian and the three women settled into the RV to rest. Make sure to get some good rest. We've traveled all day. Okay. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Let's go, Zhenjia. He Ling pulled Ling Zhen towards their room. Although the bedroom was spacious enough, they preferred to sleep together. Perhaps it was due to the loneliness that permeated the apocalypse. Dodo, why aren't you coming? As they walked toward the room, Ling Zhen suddenly noticed Mi Do standing still with a peculiar blush on her face. Zhenjia, let's sleep first. Dodo has to discuss something with Yi Tian. He Ling blushed as she pulled Ling Zhen along. She kept signaling Ling Zhen with her eyes. Ling Zhen blinked, suddenly realizing what was happening. No wonder Mi Do had been acting strangely during dinner. Now Mi Do's face was still flushed. Upon understanding, Ling Zhen's cheeks flushed as well. She was the most innocent and easily embarrassed among the three girls. Just the thought of what Yi Tian and Mi Do were about to do made even her medical training inadequate to suppress her blush. Fortunately, the armored RV was spacious and there were multiple bedrooms. She hoped they wouldn't disturb her tonight. I am going to sleep with Xiao Ling. Good night. Ling Zhen said no more and quickly followed, he Ling out, not forgetting to close the door behind her. After all, their bedroom also had a private bathroom. Good night, Zhen, Jia, Xiao Ling, Jia. Mi Do, her face still flushed, sighed with relief once they closed the door. Dodo, let's go rest as well. During dinner, Yi Tian had understood Mi Do's intentions. It seemed she had been craving meat after so many days without it. She was yearning for a taste of the forbidden. Blushing, Mi Do was swept into Yi Tian's arms as he carried her toward the bedroom. It was unclear whether Yi Tian was being intentional or simply unaware that Ling Zhen and He Ling were in the adjacent room. As Yi Tian gazed at Mi Do's shy demeanor coupled with her long legs and enticing figure, he found it impossible to resist and transformed into a wolf. Wait, brother Yi Tian, they'll go wash up in the bathroom first. Together. Soon strange sounds emanated from the bathroom. After an unknown amount of time, the noises shifted to the large bed. Both were as pure as newborns, their bodies glistening. The scene was too much to bear. Just when Ling Zhen and He Ling had finally settled in after their shower, strange sounds drifted in from next door. The noises were enough to make certain areas itch. They exchanged embarrassed glances and burrowed under the covers, both experiencing a sleepless night. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, just as Yi Tian had predicted, trouble arose. A group of robust survivors, primarily consisting of first-tier survivors, began their search from house to house armed with weapons in hand. Their stated reason was that their leader's dog had gone missing, suspected to have been stolen. This justification was as flimsy as it sounded. The group was cunning, deliberately ignoring those who held advantageous positions, for it was common knowledge that individuals capable of occupying such places were not to be trifled with. Instead, they targeted those who were few in number and poorly positioned. The survivors were well aware that the excuse of searching for a dog was merely a facade. Therefore, most of them greeted these intruders with smiles and offered some simple items: food, supplies, medicine, and other usable goods. The unfortunate ones were those who slept on the streets, already devoid of resources and now subjected to robbery by these marauders. If any of them possessed a woman of decent appearance, the situation would be even direr. A satisfactory goods could spare her, while failure to comply would lead to public humiliation. The soldiers tasked with patrolling had long been bribed by the group, and such actions had not been explicitly prohibited. Thus they turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Before long, this band reached Yi Tian's armored RV. Their scouts had already reported on this vehicle. The comfort it provided was unmatched by ordinary cars, allowing one not only to evade zombies, but also to sleep anytime, anywhere. They planned to use the excuse of searching for the dog to check out the RV, intending to seize it if it suited them. Xiong Lai and his companions had already noticed their approach and promptly awakened 2 others who had been resting. The 4 of them stood in a row, their submachine guns at the ready, concealed beneath their coats to avoid attracting the attention of the patrol team. The group approached the RV with a menacing demeanor, but when they were about 50 meters away, the beam of a flashlight illuminated them, revealing 4 faces filled with murderous intent. The leader of the survivors signaled to his companions to approach Xiong Lai and the others for a conversation. However, before they could get close, Xiong Lai gestured, and all 4 drew their concealed submachine guns. The leader froze the dark weapons gleaming ominously under the flashlight. 3 of the 4 bore white vertical lines on their foreheads, unmistakable marks of evolution. Notably, Xiong Lai's forehead displayed a green line indicating a level of power far beyond what they could challenge. They had never encountered a third-tier evolver like Xiong Lai, but they understood that a second-tier marked in yellow was already capable of easily dispatching 5 or 6 first-tier opponents. It was evident that Xiong Lai's power would be even more formidable, especially with submachine guns in their hands. In contrast, they wielded sticks and knives, with only the leaders possessing a handgun. And could a handgun possibly compare to a rifle? Realizing the dire situation, the group quickly turned around and retreated without so much as a farewell, leaving with their tails between their legs. The leader felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, pondering the caliber of individuals protected by such high-tier evolvers within that RV. This was, of course, at Yi Tian's behest. He had been informed of their arrival long before they appeared, thanks to the RV's excellent soundproofing. Yi Tian did not hear them, rather he was alerted by the system Nuwa. At night, the RV would automatically disable sound pickup unless Yi Tian opted to turn it on, allowing for undisturbed sleep. Yi Tian had suggested that Xiong Lai give them a warning rather than eliminate them entirely. The reasons were twofold. He feared complications and the potential for unnecessary conflict. Killing them might provoke retaliation from more powerful foes, leading to an endless cycle of violence. With this show of strength, Yi Tian believed they would be left in peace for several days, free from further disturbances from such individuals. In a small county, every whisper and rustle of grass could not remain hidden for long. After this encounter, Yi Tian found himself unable to sleep, opting instead to stand on the RV's forehead terrace, allowing the wind to blow over him. After the RV had been upgraded to Tier 3, a terrace had been added, invisible from outside. To an observer, the RV appeared shrouded in darkness, with only a few flickering lights sporadically illuminating the area. Occasionally, survivors would enter the city from the checkpoint. After an unknown amount of time, a black Audi approached the RV. Strangely, as the headlights shone upon it, the vehicle abruptly slammed to a halt. The driver quickly swerved and accelerated away from the RV in a hurry. Yi Tian furrowed his brow at this curious behavior. What was that about? He mused, sensing that the driver had initially intended to approach, but then fled in fear. Shaking his head, Yi Tian dismissed the thought and returned to sleep. The following morning, around 8:30, the summer sun blazed brightly. The RV was parked far from the city, surrounded by flourishing trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating countless spots of varied shapes on the ground. In the pre-apocalypse world, it would have been a serene morning. Mido, having engaged in a late-night battle with Yi Tian, rose late. He Ling and Ling Zhen also awoke late for various reasons. Conversely, Xiong Lai and his companions had risen early, with 2 remaining on guard, while the other 2 prepared a simple breakfast with the scant food left from the previous day. Yi Tian, seeking convenience, retrieved a meal from the system space. As he ate, he frowned. I haven't cooked breakfast in ages. I'm running low on supplies. What will I do when I finish this? Though he could cook, his dishes lacked flavor. Ling Zhen could prepare meals, but only the basics. Mido, despite being an orphan, could manage simple breakfasts like egg noodles. As for He Ling, she could be dismissed entirely. He had learned during casual conversations that she was a wealthy girl. Relying on He Ling for breakfast would be less practical than turning to instant noodles. As he finished his meal, Yi Tian still had not devised a plan for future breakfasts. Once accustomed to a comfortable life, transitioning back to a harsh existence would be exceedingly difficult. A testament to the adage that it is easy to fall into luxury, but hard to return to frugality. Eventually, Yi Tian chose to stop worrying about it. Upon opening the door, he found Xiong Lai and the others excitedly standing at the entrance. Little did Yi Tian know that he was about to encounter someone unexpected. Yi Tian looked at the excited Xiong Lai and asked, "What's going on? Did you eat beef feces?" "General Lai." "Stop right there. Calling me General feels too awkward. From now on, just call me boss. It won't draw too much attention, and I used to be a boss anyway." "Okay, boss. What's the matter?" "Boss, over there someone is distributing food. We should go get some." Xiong Lai, of course, had no idea that Yi Tian had enough food to last them a lifetime. Though he had been in an RV before, he had never properly explored its interior and only felt it was spacious. But how much food could fit in even the largest RV? In this apocalypse, food dwindled with every bite, and now there was someone giving it away for free. Regardless of whether they needed it, they had to go and claim a portion. Even if I don't need it, I won't pass up free stuff. Mi-do, He Ling, and Ling Jun had naturally overheard this too. Mi-do had donned a tight-fitting tracksuit today, while He Ling wore a similar snug outfit. Only Ling Jun wore loose clothing that concealed her alluring figure. Are you saying someone in the quarantine zone is handing out food? Mi-do asked, astonished. Who doesn't know that food is the ultimate currency now? Is someone really giving it away for free? They must be out of their minds. He Ling and Ling Jun found it equally unbelievable. Tian too was intrigued and felt compelled to check it out. What do you all think about this? Tian looked at the three women. I think we must go, and we must go. Mi-do said decisively. Dodo is right, not only must we go, but we also need to act very eager for this food, He Ling added. Yes, let's be a bit aggressive, especially you, Xiong-Lai. You all need to fight for it. The three women's words left Xiong-Lai confused, unsure of what they meant. Even he, despite his simplicity, recognized something was off about the free food distribution. However, he was a straightforward man, unaccustomed to such subtleties. Boss, what do the ladies mean? Xiong-Lai asked, scratching his head, recalling how He Ling had almost hunted him down for similar questions in the past. This time, however, He Ling simply shot him a fierce glance without getting angry. Ling Jun's face flushed bright red, while Mi-do wore a smile full of delight. Tian chuckled, choosing not to explain it to Xiong-Lai. Let's go see. If everyone gets a share, it wouldn't hurt to take one. You all only know how to eat, and not how to find supplies. I'm nearly bankrupt from feeding you. Do you really need that food? He Ling rolled her eyes at Tian. As she got out of the vehicle, she shot him another sharp look, leaving Tian perplexed. What's up with this girl? Has she been feeling this way lately? Ling Jun understood He Ling's feelings, but couldn't articulate them. She could only shyly glance at Tian before following suit. Tian was thoroughly confused until Mi-do whispered something in his ear, at which point he finally understood. So that's how it is. Tian and the three women had come to a shared realization to draw out the snake from its hole. The act of distributing free food was clearly a sinister test meant to filter out ordinary survivors and those who were not in need. If someone refused to fight for free food, it indicated they had ample supplies, essentially broadcasting to others that they were well off and ripe for the picking. In a post-apocalyptic world, showing off wealth was akin to inviting death. This was why the three women insisted on going all out to claim the food, while trying to appear inconspicuous, donning long coats to conceal their figures. Xiong-Lai led the way with Tian and the three women following behind. In the city square, they came upon a large delivery truck adorned with images of bread, clearly a mobile vendor. The most conspicuous feature was the loudspeaker mounted on the truck used for announcing the free food distribution. The back of the truck was open, filled to the brim with cardboard boxes, all packed with bread. Inside stood a young man and woman. Bro, are you sure we should give away all this bread? The girl asked, worry etched on her face as she looked at the gathering survivors, their faces betraying greed and desperation. What troubled her most was the undeniable hunger reflected in their gazes whenever they turned toward her. Xiaoyi, I know what I'm doing. I have my plans and the bread is about to expire. You wouldn't want to eat expired food, would you? The girl hesitated, recalling how many of the survivors looked gaunt and starved. Most pitiful were the children. Xiaoyi, look at that poor child. The bread is about to expire anyway, shouldn't we give it to those in need? Isn't that better? But what about us? We should at least keep some for ourselves, she said, frowning. She believed her brother's intentions were good, but sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Yet she couldn't pinpoint the problem. Fine. We'll keep 4 boxes. That should be enough for us, the young man said, affectionately ruffling her hair. But unbeknownst to her, a glint of something inscrutable flickered in his eyes. Since the apocalypse began, he had gone to great lengths to find his sister after their family perished. Since then, they had relied on each other. Come, everyone form a line. Everyone gets 1 portion, no pushing. As soon as the crowd heard there was indeed food distribution, their eyes lit up. Many of these survivors had been fleeing since the outbreak. Before the apocalypse, who would carry food and water with them? And now, with zombies everywhere, they were all emaciated. Form a line. I won't distribute if you cut in, the young man reiterated, looking at the chaotic scene below. As soon as the survivors heard that cutting in would lead to exclusion, they reluctantly began to line up. When the first survivor finally received a loaf of bread, the crowd erupted with excitement. It was real, it wasn't a scam. Thank you. The recipient of the food kept expressing gratitude, and as soon as they finished, they devoured the bread ravenously, tears welling in their eyes at the moment the food hit their stomach. Those behind them began to praise the young man. What a good person. I can't believe there are still such kind-hearted souls out there. Exactly, he's truly our savior. I'm so touched. Good people will surely be rewarded. These words were naturally heard by the young man, who smiled faintly. This was precisely his goal. He wanted these people to feel grateful to him, and then seized the opportunity to form a team with him as their leader. Once he had enough followers, he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. They could go out to scavenge supplies and pay a tax in return. So though it seemed he was losing out at the moment, he anticipated reaping tenfold or even 100-fold rewards later. However, this foolish plan would soon have consequences. Tian and Xiong were also in line, slowly making their way forward. With Tian's keen eyesight, he immediately recognized the girl. Upon seeing her face, his pupils contracted. It's her. Tian never expected to encounter her here after failing to find her the last time he specifically sought her out. The girl was none other than Jie, the legendary leader of the future women's army, one of the 9 great rulers. But at this moment, Jie's complexion was rather dim, and she appeared quite dirty with bloodstains and other grime on her clothes. To an unfamiliar observer, it would be hard to imagine how stunning her face could be if cleaned. Tian and his companions had long analyzed that this free distribution of food had ulterior motives. The young man beside her looked at Jie with nothing but affection, devoid of any romantic interest, suggesting they were most likely siblings. Rumor had it that Jie's personality dramatically changed after a particular incident in her previous life, leading her to develop a deep-seated aversion to men. Consequently, her team consisted solely of women, with no men allowed. Considering all this, Tian speculated that something had likely happened to Jie this time around. He noticed a group loitering mockingly on the hotel terrace adjacent to the square, showing no intention of coming forward to claim the supplies. "Brother Tian, do you see that group? They haven't sent anyone to collect the food," Mido whispered to him while trailing behind. "The only reason they dare to stand there openly is that they possess overwhelming strength in this entire area." Tian paused before continuing. Mido took over. "They aren't afraid of being noticed, indicating their power is unmatched in the district." "Exactly. I suspect they are observing the strength of the survivors, waiting for the right moment to take action," Tian deduced. Mido realized that indeed no survivor in this apocalypse could be considered innocent. Soon it was Tian's turn. The young man Yun Tianfeng, who was Jie's brother, was inside the truck responsible for handing out the bread to Jie, who distributed it to the survivors. When Tian received his bread, Jie naturally noticed him. Her face lit up with joy, surprised to encounter Tian in this place. However, this was not the time for idle chatter, so she merely returned a brief apologetic smile. In truth, she held a favorable impression of Tian. He had quickly learned to cook during their time together, showing respect and decorum without any inappropriate behavior. Originally, Jie intended to cook for him, given her considerable skills and future status as a queen, and Tian was keen not to let her go. "Be careful, not everyone here feels grateful towards you," Tian warned. Jie was taken aback, but quickly grasped his meaning. She understood that these survivors had various motives. Yet she felt helpless. This was her brother's decision, her only family. She sensed that Tianfeng was keeping something from her, but he hadn't divulged any specifics. Women often think more intricately than men, and she had considered such matters long ago. However, at this moment she had no choice but to cooperate with her brother. After Tian spoke, he turned to leave. Sure enough, trouble soon followed. Not long after Tian departed, an incident occurred involving Jie. With Tian's warning fresh in her mind and her own unease about the situation, she decided to push back another box of bread after finishing the first one to prevent any uncontrollable issues. Suddenly, a pair of filthy hands reached out, grabbing at the newly positioned box. Clearly, the individual intended to snatch it, but just as luck would have it, Jie had pushed it back, leaving him grasping at air. Almost immediately, those hands lunged inside the box, seizing 2 loaves of bread, before swiftly retreating into the crowd, disappearing at a speed that even Jie, an initial-level ability user, could not react to. Jie had been distracted contemplating Tian's words, and by the time she sought the thief, he had vanished. Just then, another hand extended towards her. "Please give me a loaf of bread." Now it was time for the next person in line, a bespectacled man who emanated an air of scholarly demeanor. Without thinking, Jie placed a loaf in his hands. "Your bread," she said. The bespectacled man took the bread but extended his hand once more. "Thank you for the bread." Jie hesitated. "A person can only receive 1 loaf. You have already collected yours. I clearly saw someone take 2 loaves earlier. Why is it that when it comes to me, I can only take 1? Are you trying to take advantage of my honesty?" The man's expression suddenly darkened, and he began to shout at Jie, pointing an accusing finger. "We stated from the start that it was 1 loaf per person. By the rules, you cannot take more." Jie frowned. "I am following the rules. Is it wrong for me to ask you nicely? Must I resort to robbery like that person earlier to get 2? He pointed at the crowd behind him. "Look at all those people. How many have already eaten a loaf and still come to queue? Why can they receive 2 while I cannot? Is this not taking advantage of my honesty?" Despite having encountered all sorts of people, Yunjie found herself exasperated by this bespectacled man. It was supposed to be free distribution, yet she was somehow the one being blamed. Yun Tianfeng, witnessing his sister being bullied, could not remain passive and jumped down immediately. Everyone can only take one loaf. If you do not adhere to the rules, hand over your bread. We will not distribute more to you. The bespectacled man was displeased, firmly believing that once the bread was in his hands, it belonged to him. This bread is mine now, why should I give it to you? Are you attempting to rob me? Yun Tianfeng realized that continuing to argue with this man would lead to an endless cycle. Thus he decided to rally everyone present. At least half of those who had received bread were in his favor. As the saying goes, a short hand makes a long friend. Yun Tianfeng felt it was the right moment to call upon the crowd. He picked up the loudspeaker attached to the truck and announced, "Everyone." Upon hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, the previously chaotic crowd quieted down. Listen to me. We stipulated from the beginning that it was one loaf per person, but now there is someone who refuses to comply and insists on taking two. What do you all think we should do with someone like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tianfeng felt a surge of confidence, as if he had become the leader of a team. He could almost hear the dissenting voices rising from the crowd. With so many people lined up, a spit from each of them could drown the bespectacled man. He envisioned the scene where the man humiliated was chased down by the crowd, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. However, his smile quickly froze as the anticipated scene did not unfold. The crowd, upon hearing Yun Tianfeng's words, exchanged glances, each face reflecting confusion and disbelief. Not a single person responded to him. After a short while, someone finally broke the silence. Is one piece of bread really enough for each person? There are so many more here, surely it wouldn't hurt to take a little more, right? Instantly, the air was charged with agitation. Exactly. I've been starving for days, one piece won't cut it. Right? That's a bit stingy. As the saying goes, one should do good to the end. If you're going to help fully. I think everyone should get 10 pieces of bread so we can all be full, otherwise what's the point? Yeah, just one piece, and they think they're saviors. Hey, don't those two even look like bakers? I bet the truck is stolen. I agree, using stolen goods to curry favor and expecting our gratitude. That's outrageous. If their bread is stolen, what are we waiting for? I say those loaves belong to all of us. Share and share alike. Right, we can just take what we need. Oh, why should we listen to him? The survivors began to chatter rapidly, the chaos escalating quickly. Soon they surged toward the truck like ravenous wolves. Some only managed to grab a few loaves, while others brazenly took entire boxes. A few even attempted to take advantage of Yunjie, but she sensed danger and fled just in time. Yun Tianfeng realized he could no longer intervene. The survivors were like a pack of wild animals. Anyone who dared to stop them would become their enemy. In no time, someone charged toward the back of the truck, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Yun Tianfeng, witnessing this chaos, felt tears welling up in his eyes. It turned out he had not only failed to secure the meat, but had also stirred up a hornet's nest. Rather than receiving gratitude, he became the target of scorn. He had been far too naive in his expectations. Conversely, Yunjie, his younger sister, saw through the situation more clearly. She had sensed something amiss the moment Yun Tianfeng proposed this plan. At that moment, Yi Tian Sharpie noticed that the people on the hotel terrace had mysteriously vanished. Before they knew it, they had reached the truck. Everyone stop right now. A burly man wielding a fire axe banged on the truck, his fierce gaze sweeping over the crowd as he roared. The axe struck the iron box with a resounding clang, the sound drowning out the din of the crowd and gradually restoring order. Hey, you lot, I'm talking to you. Stand still. Return every piece of bread you just stole, or don't blame me for being rude. The man's forehead bore a distinct yellow stripe, marking him as a second-tier evolved being. At that moment, a second-tier evolved individual commanded significant respect. He also had a gun strapped to his waist. The few who had been running froze in fear. Word of evolved beings had spread among the survivors, so they were well aware of their power, and in Huawu the sight of a gun was more terrifying than any other weapon. One by one, they reluctantly surrendered the bread. I know exactly how much each of you took. If I find out anyone still has a piece of bread they haven't returned, just you wait. The burly man's fierce visage, coupled with his status as an evolved being, left no room for defiance. He was among the first survivors to arrive in this quarantine zone and led the strongest team, having eliminated countless rival groups, to become the local tyrant. His underlings promptly began confiscating food from the survivors' hands. They didn't stop at the bread they had claimed. They snatched away any food and supplies the survivors possessed. When they encountered female survivors, they would even search them. The gathered crowd seethed with anger but remained silent. They had contemplated rebellion, but every one of these thugs bore the telltale white stripe on their foreheads. Moreover, they occasionally revealed the guns tucked at their waists. This intimidation kept the survivors from taking action, who wanted to court death. The bespectacled man, stripped of his belongings, remained silent, afraid to protest. Before long, all the bread was recovered, and even more food was seized. Look at you all. Those kind-hearted kids offered you food, and what did you do? Instead of being grateful, you went and robbed them. Is that what humanity has come to? The burly man shook his head in disappointment. You lot better clear out before I lose my temper. Otherwise my gun won't discriminate. Survivors exchanged glances, each face etched with resignation. What could they do against such brute strength? Didn't they see he was a second-tier evolved being with a gun? How could they fight back? This man was notorious in the area for his ruthless nature. Anyone who crossed him faced dire consequences. Reluctantly, they dispersed. Yun Tianfang, witnessing the scene, stepped forward in gratitude, but Yun Jie tugged at his arm, shaking her head in warning. Yet Yun Tianfang patted her hand, reassuring her not to worry, and turned toward the burly man. Yun Jie, fuming, stomped her foot in frustration. Brother, you're so foolish. Haven't you heard of their reputation? How could they possibly come to our aid? Yun Tianfang approached the burly man with a smile. Thank you, brother, truly thank you. Oh, it's nothing, little brother, no need to be polite. These people are worthless, they only respond to force. The burly man laughed heartily, exuding a sense of camaraderie. He then clapped Yun Tianfang on the shoulder, saying, You seem like a good guy. Why not join our team? You'll be one of us from now on. Yun Tianfang hesitated, caught off guard. If it were just him, he would have accepted without a second thought. But with his sister involved, he felt uneasy. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to be in a group of men alone with her. Brother, I truly appreciate your help, but my sister and I plan to go to Shanghai to stay with relatives, so… I see. The burly man stroked his chin deep in thought. Then casually he said, In that case you can go. I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you for your understanding. Yun Tianfang felt a wave of relief, but he also sensed an oppressive atmosphere around the burly man. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the burly man added, Leave your truck and your sister behind, and you can leave. The man's eyes were sharp. Even though Yun Jie was dirty and disheveled, he recognized her beauty. What? Yun Tianfang was taken aback, realizing he couldn't possibly leave his only sister behind. He had thought this man would be bad, but not truly malevolent, only to discover he was just as ruthless. At that moment, he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Had he known this would happen, he would never have rushed into forming some nonsensical faction. Brother, I beg you, I can give up the truck. I don't need the bread. Just let me leave with my sister. The burly man glared, his earlier politeness vanishing, his tone now ice cold. The burly man spoke coldly. Get lost. Brother, didn't you hear our brother say to get lost? One of the henchmen following the burly man, seeing that Yun Tianfang was dragging things out, lifted his foot and kicked Yun Tianfang down. Though Yun Tianfang was a first-tier evolver, he was no match for this henchman. The difference between first-tier evolvers was still significant. Yun Tianfang was knocked to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, curling up while clutching his stomach. Drive the truck back, take that little girl to my presidential suite. The burly man didn't even glance at Yun Tianfang, his greedy eyes fixed on Yun Jie. Got it, the henchman said, striding towards Yun Jie. Just as he reached her, he suddenly felt a squishy substance on his face. It was water. In an instant, a mass of water enveloped the henchman, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. His face turned red as he found it difficult to breathe. The burly man was momentarily stunned by this scene. Then he became elated. Didn't expect her to be such a special girl. This time I hit the jackpot. The burly man with sharp eyes realized it was Yun Jie's doing. Though he wasn't an evolver himself, he wasn't foolish. In this apocalyptic world, it wasn't surprising to encounter an evolver with peculiar abilities. However, the burly man was also cautious. He wouldn't rashly approach something unknown. You all go and capture this girl. The other henchmen, initially startled by the bizarre scene, quickly regained their composure upon hearing the burly man's command. One by one, they charged towards Yun Jie. Yun Jie swiftly dealt with two more, encasing their heads in water. Once again, two henchmen struggled and turned red from lack of air. Due to overusing her powers, Yun Jie's complexion turned pale. Brother Yi Tian. Mido tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve, worry etched across her face. Not yet. Yi Tian could save Yun Jie at this moment, but after so many days in the apocalypse, the relationship he had built with her before might not hold anymore. So to be safe, Yi Tian decided to wait until she was in despair before acting. Moreover, he had no intention of saving her brother. Such a person would only be a burden. Although Yun Jie was a first-tier evolver, her powers were exhausted, and she couldn't compete against the numerous henchmen. Ultimately outnumbered, she was overpowered, tied up, and a cloth was stuffed into her mouth. Despair filled Yun Jie's eyes as the henchmen hoisted her away towards the hotel. Xiaoling followed them. He Ling had a disguise skill, Sending her to track them was the best option. He Ling nodded and trailed behind the henchman. The burly man scoffed at the surviving crowd before making his way to the hotel. Suddenly, the bespectacled man lunged out clutching a massive stone. He approached Yun Tianfang, who was still curled up on the ground, and smashed the stone down onto his head with lightning speed. It's all your fault. It's all your fault that I lost my food. I'm going to crush you. He repeatedly raised the stone and brought it down again and again, turning Yun Tianfang into a bloody mess. It wasn't until Yun Tianfang's head was so deformed it was unrecognizable that the bespectacled man finally ceased his assault. He spat on Yun Tianfang's lifeless body and walked away with a swagger. Yi Tian had the power to stop all of this, yet he chose not to intervene. Though he didn't save Yun Tianfang, it didn't diminish his loathing for the bespectacled man. Yi Tian was not a good person, but he would never let such an ungrateful character go, especially when it was right before him. An icy aura radiated from Yi Tian, which even the nearby Xiong Lai and others could feel as a strange pressure. Xiong Lai handled this. While Yi Tian's tone was calm, Xiong Lai could sense the fury beneath his boss's facade. As a bystander, he too disdained the bespectacled man's actions. Understood, boss. Xiong Lai turned to Wu Jing, giving him a knowing glance. Wu Jing understood, instinctively adjusting his cap, and swiftly followed the bespectacled man. In less than a minute, Wu Jing returned, signaling to Xiong Lai. Xiong Lai nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, we have the situation basically figured out. There are 30 of them, all men. The hotel has 8 floors. There are 8 people on the first floor, 2 on the second floor terrace, keeping watch, and 4 patrolling the corridors. I didn't see the burly man or the others. What about you, Xiaoling? Besides what Xiong Lai mentioned, the rest are in the lounge. The burly man is in a presidential suite on the 8th floor. Others are not allowed above the 3rd floor without permission. The person you want to save is probably there too, but it's worth noting they all have guns, though I didn't see any submachine guns or heavy weapons. Healing's intel was far more detailed than Xiong Lai's thanks to her skills. Alright, Xiaoling, you'll first take out the 2 on the terrace. Xiong Lai, you and the other 3 will handle the 1st and 2nd floors. I'll go up with Xiaoling. Move quickly and don't alert the patrols. Understood, boss. Although Xiong Lai and his team were only 4 men, they were all equipped with submachine guns and were trained veterans. Moreover, Xiong Lai was a 3rd-tier evolver. If they couldn't handle a few people in this situation, he would lose his reputation as a potential king. I'll handle the 1st floor with Old Wu and Old Hong, and Old Li will take care of the 2nd floor. Speed is key. Got it. Healing first raised her hand, sending 2 slender beams of light from her fingers. Using her light-based powers, she silently dispatched the 2 on the terrace. Once Xiong Lai and his team entered, they opened fire with precise shots. Their guns were fitted with silencers, so they didn't fear attracting the distant patrols. The burly man's team was the strongest in the entire district. Since they had eliminated many stronger forces, no one dared provoke them, resulting in their diminished vigilance. People are inherently lazy. When Xiong Lai's team charged in, the 8 men in the hall were split into 2 tables playing cards. Upon seeing the intrusion, they instinctively reached for their waists. However, it was already too late. Each of Xiong Lai's 4 members had clear roles, and with 2 shots each they took the men down. Split up and act according to plan. Understood. Yi Tian and He Ling swiftly ascended the stairs. They didn't need Yi Tian to intervene with the patrols. Either He Ling dispatched them with a shot or the security team took care of it. It must be said, having reliable subordinates behind him was quite gratifying. Before long, Yi Tian and He Ling arrived at the presidential suite on the 8th floor. There was only one room on the 8th floor, so recognizing it was a breeze. With a swift space, Yi Tian silently severed the door lock. Upon opening the door, he saw Yun Jie bound tightly and thrown onto the sofa. Hearing the noise at the door, Yun Jie, who had been desperately struggling to escape, looked towards the entrance. The despair in her eyes suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope. Yun Jie struggled desperately. Yi Tian made a silencing gesture and pointed toward the restroom, indicating whether the burly man was inside. Yun Jie nodded. Yi Tian signaled He Ling to untie Yun Jie while he stood in place waiting for the man to emerge. After He Ling freed Yun Jie, she sat on the sofa to wait as well. Yun Jie was filled with anxiety, her face etched with worry. In her eyes, that burly man was far too strong. There was no way he could be matched. This was the perfect moment to escape. However, both Yi Tian and He Ling appeared entirely unconcerned, leaving her to anxiously wait in place. Suddenly, a voice came from the restroom. Don't worry, sweetheart. I just had a sudden stomach issue, but I'm fine now. I'll make sure to. As the burly man opened the door, he froze upon seeing Yi Tian standing there, and Yun Jie had been untied by He Ling. Who are you? Oh, I remember now. You're that kid with the RV. Little Lu mentioned you. I hadn't come looking for you, but it seems you've delivered yourself right to me. The burly man sneered. Well, it's perfect timing. I'll take care of you today. This girl you brought is quite the catch, who I'll help you enjoy her. With an RV you can go wherever you want, much more comfortable. This was bad. Yunji's heart tightened. She had personally seen at least 20 people inside the hotel. If this burly man called his little brothers over, how could Tian handle so many at once? And most importantly, they had guns. Yunjie desperately tried to gather water to envelop the burly man, hoping to suffocate him. But her powers had yet to recover, and she could only manage a few drops. Thinking of Tian coming to save her, she was resolute. No matter what, even if it meant death, she would make sure this burly man suffered. Suddenly, Yunjie grabbed the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at the burly man. Then she ran toward the window. Even if she had to jump and die below, she didn't want to be humiliated by him. However, she hadn't taken more than a few steps before He Ling swiftly caught her. If you want to die, don't do it here. Wait until we get back, He Ling said coldly. She didn't know why, but she felt a strange aversion toward Yunjie. Just the thought that Tian was interested in this girl irritated her. Yunjie was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the burly man suddenly drew a gun, aiming it at Tian with lightning speed. He intended to take the initiative amid Yunjie's commotion. His finger was about to pull the trigger. However, the burly man was horrified to discover that his hand was beyond his control. He struggled to pull the trigger, but his hand refused to obey. In the next second, his hand dropped with a thud. It was only then that the burly man felt a piercing pain in his hand. As soon as he raised the gun, Tian had delivered a swift spatial cut, severing the man's hand. The cut was extremely fine, and the speed was so great that he didn't realize it until his hand fell. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and it was only at this moment that he recognized the terrifying power of the young man before him. Yunjie covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She hadn't expected Tian to be so formidable. It was evident that Tian belonged to the same category as her, but his strength was leagues beyond her own. Brother, I beg you, spare me. Just let me. Thud. Before the burly man could finish his plea, Tian had decapitated him. Indeed, killing with a spatial cut is truly exhilarating. After dispatching the burly man, Tian led Yunjie and He Ling down to the first floor. As they descended, the shock on Yunji's face didn't fade. It turned out that everyone in the burly man's crew had been wiped out. This was the strongest gang in the entire district, and Tian had annihilated the entire crew, which meant Tian and his group were even stronger. Yunjie could hardly believe everything unfolding before her. Boss, everything is taken care of. Tian nodded. He then walked with Xiong and the others toward the RV. Upon reaching the RV, Tian issued a direct command. Xiong, hurry up and pack things. We're heading to Shanghai. Boss, aren't we supposed to stay here for 7 days before leaving? Tian. Yunjie looked at Tian shyly. What is it? Could you take my brother with us? Your brother is already dead. He was killed by that glasses-wearing man who asked you for 2 pieces of bread. What? Yunjie was taken aback, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Stumbling back a couple of steps, she leaned against the RV, nearly losing her balance. Mido and Lingjun had already spotted Tian and hurried down. Seeing that Tian had brought back the girl who had distributed bread, the 2 women felt a mix of confusion and acceptance. Tian wouldn't save someone unrelated without reason. He had his own motives for doing so. My brother. Woo. Yunjie suddenly squatted down, burying her head in her knees and weeping. Tian didn't pay her any mind for the moment. Tian, did you just say we're leaving soon? Yes, we're heading out right away. Tian felt an unsettling sense of urgency in his heart. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to leave this place. He trusted his instinct. Xiong and the others moved quickly, packing their belongings onto the off-road vehicle within minutes. At this time, Yunjie had also stopped sobbing. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fury. Tian, please tell me where that glasses-wearing man is. I want to avenge my brother myself. Yunjie believed that since Tian knew her brother was killed by that man, he must know where to find him. I've already dealt with that scum. Dead. All dead. Woo. Once a lively and cheerful girl, Yunjie had lost all her family in just over 20 days of the apocalypse, and now her last remaining relative had been killed. Tears spilled down her cheeks again, unbidden. But soon she vigorously wiped them away. Her eyes were no longer filled with confusion, but rather determination. Tian, I want to follow you no matter what. Before the apocalypse began, she had intended to follow Tian. However, her brother had found her, and she had gone with him instead. Now she was merely fulfilling that earlier decision. In this life, she was undoubtedly fortunate to have been rescued by Tian. Otherwise, she would have been forced down the path of becoming a man-hating empress once more. Yet this time it seemed there would be no such empress. All right, you can follow me from now on. Get in the car, we're leaving soon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a special character. The character will be 100% loyal to the host and will never betray. Reward skill. Yunjie was meant to be accepted, and now it was merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, the notification sound from Nuwa chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a special character. This character will exhibit unwavering loyalty to you, never betraying you. Reward skill Crisis Prediction. Crisis Prediction allows the host to foresee whether an action poses any danger. Indeed, a new skill had emerged, Crisis Prediction, which Tian found quite practical. It was akin to divination, enabling him to activate the prediction before any action. If danger loomed, he could choose to act cautiously or even cancel the operation altogether. At this point, Yunji's character image also appeared on Tian's binding interface. There were now 5 individuals bound to him: Mido, Heling, Lingjin, Xiong and Yunjie. Except for Xiong, a burly man, the other 4 were breathtaking beauties. Particularly the images on Tian's character panel depicted them wearing only the thinnest layer of clothing, evoking a heart-pounding allure. Name Yunjie. Gender female. Personality gentle, diplomatic, adept at reading people's emotions. Appearance graceful and pure, charming to behold. Height 172 centimeters. Age 23. Level 1 245,500 energy consumption can lead to upgrades. Strength 15 adult baseline 10. Agility 18 adult baseline 10. Constitution 20 adult baseline 10. Ability Water 13. Charm 95. Charm encompasses beauty, figure, and demeanor with a perfect score of 100. Higher charm values facilitate gaining others' trust. Potential S-level potential is classified as A, B, C, D, E, F, S, 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 S. Higher potential levels yield greater energy conversion efficiency. Skills. Crisis awareness, ability to sense danger in advance and make accurate judgments. Articulate persuasion increases the ease of gaining trust upon use. After Yunjie boarded the vehicle with Tian and the others, she was astonished by the spacious interior of the RV. From the outside, it appeared to be a modest van, yet the space inside was remarkably vast. It was around 10 m, and Tian commanded Nuwa to drive the armored RV toward Shanghu City. Shanghu City and Puxian County were separated by a river, and much like Yuzhong City, there was a checkpoint at the bridge's entrance. However, this checkpoint was different from that of Yuzhong City. It was fortified with concrete walls flanked by machine gun turrets. The distance between the 2 turrets was just enough for a vehicle to pass through. On top of the turrets, 2 armed helicopters were stationed with their pilots ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. Such a heavily fortified defense would be difficult for an ordinary person to breach. Tian, big brother, have some water. How are we getting past? Yunjie poured a glass of water for Tian, glancing at the walls and turrets ahead. At this moment, she had managed to suppress her inner sorrow. I have my own plans. Just wait and see, Tian replied confidently. At the checkpoint, a black Audi was parked with a man engaged in conversation with the sentry. Of course, Tian realized. The man was none other than Wang Bo, the one who had fled from the biological quarantine station. He had been ignored at the time because they were saving Xiong. It was no surprise to run into him here, considering he had also encountered Tian last night. No wonder he had bolted upon seeing the RV. Wang Bo was frantically explaining something to the soldier, pulling out a test tube from his pocket and gesturing with it. The soldier, growing impatient, fired a shot at the ground near Wang Bo's feet. Bang! The bullet embedded itself in the earth. Move it. If you don't leave now, I won't hold back. The soldier was only being lenient because Wang Bo claimed to be a researcher, otherwise he would have already sent him to meet his maker. Wang Bo raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm going. I'm going, don't shoot. As he retreated, he glanced down the road, realizing he had no options. Reluctantly, he climbed into the black Audi, backing away in defeat. Suddenly, a black SUV surged out from the side, blocking his path. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Wang Bo shouted in frustration. Xiong, accompanied by Wu Jing and others, stepped out of their vehicle, casually tossing away the cigarette in his mouth. He approached Wang Bo's driver's side and knocked on the window with a grin. Hey, our boss wants to see you. Boss? I don't know your boss. I need to leave. Wang Bo panicked, shifting his car into reverse as he spotted Tian's armored RV. The impression the vehicle's owner had left on him was profound. After all, if a spider the size of a calf couldn't handle the situation, then either it had been killed or the owner possessed extraordinary capabilities, neither of which he could afford to provoke. Just as he was about to accelerate, Xiong smashed the driver's window with a punch. 3 guns aimed at him, signaling him to exit the vehicle. With no choice, Wang Bo stepped out feeling utterly defeated, wondering why everyone insisted on threatening him with firearms. Nervously, he followed Xiong Lai to the RV, where Yi Tian awaited him. What a coincidence we meet again. Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. I noticed you looked anxious just now. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Perhaps I can assist you. No, it's fine. I just want to get into Shanghu City quickly. Oh, I see. Then let me give you a ride. Old Xiong Yu first send his legs inside. Since he's in such a hurry, we'll wait until he finishes before letting him back out. Wait. I'll talk. Wang Bo exclaimed in alarm. What did he mean by sending his legs inside? Listen, brother, we need to run. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. The words sounded eerily familiar. Hadn't he said the same thing back at the biological quarantine station? Yi Tian's brows furrowed. He sensed a connection between this situation and the unease he felt last night. What are we running from? Yi Tian pressed. Wang Bo hesitated, clearly reluctant to divulge. Speak up. If you don't, I'll make you regret it. Xiong Lai aimed his gun at Wang Bo's head. Okay. I'll tell you. It's a zombie tide. A terrifying zombie tide. After speaking, Wang Bo gulped hard, fear evident in his eyes. What zombie tide? What's going on? A countless horde of zombies is heading towards Qingnan County. I saw it with my own eyes while driving. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been done for. Yi Tian's pupils contracted sharply after listening to Wang Bo's words. No wonder he had felt uneasy last night. It seemed the issue lay here. According to Wang Bo, there were innumerable waves of corpses densely packed. To describe something as innumerable suggested at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. At that moment, Yun Jie suddenly rushed over, her face pale with alarm. Yi Tian, we need to leave quickly. I sense danger here. Mido He Ling and Ling Zhen were unaware that Yun Jie possessed a skill to sense danger. Only Yi Tian knew. What's wrong, sistery? Mido looked at Yun Jie's ashen face and hurriedly supported her curiosity evident in his voice. I don't know. I just have a strong feeling that it's very dangerous here. We must leave, or else. I understand. We're leaving right now. Yi Tian replied resolutely. With their abilities, facing tens of thousands of zombies individually would not pose a problem. After all, their RV could restore its protective value using scrap vehicles. However, a horde of nearly 100,000 zombies would undoubtedly contain high-level zombies, and no one would believe otherwise. Moreover, once the horde reached Puxian County, the authorities in Shanghai would certainly raise the bridge to ensure the city's safety. This would prevent Yi Tian from entering Shanghai. The bridge leading to Shanghai was unique. Vehicles could traverse above, but if a ship passed below the bridge, could rise from the middle. Once the vessel had passed, the bridge would lower again for vehicles, and despite the apocalypse, Yi Tian was confident the military had methods to control the bridge's elevation. Brother, can I join you? My girlfriend is still in Shanghai, and I need to find her. Yi Tian's gaze turned cold. Considering the information you just provided, I'll allow you to leave. Get lost. Xiong Lai shouted as he pushed Wang Bo aside. Wang Bo, not daring to utter another word, hurried back to his vehicle and sped away. Boss, what should we do next? I'll follow your lead. Xiong Lai grinned at Yi Tian. Yes, boss. We'll do whatever you say. Staying here is just as good as death. We might as well take a chance. Wu Jing and the others chimed in. Brother Yi Tian, we're with you. Mido raised her hand, jumping in enthusiasm to express her full support for Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded. Now listen to my arrangement. We'll do it this way. Under Yi Tian's guidance, everyone's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Xiong Lai first helped Yun Jie into her own truck filled with bread. Yi Tian needed this vehicle for the next phase of the plan. Yun Jie drove the truck towards the bridge. Hey, isn't that the bread truck? Yes, that's it. And look, it's that girl driving. Look, the back of the truck isn't locked. Bread is falling out. Hurry. Let's catch up and grab it. If we wait, it'll be gone. Some survivors spotted Yun Jie driving toward the bridge, noticing bread falling from the truck, and quickly chased after it. But the truck's speed far surpassed that of any human, and only a few pieces of fallen bread were snatched up by some survivors. Most of the bread remained in the truck. Suddenly, many began to drive after Yun Jie, coveting the entire truckload of bread rather than just the few pieces that had dropped. Chaos erupted as they viewed Yun Jie as a plump target. Although Yun Jie was a level 1 ability user, there were plenty of level 1 evolved individuals among them. In their frantic rush to be the first to grab the bread, they collided with each other's vehicles, fearing they would miss out. Yi Tian and the others quietly observed from the RV, knowing this was part of Yi Tian's plan. By using these survivors to create chaos, Yi Tian and his group could take advantage of the confusion. This tactic had already been tested in Yuzhong City, yielding excellent results. At the checkpoint leading to Shanghai, several soldiers were chatting idly. Suddenly, the shrill sound of alarms blared from both sides. Alert! A loud shout came from the fortress, and the soldiers rushed to their shelters. Not far from the alert line, a cargo truck had overturned. The vehicle's engine was still running, and the ground was strewn with bread. Many cars had followed the truck and stopped to grab the fallen bread. Survivors were even fighting over a loaf. What's going on? Is someone trying to break through? A military officer who had been resting inside the fortress came to the shelter's front. Report. A cargo truck was approaching the checkpoint, but for some unknown reason it suddenly had a blowout and overturned. The officer nodded. What about those vehicles? They followed the cargo truck and are likely trying to grab the bread. The truck probably couldn't hold off the numbers and attempted to break through, but fate was not on its side. The officer agreed, the soldier's analysis making sense. Warn them. Do not cross our boundary or shoot to kill. Yes. As the soldiers watched the chaotic survivors, a flicker of compassion crossed their eyes. But the soldiers' duty was to obey orders. If anyone dared to cross the boundary, they would not hesitate to open fire. At least the soldiers had food provided by the state, but what about those survivors? The military had already stripped useful supplies from within Tian County during their control. Thus the residents either brought their own food or scavenged. Those without food would only starve to death. Now a golden opportunity lay before them, and they cherished it dearly. How insane. They're fighting so fiercely over some bread. Look, there's a child. Too small to compete with those adults. That child just got knocked down, but it's tragic. They probably won't survive. Meanwhile, vehicles continue to emerge from the city of Tian County, joining the fray for the bread. Look at that kid. Such a thief, sneaking into someone's vehicle while others are busy grabbing. Such a sly one, taking advantage of the chaos. Forget it. It's tough for them, or food is so scarce. The soldiers were discussing when suddenly several vehicles emerged from Tian County, including an armored vehicle heavily armed to the teeth. However, the soldiers only glanced at these vehicles and continued to dismiss them. They instinctively assumed these vehicles were also there for the bread. Thus, they were completely unprepared. Tian commanded Nuwa to control the vehicle, which raced towards the checkpoint at an astonishing speed, so fast that the soldiers only reacted after it had crossed the boundary. Quick! Shoot! Blow it up! Rat-a-tat! Boom! The machine guns in the fortress fired chaotically at Tian's armored RV, and in no time the vehicle's protective value plummeted by 100 points. Tian's expression remained calm. Nuwa, disable all the cameras. Use maximum power and charge through. Understood, host. Tian's armored RV's secrets could not be exposed. If the military high command discovered that his vehicle was bulletproof, it would be one thing, but if they realized that it could withstand missiles from armed helicopters, it would be too terrifying. To be safe, disabling all military cameras was the best choice. Tian's armored vehicle's protective value plummeted alarmingly. Ding, protective value 30. Ding, protective value 20. Ding, protective value 50. The armed helicopters stationed at the fortress had already taken off when the alarm sounded, launching an assault on the armored vehicle from both sides. Fire the air-to-ground missiles. Turn him into dust. Number 1 received. Number 2 received. As the armored vehicle drew nearer, even the machine guns proved ineffective. The armed helicopters directly fired their ground missiles. Brother Tian, there are missiles on the planes. Quick dodge. Yun Jie, unaware of the armored vehicle's formidable capabilities, urgently warned Tian. But soon the missiles were already upon them. Yun Jie's face turned pale, devoid of color. Was she really going to die like this? She felt an intense unwillingness. Boom. The air-to-ground missiles struck the armored vehicle with pinpoint accuracy, accompanied by a deafening explosion and billowing smoke, as though the armored vehicle had been reduced to mere fragments. Let's see if you still survive this, the officer said fiercely. Wasn't it suicidal to attempt to breach the checkpoint during his watch? All right, number 1 and number 2 regroup. Yes. The officer pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Captain, look. A soldier beside the officer gazed in terror toward the direction of the smoke, his mouth agape, as if to fit an egg inside. The officer cast a casual glance, but was soon astonished. Out of the thick smoke, an armored vehicle emerged at breakneck speed. The 2 air-to-ground missiles seemed to have had no effect whatsoever. Trailing behind the armored vehicle were 2 modified off-road vehicles. The survivors scrambling for bread witnessed the scene, and the officer's eyes widened in rage as he shouted, "Hurry! Come up with any way to stop him. We cannot let him breach the checkpoint." "Captain, get down." A soldier quickly lunged forward and tackled the officer to the ground. The soldier had seen a young man at the front of the armored vehicle aiming a rocket launcher at them. Does he really think I'm a pushover? Nuwa, keep charging forward. Boom. A rocket trailing a fiery tail reached the officer in the blink of an eye. Following a deafening explosion, the officer and the soldier beside him were reduced to mere fragments. The other soldiers, shielded by cover, were merely stunned, their scalps tingling and ears ringing, fortunate not to be injured. A cold smile flickered across Yi Tian's lips. Now that the cameras had been disabled by Nuwa, he had no fear of his secrets being exposed. As for the survivors who had emerged from Puxian County, they were not even on Yi Tian's radar, as they were destined to die. Xiaoling, bring down those 2 planes. Received. He Ling raised her specialized weapon, the Holy Light Silver Spear. Its power could only be unleashed with He Ling's light-based abilities. The advantage of this weapon lay in its rapid fire rate, long range, and the conservation of abilities. Ordinary firearms could easily be dodged by high-level evolvers thanks to their superior physical prowess, but that did not apply to He Ling's Holy Light Silver Spear. At light speed, there was no time to react before it pierced through. Even Yi Tian struggled to respond in time. If he were to use a rocket launcher against the armed helicopters, they could easily evade him. He Ling's gun emitted a silver beam no thicker than a thumb, striking the helicopter's wing before it had any chance to react. Though the area of impact was minimal, it could fire repeatedly and slice through. This was He Ling's first time engaging such aerial targets, and she was initially unfamiliar with it. However, she quickly adjusted the beam, slicing fiercely along the helicopter. The entire helicopter was cleaved in 2 midair. Beautiful. Sister Xiaoling is amazing. Mido cheered excitedly, dancing with joy. Seeing the first helicopter torn asunder, the pilot of the second helicopter was paralyzed with fear. He hurriedly adjusted his position, trying to retreat. But at light speed, it was far too fast. Before he could reposition, He Ling's attack struck, and he too met the same fate of being sliced in half. Success. Yi Tian smiled slightly. Xiongli, charge forward with me. There was a communication channel provided by Nuwa between the off-road vehicles and the armored vehicle, allowing for seamless wireless communication wherever the armored vehicle was. Received. Boss. Xiongli and Wu Jing were equally exhilarated, especially after having just navigated through a hail of bullets. It felt as though they had returned to their military days. Although the armored vehicle had absorbed most of the incoming attacks, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Brothers, the boss has paved the way for us. Charge. Xiongli roared with excitement as the 2 off-road vehicles followed closely behind the armored vehicle toward the bridge. Yi Tian and his team paid no mind to the soldiers stationed at the bridge, recklessly charging ahead. Quick, contact the other side. Someone is breaching the checkpoint. Tell them to raise the drawbridge. It's too late. They're moving too fast. They've already crossed. Deputy, look up at the sky. What's happening up there? With the captain now in pieces, the deputy was temporarily filling in as commander. The deputy, puzzled, looked up only to have his jaw drop in astonishment. A dark cloud was rolling in from the north of Puxian County. If it were merely a cloud, there would be nothing to fear, but now under the blazing sun, the distant mass did not resemble ordinary clouds. Strange sounds could be faintly heard. This. The deputy was momentarily stunned, for they all witnessed the sudden downpour of what appeared to be a flock of birds descending rapidly toward Puxian County. The targets were unmistakably clear. It's birds. So many birds. A soldier shouted in shock. What? So many birds? Before the deputy could fully process the shock, a tremendous explosion echoed from Puxian County. The violent blast resonated through the sky. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the direction of the checkpoint in Puxian County. Deputy, that's the checkpoint leading into Puxian County. It must have fallen. Quick, contact the other side. The zombie tide is coming. The deputy, displaying the quick thinking that befits his role, immediately realized that the checkpoint had fallen without a signal being sent. With the unusual birds in the sky, he had already deduced that the zombie tide had arrived. But soon they noticed numerous vehicles rushing out from Puxian County, barreling recklessly toward the bridge. Follow my orders. At all costs, we must stop them. Their orders were clear. No one was to enter the city without authorization. Yi Tian's team had already put him in a precarious position. If a horde managed to breach, he would surely face a military tribunal. There was a significant chance he would be executed on the spot, as a warning to others. Behind the checkpoint's fortress, several heavy trucks were stationed to prevent anyone from recklessly charging through. Yi Tian's group had moved too swiftly, catching them by surprise. Thus the captain had no time to react before they dashed past, and now he could not afford to make the same mistake again. The order from the vice captain had just been given when the desperate survivors, undeterred by the rain of bullets, rushed towards the bridge. It seemed that there was something in Punan County they feared even more than bullets, compelling them to charge forward even if it meant death. However, the vice captain showed no concern for their lives and commanded that they all be shot on sight. His decision was merciless, yet it was a responsible one considering the safety of the city of Shanghai. He could not be certain if there were any hidden infected among them. Allowing any potential infected individuals to enter Shanghai would put the entire city at risk. After several rounds of gunfire, the survivors finally felt a chill of fear. They had assumed that under such circumstances the military would grant them passage. But they never expected the military to be so cold-hearted. Even in such dire straits, they were not allowed to cross the bridge. Charging forward would mean death, retreating would mean death as well. Left with no choice, the survivors scattered to the sides, hoping for a glimmer of survival. From their position at the bridge, the anguished roars from the direction of Punan County could be heard faintly. Cries of despair and howls echoed in succession. The horde has reached the city. We're doomed. We're finished. One soldier sat dejectedly on the ground, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, as Tian and his group rushed across the bridge, Tian had already anticipated such an outcome. He had predicted the situation using his skills before taking action. There was danger, but it was manageable. Under the control of Nuwa, the armored vehicle sped toward Shanghai. Just as they were nearing the midpoint of the bridge, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the entire bridge began to tremble. Tian watched as the bridge slowly started to lift. The screeching sound of grinding gears pierced through the air. Go, go, go. Tian's eyes turned red with urgency as he instinctively slammed the accelerator. In truth, he didn't even need to control the throttle. Nuwa was already managing that. Xiong and the others, hearing Tian's shout through the intercom, noticed the bridge was rising. Wu Jing pressed down hard on the accelerator, following the armored vehicle as they charged forward. Despite its bulk, the armored vehicle was surprisingly swift, and Xiong and his team's off-road vehicle was even faster. If they pushed their off-road vehicle to its limits, they could outpace the armored vehicle. However, Xiong and the others chose not to do so. Instead, they flanked Tian, positioning themselves on either side. As the bridge continued to rise, becoming ever steeper, anxiety filled everyone's hearts. From their vantage point, they could no longer see the road ahead. Especially for Yunjie, it was her first time acting alongside Tian, and her nerves were palpable. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and the air conditioning in the vehicle seemed ineffective. Charge! Tian roared as the armored vehicle arced through the air, landing heavily on the bridge opposite them. The rear wheels barely made contact with the surface of the bridge. Had they been a second late, the entire vehicle's weight would shift backward, leaving them in peril. After all, armored vehicles do not swim. Yes, we made it. The four women embraced each other in celebration, their hearts racing with relief. They had been on edge, fearing they would plummet into the river. Tian, there's a checkpoint ahead. Mido exclaimed, her earlier joy quickly turning into concern. Just then a voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Vehicles ahead. Immediately stop. Everyone out of the vehicle with your hands on your heads, crouch down. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Repeat. Immediately stop. Everyone out of the vehicle with your hands on your heads, crouch down. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Tian. Lingjun looked at him with worry. I know it's fine. Tian remained calm, regarding the military's actions with disdain. The commotion at the bridge was not far off. Had it not been for the obstacles like the stone fortress and walls, they could have clearly seen the situation on the other side through binoculars. Although they couldn't see, the sounds of violent explosions were unmistakable. Getting out of the vehicle would mean surrender, and what good would that bring? Why should they be the only ones who were stopped while others passed unhindered? Wasn't that a problem? Nuwa, locate a sparsely populated area, and then charge through. Understood. Host, I have pinpointed a location in the western outskirts of Shanghai. Should we proceed immediately? Go at once. The armored vehicle surged ahead, closely followed by Xiong and his team. The defenses in Shanghai were significantly weaker than those at the bridge. Not only were there no fortified positions, but the guards were clearly of a lower caliber. They understood that the bridge required solid defenses due to its strategic importance, so they saw no need for heavy fortifications in this area. Quick, get out of the way. Seeing that Tian and his group showed no signs of stopping as they charged towards the checkpoint, the lead heavy-set guard was startled and rolled to the side to avoid them. The armored vehicle roared past him, crashing through the barrier that obstructed their path. The plump guard, witnessing Tian's fierce advance, dared not send anyone to pursue them. What are you all staring at? Get everything back in order now. Fearing retribution from above, he aggressively ordered his subordinates to restore everything to its original state, as if nothing had occurred. As Tian and his team drove towards the western outskirts, they soon discovered that the road ahead was completely blocked. The path through the western outskirts was barricaded by container after container, forming a wall. Yet the vehicle's navigation system clearly indicated that a road lay ahead. Tian, there are soldiers guarding there. Ling pointed out that soldiers were patrolling atop the containers. And over there, there's another group. Ling Jun indicated another direction. Before Yi Tian could respond, the sound of sirens suddenly erupted from behind, blaring as they rushed towards them. By the sound of it, there were no fewer than 10 vehicles. Yi Tian realized that from the moment they charged through the checkpoint, they had become adversaries of the military. The police cars trailing were undoubtedly coming for them. There was no choice. If they didn't force their way through, there was no guarantee they would survive the horde of tens of thousands. No matter how formidable the armored vehicle was, it couldn't withstand such an onslaught, and Yi Tian wouldn't believe for a second that there weren't high-level zombies among them. Breakthrough. Charge. Confronting a military force directly was unwise. Yi Tian was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. The armored vehicle let out a roar, charging like a beast towards the containers. Xiong Lai and the others followed closely behind, zooming through the opening created by the containers. The police cars that had intended to pursue them screeched to a halt at the containers' entrance. The sound of tires screeching echoed from a distance. Rather than continuing the chase, they came to a stop. The soldiers atop the containers did not open fire on Yi Tian's group. It was as if they hadn't seen them at all. Remarkably strange. Yi Tian and his companions watched this unfold clearly through the vehicle's cameras. After the occupants of the police car exited, they swiftly summoned a tow truck to return the container that had been struck by Yi Tian to its original position. Following a brief exchange with the patrolling soldiers, they drove away, as if Yi Tian and his companions had never been there. Yi Tian and the others furrowed their brows at the scene. Yi Tian, something feels off. Ling Jun was the first to sense the anomaly. Initially, they had been pursuing them, but now they had ceased and even blocked the entrance. This can only mean one thing: they do not want to enter this area, Mito deduced. And the only reason they would avoid this place is because there are zombies here. Or perhaps this is a quarantine zone in Shanghu City. The four women exchanged thoughts, analyzing the situation. Soon they all recognized the discrepancy. When they first entered Shanghu City, the streets had been remarkably clean, reminiscent of the time before the apocalypse, with shops occasionally open along the sides. In contrast, this area was a stark deviation, littered with debris and permeated by a foul stench. Look, a zombie. The armored vehicle's view quickly caught sight of a single undead creature. Just as we suspected, this is indeed the quarantine zone of Shanghu City. The reason they are not pursuing us is that they believe we will surely perish here. However, the good news is that there shouldn't be too many zombies in this area. Otherwise, the temporary walls formed by these containers could hardly hold them back. Don't forget, zombies can easily climb over stacked bodies. The commotion from the armored vehicle startled the dormant zombies, who began to howl and rush toward Yi Tian and his group, their crimson eyes glinting with hunger. Yet they were sent flying by the sheer momentum of the vehicle. Yi Tian dismissed the 10 or so zombies, not bothering to halt as he pressed onward. Honestly, I would prefer to encounter zombies over humans. At least they are straightforward, Yun Jie reflected, inadvertently reminded of her brother, her eyes glistening with sorrow. She had experienced the complexities of human nature firsthand, her own brother having fallen victim to it. Little E, from now on we're family. You still have us, Mi Do comforted, noticing the sadness in Yun Jie's gaze. Even He Ling, who typically harbored little fondness for her, gently patted Yun Jie's arm in a gesture of solace. Thank you for taking me in. I'm all right, Yun Jie said, wiping her slightly reddened eyes and forcing a smile. She understood that in this apocalypse she had to be strong. Only by becoming powerful could she survive. The weak were not deserving of pity. She also recognized that the three women were only comforting her because of Yi Tian. Without him, they likely wouldn't have bothered to care whether she lived or died. Little E is right. I also find these zombies more palatable, Yi Tian replied with a smile. At that moment, the armored vehicle under Nua's control came to a halt at a suburban villa, the location Nua had pinpointed. Notify Xiong Lai, let's take a rest here. The suburbs were relatively spacious, with abundant greenery and fewer people, making them safer compared to the city. Upon receiving the message, Xiong Lai promptly exited the vehicle to stand guard. Old Wu and I will clear the zombies inside the villa. Old Hong and Old Li, you two stay outside to protect the boss. Understood. Try to avoid using firearms, Yi Tian added. Of course, boss. Though they didn't fully grasp Yi Tian's reasoning, they readily complied. Obeying orders was their duty. Brother Yi Tian, I want to go too. Yun Jie suddenly stood up, her gaze resolute. All right, just be careful. Yi Tian did not deter her. He saw through her thoughts. She was merely worried about being a burden to the team. What she didn't realize was that since Yi Tian had accepted her, she was now an irreplaceable member of the group. Every individual in the team played a distinctive role. Mito, the first to follow Yi Tian, had previously been responsible for driving and cooking, but no longer needed to drive the vehicle. However, her swordsmanship was unparalleled, and she could serve as a temporary power source in critical situations. He Ling, the second to join Yi Tian, primarily handled long-range sniping, complementing Yi Tian's skills. She also possessed a disguise ability and was proficient with firearms, a skill that would become vital as their numbers grew. Ling Jin III to join was mainly responsible for cooking and observing their surroundings, acting as the lookout for the armored vehicle. She was also the only doctor in the group. Yi Tian had yet to utilize Ling Jun's genetic enhancements, unsure of their efficacy. Xiong Lai for now had the most significant role, capable of enhancing everyone's weapons and equipment. If the energy levels were sufficient, they could potentially craft a weapon on par with a nuclear armament. Then there was Yun Jie, whose contribution was indispensable, being the only true chef in the group. Her water-based abilities were critical, relying solely on the meager rainfall would be insufficient for the survivors. While there were other water-based abilities, they were relatively rare. Among them, the advanced water manipulator was solely Yun Jie. To achieve such a high level, one needed both exceptional talent and ample resources. Both were essential. In her previous life, Yun Jie leveraged her remarkable ability to extract water from the sky, trading for vital supplies, including crystal cores. At her peak, her daily water extraction could sustain an entire city for a week. After her brother's tragic death, Yun Jie underwent a dramatic transformation, gradually becoming one of the 9 sovereigns, harboring a profound disdain for men whom she felt she could neither defeat nor do without. This was why the female army she formed eventually became untouchable. Here, take this. Yi Tian conjured a simple knife and handed it to Yun Jie. He couldn't recall where he had obtained the knife, but had simply lingered in his system space. Yun Jie accepted the knife with a brave expression, disembarking to join Xiong Lai and the others in the villa to eliminate the zombies. Watching her, Yi Tian found himself amused. If she were to perish here, she would be far too incompetent. Speaking of incompetence, Yi Tian suddenly slapped his forehead. The primary reason he had taken her in was to cook for him, yet she had ended up hunting zombies instead. Brother Yi Tian, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Mido bounced over, linking her arm with his and smiling brightly. Today you don't need to cook. Let's wait for little E to return, and we'll eat something ready-made. Oh, then I'll go cut some watermelon while I'm parched. Mido appeared unconcerned about Yun Jie's situation, skipping to the fridge to slice the watermelon. In truth, Mido knew that any woman residing in the armored vehicle was undoubtedly Yi Tian's. She had long since prepared herself for this reality. In no time, Mido had cut up the chilled watermelon and brought it over. On such a scorching day, nothing beats the refreshing delight of some iced watermelon. Outside, the number of zombies was sparse. They could only see a few scattered figures. Yi Tian and the others were lounging on the RV's terrace, enjoying the view of the ongoing battle completely at ease. After 2 hours of intense fighting, Xiong Lai and his team had thoroughly inspected the entire villa area and cleared it of zombies. Upon returning, Yi Tian asked Yun Jie to distribute some watermelon to quench their thirst. The whole villa was surrounded by tall walls, though as long as the main gate was blocked, it was impossible for the occasional zombie to break in. Therefore, after driving the armored RV inside, Yi Tian asked Xiong Lai to find a large truck to block the entrance. Xiaoyi, you should go take a shower first. You're all dirty, he suggested. When Yun Jie returned, she still bore traces of blood, and her knife was so dulled from use that it had rolled its edge. Taken aback by Yi Tian's words, Yun Jie hesitated. In this apocalypse, water was far more precious than food. She hadn't bathed in days due to the scarcity of water. Her current ability allowed her to extract just enough water for herself and her brother. After all, bread is quite dry, without water one could hardly stomach a few pieces. It was precisely because of her ability that she and her brother had managed to survive. The thought of bathing such a luxury was hardly one she could entertain. I'm fine, water is too precious to waste on something like that, she replied. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. We have plenty of water. Go wash up, we bathe every day, Mido chimed in. Ling Jun added with a smile, we feel uncomfortable if we don't bathe for even a day. You've surely suffered a lot these past few days. Go clean up and then come eat. Yun Jie was not of a timid disposition. Her brave actions against zombies had gained her the respect of the women. She was no burden. Therefore, the 3 women were kind to her, including He Ling, who had previously been indifferent. After days of filth, Yun Jie could no longer resist the urge to wash now that conditions allowed. Thank you, she said, tears shimmering in her eyes, quickly wiping away the moisture as she hurried to the bathroom. She feared she would lose control and begin to cry again. She was not a fragile person, but today she had just lost her last family member and had fortuitously encountered Yi Tian and his group. She cherished this newfound connection. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. All right, everyone must be hungry now. Xiao, you should be out soon. Let me see what dishes we have left, Yi Tian announced. The women were all aware of Yi Tian's abilities regarding space, so there was no need for him to be coy. Yay, I want sweet and sour ribs. Mido exclaimed excitedly, envisioning the vibrant ribs, her mouth watering at the thought. Do you think this is a restaurant? Wipe your drool, it's disgusting. Yi Tian teased. Mi-do was startled into action, quickly wiping her mouth. Brother Yi Tian, you're teasing me. You're just clumsy, don't blame others. Realizing she had been tricked, Mi-do pounced playfully. He Ling and Ling Zhen erupted into laughter at this adorable scene, creating a rare moment of warmth in the apocalypse. In the end, Yi Tian retrieved Mi-do's favorite sweet and sour ribs and braised pork from his space. The dishes she had once longed for but dared not eat in the past were now available without restraint. He Ling mentioned how long it had been since she had fish, prompting Yi Tian to order a portion of braised fish. Ling Zhen also decided to join in, ordering a few vegetable dishes, claiming it was for dieting. Ultimately, Yi Tian added several more dishes, creating a sumptuous feast. With Yun Jie, the new cook, he had no worries about lacking delicious food in the future. Today was a celebration of her joining their group. He even added 2 bottles of red wine. While Xiong Lai and the others stood guard outside, Yi Tian asked He Ling to send down a bottle of Mao Dai. Given their abilities as evolved beings, the group would not become drunk even after sharing a bottle. As for why they didn't take the food into the villa or invite Xiong Lai and the others to join them in the RV, it was mainly because all 4 women were stunningly beautiful. The men understood. Before long, Yun Jie emerged wrapped in a towel, her face flushed. The eyes of the 3 women and Yi Tian lit up. In her haste, she had forgotten that she had no clothes to change into after her bath. With her body freshly cleaned, she couldn't bear to put on her filthy clothes. After a moment of mental struggle, she had no choice but to come out wrapped in the towel. She had also prepared herself mentally for certain things. Wow, Xiaoyi, you look beautiful. Your skin is so fair, Mi-do exclaimed. Someone's eyes are about to pop out. You're practically drooling, He Ling quipped, rolling her eyes at Yi Tian. Cough cough, Xiaozhen, why don't you take Xiaoyi to change into some clothes? You two should be about the same size. What do you mean by about the same size? My clothes wouldn't fit her. Mi-do pouted in dissatisfaction. Cough cough, it's fine, it's fine. Yi Tian dared not argue. Despite Mi-do being the shortest among the 4, she was undeniably the most well-endowed. He Ling was slightly smaller than Mi-do, while Ling Zhen was the smallest, but Yi Tian couldn't possibly voice such comparisons. Ultimately, Ling Zhen took Yun Jie to change into clean clothes, though it was unclear if she had intended this. The outfit perfectly showcased Yun Jie's exquisite figure, igniting a pulse of excitement. Especially since the garment was somewhat translucent, her fair skin peeked through, creating a hazy beauty. Even Yi Tian, with his sharp eyesight, could clearly see the pattern on her bra. The clothes were white, and so was the bra. Ling Zhen caught a glimpse of Yi Tian's expression, and a subtle smile of mischief curled at the corners of her lips. Your eyes are really going to pop out. Cough cough. Let's toast together and welcome Xiao-yi to our team. Feeling embarrassed by He Ling's teasing, Yi Tian quickly redirected the conversation. Welcome to our family, Xiao-yi. From now on, we're all one. Welcome. Cheers. The group enjoyed their meal, thoroughly savoring every moment until the afternoon slipped away. Mi-do had the worst tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 cups, she collapsed onto the table unconscious. He Ling and Ling Zhen flushed lightly, feeling a pleasant haze of inebriation. Only Yun Jie held her liquor well. Several bottles later, her face remained uncolored. By the time they finished eating, the sky had darkened. Yi Tian picked up Mi-do and carried her back to the bedroom, tucking her in and gently stroking her hair, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. As he turned to close the door, Mi-do's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Rest well, everyone. I'm going to lie down outside, Yi Tian instructed the 3 women before stepping out of the RV. They had arrived in Shanghu City, and Yi Tian could no longer contain his desire to find Xia Shui. After Yi Tian descended from the armored RV, 2 of his teammates, Xiong Lai and another, remained on guard. Boss, is there something you need? Nothing much, I'm just stepping out for a bit. Boss, let us accompany you, but safer that way. No need, just stay here and keep watch. I'll be back soon. Alright then, be careful out there, boss. Seeing Yi Tian's insistence, they ceased their attempts to accompany him. They understood that Yi Tian's strength surpassed that of the entire team combined, or should any trouble arise, he would be better off alone. Yi Tian was aware that his intrusion today had surely attracted the military's attention. However, they had analyzed why no one was sent in after them. Likely they intended to let the team fend for themselves. Inside, there was neither a source of food nor safety from the zombies, making survival exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person. Most people were merely first-tier revolvers, with second-tier ones being exceedingly rare, and third-tier revolvers were virtually extinct globally, likely countable on one hand. It wasn't that the others were incapable, it was that Yi Tian was too fast. He was, after all, the fastest man in the world. This outing was not for siege, but to gather information and find people, so the fewer companions the better for stealth. Low profile was the key. Evening was an ideal time for action. The sky had darkened and visibility was diminishing. To remain inconspicuous, Tian chose to walk instead of driving, moving as close to obstacles as possible. By the time he reached the perimeter wall, night had fully fallen. Soldiers still patrolled the walls made of shipping containers illuminated by the overhead lights that crisscrossed in vigilance. In Tian's line of sight, he spotted 4 patrolling soldiers. Though few, they sufficed for the purpose of maintaining watch. While zombies could climb, they could not scale nearly 10-meter-high walls made of 2 layers of containers unless their numbers were overwhelming. "Hey Lao Zhao, don't you have any cigarettes left? I could use a pick-me-up," one soldier yawned, addressing another. "Damn it, this is the last pack. Don't get your hopes up, you'll have to trade for it with military merit." "Greedy. This godforsaken place has us patrolling day in and day out. I'm sick of looking at these containers. Be grateful at least we can still have a full meal. I heard those regular folks are almost resorting to cannibalism and you're still complaining. Oh, if only we could wipe out all the zombies, we'd have peace once more." Easier said than done. Not to mention that zombies can evolve. Those mutated monsters are also impossible to eradicate. Wake up. There's no going back to the old days. You really think some savior will magically lead humanity to fight monsters? While the 4 were chatting, Lao Zhao suddenly seemed to notice something in the beam of the searchlight. "Hey, did you see something just now?" "See what?" "No, nothing at all." They all strained their eyes to peer into the dark grass below. All that was visible were the corpses of zombies, their heads blown off under the spotlight, and everything else was eerily silent. One soldier even took control of the searchlight to sweep back and forth, yet still found nothing suspicious. "Strange, I could have sworn I saw a shadow just now. Come on. We're 10 meters above ground, zombies can't fly. If it were a person who could jump 10 meters high. True, and these containers are made of metal. If someone were to climb, there would definitely be noise. Huh. I must have just been seeing things." The 4 men dismissed Lao Zhao's sighting as mere imagination, having ascended via a construction lift. No ordinary person could leap 10 meters high without making a sound, only to jump down again. It was simply impossible. Tian leapt effortlessly onto the top of the containers and quickly descended without alerting anyone entering the urban area of Shanghu City. The city appeared much the same as before the cataclysm, illuminated with lights. However, the streets lacked the vibrancy of yesteryear. The few vehicles that passed were a pitiful sight, starkly contrasting the bustling metropolis of the pre-apocalyptic era. All the shops lining the streets were shuttered, devoid of any signs of commerce. As Tian walked down the street, a district awash in pink lights caught his attention. On either side of the street stood women clad in revealing outfits, while within their midst were muscular men with striking looks. In front of each stood a uniform placard listing various food items. Some indicated a bag of instant noodles, while others requested 10 pieces of bread and a bottle of water. Some even stated that simply getting enough to eat would suffice. There were higher demands, asking for canned meat and jars of lao gan ma, among other things. Tian had no idea how many of those items he had in his system space. It was far too many to count. Of course, those who dared to make such demands were undoubtedly extraordinary in appearance and charm, true beauties in the days of prosperity. Tian even recognized a celebrity who had enjoyed a bit of fame before the collapse. Though not particularly popular, she was known nonetheless. Who would have thought that a once-renowned artist would now be satisfied with merely a can of meat in exchange for her company? Who could believe it? Having become accustomed to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, Tian felt no shock at the sight. This was merely a month after the outbreak, a microcosm of countless cities. In an era where production had ground to a halt, food had become an exceedingly rare commodity. Dignity was rendered worthless in the face of hunger. While one could swiftly decide to end their life, few could endure the slow torment of dying from starvation. "Hey there, handsome, take me with you. I just need a pack of instant noodles." As Tian entered, a leggy beauty approached him, her attire provocatively resembling a rabbit costume. With one hand on her waist and the other playfully biting her lip, her rabbit ears swayed in the breeze. She struck a side scurve pose, exuding irresistible allure. "Handsome, don't listen to her. Look at me, though I may be more expensive, my figure and looks are unmatched." Another strikingly voluptuous beauty began to promote herself, and she wasn't wrong, too. She had both beauty and allure, a veritable goddess in the pre-apocalyptic world. They were clearly sizing him up. Tian's clean attire and the aura he exuded marked him as anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, Tian felt no interest in either of them. It wasn't disdain, they were merely trying to survive. In this cruel apocalypse, women faced far more hardships than men, and he bore no malice towards them. However, having 4 stunning beauties at home, any one of whom could be considered a rare gem, made it impossible for him to feel any attraction to these women. "Oh, young man, what do you think of me? These women don't understand men, who only men and men can have true love. Choose me." Suddenly, a sultry male voice reached Tian's ears. The sultry voice of a man nearly sent Yi Tian away. Yi Tian's lips twitched. Get lost. With a slight release of his imposing aura, Yi Tian instantly stunned the flamboyant man and the women around him. Seeing the coldness on Yi Tian's face coupled with his overwhelming presence, the group dared not utter another word and reluctantly stepped back. Yi Tian walked deeper into the venue where the crowd thinned and the atmosphere grew quieter. Suddenly, a quarrel caught his attention. A sleazy middle-aged man was attempting to flirt with a girl. The man with a mouth full of yellowed teeth leered at the girl's saliva dripping down his chin. Hey there, little sister, come with uncle. A can of meat is all it takes, and I've got plenty at home. My family runs a supermarket, so we have all sorts of goodies. He swallowed hard. I'm particularly fond of pure untouched girls like you, haha. The girl was dressed in a pink nurse's uniform, not the kind typically seen in adult entertainment, but a genuine nursing outfit. Furrowing her brow, the girl replied, I'm sorry, sir, but I don't offer any services beyond nursing. Seeing the girl step back, the sleazy man pressed closer. Nursing, you say? Ah, but that's exactly what I need. I haven't eaten or drunk well these past few days. Just seeing you makes me feel better. Come to my place and take good care of me. I'm not that kind of person. Oh, come on, what's the harm in a little service? If you take care of me, well, you won't have to struggle anymore. I can take care of you, and I have several other girls your age at home for company, so you won't feel lonely. Having witnessed such incidents countless times, Yi Tian considered leaving, but a few words on the girl's name tag caught his eye. Upon reading them, his pupils contracted sharply. Shanghai Medical University, nursing major offering medical care services for just a can of meat. Shanghai Medical University. Wasn't that the university where Xia Shui studied? Yi Tian had only come to know Xia Shui after the apocalypse, knowing little of her past. However, he was aware from Xia Shui's father's messages that she attended Shanghai Medical University and that she indeed studied nursing. Judging by the girl's age, she was about the same as Xia Shui, and it was possible they knew each other. The girl had been cornered against a wall by the sleazy man with no way to escape. At that moment, she caught sight of Yi Tian's gaze upon her, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Desperate, she cried out, Big brother, please help me. If she had to lose her purity, she would much rather choose Yi Tian over the sleazy man. The man turned to face Yi Tian, a yellow vein popping out on his forehead. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. You should leave. He tossed a pack of cookies at Yi Tian, hoping to avoid further trouble by revealing his identity as a second-tier evolved being. Having offered a pack of cookies, he expected Yi Tian to back off and not cause a scene, knowing that any disruption would attract the military's attention. In the current climate, a single pack of cookies could buy a reasonably attractive girl for the night. If that pack were tossed near the entrance, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Yet Yi Tian remained indifferent, striding towards the girl. The sleazy man's expression darkened. Kid, you're breaking the rules. This girl was mine first, and I won't let you have her. Though he couldn't make a scene, he knew how to placate the patrolling guards with a small bribe. He was familiar with the rules of the place and would never let a pure girl slip through his fingers. Ignoring the sleazy man's words, Yi Tian approached the girl. I need to ask you something. The girl nodded, bewildered. Regret washed over her for not heeding the warnings to avoid wearing her nursing uniform. She had thought it showcased her professionalism. Instead, it had attracted unwanted attention. This was not the first man to hit on her, but it was the first one who was terrifying. She even found Yi Tian looking somewhat like the others. Are you studying nursing at Shanghai Medical University? The girl shifted from confusion to suspicion. Do you know someone named Xia Shui? Xia Shui. The girl froze, realizing she had misunderstood Yi Tian's intentions. He was looking for someone. What do you want with Xia Shui? She didn't admit whether she knew her, but asked warily. I'm looking for. Watch out. Before Yi Tian could finish, the girl suddenly shrieked, pointing in terror behind him. The sleazy man had pulled out a dagger from somewhere, his eyes filled with malice as he lunged at Yi Tian. With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Yi Tian seized the sleazy man's hand before he could react, turning the dagger back against him and driving it fiercely into the man's heart. In a swift, small spatial slash, he precisely severed the man's throat, the wound too fine to bleed. After completing this, Yi Tian turned back to the girl. Her eyes were wide with fear, covering her mouth as she pointed behind him. What would happen to him? Don't worry about him. You still haven't answered my question. Yi Tian slightly relaxed his aura, causing the girl to shiver. Oh, what? For a moment, she couldn't comprehend, having witnessed death before, but this eerie situation was unlike anything she had experienced. Do you know Xia Shui? Oh, Xia Shui, I know her. She lives in the rental apartment. We're good friends. The girl had finally grasped that everything tied back to Yi Tian, and she realized he must be someone significant to Xia Shui. Who else would search for someone in this apocalypse? What she didn't know was that Yi Tian was not a relative of Xia Shui. Rather, he was her enemy. You must be suing, right? Take me to see Xia Shui. Su Ying was taken aback. How did you know my name? Oh, Xiaoshui must have told you. You two seem close. Not important. Lead the way. All right now? Is there a problem? Su Ying pointed at the sleazy man lying behind Yi Tian. Are we not leaving now? Are you waiting for the enforcers to come and arrest you? All right. Let's go. Only then did Su Ying seem to snap back to reality, hurriedly leading Yi Tian away. Yi Tian knew Su Ying from what Xiaoshui had mentioned. However, Su Ying was not a good person, who otherwise Xiaoshui would not have harbored resentment towards her for years over a past incident. But Yi Tian was no longer the same as before, and Su Ying, like many others, was just trying to survive in this treacherous world. Yet Yi Tian had no intention of keeping Su Ying close. Her only role was to guide him. Su Ying walked alongside Yi Tian, stealing glances at him from time to time. In Su Ying's eyes, Yi Tian was undoubtedly a person of immense power. Yi Tian followed behind with an indifferent expression. As they walked away, a sudden gust of wind caused the head of a lecherous middle-aged man to topple down. Nearby people were startled. It was mainly because the sky had darkened, making visibility poor in the evening. Moreover, Yi Tian's speed was so swift that ordinary people could hardly perceive his movements. Only when the head fell did anyone notice. This incident also alerted the patrol team. Isn't that the big-toothed guy who owns the supermarket? Who killed him? Who knows? This guy has always looked down on others. He must have offended someone he shouldn't have. Exactly. Even if one has strength, one should remain low-key, or else you might not even know how you died. Of course, none of this concerned Yi Tian anymore. After about half an hour of walking with Su Ying, she led him to a 7-story building. My friend Xiaoshui and I just graduated, and we're looking for jobs. We had only rented this place for a day when the zombie outbreak happened, Su Ying said, trying to lighten the mood as they climbed the stairs. For the past few days I've been working hard to find food. Of course Xiaoshui has gathered some too, but not as much as I have. If it weren't for me, Xiaoshui would probably have starved by now. As she spoke, Su Ying stole glances at Yi Tian to gauge his reaction. Yi Tian easily saw through her small motives. She merely wanted to cling to him as a source of support, believing that he had come specifically to take Xiaoshui away. In reality, it was quite the opposite. Were it not for Xiaoshui, Su Ying would have starved long ago. The morning came, and Yi Tian was still in Punan County. Inside the rental unit, Xiaoshui and Su Ying had gotten into a dispute over food. Xiaoying, our food won't last much longer. We need to go out and find more. You can't just lie around any longer. Xiaoshui, you know I'm not like you. You're an evolved human, now stronger than me. Can't you gather more food? We're best friends. Xiaoshui had awakened as an evolved being, which made Su Ying deeply envious. Why did all the good fortune fall upon Xiaoshui? She was more attractive. Her looks were better than mine. Her grades surpassed mine. Now in this apocalypse, she suddenly became exceptional. After days of research and exploration, they had gradually discovered some clues. After becoming an evolved being, Xiox's physical capabilities were leagues beyond her former self. It was thanks to Xiox's abilities that they could venture out to eliminate zombies. They had survived a month relying on the food collected by Xiaoshui. During this time, Xiaoshui also discovered the existence of crystal cores. However, Su Ying resolutely refused to eat this disgusting item. She even thought Xiaoshui was trying to harm her, wanting to abandon her. This led to a malicious thought brewing in her mind. In her previous life, Xiaoshui had suffered greatly due to Su Ying's betrayal. Xiaoshui frowned. Xiaoying, you must understand that things are no longer what they used to be. This is the apocalypse. If you refuse to eat the crystal cores, they can indeed make you stronger. Enough, Xiaoshui. I would rather starve than eat that disgusting thing. Su Ying suddenly screamed. If it weren't for the decent soundproofing of the building and the fact that the zombies in the entire area had been cleared out, her scream would have attracted several zombies. What will you do if I'm gone? How will you survive? I. Su Ying was at a loss for words, stammering under Xiox's questioning. I'll just sell myself. With my looks, I won't starve to death if I leave you. Su Ying shouted in anger, her face flushed. Xiaoshui was amused by Su Ying's words. Fine. If you can do that, go ahead. There are plenty of people at Shimao Street who share the same idea. You can join them. Xiaoshui collapsed onto the sofa, crossing her arms over her chest. Her chest heaved in agitation, stirred by Su Ying's words. Go ahead then. I'm not afraid of you. Su Ying had already committed to her words, as she could not back down. I heard that men have a particular fondness for certain outfits, so don't go out wearing what you're wearing now. At that moment, Su Ying was dressed in a pink nurse's uniform with her other clothes either torn or unwashed. He'll wear this out. I don't believe he'll actually starve to death without you. Not only will I find food, but he'll also get canned meat. Alright, if you manage to bring back canned meat, he'll listen to you from now on. Does that work? You said it. Fuming, Su Ying slammed the door and stormed out. Of course, it was just her anger speaking, as she regretted it shortly after leaving. But once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved. Having spoken those words, she could only grit her teeth and try. Fortunately, the area was relatively safe, otherwise she would have likely been devoured by zombies before even walking a block. Upon reaching Shimao Street, she was shocked by the scene before her. Beautiful girls were openly standing by the roadside priced for selection. It was all too obvious what those men were taking the women for. Though Su Ying was aware that it was the apocalypse and had witnessed the terrifying zombies and monsters firsthand, she still lacked a full understanding of the cruelty of this new world. After all, she was just a recent graduate and had never truly felt the pangs of extreme hunger. She couldn't bring herself to stoop to the same level as those people. In a moment of inspiration, she found a sign and wrote about nursing. Little did she know the men weren't interested in her nursing profession at all. They were drawn to her innocent appearance paired with the nurse's outfit. The allure for men skyrocketed. In her previous life, Su Ying had indeed been taken away by that lecherous middle-aged man, at least he was a second-tier evolved being. Su Ying harbored deep resentment towards Xiaoxue for this incident, believing that if it weren't for her, she wouldn't have encountered the big-toothed man. Thus, she wouldn't have been so unjustly violated. After brooding over it, she conspired with the big-toothed man for revenge against Xiaoxue. If Xiaoxue hadn't been vigilant, she too would have fallen into Su Ying's trap. In her previous life, Su Ying had ultimately died at Xiox's hands. Tian and Su Ying finally reached the 7th floor of the rental unit. At this point, an inexplicable tension gripped Tian's heart. He didn't know whether to kill Xiaoxue outright or to say long time no see. He couldn't decide. Su Ying knocked on the door. Xiaoxue, open up. It's me. After a moment, footsteps approached from within. Could it be that you actually brought back kin meat? A voice that Tian was all too familiar with sent his heart racing. The moment of decision had arrived. With a creak, the door swung open. A girl with a serene and lovely demeanor, delicate features, and fair skin appeared at the entrance. The familiar visage left Tian utterly entranced. What she said next left him in shock. It was even more staggering than the moment he realized he had been reborn. Xiaoxue froze for a moment upon seeing Tian, her gaze becoming vacant, her eyes devoid of focus. After a second, her eyes slowly regained clarity. Yet she was no longer the serene and lovely girl. Her gaze now radiated an icy coldness. Her red lips parted, and she slowly uttered a few words. Tian, you're here. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiaoxue. He knew that in this lifetime Xiaoxue could not possibly recognize him. How could she have called his name so effortlessly? Moreover, she said, you're here, as if she were greeting an old friend after many years. Su Ying, unaware of any oddity, approached Xiaoxue with a smile and said, Xiaoxue, you really know him? I thought he was lying to me. As Su Ying stood before Xiaoxue, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even when they used to argue, Xiaoxue would at least display some emotion, like a clear expression of anger. But now Xiaoxue's face was completely devoid of expression, resembling a robot, her demeanor strikingly cold. Her eyes appeared dull and lifeless. A chill crept over Su Ying. Xiaoxue, you. Suddenly, before Su Ying could finish her sentence, she froze in place, hand outstretched and mouth agape. It wasn't just her. Tian sensed the entire space had come to a standstill. Su Ying's hair floated up and did not fall back down. It was eerily strange. Tian's pupils constricted sharply. Everything was beyond his expectations. Looking at Xiaoxue's impassive face, Tian's expression grew immensely complicated. After a brief pause, he asked, who are you? However, Xiaoxue did not respond to Tian. Instead, she muttered incomprehensible phrases to herself. Jiu shi tuding jiu jia wei huang jiu yin jiu yang jiu jiu gui yi. After speaking, Xiaoxue began to disintegrate before Tian's eyes, starting from her feet fragment by fragment. Tian reached out to grab her, but his hand passed straight through her body, grasping nothing. As only her upper body remained, Xiaoxue's eyes suddenly regained a vivid sparkle. Tian, occupy the totem stone pillar. You are humanity's. Her voice was sharp and exceedingly mournful. Suddenly, Xiaoxue's expression contorted with pain, as if she were struggling desperately. You are. She. When only her head was left, she abruptly ceased her struggles, bizarrely smiling with a glint of malice in her eyes. Tian, we will meet again. Before the last remnants of Xiaoxue vanished, her eerie laughter echoed hauntingly in Tian's ears. What on earth was happening? Tian's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Xiaoxue had disappeared. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting. Some involved slaying Xiaoxue at first sight. Others entailed being at a loss for words. Some would include asking her why, and so on and so forth. But he had never anticipated such a bizarre scene. Jiu shi tuding, jiu jia wei huang, jiu yin jiu yang, jiu jiu gui yi. What did Xiaoxue's words mean? And what did she mean by occupying the totem stone pillar? It surely referred to the 9 stone pillars that descended from the sky. Within the borders of Hua country there were 9 pillars. How many more existed beyond it, Tian had no idea. In his previous life, he had been at the bottom of the hierarchy, and such information was likely only known to the upper echelons. At the end, Xia Shui had suddenly transformed her smile unsettlingly strange. Moreover, she explicitly stated that they would meet again in the future. Tian felt a profound sense of confusion. As he inadvertently glanced at Su Ying, astonishment flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Su Ying was no longer the vibrant young woman she once was. Now she resembled an elderly woman nearing the end of her life, her hair graying and her face lined with wrinkles. Only her features faintly resembled the Su Ying he knew. Furthermore, the pink nurse uniform she wore had faded to a ghostly white, as if time had worn it out. What was even more bizarre was that Su Ying was aging rapidly, her flesh visibly decaying at an alarming pace. In the end, only a skeleton remained where she had stood. Around the area where Xia Shui had been standing, within a radius of 1.5 meters, there was a distinct circle that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Within the circle, it appeared as though centuries had passed, while outside of it, everything remained unchanged. Tian took a piece of meat from his system space and tossed it into the circle. The frozen meat melted, rotting and deteriorating at a visible rate until it completely vanished. Unfazed, Tian threw in another piece of meat. This piece also melted, decayed, and rotted at a noticeable speed. But this time it did not disappear. Tian pondered for a moment and again retrieved a piece of meat to throw in. This time the meat showed no signs of change. It merely emitted a faint chill resembling meat just taken from the refrigerator. It seemed the effects Xia Shui had caused had dissipated. Tian let out a long sigh. It was evident that what Xia Shui had left behind was related to time. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing abilities connected to time, even after 10 years. The rarest powers were related to space, and he had only heard of one individual with such an ability. It could be said to be unique in the world. Jiu Shi Tuding Jiu Jia Wei Huang Jiu In Jiu Yang Jiu Jiu Gui Yi. Tian, occupy the totem stone pillar. You are humanities. Tian, we will meet again. 3 phrases, each with a different tone. The first phrase, he could only guess the meaning of the 4 words, Jiu Jia Wei Huang. The other 12 words completely eluded him. The second phrase regarding occupying the totem stone pillar was known to him. Within the totem stone pillar resided the 9-level rippers. Yet no one knew that this pillar could also be occupied. In his past life, a group of 9-level ability users alongside numerous 8-level evolvers had ventured into the totem stone pillar, intending to kill the guarding rippers and uncover the secrets of the pillar. But after entering, they vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. From that point onward, no one dared to covet the totem stone pillar again. What happened after the occupation? Tian was uncertain whether it was good or bad, remained a mystery. Currently, the rippers were dwindling and none had emerged from the totem stone pillar since. On the contrary, there were even rippers heading towards the totem stone pillar. The third phrase about meeting again, where would that be? To unravel all this, Tian decided to take the most straightforward approach. Occupy the totem stone pillar. Tian rubbed his face, realizing he had been standing here thinking for several hours without realizing it. It was now past 1 in the morning. Time to head back. Tian retraced his steps to the armored vehicle, ensuring he did not disturb the patrolling soldiers along the way. Xiong Lai and Wu Jing had already gone to sleep, while Hong Jinbao and Li Lianjia were on watch. Boss. The two noticed the commotion from afar, and Tian proactively identified himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once inside the armored vehicle, he found the 4 women already asleep. The interior was shrouded in darkness, as Nuwa would automatically turn off all the lights when they fell asleep and the curtains were drawn. Having grown familiar with the layout of the vehicle, Tian made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower. Feeling refreshed, he turned off the bath light, and in the dark moved to the bedside, shedding his towel and slipping under the covers. A familiar figure was already asleep on the bed, and without a second thought, Tian instinctively wrapped his arms around the delicate frame from behind. One hand found its way to the soft mound, and a warm sensation radiated from it. Through the thin nightgown, he felt the peak. Something seemed off with the dimensions. But after the extraordinary events of the day, Tian brushed it off, as mere illusion and fatigue soon overtook him. It was nearly 2 in the morning. In a drowsy haze, he drifted off to sleep. Today, Tian awoke relatively late. Were it not for the occasional gasp from the 4 women, he might have indulged in a bit more sleep. With no choice, Tian threw off the covers, donned a short-sleeved shirt, yawned, and slipped into his slippers before rising. Good morning. Tian observed the 4 women in the kitchen. Yunjie was busy preparing breakfast while Mi-do stood by astonished, seemingly captivated by Yunjie's culinary skills. "Good morning, big brother Tian." Seeing Tian come out, Yunjie smiled and greeted him warmly. However, the expressions of the other three women were rather peculiar. Mi-do kneading dough wore a sulky expression and even rolled her eyes at Tian, saying, "Good morning, brother Tian." Li maintained a blank look as if someone had owed her millions, completely ignoring him. Ling Zhen's expression was even stranger. Her face was flushed all the way to her neck. She kept her head down, avoiding Tian's gaze as she divided the kneaded dough into small portions. Only Yunjie continued to smile at Tian before returning to her work on the filling, leaving him utterly bewildered. Tian looked down at himself, then turned around to check his back. There was nothing wrong, right? He wasn't stripped down, he was simply dressed in a perfectly normal short-sleeved shirt. Why was everyone acting so strangely? Seeing Tian's confusion, Mi-do finally put down the dough and approached him, hands on her hips, pouting as she said, You've already moved on so quickly, even jumping into a new relationship. Am I not good enough for you?" While she knew that this day would come eventually, it still stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Tian, however, was even more puzzled by Mi-do's words. What was this about moving on? Jumping into a new relationship? He had no idea what she was talking about. "What are you saying, Do-do?" Tian scratched his head, completely baffled. "Keep pretending. Where did you sleep last night?" "Where did I sleep? I was just sleeping in my room." "Huh. Were you the only one in the room? Weren't you there too?" "I slept with Sister Jie last night." "What? Then who was in bed with me?" "You big pig's hoof, you don't know. Was it Jun?" At that moment, Tian finally understood. No wonder he felt something was off yesterday. Typically, he shared a bed with Mi-do, and with only one person in bed, he instinctively assumed it was Mi-do. Tian felt a wave of regret wash over him. Seeing his regretful expression, Mi-do thought he had realized his mistake, but she had no idea that Tian's regret was not what she imagined. After all, last night he had engaged in indescribable activities with that full and alluring figure, and he had even been kneading it at the top before dozing off. Tian regretted that he had fallen asleep without properly savoring that sensation. What a huge loss. You should really think about how to face Sister Li and Sister Jun. Mi-do rolled her eyes at Tian again before returning to kneading the dough. When they got up earlier, they had seen Tian sleeping with Ling Zhen, and the shock was beyond words. They were so trusting of each other that they had no habit of closing the door while sleeping. At that time, Ling Zhen had been wearing something very thin with nothing underneath, completely bare. Even while asleep, Tian's hand had held tightly onto her voluptuous figure. When Mi-do and the others arrived, Ling Zhen had already awakened but found herself unable to escape Tian's grasp. The main issue was her embarrassment. Waking up with her sensitive body being held like that naturally led to a reaction. She had never been in a relationship, let alone been held so intimately by a man. As she shyly struggled, her body responded to the situation, leaving her feeling soft and weak. Caught in this predicament, she squeezed her thighs together, already slightly dampened. Ling Zhen was surprised at how sensitive she had become. Just as the pleasure approached, Mi-do and Li appeared at the doorway, causing Ling Zhen to feel as if she wanted to disappear into the ground. Especially since she felt guilty towards Mi-do. After all, she had once been Mi-do's teacher. Now that relationship was utterly tangled. Fortunately, after getting up, Mi-do had comforted Ling Zhen, realizing that Tian wasn't acting maliciously, otherwise Ling Zhen wouldn't have been left so intact. She must have been devoured by Tian otherwise. Seeing Ling Zhen's clothes perfectly intact and her demeanor normal, Mi-do understood what Mi-do meant by jumping into a new relationship, and Tian also grasped her meaning. Li was the second girl to follow Tian. She often exchanged banter with him, but deep down she had feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't be so close. Her gaze towards Tian was often filled with a special longing, but out of respect for Mi-do, she refrained from being too forward. She also didn't quite understand her own feelings for Tian, as she had never been in a relationship. So by both logic and emotion, Tian should have confirmed his relationship with Li before approaching Ling Zhen. After piecing everything together, Tian felt his head spinning. He had just emerged from the confusion with Xia Shui and now found himself tangled in yet another mess. No wonder Li's expression was so strange, as if everyone owed her millions. It was true. He had acted so intimately with Ling Zhen and yet had shown no signs of affection towards Li. But Tian genuinely felt wronged. He knew nothing, felt nothing, and had done nothing. Here, try today's buns. It's been a while since I made them, and I hope everyone enjoys them. Unbeknownst to him, Yunjie had already finished preparing breakfast. The ingredients were those Tian typically kept in the kitchen. He had stocked some common ingredients in the kitchen because the emptiness made him uncomfortable. Wow, Jay, you're amazing. These buns look so translucent and delicious that I can't resist. Mido quickly grabbed a small bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Hot, hot. So good. Do slow down. There's still plenty for everyone. Let's eat together while I check the next batch. Yunjie couldn't help but chuckle at Mido's stuffed cheeks. Tian also picked up a bun. It was small, akin to a soup dumpling, but the skin was thin enough that he could see the filling through it. After taking a bite, he relished the thin skin and abundant filling, the flavors bursting in his mouth. Delicious. Ji's skills are top-notch. Tian finished one bun in just a couple of bites before reaching for another. Hey, big brother Tian, don't be so greedy. One for each person. The rest aren't ready yet. I'm just having one more. You can have the next batch. You're awful. Amidst their playful banter, they enjoyed a hearty breakfast. I'm so full. I feel like I could skip lunch. I never thought buns could be this delicious. Big brother Tian, are we going to the city today? No rush. We first need to figure out how to acquire a batch of military weapons. We are already in opposition to the military. Having more powerful weapons will better ensure our safety. What do you want to do? We're all ears. If conflict with the military was unavoidable, Tian had no choice but to prepare for confrontation. Our next target is a military base. The military base storing arms and ammunition had become Tian's target, a step toward accumulating capital for future confrontations with the military. Tian had already located the military base's position by hacking into the military system through Nuwa. Given the numerous obstacles on the road, it would take several days to reach the nearest armory. Notify Xiong we're departing immediately. Once Xiong and the others were prepared, Tian instructed Nuwa to head toward the military base. He crashed through the container wall, without hesitation, confident that the military would soon seal it off again. Indeed, just 20 minutes after their departure, a crane operated by the military had restored the containers to their original positions. The armored vehicle sped along, clearing the zombies from its path with ease. After about half an hour, Nuwa suddenly halted the vehicle. Nuwa, what's going on? Host, after comprehensive analysis, there are two groups of survivors approximately 500 meters ahead who are about to clash. For the host's safety, it is advised to remain stationary and wait. Tian frowned at the mention of two groups of survivors. Activate the audio receiver to enhance the range, and turn on satellite monitoring to display real-time footage. Understood, host. The display screen on the sofa suddenly lit up, showing the satellite's real-time monitoring footage, which was still quite clear after Nuwa's optimization. At that moment, Tian saw that two groups of survivors had encountered each other and were exchanging gunfire about 500 meters ahead. He also noticed two armored vehicles among them. Xiong and the others had been driving an off-road vehicle which lacked sufficient protection and firepower. Thus, Tian's interest was drawn to the armored vehicles. Moreover, he had an additional thought. While Xiong was one thing, he himself had the ability to enhance certain items, and the results were always remarkable. Armored vehicles were indeed items, weren't they? Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of the two armored vehicles. The two groups combined had around 70 individuals shooting at each other with their limited firepower. Despite the incessant gunfire, the number of fallen was disappointingly low. The intense sounds of battle in the open area were sure to attract a horde of zombies before long. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, zombies began to converge toward the gunfire. Hiss! Zombies rushed in from the distance, their crimson eyes sending chills down one's spine. The leaders of the two groups shouted at each other a few times and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, both groups ceased their fire against one another and turned their attention to the approaching zombies. Their weaponry was relatively decent, though it was unclear where they had procured it. However, their marksmanship left much to be desired. They managed to take down only 2 or 3 zombies with a full magazine of ammunition. Their accuracy was pitifully low. Moreover, as the zombies charged, the survivors were visibly terrified, shrinking back in fear. Mido and He Ling exchanged disapproving glances. Only Yunjie looked at the 3 women, puzzled. To her it seemed quite normal. The survivors she had seen before behaved similarly. Little did she know the 3 women followed Tian in a fearless manner, charging into zombies without hesitation. Furthermore, it was evident that this group was unfamiliar with firearms. Their reaction speed was decent, but marksmanship came from rigorous training, not mere reflexes. At that moment, Mido and the others were all at least third-tier enhancers. They would be considered dominators in any other setting. Big brother Tian, should we wait until they finish before we move? Tian smiled at Yunjie. Didn't you see them delivering goods right to our doorstep? What is our purpose here? The 4 women were taken aback. Right, we came out to find arms. Not just their weapons, I have my eye on their vehicles too. What I find appealing is mine. A smile crept across Tian's lips. Notify Xiong, instruct him to engage them and ensure they don't escape. Xiao Ling and Xiao Jin, you two pair up and find a high ground to the west. Xiao Ling will handle long-range sniping. Dodo, you're with me to the east. We'll eliminate every last one. Yi Tian spoke with a fierce determination. The three women nodded in agreement. What about me? Yun Jie looked at Yi Tian, expectantly eager to contribute. Xiaoyi, your strength is currently too weak. You'll stay with the vehicle. I've given you authorization to adapt as necessary. Come to my room tonight, and I'll help you enhance your abilities. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he and the others exited the vehicle. Yun Jie stood frozen in place, her face flushing crimson. Helping her enhance her abilities tonight in Yi Tian's room. Was it a serious enhancement? Yun Jie's mind began to wander. After receiving the order, Xiong Lai wasted no time and led the security team toward the source of the gunfire. Finding cover about 100 meters away from the two groups of survivors, they crouched down. The two groups of survivors remained blissfully unaware of their presence. As they dispatched the zombies, they soon realized that engaging in gunfire in such an open area was imprudent, primarily due to the unpredictable nature of the zombies. Team Xiong, they're trying to flee. Open fire. Rat-a-tat. Who goes there? Where did they come from? Damn it, take them out. But their marksmanship was no match for Xiong Lai and his team. Xiong Lai's group was taking them down one by one. After a brief exchange of fire, the 70-odd survivors began to lose their nerve against Xiong Lai's four. Some tried to escape by seizing the opportunity when their companions drew the fire. However, just as one man reached for the car, a piercing beam of light shot through his wrist. A hole the size of a thumb was blasted clean through, leaving a charred wound. The man instinctively covered his wound, letting out a wail. Another nearby, realizing the danger, attempted to flee into the vehicle. Yet as he touched the car, a bullet penetrated his skull, exploding his head in a gruesome display. This was the bullet from Yi Tian's cannon sniper rifle. The battle was utterly one-sided. Yi Tian's group overwhelmed them decisively. The disparity in strength was far too great. In terms of weaponry equipment and the quality of personnel involved, they were not even on the same level. In less than 3 minutes, the 70 survivors were all wiped out, not a single one remaining. It was not that Yi Tian was cold-blooded. In the apocalypse, there was no right or wrong. If he were weaker, someone would have no qualms about eliminating him from Ido and the others. In the same vein, Yi Tian, having set his sights on their weapons and armored vehicles, could just as easily eliminate them without hesitation. Nature's law of the jungle. After dispatching the survivors, more zombies were drawn in by the gunfire. However, the number of zombies that approached was not overwhelming, only a few hundred. Yi Tian and He Ling each took a direction, and in just 3 minutes cleared the area of zombies. Once everything was settled, Yi Tian and Mi Do headed toward the battlefield, while He Ling and Ling Zhan returned to assist. Upon arriving at the battlefield, I swiftly approached the nearest van. Hey, it's filled with food and water. What do you think is inside this cargo truck? Ling Zhan chuckled. What is it, Sister Zhan? Mi Do ran to the back of the truck. Wow. This is actually a refrigerated truck. It's packed with meat. This is clearly a modified vehicle, a refrigerated truck, a survivor commented. The two groups of survivors had about 20 vehicles, each of different models. Yi Tian had his eye on 2 armored vehicles, which could prove to be formidable weapons once reinforced. He instructed Nuwa to bring the armored RV over while Yun Jie assisted in clearing the battlefield. Although these weapons were not immediately useful, they would certainly come in handy later. Nuwa, integrate all these vehicles under your control. Understood, host. Since evolving, Nuwa's functionalities had greatly expanded, and the current vehicles supported autonomous driving, allowing her to manage the central program effortlessly. Yi Tian, there are a lot of bullets here, probably tens of thousands, along with some bombs and such, He Ling shouted from a nearby truck. Oh, not bad at all. This haul turned out to be quite lucrative, with weapons and supplies in abundance. Robbery had its perks. Yi Tian collected everything he had his sights set on with a wave of his hand, leaving behind only 2 armored vehicles outside. Xiong Lai. Boss, these 2 are yours. I imagine you've been eyeing them for quite some time. Xiong Lai grinned widely, unable to take his eyes off the armored vehicles he had just seen. He simply refrained from showing his eagerness in Yi Tian's presence. Yi Tian intended to reinforce both armored vehicles, having not checked his energy levels in quite a while. He was curious about how much he had accumulated. Nuwa, bring up the panel. As the panel opened, the sight of the energy value made Yi Tian's eyes widen in astonishment. When did I accumulate this much energy? Since the last time he had reinforced a weapon, he had exhausted his energy and hadn't kept track of how much he had left. Now, to his surprise, his energy had inexplicably surged to a staggering 100,000 points. Unable to comprehend the sudden gain, Yi Tian chose to set aside his confusion for now. He proceeded to enhance the 2 armored vehicles. Beep. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an armored infantry vehicle. Energy cost 8,000. Beep. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained another armored infantry vehicle. Energy cost 8,000. What the hell? Why is it so expensive? This is robbery. The previous weapon enhancement hadn't cost this much. Nuwa, have you been embezzling my energy? Why so costly? Host, different items require varying amounts of energy for enhancement. This system is fair to all. Despite feeling it was pricey, Tian understood the reasoning. Surely enhancing an aircraft carrier wouldn't cost the same as enhancing a kitchen knife, right? If that were the case, he'd only focus on enhancing aircraft carriers to get rich. As the energy was deducted, the appearance of the armored vehicles began to transform. Compared to their original state, the armored infantry vehicles had become formidable machines of war. Not only were they larger, but their exterior was also coated with a layer of camouflage paint. The armor could withstand ordinary anti-tank mines, and even rockets would struggle to breach their defenses. The wheels had been replaced with tracks, and atop the vehicles sat a machine gun capable of a 360-degree rotation, its lethality particularly enhanced to the extent that even third-tier zombies could be killed with ease. In the face of future zombie hordes, Tian and his companions would no longer rely solely on the armored RV. The armored infantry vehicles would serve as powerful weapons. The only drawback was that the ammunition still had to be loaded manually and couldn't be exchanged for energy. This was indeed a regret. However, considering that the armored RV was directly linked to the system, while the armored infantry vehicles were reinforced using Tian's skills, it made sense that they couldn't rely on Tian's space to replenish ammunition. Fortunately, they had just acquired tens of thousands of rounds, which should suffice for now. In the future, as they expanded, they would need to rely on regular production to achieve self-sufficiency. It was unreasonable to depend on Tian for everything. Xiaozhen. Yes. Tian, what's up? Ling Zhun had managed to shake off the earlier embarrassment from the morning's battle, acting as if nothing had happened. If we could find equipment to produce ammunition and weapons, could you manufacture bullets? I have some experience in this area. While I can't create the machinery, I can certainly make bullets. I once participated in the development of a missile. Ling Zhun paused. Bullets are quite simple, really. They consist of 4 parts: the projectile, cartridge, propellant, and primer. As long as we have the materials, I can fabricate them. That's fantastic. If necessary, we can always raid the military for supplies. We've already become adversaries, so we might as well take what we need. The group understood Tian's intentions, and his ambition began to reveal itself at that moment. In this post-apocalyptic world, he aspired to reign supreme. Of course, if he were alone, such aspirations would be unrealistic. No individual could rival a nation. However, in this chaotic world where factions vied for dominance, Tian was at the forefront, possessing advantages that others lacked, including ample food supply. Now the focus was on resolving personnel and weapon issues. With weapons, the consumption of ammunition became another significant concern. It wouldn't do to rely solely on firearms for ammunition in the future. If they could establish their own ammunition production line, the issue of ammunition would cease to be a worry. As for the materials needed for production, it seemed they might have to resort to looting. If the machinery proved too challenging, they would have to rely on Nuwa. She could hack all the classified documents to obtain the blueprints. Let's move out. Xianglai, you all board the armored infantry vehicles. There are plenty of bullets inside. Once you run out, come to me for more. Just handle the shooting. I'll leave the driving to the intelligence system, which I've already installed in your vehicles. Understood, boss. Xianglai and his companions climbed into the 2 armored infantry vehicles. Nuwa, take control of the armored infantry vehicles. One will lead the way while the other provides support. Understood, host. Following Tian's orders, Nuwa took command of the armored infantry vehicles and the armored RV as they set off once more. The engines of the 3 vehicles roared to life as they sped onward. Traveling along the highway, the massive sound attracted the attention of a horde of zombies, but as they approached, the lead armored infantry vehicle plowed through them. Tian's armored RV crushed another wave. Seeing this, Li Lian had no choice but to follow suit and run over the zombies once more. The boss has such strange tastes. He prefers crushing zombies over beautiful women. Inside the armored RV, Tian sneezed. Who's talking about me? Rubbing his nose, he comfortably reclined on a pair of lovely legs, enjoying strawberries fed to him by a beautiful girl. Life couldn't be more delightful.